This is the forest of monsters, where goblins are deemed less than beasts, mere disposable entities. Yet Qinwu resolutely refuses to occupy the lowest rung of the food chain. Clutching a stolen wild boar tusk, he sparks the first flicker of civilization. The system bestows blueprints upon him, and he shall grant his entire clan a future. From the primitive act of friction fire to the formation of legions, from savage consumption to disciplined conquest. While other races mock the filthy green-skinned dwarves, they remain oblivious to the impending full-scale war ignited by the most humble of beings. Chapter 1. The Forest of Monsters. In a goblin tribe resembling a refuse dump, several hundred grotesque goblins, each standing no taller than half that of an average human, encircle a recently captured wild boar, their faces twisted with greed as they drool in anticipation. Hunger compels them to leap forward and tear into the creature, yet the imposing figure of the tribe's leader, feasting beside the boar, instills fear and halts their advance. The leader, towering close to the height of an ordinary human, appears colossal to the sub-meter-tall goblins. He is not only tall but extraordinarily obese, his round belly swollen with fat, undoubtedly a prime candidate for multiple health concerns. Burp. The goblin leader ravenously gnaws at the boar, and upon consuming half of it, he emits a contented belch before wobbling towards the tribe's only structure, a thatched hut. He collapses onto the ground, immediately succumbing to deep slumber, his snores akin to the blaring of a cafeteria whistle. With the leader's dominance diminished, the goblins can no longer contain their hunger and rush forward to tear apart the remaining boar. Before long, the remnants of the boar are devoured, leaving only a skeletal frame behind. The satiated goblins disperse, finding any available spot to lie down and sleep, embodying a mindset of seizing whatever meal they can. Once the goblins are asleep, the goblin younglings emerge from various corners, greedily licking the congealed blood mixed with mud. I cannot endure this. I must seek a new path. One young goblin observes the pitiful sight of his brethren gnawing on the dirt and reflects inwardly. This young goblin is Qinwu, a denizen of the Blue Star, who, just a week prior, had perished from an all-nighter spent playing Mount and Blade, only to find himself transported to another world as a goblin in a Western fantasy realm. Upon realizing his transformation into a goblin, Qinwu felt a surge of rejection, particularly when he witnessed adult goblins casually discarding him, a mere infant goblin, amidst roadside weeds as though he were refuse. Despair engulfed him. In this unknown primordial forest, he recognized that even as a young goblin, survival seemed a precarious venture, let alone as an adult. Just as he contemplated surrendering to fate, the game that had led to his untimely demise, Mount and Blade, materialized as a system within this new world, granting him 3 initial attribute points. Startled, Qinwu promptly allocated all 3 points to his vitality attribute. In Mount and Blade 2, the vitality attribute enhances his prowess with one-handed swords, two-handed swords, and polearms, while also literally augmenting his vitality, enabling him to navigate through the most arduous stages of infancy. For an extended period thereafter, Qinwu lived concealed within the underbrush, sustaining himself solely on grass, managing to survive by consuming the meager foliage. He keenly observed that adult goblins occasionally succeeded in hunting prey, yet none ever offered a morsel of food to him, the pitiable young goblin. Moreover, the goblin tribe lacked female goblins, prompting Qinwu to ponder their origin. Then one day, he witnessed a hunting party of adult goblins returning with a captured female animal, leaving Qinwu profoundly shaken. Even more shocking was the day when the hunting team returned empty-handed and resorted to cannibalism. The defenseless young goblins were the first to be devoured. This revelation solidified for Qinwu that goblins were devoid of familial bonds, reinforcing his resolve to rely solely on his own ingenuity. Now, on the 14th day of his existence in this new world, he has subsisted on roadside grass, discovering that goblins have a remarkably short growth cycle. In just 14 days, he is on the verge of maturing into an adult goblin, having at least gained the ability to stand and walk. Contemplating the skeletal remains of the wild boar, he scans the ground for something, eventually picking up a stone. Approaching the skeleton, he strikes the tusks with the stone, and soon acquires 4 wild boar tusks. With some stone polishing, these 4 tusks could be fashioned into 4 daggers. If I find suitable branches, I could even create a long spear. As he muses, a rumble emanates from his stomach, followed by an acute pang of hunger. Damn, I am utterly famished. Holding his stomach, Qinwu grimaces in pain. Goblins grow rapidly, yet their consumption of food is equally voracious, and with his usual diet limited to grass, hunger strikes him with greater intensity. I must quickly eat grass, satiate my hunger, craft weapons, and then venture forth to see if I can hunt. Despite his hunger, Qinwu forces himself to think quickly, devising an action plan before seeking out grass to eat. Before departing, he casts one last glance at the boar skeleton, which has been stripped clean of all flesh, leaving nothing but bones. However, when his gaze lands on the intact leg bone, a spark of realization ignites within him. Bone marrow. There is marrow within. Grasping the stone, he strikes the leg bone repeatedly, and soon the joint shatters, the leg bone detaching. He drags the leg bone into the forest. The actions of Qinwu go unnoticed by the adult goblins, who merely sleep once satisfied. They do not spare even a moment's thought for the inedible bones. Yet, several young goblins, unable to sleep due to hunger, fixate their gaze on Qinwu. Their yearning for food has taught them to be cunning. While they dare not approach the adult goblins, they feel emboldened to cast envious glances at Qinwu, their fellow youngling. A few young goblins exchange glances and follow in Qinwu's footsteps into the forest. Unaware of the tail following him, Qinwu is singularly focused on distancing himself from the goblin tribe to find a place to ignite a fire and roast the leg bone. The goblin tribe consumes raw meat and lacks the knowledge of fire. Qinwu fears that if he lights a fire, it may provoke the hostility of the adult goblins, and if they discover the marrow within the bones, he would be left empty-handed. Of course, the primary reason is that the leg bone is too sturdy. He cannot break it open. He has been striking at the joints to dislodge it, which proves laborious. To access the marrow, he must burn the bone until it becomes brittle enough to break. As Qinwu runs, he intermittently pauses to nibble on grass to maintain his energy. Just as he feels he is about to succumb to weakness from low blood sugar, he arrives at a small valley. The wind blows from the direction of the tribe, and he hopes that lighting a fire here will reduce the chances of being detected. Qinwu reclines on the ground, resting for a while. The lack of food and the intensity of his exertion leave him feeling dizzy. He hastily gobbles several mouthfuls of grass, which alleviates his condition. Soon, I shall savor roasted marrow. Hold on, Qinwu. Gazing at the hard-won leg bone he has liberated from the goblin tribe, he swallows hard. Forcing himself to shake off the dizziness, he rises from the ground, gathering dry twigs and leaves to form a small fire pit. He finds a stick and a piece of wood, tearing some dry fibers from the bark. Using the stolen hemp rope from the goblin tribe, he fashions a small bow, for he intends to create fire by friction. This is a remarkably simple fire-starting system, learned from Bai Yi. Upon completing this system, a notification suddenly appeared in Qinwu's mind. Forging Proficiency Level 1. Increased Forging Proficiency. He focused his thoughts to open the skill panel of Mount Blade 2, where he noticed his forging skill proficiency had increased from 0 to 1. Can such a trivial item actually enhance forging proficiency? Qinwu scratched his head. In Mount Blade 2, forging required the player's character to be stationed in a town and select the blacksmith shop from the town options to forge weapons and gain proficiency. The higher the proficiency in forging, the more formidable the weapons one could create. To his astonishment, Qinwu discovered that his forging skill could unlock skills such as the refinement of mithril and weapon enchantment. The original version of Mount Blade did not feature such enhancements. It appeared that the system had adapted to its new world. Qinwu's heart suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. If he could forge, then the unique gameplay of recruiting soldiers from Mount Blade was also achievable. In the game, players could recruit soldiers in villages and towns. If he could comprehend how to recruit soldiers in reality, Qinwu would possess the means to establish himself in this world. I vow, from this day forth, I shall never graze on grass again. I demand meat with every meal. With a loud shout, Qinwu placed the ember from his fire-starting attempt into a pile of kindling, which quickly ignited. He immediately began roasting a wild boar's leg bone over the flames. Soon, the bone began to sizzle and emit a slightly pungent aroma. Qinwu licked his lips fervently. Ever since he was born from an unknown female creature, the only sustenance he had consumed was wild grass. The enticing scent of protein being roasted sent his stomach into a frenzy, the primal urge nearly driving him mad. Yet, being human by soul, he forcibly restrained his desire to eat. It would take some time before the boar's leg was crisp enough to be devoured, so he retrieved 4 wild boar teeth, planning to process them slightly. Using a stone he found, he quickly polished the 4 teeth. The teeth were not particularly hard, so he could not sharpen them too finely for fear of breaking them. Next, he found a suitable stick on the ground, pried a gap in the middle with the teeth, and secured the teeth within it using a length of rope, fashioning a spear that looked precariously fragile. The moment the spear was completed, a system notification echoed in his mind. You have forged a crude spear, Forging Proficiency Level 1. Li Qinwu weighed the spear in his hand. It seemed more of a symbolic achievement than a practical one, especially since the proficiency required for the first skill point was a daunting 25. It would take an eternity to reach that milestone. Hoisting the spear, Li Qinwu approached the fire, realizing that the wild boar's leg bone was nearly done. He removed the leg bone from the flames, raised one end high, and, gathering his strength, struck it down onto a rock with force. With a crack, the leg bone broke in the middle, releasing some marrow. Li Qinwu's eyes instantly reddened. He lunged at the bone, savoring the fat and various nutrients that surged into his stomach, nearly causing him to roll his eyes in ecstasy. I am a carnivore," he shouted in exhilaration, the agony of subsisting on grass for half a month alleviated by the richness of animal fat. He quickly devoured one segment of the leg bone, just as he reached for another piece. At that moment, he heard the sound of branches snapping underfoot. He looked up towards the source of the noise and saw 8 juvenile goblins approaching him, their green eyes glinting with hunger, fixated on the pig bone he held. Chapter 2. The Struggle. "Grass Eater, what do you have there? It smells so good, give it to me." The largest of the juvenile goblins stepped forward. Standing at 0.8 meters tall, he was on the cusp of adulthood and the strongest among them. Li Qinwu furrowed his brow and tightened his grip on the spear, silently stepping back a pace. There were 8 goblins present, and although they were merely juveniles, Li Qinwu, armed with only a basic spear, was not significantly stronger than they were. The advantage was not on his side. The label Grass Eater was bestowed upon him because they had observed him lying in the grass, gnawing on it, thus coining the nickname. Naming among goblins was simple and casual. There were others called Dirt Eater, Feces Eater, and so forth. As Li Qinwu took a small step back, the goblins closed in by a step. Observing their greedy gazes, he realized that fleeing was not an option. Yet, relinquishing the pig bone was equally unacceptable. He had no intention of returning to a life of grazing. His mind raced, and he made a desperate decision. "All right, I'll give you something to eat." With a cheerful smile, Li Qinwu tossed the leg bone forward, landing it in front of the juvenile goblins. "We're all brothers here. Good things should be shared." The pig leg bone thudded to the ground, and the roasted marrow spilled slightly, releasing an intoxicating aroma of burnt fat and protein that instantly clouded the goblins' reasoning. They rushed forward in a frenzy to seize the bone. Now was his chance. As the goblins fought over the pig bone, Li Qinwu seized a stone in his left hand and his makeshift spear in his right, charging forward. He hurled the stone with all his might, striking one goblin squarely on the back of the head, causing it to collapse with a pained cry. Li Qinwu moved in swiftly, his eyes glinting coldly as he thrust the spear forward, piercing a juvenile goblin in the abdomen. Arg! The goblin shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Li Qinwu withdrew the spear without hesitation and lunged at another goblin, delivering a second piercing strike, accompanied by another wail of pain as yet another goblin fell. It was only then that the goblins, realizing the danger, scattered in panic. Li Qinwu seized the opportunity, kicking one of the slower goblins to the ground, stepping on its back to thrust his spear again, eliciting a scream before he quickly retreated a few paces to create distance. Both sides momentarily disengaged. Li Qinwu swayed unsteadily, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Had he not consumed part of the pig bone marrow, he would have collapsed to the ground. Now, 4 goblins remained. Though he wielded a spear, being surrounded would still pose a significant threat. Li Qinwu quickly regulated his breathing to counter the dizziness brought on by the intense battle, his gaze fixed on the remaining goblins, assessing their condition. The 4 goblins looked at him with fear, stunned by the sudden loss of half their number. This almost triggered their instinct to flee, yet the tantalizing aroma of the pig bone on the ground kept them at bay. Hunger took precedence over all else. Before long, the 4 goblins could no longer resist. They cautiously approached the pig bone, armed with makeshift wooden clubs and stones, their eyes warily fixated on Li Qinwu. Seeing them armed, Li Qinwu's expression darkened. The risk of killing them had just escalated significantly, and it might lead to his downfall. Was it worth fighting for a mere pig bone? As he hesitated, 3 system notifications suddenly chimed in his ear. You have killed a juvenile goblin. Experience 1 that you have slain a goblin whelp, earning 1 experience point. You have slain a goblin whelp, earning 1 experience point. The 3 notifications startled Li Qinwu, prompting him to access his personal panel in Mount Blade 2. Name: Li Qinwu. Race: Goblin, Whelp. Title: Herbivore. Having survived by consuming grass, you have garnered considerable attention within the goblin tribe, thus earning the title of Herbivore. Title effect: you possess a formidable stomach, capable of consuming fodder and extracting a modicum of nourishment. Level, 0 experience, 3 of 7. Magic points, 0. Affinity, dark. Faith, indigenous belief in the goblin deity. Attributes, vitality 3, one-handed weapon proficiency 0, two-handed weapon proficiency 0, polearm proficiency 2. Control, 0, bow proficiency 0, crossbow proficiency 0, throwing weapon proficiency 1. Stamina, 0, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 18, forging proficiency 2. Cunning, 0, scouting proficiency 11, tactics proficiency 0, rogue habits proficiency 0. Social, 0, charisma proficiency 0, leadership proficiency 0, trading proficiency 0, prayer proficiency 0. Intelligence, 0, management proficiency 0, medicine proficiency 0, engineering proficiency 0, magic proficiency 0. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Unallocated specialization points, 0. Li Qinwu observed his experience points rise from 0/7 to March 7th. Glancing at the 4 goblins he had previously incapacitated, 1 rendered unconscious, 3 having bled to death. This was the source of his experience, indicating that by dispatching 4 more goblins, he could level up. In the Mount Blade system, leveling up grants attribute and specialization points, the former augmenting his strength, such as vitality, which enhances his physical power and vigor. Attributes also encompass several skills, which can be reinforced using specialization points. For instance, under vitality, polearm proficiency currently stands at 3, owing to Li Qinwu's thrusting of a spear into 3 goblin whelps. As proficiency increases, the swiftness of his weapon wielding will also escalate, and he will unlock skills within similar weapon types. Who knows what perils this other world harbors? I must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. His gaze shifted toward the 4 goblins in the distance, a cruel smile flickering across his face. Indeed, these 4 creatures possess 4 skill points, sufficient for his impending upgrade. The fate of these goblins has already been sealed. Chapter 3 Contributing to the Great Goblin Renaissance. My dear goblin brethren, there is no need for us to engage in a deadly struggle. Let us instead extend our hands in peace, for we are all birthed from the same wretched wood mouse. Li Qinwu, while brandishing his spear and adjusting his stance with small, deliberate steps, sought to provoke the opposing goblins with his words. Although goblins are considered lowly magical creatures, their intelligence is not to be underestimated. Upon observing Li Qinwu's aggressive posture with the spear, they instinctively raised their weapons and advanced toward him. Particularly, the tallest and most commanding goblin juvenile bellowed, "Everyone, charge! Let us slay him and share the spoils." With a stone in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right, he mimicked Li Qinwu's combat strategy, demonstrating the remarkable capacity of goblins to learn through observation. However, despite their cunning, they could not rival Li Qinwu, who possessed the essence of a human soul. Suddenly, Li Qinwu pointed behind the goblins with a face full of feigned terror and shouted, "Leader, what are you doing here?" The goblins, upon hearing of their leader's arrival, turned in fright. The imposing goblin chief was a nightmare for the juvenile goblins, for if the hunting party failed to bring back sufficient food, he would resort to devouring the younglings. Thus, the fear of the goblin chief was palpable, and they found themselves unable to resist it. The leading goblin juvenile turned in a panic, only to find the forest empty. Realizing he had been deceived, he attempted to turn back, but it was too late. Li Qinwu had already closed the distance, thrusting the spear viciously into his abdomen. The juvenile screeched in agony, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he instinctively clutched the spear embedded in his body. Li Qinwu attempted to withdraw the spear, but the juvenile clung to it tenaciously, thwarting his efforts. Meanwhile, the other 3 goblins, realizing they had been tricked, witnessed Li Qinwu take down one of their own and, filled with a mix of rage and fear, hurled their stones at him. To avoid being struck in the head, Li Qinwu had no choice but to lower himself, enduring the impacts of the stones, which left several bruises on his body. Cursing under his breath, Li Qinwu decided against extracting the spear. Instead, he forcefully thrust it deeper into the juvenile's abdomen. The creature howled in pain, collapsing to the ground as Li Qinwu twisted the spear, inflicting even greater harm. As the goblin juvenile weakened, Li Qinwu stepped on its chest, yanking the spear free at last. "Kill!" Li Qinwu shouted, his spirit invigorated, ready to charge at the remaining 3 goblins. Yet, he suddenly discovered that the spearhead was missing. To his dismay, after such a fierce struggle, the boar's tusk had fallen off, leaving him with nothing but a bare stick. Lacking the prowess of a master like Tang Bohu, he realized he was now at a disadvantage. The remaining 3 goblins, emboldened by this turn of events, advanced with their wooden clubs raised high. Qinwu retreated a few steps, entering into a verbal duel. Dear lumbering brethren, there is no need for violence. There are ample delectable kin on the ground. Enough to satiate us all. Why must we fight to the death? His words resonated with 2 of the goblins, halting their charge as they contemplated the abundance of food surrounding them. However, the foremost goblin, perhaps a bit dim-witted, was fixated solely on eliminating Qinwu, disregarding his plea as it charged forward, club in hand. Seizing the moment of disarray, Qinwu rushed forward, thrusting his foot into the earth and flicking dirt into the goblin's eyes just before they clashed. With a cry of surprise, the goblin dropped its club, shielding its eyes. Qinwu took advantage of the situation, swinging the spear's shaft down upon the creature's exposed head. The sound of splintering wood echoed as the shaft shattered against the goblin's skull, causing a slight indentation before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. You have slain a goblin juvenile, gaining 1 experience point. The exertion of that blow drained Qinwu of his strength, and he collapsed to the ground, disoriented. Panic surged within him as he realized 2 enemies still stood before him. If he failed to rise, he would surely meet his end. Desperate, he struggled to regain his footing, but low blood sugar rendered him weak, and the intense exertion left him lightheaded, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Was this to be the end? As he lay there, time seemed to stretch. 10 seconds passed, then 20, 3 minutes, and finally 10. To his astonishment, the remaining goblins did not approach to finish him off. After lying still for 10 minutes, Qinwu gathered enough strength to sit up, surveying his surroundings, only to discover that the 2 goblins had fled. A disorganized rabble. He scoffed. These cowardly creatures, had they attacked together from the outset, he would have perished. Yet, their lack of coordination allowed him to manipulate them one by one, like fools. He could not allow them to return. If they informed their tribe that he could conjure fire, it would spell disaster for him. The past 2 weeks had taught Qinwu that goblins were inherently selfish beings, lacking foresight. If the goblin chief learned of his ability to create fire, he would not reward Qinwu, but would likely see him as a threat to be eliminated. He picked up a half-eaten boar's leg bone and devoured the marrow within, the rich fat soothing his gnawing hunger and slightly alleviating his dizziness. Grasping the sharpened boar tusk he had prepared earlier, he began to make his way toward the goblin settlement. He was unperturbed by the goblin's flight. Like him, they were weakened from hunger and low blood sugar. If they were startled, they would not have run far before succumbing to the same fate as he. True to his expectations, after walking a mere 500 meters, he stumbled upon 2 goblins lying on the ground, their eyes rolled back, convulsing in weakness. Approaching them, he dispatched the goblins with the boar tusk, and simultaneously, the goblin he had previously injured succumbed to its wounds. You have gained 3 experience points, the notification chimed, and his level increased. Level 0-1 experience points, 0-20 attribute points, 1 specialty points, 1. At last, he had leveled up. Qinwu opened the attribute allocation panel, directly investing his single point into vitality, raising it from 3 to 4. The enhancement was palpable. He felt the dizziness from low blood sugar dissipate, and he sensed an increase in his physical constitution, vitality, and strength. His height now reached 0.9 meters, placing him on par with an adult goblin. With newfound confidence, he believed he could establish a foothold within the goblin tribe. As long as he avoided the goblin chief's gaze, he could gradually develop his strength, biding his time until he was powerful enough to confront the chief and claim leadership for himself. With this ambition in mind, he turned his attention to the specialty points. What should he enhance? Logically, he ought to invest in polearm proficiency, as it was the only weapon he currently possessed. However, after careful consideration, he decided to allocate the skill point to running. His recent success against the goblins had relied on his verbal tactics and evasive maneuvers. In his relatively weak state, it was wiser to invest in skills that would ensure his survival. Upon selecting the first-level specialization in agility, Qinwu distinctly sensed a marked lightness in his stride, which greatly uplifted his spirits as he whistled his way back to the previous battlefield. He observed a goblin crawling on the ground, the very creature he had rendered unconscious with a thrown stone. Rather than dispatching it, he opted to bind its hands with the stolen grass rope. Once secured, a notification chimed in his mind. Victory achieved. Enemies defeated. 7. Enemies captured. 1. Experience gained. 7. Casualties. 0. Loot acquired. Grains x2. Goblin ears x3. Stones x1. Dinars earned. 23. Upon reviewing the battle summary and the spoils of war, Qinwu felt a surge of joy. While he was uncertain of the utility of the stones and goblin ears, he was relieved that they could be stored in the warehouse of Qinwu, sparing him the need to carry them. The 2 sacks of grain, however, brought him considerable delight. After all, he now possessed food. Within Qinwu too, defeating various foes grants players diverse equipment. Vanquishing sea raiders yields helmets and spears, while engaging regular troops could drop rare armor and weaponry. Yet, a commonality remained. Defeating any enemy would always result in grain drops. With a mere thought, the 2 sacks of grain manifested at his feet, each weighing approximately 5 kilograms. Neatly packed in burlap sacks, this meager supply was sufficient to sustain him for over a month, igniting a fervent desire within him to seek out and confront more adversarial units in hopes of acquiring even more precious items. With a casual gesture, he returned the grain to the warehouse, noting that the storage capacity displayed as 630. It appeared that the size and weight of stored items did not affect their occupancy in the warehouse. He recalled that increasing the limits on mules and troops would also expand his carrying capacity. Eagerly, he accessed the troop panel, which now indicated a muster of 120 soldiers, reaching the upper limit for a level 1 family. With each upgrade to his family S rank, the number of soldiers he could command would grow. Qinwu contemplated hastily recruiting more soldiers. According to his experiences in Qinwu too, his soldiers were steadfast, resembling fearless warriors who would charge into battle against overwhelming odds, refusing to retreat even in the face of death. To recruit more soldiers, he would need to visit a village and spend dinars. The only nearby village was the Goblin tribe. He planned to return and explore the recruitment mechanics. Alternatively, soldiers could also be recruited from among prisoners. Shifting his gaze to the prisoner management section, he noted 110 captives, specifically 1 goblin juvenile. Approaching the unconscious goblin juvenile, he delivered a firm slap to rouse it from slumber. The creature, bewildered, stared blankly at Qinwu, struggling to comprehend its current predicament. Supporting its form, Qinwu grasped its pus-filled chin and gazed deeply into its yellowed eyes. "Oh, my dear lumbering friend, join my ranks and contribute to the glorious resurgence of the goblins." Chapter 4. Acquiring soldiers join me. Little soldier. Qinwu's patience waned as the creature continued its incomprehensible wailing. "Silence," he bellowed, startling the goblin juvenile into silence. Pleased, he prepared to outline his recruitment policy, only for the creature to erupt into an even more distressing howl. Enough. Annoyed by the noise, Qinwu struck the creature multiple times, leaving it dazed and collapsing to the ground. Grasping its neck, he glared fiercely into its eyes. "From this day forth, I am your leader. You will obey me, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Do you understand?" The goblin juvenile, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. Releasing it, he returned to the prisoner management page, only to find that the recruitment option remained unlit. Frowning, he pondered the anomaly. Surely the creature had submitted. So why could he not recruit it? In Qinwu too, defeating an enemy often allowed for the capture of soldiers, and with sufficient time, they would capitulate, enabling recruitment for a dinar fee. Higher-ranked soldiers were more challenging to recruit, while lower-ranked ones could sometimes be recruited immediately upon capture. This goblin juvenile, classified as a level 0 novice within the system, should have been readily recruitable, especially given its verbal acknowledgement of submission. Recognizing that he had not exerted enough pressure, Qinwu resolved to intensify his tactics. He shouted dragon fruit and delivered a punch to the goblin juvenile's face, knocking it to the ground, its visage smeared with fruit juice. War tread. Qinwu leaped high, planting a foot upon its chest, rendering it breathless. "Tender dumpling," he exclaimed, delivering a kick to its abdomen, causing it to vomit. Oh, boss. From now on, you are my boss." Seeing the creature relent, Qinwu took a step back, canceling his attack sequence. He mused that Pansy's dog training combo was indeed effective, cheerfully accessing the prisoner management system once more, only to find the recruitment option still absent. Furrowing his brow, he wondered if even Pansy's techniques had failed. He noticed a glint of cunning in the goblin juvenile's eyes. "You dare to play tricks on me? It seems you need a taste of true pressure." Enraged, Qinwu retrieved the grass rope from his warehouse, fastening it around the goblin juvenile's neck and tossing the other end over a branch, yanking it sharply. "Playing tricks? I'll show you." As the goblin juvenile was hoisted into the air, its legs dangled helplessly, gasping for breath, panic washing over it as it squirmed in desperation, pleadingly staring at Qinwu with its green eyes. Ignoring its pleas, Qinwu was aware that there were only 2 types of goblins, the sly and the cunning. And the cunning and the sly. Without inflicting profound suffering, true submission was unattainable. After suspending the creature for over 30 seconds, during which it began to lose consciousness, he finally relented. The goblin juvenile collapsed to the ground, and Qinwu promptly performed a set of CPR maneuvers, reviving it. Will you submit? Or shall I unleash another barrage? The goblin juvenile, now upright, frantically retreated, its eyes reflecting sheer terror. From now on, I am your leader. You will obey me. Otherwise, you shall face the wrath of the dragon fruit. Qinwu threatened menacingly. Although the goblin juvenile may not grasp the intricacies of his words, it certainly understood pain, and thus nodded fervently. Once more, he opened the prisoner management page. This time, the recruitment option appeared on the creature's icon, indicating its genuine submission. Qinwu sighed in relief, grateful that his efforts had not been in vain. He promptly clicked on the recruitment option, spending 5 dinars to enlist the juvenile as a soldier. His remaining dinars dwindled to 18, at which point a notification appeared indicating troop maintenance costs, 1 dinar per day. The dwindling currency instilled a sense of urgency within Qinwu. In Qinwu Kansa 2, soldiers required payment, should his funds be exhausted without sufficient dinars to compensate them. Some soldiers would abandon him. Naturally, they would not depart outright, but would suffer a significant morale decline, morale ranging from a maximum of 100 to a minimum of 0. A morale drop to the 20s or 30s posed a considerable risk, as it could lead to mass desertions. Qinwu observed that the morale of his troops stood at a mere 60, a rather suboptimal figure. To elevate their spirits, it was imperative that he disbursed their wages punctually and diversified the provisions within the warehouse. Presently, the stock consisted solely of grains, indicating a pressing need to procure more sustenance. Recollecting his thoughts, Qinwu untied the goblin cub's hands, allowing it to stand before him. He scrutinized the creature closely, noting that apart from fear, its eyes brimmed with profound gratitude, as if it were willing to devote its entire existence to him. Devoid of any cunning, a likely effect of the system at play. Extremely pleased, Qinwu commanded, "Crouch." The goblin complied without hesitation. "Roll." It obeyed, tumbling on the ground. "Slap yourself twice." The goblin hesitated for a moment, but then struck its own face twice with a resounding sound. "Rub your hands together to create a controllable nuclear fusion device." The creature looked at Qinwu in utter bewilderment. Qinwu realized that it would only carry out commands it comprehended and could execute. Anything beyond that left it perplexed. He found the recruitment system of Qinwu Kansa 2 to be exceedingly satisfactory. This was not merely a recruitment effort, but rather the enlistment of steadfast warriors. With 18 slots remaining for recruitment, should he fill them, he would command 19 devoted soldiers. Even if these recruits were goblins with the physical prowess of human children, they could still achieve remarkable feats. Moreover, once sufficient experience was gained, they could evolve into more formidable goblin units. Subsequently, Qinwu instructed the goblin to fetch a stick, and he presented it with a sharpened wild boar tusk. "From this day forth, your name shall be Goblin Spear. Observe closely and imitate my actions." He took the wild boar tusk and found a sturdy, relatively straight wooden rod, affixing the tusk to the rod. He then harvested some resin from a nearby tree and applied it meticulously to the joint. During the recent battle, he had been observant and noted the marks on the tree where large animals had sharpened their claws, with copious resin oozing from those wounds, prompting him to devise this method of strengthening the spear. He sealed the joint with the resin and placed it beside the still-burning campfire to dry. Before long, the resin blackened and hardened. Qinwu attempted to bend the wild boar tusk. It was unyielding, the connection firm, though it remained a rudimentary weapon. It was a marked improvement over the previous makeshift binding with grass rope, as it would not easily come apart. Goblin Spear attentively observed Qinwu's actions and replicated them, producing his own spear once Qinwu completed his. "Let me see that," Qinwu said, taking the spear from Goblin Spear's hands for inspection, and was pleasantly surprised by its quality. He recalled the depictions of goblins from animations in his past life, depicted as cowardly, despicable creatures, akin to a scourge upon the world, easily dispatched by any adult man. However, once a goblin tribe's population reached a critical mass, formidable goblins would inexplicably emerge, becoming leaders and posing significant threats to other intelligent races. If the other intelligent races could not decisively eradicate the goblin tribes, they would rapidly advance. Much like the orcs from Warhammer 40k, initially, one could easily dispatch goblin tribes, as they resembled primitive humans with no knowledge of fire. Yet, as the conflict progressed, they would learn to forge wooden, stone, and even iron weapons, and employ magical armaments. Qinwu, observing Goblin Spear excitedly manipulating his spear, felt that these goblins were far from simple creatures. Chapter 5. crafting a fishing basket noticing that the daylight was still ample. Li Qinwu decided against returning to the tribe where he would be confined to foraging on the ground, opting instead to venture into the wild for further development. He set his sights on a particular direction, instructing Goblin Spear to follow closely, recalling that a river lay ahead. During his fortnight of grazing, he had meticulously observed the movements of the goblin hunting parties and noted that those returning from the north brought back a bounty of fish. This led him to deduce that a river flowed to the north, where fishing would prove far simpler than catching other small animals. His assessment proved accurate. After walking 7 or 8 kilometers northward, an immense river came into view. Li Qinwu was taken aback. From his vantage point on the bank, he could barely discern the opposite shore. The river's width was visibly over 5 meters. What struck him as even more terrifying was the sight of a colossal fish leaping high from the water, crashing back down with a tremendous splash that sent up a towering column of water, akin to a cannonball detonating beneath the surface. By the heavens, Li Qinwu estimated that the monstrous creature exceeded 100 meters in length, and even from this distance, an unsettling chill ran down his spine. Promptly, he led Goblin Spear away from the riverbank, wary of the possibility that this gigantic beast might consider them mere snacks. Not wishing to turn back, he instead sought smaller tributaries along the riverbank, reasoning that if the large river was home to such a behemoth, they should look for smaller streams to catch some small fish. Fortune favored their endeavor. The duo soon discovered a clear tributary teeming with fish. Upon seeing this, Goblin Spear excitedly shouted and leaped into the stream, attempting to catch fish with his bare hands. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes. If catching fish were that easy, the goblin tribe would not resort to cannibalism. As anticipated, after a considerable struggle, Goblin Spear emerged empty-handed. Thoroughly soaked, but at least having washed off some of the foul odor. Feeling somewhat dejected, Goblin Spear clambered back onto the bank, only to notice snails crawling nearby. Seeing them as edible creatures, he picked one up and tossed it into his mouth. "Goodness!" Li Qinwu exclaimed, slapping Goblin Spear across the face with such force that the creature spun around 3.5 times, spitting out the snail in the process. Li Qinwu seized Goblin Spear by the neck, shaking him vigorously. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Those things are rife with parasites. Be cautious, or you may endanger your life." Goblin Spear, bewildered and clutching his now red face, looked up at Li Qinwu with a pitiful expression, evidently confused about why he had been struck. Li Qinwu understood all too well, having witnessed certain adult goblins frequently clutching their stomachs in agony before succumbing to their ailments. Others would even ram their heads against trees, resulting in their demise. These symptoms were attributable to the goblins consuming raw food, leading to parasites infiltrating their intestines and livers, or even their brains, resulting in a body rife with parasites that would ultimately cause excruciating pain and death. Goblin Spear, unaware of the concept of parasites, wore a woeful expression. Li Qinwu, uninterested in explaining, simply stated, "Do not eat anything without my command." He gestured towards the forest. "Go find some straight branches and vines. The more, the better." Goblin Spear acknowledged the command and dashed into the woods, returning shortly with an armful of sticks and vines. "Boss, what do you need these for?" "They aren't edible. They may not be for consumption, but they can be used to catch food. Pay attention and learn from me." Li Qinwu took the branches and vines, and before long, crafted a simple fishing basket. Goblin Spear, uncertain of the purpose of this contraption, nonetheless exhibited exceptional learning ability, mimicking Li Qinwu's actions to create his own fishing basket. Li Qinwu marveled once more at the goblin's capacity to learn. He took both baskets, binding them together with grass rope, and collected a few large snails from the riverbank, smashing them with a stone to place the meat inside the baskets. He secured the baskets to a stick and planted it into the ground, casting the baskets into the stream. The two then retreated slightly, awaiting patiently. As they waited, both of their stomachs began to grumble, particularly Goblin Spear, who had eaten nothing all day while following Li Qinwu through the mountains. Concerned that Goblin Spear might suffer from low blood sugar at a critical moment, Li Qinwu retrieved a bag of grains from the warehouse and handed a handful to him. "Eat." Jibuman was astonished by Li Qinwu's ability to conjure objects seemingly out of thin air, and a sense of bewilderment crept into his mind as he pondered how he accomplished such a feat. He glanced at the unknown grain in his hand and, without hesitation, stuffed it into his mouth, only to contort his grotesque face into a grimace of distaste. The grain produced by the system was unhulled wheat. Although Jibuman was an omnivorous creature, his preference leaned towards meat. The blandness and gritty texture of the grain nearly made him retch. Observing his reluctance to waste food, Li Qinwu raised his hand ominously. "If you dare spit it out, I shall send you to meet your maker." Jabumin felt a wave of despair wash over him, thinking to himself that his leader, despite being a herbivore, was forcing him to partake in such sustenance. To avoid the dire consequence, he swallowed the grain with tears in his eyes, feeling a lump in his throat. He managed to muster a painfully strained smile for Qinwu, who promptly placed another handful of grain in his palm, leaving Jabumin with no choice but to continue consuming it. After 3 handfuls, Jabumin declared he could eat no more, prompting Qinwu to cease his feeding. Unbeknownst to Jabumin, despite its unpalatable nature, the grain provided substantial energy, and he was no longer hungry. Qinwu also consumed a few handfuls of grain. Thanks to his herbivore title, he experienced little negative sensation and instead enjoyed the subtle fragrance of the grain. Nevertheless, being a man of modernity, he resolved to dedicate time to researching shelling and grinding techniques, determined to enhance his culinary experience. After satisfying their hunger, Qinwu instructed Jabumin to continue gathering branches and vines. Together, they crafted over a dozen fish baskets, during which Qinwu's forging skill proficiency rose to 8 points. Once he reached 25 points, he would be able to select his first minor skill. Having woven the fish baskets, they returned to the stream, where Jabumin prepared to toss the fish basket into the water, but Qinwu stopped him. "Don't be hasty. Let us first inspect the 2 baskets we placed earlier to see if there is anything inside." Jabumin complied, pulling up the fish baskets with excitement. "Fish! We have caught fish!" he exclaimed, jumping for joy as he opened the baskets to reveal 2 large fish and several smaller ones. Jabumin clutched the larger fish, eager to bite into it, but suddenly recalled Qinwu's warning against eating without permission and reluctantly set it down. With Qinwu having prepared ample storage, he could only let it go. Observing Jabumin's compliance, Qinwu felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that his orders, reinforced by the system, proved effective in curbing the goblin's voracious appetite. Qinwu then directed Jabumin to search for dry branches and leaves while he utilized a small bough to start a fire. Once the flames roared to life, he used a wild boar's tusk as a knife to scale, gut, and clean the 2 large fish before skewering them on branches and placing them near the fire to roast. Soon, the enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, causing Jabumin to salivate uncontrollably, his eyes fixed on Qinwu, silently pleading for a taste. Qinwu ignored him, taking a vine and skewering the 2 fish. Their combined weight approximately 5 kilograms, akin to that of the grain. He silently commanded collect, and the fish vanished from his grasp, added to his inventory in the game killing and riding too. Now, with 2 types of food in his stockpile, troop morale increased from 60 to 61. Qinwu was exceedingly pleased, aware that higher morale would enhance the soldiers' enthusiasm and combat prowess. He planned to fill his inventory with roasted fish so that in times of hunger, he could simply retrieve them without resorting to foraging for grass. Noticing Jabumin's crestfallen expression, Qinwu tossed him the boar's tusk and pointed to the smaller fish on the ground. "You saw how I processed the fish, right? Follow my method, and you may keep half of these smaller fish." Jabumin was elated, seizing the tusk to begin his work on the fish, while Qinwu collected the entrails and tossed them into the stream. The strong odor of the entrails was highly attractive to fish, and soon the baskets were filled at an astonishing rate, with them being pulled up every 10 minutes, each containing at least 1 fish. This delighted both of them, and they tirelessly prepared the fish for roasting by the fire. Qinwu aimed to stockpile his inventory further, with Jabumin now part of the team. The storage limit rose from 30 to 40, increasing the carrying capacity of each soldier by 10 points. He continued to deposit the roasted fish into the inventory, which swelled from 1,040 to 1,540 to 2,040. The rapid influx of fish kept them busy, but Qinwu overlooked the fact that the fish entrails, while irresistible to fish, also attracted ferocious beasts. As Jabumin attempted to retrieve the fish basket once more, he managed to lift it halfway before, with a sudden explosive splash, a massive maw erupted from the water, clamping down on the basket and yanking it back into the river. Jabumin was left speechless, collapsing on the riverbank, while Qinwu, who was tending to the roasting fish, turned at the commotion, his heart racing. Before him lay an enormous creature resembling a crocodile, over 3 meters long with 2 horns protruding from its head. Its eyes glowed red as it lunged at the fish baskets. With a single snap of its jaws, it could easily crush one. The terrifying power of its bite could reduce a goblin to mere pulp. Though gripped by fear, Qinwu's alertness returned as the system signaled the onset of combat. The creatures were identified as hostile units by the system, meaning that defeating them would yield experience points. However, upon glancing at his rudimentary spear and then at the formidable armored beast, He promptly dismissed the perilous notion of engaging in battle. He seized the paralyzed Goblin and sprinted frantically towards the forest. Chapter 6. Food poisoning for crocodilian creatures, drawn by the scent of fish, swiftly consumed the baskets like seeds. Their crimson eyes then fixating on the two goblins on the shore as they began to slither onto land. Goblin, now petrified with fear, was tugged along by Qinwu, who struggled to drag him to safety. Noticing Goblin still dazed, he delivered a sharp slap. Move, or you'll become fish food. At last, Goblin snapped back to reality. Witnessing the monstrous creatures climbing ashore, and let out a terrified shriek as he bolted into the forest, running hundreds of meters until the river was no longer visible. Gasping for breath, he suddenly realized Qinwu had not followed. True to his nature, he would have simply fled, but as a soldier under Qinwu's command, he instinctively worried for his leader's safety. Defying the selfish instincts of a goblin, he turned back to search for Qinwu. When he finally found him, Goblin was left in utter astonishment. Qinwu stood about 10 meters from the crocodilian creatures, retreating a step each time they advanced, seemingly evading them with ease. Li Dazong. Goblin wanted to urge him to flee, but Qinwu simply waved his hand, signaling him to remain quiet. He had just realized that these creatures, known as horned crocodiles within the game system, were relatively slow due to their heavy skin and short limbs, making their movements cumbersome. Qinwu was curious to see how far they would pursue him once ashore and decided to keep them occupied, recognizing the horned crocodiles as enemy units. Defeating them would grant him experience points, and judging by their size, the rewards would surely be substantial. As the four horned crocodiles clumsily pursued Qinwu, he calmly retreated, drawing the standoff to a distance of over 100 meters from the riverbank. Losing patience, the horned crocodiles ceased their pursuit, turning back towards the water. Is 100 meters their limit? Qinwu noted this valuable information, planning to reflect on how to exploit it. Time to head back. Qinwu shouted to Gobi, intending to lead him back to the goblin tribe. They had gathered sufficient spoils for the day and saw no reason to linger outdoors. As dusk approached, remaining in the forest could expose them to the perilous nocturnal creatures. Hey, wait for me. Gobi hurried to catch up, shaken by Qinwu's earlier actions with the horned crocodile, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. His legs felt weak, and his respect for Qinwu had only intensified. Instead of returning directly to the tribe, Qinwu took a detour, locating a safe little ditch where they both jumped in to wash off the grime. He crushed some grass with stones and applied the juice to their bodies to mask the lingering fishy odor. Under the rule of the corpulent and inept goblin chief, the goblin tribe engaged in no form of production, only venturing out to hunt when hunger struck. This lifestyle left the tribe in a perpetual state of famine. When two young goblins returned, reeking of fish, one could easily predict their fate. Perhaps they would be hooked. After confirming that neither of them bore the fishy scent, they set off for home. Upon nearing the goblin tribe, Qinwu found a thicket to conceal their two spears, then stealthily approached the tribe, lying low in the underbrush. Upon entering the goblin tribe, Qinwu immediately sensed something was amiss. A horde of goblins writhed on the ground, clutching their bellies and wailing in agony, while some were already foaming at the mouth, seemingly on the brink of departing this world. Had they been poisoned? Observing their symptoms, Qinwu suspected as much but needed confirmation. He spotted a goblin child munching on a melon and prodded him from behind. Hey buddy, what's going on? Did you eat some mushrooms? The goblin child, startled, did not respond but instead bared his teeth and emitted guttural sounds, resembling a protesting beast. Qinwu raised his hand and delivered 3 sharp slaps, instantly clearing the child's expression to one of clarity akin to that of a college student. With sincerity, the goblin child replied, the hunting team found a type of red fruit outside, and many ate it upon returning to the tribe, and then this happened. Qinwu mused that they had indeed been poisoned and, given the number of goblins sprawled on the ground, the fruit must possess considerable toxicity. Realizing the potential utility of this fruit, he sought to discover its origin. Inquiring further, the goblin child admitted ignorance, saying only the hunting team would know. But they had all consumed the fruit and now lay incapacitated. Determined to find a surviving member of the hunting team, Qinwu smiled and placed a hand on the child's shoulder. Young one, I see great potential in you, a natural resource for my ranks. How about you join my team and call me your leader? The goblin child, momentarily bewildered, seemed unable to grasp Qinwu's meaning. Sensing that his goblin dialect might be too obscure, Qinwu simplified his offer. Follow me as my subordinate, and I will ensure you are well fed. Ding. Would you like to spend 5 dinars to recruit the goblin child? Wow, so decisive. Qinwu immediately confirmed, now possessing 2 young subordinates. You shall be called Haotsai. Remember that. Otherwise, I will ensure you eat to your heart's content. Now follow me. Li Qinwu led his two new subordinates to a nearby adult goblin who was wailing the loudest in pain, undoubtedly having consumed a considerable amount of the poisonous fruit. Li Qinwu grasped the goblin's shoulders while the two children lifted his legs, dragging him into the underbrush. Other goblins paid them no mind, assuming the three youngsters were merely starving and aiming to consume their poisoned kin. Previous attempts had shown that consuming a poisoned goblin would lead to further poisoning. Yet they refrained from intervening, instead waiting to witness the spectacle. Once they had dragged the adult goblin into the grass, Li Qinwu inquired, "Where did you find that red poisonous fruit?" "Ah, it hurts. Oh, it hurts so much." The goblin did not answer, instead continuing to wail, clutching his belly. Li Qinwu pondered his next move. Normally, he could intimidate his way to answers, but given the goblin's dire state, further aggression seemed unwarranted. After a moment, he declared, "Call me your leader, and I can alleviate your pain." Ding. "Would you like to spend 10 dinars to recruit the goblin?" The system's voice rang out almost instantaneously, and the adult goblin agreed without hesitation. Li Qinwu promptly paid to recruit him as a soldier. Then, with the help of the two goblin children, they dragged him toward the back mountain, where a small waterfall provided water for the goblins. "Open your mouth and drink until you can't anymore." The poison goblin, in agony, complied with Li Qinwu's command, hoping to ease his suffering as he gulped down water, filling his belly to the point of discomfort. Once Li Qinwu deemed it sufficient, he stopped the goblin and, pulling a soft aquatic plant root from the stream, held the poison goblin's chin to force his mouth open, shoving the entire root down his throat. The goblin immediately retched, and after he had purged, Li Qinwu directed him to drink again, then induce vomiting once more. After 3 rounds of this, the poison goblin lay limp and dazed, resembling a noodle, and Li Qinwu instructed his subordinates to carry him back. Haotsai remarked, "Boss, it seems like you've really worn him out." Li Qinwu responded with a swift slap, causing Haotsai to yelp and cover his swollen cheek, looking pitiably at him. The poison goblin had not perished. He was merely gravely injured from the poison and the subsequent cleansing. Ordinarily, in such a state, he would not survive the return journey. The toxic fruit had ravaged his insides for so long that even after treatment, his stomach would likely be destroyed. However, thanks to Li Qinwu's cavalry system, the poison goblin now appeared as gravely injured in the soldier management interface. In this system, soldiers could only be classified as gravely injured or healthy, and as long as the main force remained stationed at a village, fortress, or town, the gravely injured would gradually recover. In simpler terms, a good night's rest would suffice. Chapter 7. Hunting the horned crocodile. On the second day, as dawn broke, Li Qinwu arose to check on the status of the poison goblin. He accessed the soldier management interface, where he saw that the troop's strength had returned to 4, and the injured poison goblin had regained his health. In reality, he was also bouncing back to life, full of vigor, showing no signs of poisoning after being roused by Li Qinwu. In stark contrast, the 30 goblins from the same hunting party who had consumed the red poison fruit had all perished, with not a single survivor. Li Qinwu turned to the now healthy goblin and said, "From this moment forward, you shall be known as Goboda. Lead me to the location where you gathered the poisonous fruit." The 4 of them stealthily exited the goblin tribe without drawing any attention. Li Qinwu retrieved the spears from the thicket, and Goboda led the way toward the western side of the tribe. After a short distance, Li Qinwu halted the group and produced roasted fish from his supplies for everyone to share. The newly recruited Haotsai and Goboda stared in astonishment, witnessing a goblin's ability to conjure food from thin air. Their wonder quickly turned to ravenous enthusiasm as they devoured the roasted fish. "From now on, you are forbidden from eating anything without my permission. That is an order. Anyone who disobeys will find themselves well fed by my hand." Li Qinwu threatened. He feared a repeat of the previous day's food poisoning incident. He cared little for the fate of others, but his own soldiers could not face harm. With no dinars left, he could not afford to fully recruit his team. Any unexpected losses would be devastating. His primary objective now was to hunt monsters and earn dinars. If he failed to encounter wild creatures that day, he would lack the funds to pay his troops, leading to a rapid decline in morale until the 3 would abandon him. Without the system's constraints, they might reveal his secrets, and he would not allow that to happen. After finishing their meal, Li Qinwu urged Goboda to lead the way, and the group swiftly arrived at the spot where the hunting team had gathered wild fruits the previous day. "Look, boss, that red one is the poisonous fruit." Goboda trembled as he pointed at a small shrub, feeling a pang of nausea at the sight of the vibrant red berries. Upon closer inspection, Li Qinwu noticed the shrub was laden with numerous crimson fruits that bore a striking resemblance to strawberries. However, their surface was exceedingly smooth, and their hue was almost unnaturally vivid. Such conspicuous fruits went untouched by any small creatures, indicating their potent toxicity. Qinwu fashioned a collection box from broad leaves and gathered a plentiful haul of the red poisonous fruits. He then led his companions northward to the location where they had encountered the horned crocodile the day before. He issued a command to Gobu Miao. Do you remember how to make fish baskets? Get some materials and have Gobu to assist you. Go and make a few fish baskets immediately. Then head to the river to catch some fish. Gobu Miao, terrified, felt his hair stand on end. Boss, there's a horned crocodile by the river. I am too scared to get close. Qinwu shot him a cold glance and raised his right hand in a commanding gesture. Gobu Miao immediately straightened up. Boss, I promised to complete the task. He then took 2 companions to find materials for the fish baskets. Once the trio departed, Qinwu sought out dry twigs and leaves to start a fire, locating 2 straight sticks to craft 2 spears from the remaining wild boar tusks. After drying the resin on the spear tips over the fire, Gobu Miao returned in a frenzy, clutching a large fish he had just caught. Well done. Have a bite to eat and rest for a moment. Don't falter when we strike later. Qinwu accepted the live fish and retrieved a portion of roasted fish from the storage to share with the 3 goblins. Upon seeing they could eat roasted fish again, they exclaimed in delight and began devouring it, oblivious to the significance of Qinwu's last remark. Qinwu meticulously opened the fish's belly with his nails and removed the entrails, stuffing a handful of the red poisonous fruits inside and pressing down hard, causing the juices to seep out, with many red fruits still remaining. He crushed half of them into a paste using a stone and coated the outside of the fish thoroughly, then smeared the spear tips with the toxic mixture as well. Once these tasks were completed, the 3 goblins had their fill. Qinwu took up a spear in his right hand, while with his left, he carried the fish suspended from a vine. Are you full? If so, follow me. He strode purposefully toward the riverbank. Gobu Miao seemed to understand his intention, his face pale, but the other 2 had already followed, leaving him no choice but to comply. Upon reaching the tributary of the river where they had encountered the horned crocodile, Qinwu spotted several basking on the shore, sunbathing leisurely. He selected a solitary horned crocodile and stealthily approached, waiting until he was about 20 meters away. The once relaxed reptile became alert, its fiery eyes fixated on Qinwu. He picked up a stone and hurled it at the horned crocodile, striking its thick, armored back. Enraged, the creature opened its massive jaws and emitted a threatening hiss before launching itself towards Qinwu. Gobu Miao screamed in terror and turned to flee. Stop. Form a line. Qinwu commanded, instantly halting Gobu Miao in his tracks. Now in combat mode, he could exert control over his soldiers' actions through commands. The 3 goblins, terrified, stood frozen in place, while the horned crocodile charged toward them like a low-profile tank, causing the trio to scream in panic. Qinwu remained unfazed. Horned crocodiles, after an initial burst of speed, typically reverted to a slow crawl. Sure enough, the beast dashed forward for less than 10 meters before it began to stagger and crawl. Believing the time was right, Qinwu instructed the goblins, maintain formation and slowly retreat. He kept the group positioned about 10 meters from the horned crocodile as they gradually backed away. Although Qinwu could have lured the horned crocodile alone, he included the 3 goblins to assess the control of the cavalry system over soldiers and to test their courage. As the 4 retreated, the goblins were nearly in tears, howling and sniffling, yet they stood firm, spears at the ready, creating a bizarre spectacle. Qinwu found their fear amusing. Was it truly necessary to be this frightened? Before long, they had drawn the horned crocodile about 100 meters from the shore. Sensing that it was time to act, he tossed the toxic fish he had been holding. The horned crocodile, having grown impatient, was ready to abandon the chase for the little green creatures and return to its sunbathing spot. But before it could turn, a blood-scented morsel landed before it. The crocodile looked down to see its favorite fish. Though it smelled peculiar, it was still a fish, and thus, edible. It devoured the fish in one gulp. Its bright eyes fixated on Qinwu as if to inquire, is there more? Bring me more. Qinwu stared back at the horned crocodile, unsure if the red poisonous fruits would have any effect on such an amphibious creature. The 2 creatures locked eyes, and after a prolonged moment, the horned crocodile realized the little green creature would not provide any more food. With a discontented snort, it turned and began to leave. Qinwu felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the red poisonous fruits had no effect on the horned crocodile. According to Gobu Da's description, consuming the fruit would lead to immediate and excruciating pain. Yet this crocodile showed no signs of distress even after having ingested the fruit for a while. Deciding to abandon the pursuit of the horned crocodile, Li Qinwu recognized that such a formidable creature was beyond his hunting capabilities. It was classified as a level 3 creature, while his cavalry units were only level 6. A level 3 creature was already quite powerful, far from something they could contend with. Just as he resolved to call off the operation, the retreating horned crocodile abruptly halted, as if time had paused for it. Then, something crossed a threshold, and the horned crocodile opened its massive jaws, releasing a furious hiss before thrashing its tail and head wildly. Its short legs scrambling frantically on the ground as if it were in immense pain, spinning like a small top. It's working, Li Qinwu rejoiced, brandishing his spear as he sought an opportunity to strike down the horned crocodile. Chapter 8. The Hunt for the Horned Crocodile 2. Li Qinwu did not charge directly at it. He had no desire to court death, instead maintaining a cautious distance while keeping his spear ready. In extreme pain from the poison, the horned crocodile instinctively curled up, retracting its tail, which it then lashed out like a whip. Li Qinwu focused intently on the creature's movements, and noticing it coiling its tail, he quickly jumped aside. With a resounding crack, the horned crocodile's tail lashed out, crashing against a tree and leaving a significant dent in the trunk. The force of that blow would surely break bones if it struck a person. Instead of feeling fear, Li Qinwu was invigorated. Defeating such a powerful enemy would yield substantial experience points, and he suspected that slaying this creature could lead to an immediate level up. He continued to provoke the horned crocodile, throwing stones, branches, and shouting loudly. As a wild beast, the horned crocodile was prone to stress, and Li Qinwu's antics effectively agitated it. It would occasionally open its jaws wide and emit threatening hisses. However, as time passed, the pain in its abdomen reached a tipping point, and it could no longer endure it, abandoning any concern for Li Qinwu's provocations in a frantic rush toward the riverbank. Wild animals, when injured or frightened, instinctively seek the familiarity of their territory. The horned crocodile focused solely on its escape, causing Li Qinwu to panic. He needed to deliver the finishing blow to maximize his experience points. If it were to retreat back into the river, swimming beyond the bounds of the designated battlefield, it would be deemed to have escaped, rendering any demise it faced irrelevant to him. It must not be allowed to flee. It must be slain upon the shore. Li Qinwu resolved firmly, commanding the 3 goblins to position themselves in front of the horned alligator. He did not wish for them to engage in a reckless battle. Their combined efforts would surely lead to their demise. His intent was merely to create a cacophony, hoping to intimidate the horned alligator. Everyone shout loudly. Throw stones at it. Frighten it. Upon issuing his command, Li Qinwu himself began to emit loud calls, intermittently picking up dry twigs and stones to hurl at the creature, with the others following suit, creating a scene reminiscent of primitive humans hunting in the wild. However, the horned alligator remained unfazed, its focus solely on returning to the familiar embrace of the river, continuing its advance. Li Qinwu hastily ordered everyone to disperse. Casualties must be avoided. But what should be done now? If the horned alligator persisted in its crawl toward the riverbank, it would escape. In a moment of desperation, Li Qinwu swiftly rotated his thoughts, formulating a solution that indeed came to him. He retrieved a length of grass rope from the storage, fashioning it into a lasso, and cautiously approached the horned alligator from the side, aiming to throw the lasso over its head. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, he adjusted the size of the lasso and carefully observed the alligator's movements to aim accurately. It was then he noticed blood trickling from the corner of its mouth, dripping steadily as it advanced. Li Qinwu gasped in astonishment. Was the Hong Dugua truly that potent? It had caused such a massive beast to cough up blood. Seizing the moment, he cast the lasso, successfully ensnaring the alligator's head, which subsequently slipped around its plump neck as it continued to crawl. Li Qinwu's heart soared with joy as he tugged on the rope and dashed to a nearby large tree, circling it twice before tying the rope securely with a knot and leaping back to a safe distance to observe. This grass rope was not particularly sturdy, roughly the thickness of an adult's finger, and binding such a large magical creature was a daunting task. Should it struggle with all its might, it might very well snap. Yet, this was his final recourse, and he had no choice but to accept the possibility of failure. Once bound, the horned alligator struggled forward a few steps, tautening the rope, and Li Qinwu held his breath, waiting. After a while, the rope did not snap. Rather, the alligator seemed to lose its will and collapsed. The poisonous fruit it had consumed had wreaked havoc on its internal organs, and the fact that it still had the strength to crawl was a testament to the creature's resilience. The exhausted alligator continued to writhe, thrashing its tail and moving its head, but to no avail. The grass rope, which it could have easily severed with a mere show of strength, now held it fast, as if it were bound by enchanted chains, preventing any further movement. As time passed, 5 minutes ticked by with sporadic struggles from the alligator. 10 minutes saw it convulsing violently, gasping for breath, and after half an hour, it lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog. Had it not been for the blood frothing from its nostrils, one might have mistaken it for a mere corpse. Qinwu discerned that he could wait no longer. If he did, the creature would succumb to the poison, and he would lose the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow and absorb the maximum experience. However, to guard against the possibility of the alligator feigning death to launch a surprise attack, Qinwu refrained from approaching directly. He instructed the expendable goblin, "You, climb onto its back." The expendable goblin nearly wet himself in fear, hesitating to obey the command. Qinwu, exasperated, administered several firm slaps, causing the goblin to yelp in protest, yet it still dared not ascend. Cursing under his breath, Qinwu opened the battle command interface of mount and blade, creating a separate infantry group for the expendable goblin and dragging the command flag to plant it upon the back of the alligator. Initially trembling, the expendable goblin found himself compelled by an unseen force, disregarding all else as he climbed onto the alligator's back, standing there in a daze. Upon regaining his senses, he realized he had unwittingly placed himself atop the creature. "Oh no," he exclaimed, terrified to the point of losing his composure. Yet, the alligator remained still, showing no signs of movement. Qinwu, recognizing that the alligator had reached its limit, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He commanded the expendable goblin to dismount and took his place. Positioned firmly on the alligator's forehead, he felt secure, should it go wild. He would merely be thrown off without sustaining any harm. It was time to proceed. Grasping his spear, Qinwu aimed directly at the alligator's eye and thrust with all his might, driving the spear deep into its skull. The creature convulsed violently, shuddering for a prolonged moment, before its body suddenly slackened, finally succumbing to death. The system notification chimed. "You have achieved victory. Enemies slain. 1. Enemies captured. 0. Experience gained. 30. Casualties. 0. Loot acquired. Grains X2. Monster meat X5. Horned alligator hide X1. Dinars acquired. 90. Level. 12. Experience points. 1040. Attribute points. 1. Specialization points. 1. At long last." What an arduous endeavor. Qinwu shook the blood from his spear, having toiled for what felt like an eternity to slay the horned alligator. Yet all of it proved worthwhile. Merely vanquishing this creature had granted him a level up and a reward of 90 dinars, elevating his finances above the safety threshold. Eagerly, Qinwu opened his attribute panel, allocating his attribute point to vitality, raising it from 4 to 5. Simultaneously, his physique underwent a transformation, his height rapidly ascending to 1.3 meters, reaching the stature of an adult goblin. As for the remaining specialization point, he invested it into his running skill, which increased to 25, filling the specialization points to their maximum. Next, Qinwu inspected the spoils of battle. 2 units of grain, a common drop from any monster. 5 units of monster meat, marked by the system as infused with magical properties, promising to enhance one's magical capacity with regular consumption, thereby augmenting strength. 1 piece of horned alligator hide, described by the system as remarkably tough on the back, capable of withstanding blade attacks, while the softer underbelly could be fashioned into lining. Armor crafted from this hide would not only defend against physical assaults, but also offer some resistance to magical attacks, proving to be superior armor material compared to steel. Qinwu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armor material. Such a valuable find. Currently, he was utterly unprotected, clad in nothing but a hand-woven grass skirt, which provided little security. The absence of proper armor was a dire predicament. Closing the inventory management interface, Qinwu gazed at the horned alligator's carcass, which still bore a hide worth harvesting. The monster drop system had produced 1 hide, and in reality, he could skin another. This was incredibly advantageous. With a few more encounters, he could assemble a regiment of heavy infantry. Regrettably, he lacked even a proper knife, let alone the means to craft armor or skin the deceased alligator. A pity, indeed. It would simply decay here. Qinwu shook his head at the alligator's remains, lamenting that if only he had a few larger goblins in his ranks, they could have flipped it over together, using wild boar tusks to process the softer underbelly. Speaking of larger goblins, these were an upgraded variant of goblins. The evolution of goblins follows: goblin hatchling, level 0, to goblin, level 1, to larger goblin, level 2. Upon evolving into a larger goblin, they undergo a complete transformation, reaching heights of 1.6 to 1.8 meters, comparable to an average human, yet due to their magical nature, they possess a higher concentration of magical energy, generally surpassing adult human males in strength. Reflecting on the opportunity for upgrades, Qinwu accessed the troop management interface, discovering that he had soldiers eligible for promotion. He promptly spent 5 dinars to elevate a hatchling goblin to a goblin. In the next moment, the goblin that had been prodding the alligator with a spear let out a startled cry as his body began to undergo a rapid transformation, growing taller and more robust until he reached a height of 1.2 meters. Chapter 9. Upgrading soldiers. I have grown taller. I have become stronger. Gobu Miao shouted with excitement, drawing comparisons between himself and Gobu, particularly regarding their height differences. For goblins, who lack a sense of familial bonds, it is estimated that at least 80% perished during their infancy. Had it not been for Qinwu's intervention, Gobu Miao would likely have succumbed to starvation or been captured by adult goblins due to food scarcity. Once a goblin reaches adulthood, however, they acquire certain rights, no longer being mere prey easily dispatched by any passerby, but rather individuals whose lives require the consent of their leader. Now, with 3 members of Qinwu's team being goblins, only the resource remains in its juvenile stage. The resource, observing others towering over him, was filled with envy. Qinwu encouraged him by patting his shoulder, stating that he must follow his orders and shed his cowardice, for timid goblins do not grow tall. He then instructed Gobu Miao to catch a few more fish to continue gaining experience. Over the next several hours, Qinwu utilized the same method to defeat 7 more horned crocodiles, leveling up 3 times to reach level 6. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality, increasing it from 5 to 8, and his height reached 14 meters, taking on a more humanoid appearance akin to that of a teenage boy. His dinar count amassed to 710, ensuring he could sustain his troops for a considerable time without further endeavors. Additionally, the bounty of resources was substantial, with 8 horned crocodile skins, 3 horns, and 2 tendons stored in the warehouse. The horns of the horned crocodile were notably short, approximately the length of a human thumb. According to the system's description, these were unique organs developed by otherworldly creatures for detecting the flow of magical currents in rivers. The system also indicated that these could be used in potions, serving as excellent magical materials. Anything associated with magic undoubtedly holds significant value, so Qinwu decided to keep them safely in the warehouse for future use. The 2 tendons, however, were particularly intriguing. They served as natural strings suitable for bow making. Unfortunately, finding robust and elastic materials for the bow's body posed a challenge, and even if they found suitable materials, they lacked the proper tools for crafting. Qinwu instructed the goblins to disperse in search of sturdy, straight branches. After a considerable time, they returned, each carrying several straight sticks. Qinwu selected 2 of the most robust and flexible ones, using his sharp nails to carve notches on either end. With his heightened vitality, not only had he grown taller, but his nails had also lengthened and sharpened, serving as makeshift blades. Once the notches were completed, he attached the tendons, fashioning 2 exceedingly rudimentary wooden bows. Upon testing the bows, he found them satisfactory. The string offered tension, though it could not be drawn too tightly, lest the bow break. He set the bow down and instructed the goblins to find branches of a specific thinness and straightness. After demonstrating the required thickness, the goblins dispersed again, soon returning with a handful of branches. Qinwu chose the most suitable one and, using his sharp nails, stripped the bark off, then ignited a campfire to roast the stripped branch. This process aimed to dehydrate the moisture within the wood, causing it to warp, which he could correct by continuously adjusting its position over the fire. Before long, he obtained a stick of moderate thickness and length that was remarkably straight. But he was not finished. He burned the tip of the stick until it charred, then ground it against a stone, repeating the burn and grind process 2 or 3 times until he fashioned a rudimentary arrow. Throughout these tasks, Qinwu remained intensely focused, unaware that 3 goblins were watching him intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and eagerness to learn. After completing his series of tasks, he stood, knocked the arrow to the bow, drew it back, and released. The arrow successfully soared 20 meters away. The 3 goblins' eyes widened in astonishment, and they began to dance and shout in excitement. Qinwu, somewhat exasperated, approached the landing spot to retrieve the arrow from the ground. Given the range and penetration power, he could only lament its inadequacy. However, at this nascent stage of his venture, securing precious ranged capabilities for his troops was already a remarkable achievement. Moreover, with the presence of the potent Hong Dugua, a deadly poison, he mused that even if the arrows lacked power, a coating of venom would ensure any arrow that drew blood could deliver a fatal blow. Satisfied, he set the bow and arrows aside, commanding the 3 goblins to replicate his method and craft 20 arrows each, promising them meat upon completion. Upon hearing of the reward, their enthusiasm surged, and they quickly set about gathering materials, eagerly working by the campfire to strip bark and fashion arrowheads. Qinwu, not idle himself, fashioned 2 rudimentary quivers from vines to store the wooden arrows. By the time he completed this task, the goblins were still engrossed in their work. He retrieved a 5-kilogram unit of magical beast meat from the warehouse, slicing it into strips with his nails and skewering them on sticks. Wiping the grease from his hands, he lamented the challenges of living without proper tools, realizing he must find a way to acquire some, as survival in such primitive conditions was becoming increasingly intolerable. He set the skewers by the fire to roast, and perhaps due to the quality of the magical beast meat, the rich aroma wafted through the air without any seasoning. The 3 goblins could not help but swallow hard, knowing that they would not be permitted to eat until their tasks were complete, thus hastening their efforts. Qinwu was quite pleased with their performance and planned to reward them with a hearty meal upon completion. However, an unexpected visitor approached. A sudden crackle from the nearby bushes made Qinwu's long ears perk up. "Everyone up! Grab your weapons," he commanded, seizing his bow. The 3 goblins, confused but recognizing Qinwu's seriousness, quickly rose and took up their spears, standing beside him. They suspected a wild beast had wandered nearby. Their eyes fixed intently on the bushes, the atmosphere thick with tension. Qinwu slowly drew his bow, aiming an arrow tipped with red poison at the swaying foliage. As the bushes rustled, all 4 tightened their grips on their weapons. In the next moment, a green head emerged from the thicket. It was a goblin. Chapter 10. Full recruitment. The 4 breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was merely a fellow goblin from the tribe, nearly giving them a scare. The goblin in the bushes, surprised to see 4 of his kind, wondered why they were not resting in the tribe. Had he not been sent on a hunting mission by the leader, he would not have ventured out. Suddenly, he spotted the skewers of roasted meat by the fire, and, drawn by the enticing aroma, his eyes gleamed with greed as he leaped from the bushes straight toward the meat. In his singular focus on the roasted fare, he paid no heed to the other goblins. Qinwu, seeing this goblin rush forward without a second thought, swiftly delivered a kick, sending the intruder tumbling back to the spot he came from, now standing at a height of 1. For meters, Qinwu possessed considerable strength, and his kick knocked the goblin down, rendering him unable to rise. Qinwu intended to inquire how he had arrived there, but more rustling sounds emerged from the bushes as a throng of goblins began to appear, numbering over 20, quickly filling the area. Seeing such a large gathering, Qinwu felt a pang of anxiety and stepped back a few paces to stand alongside his 3 companions, their gazes wary of the newcomers. The newly arrived goblins, drawn by the scent of the roasted meat, displayed expressions of desire. A particularly scarred goblin stepped forward, fixating on the meat, licking his lips in anticipation. He is the leader of this hunting party, bearing a scar on his face from a wolf bite during a hunt. Few goblins have survived such encounters with wild wolves, and this harrowing experience has significantly embellished his credentials, earning him the title of the hunting party's chief, along with the nickname Scarface. He withdrew his gaze from the roasted meat and eyed Qinwu with caution. Normally, he would simply lead his men to seize the food, but Qinwu's height posed a problem. In the tribe, apart from the leader, there were no goblins that could reach such stature. Both parties scrutinized each other warily for a prolonged moment, while the meat by the campfire reached a tantalizing state, with its grease sizzling as it dripped onto the charcoal. Scarface's mouth watered uncontrollably. Having rarely tasted fine food, his rationality evaporated, and his primal instincts took over. He disregarded the reason behind Qinwu's unusual height and threatened, "Give me the roasted meat, or I will kill you." Qinwu mused that this was indeed the nature of goblins, blunt and straightforward. Instead of reacting with anger, he smiled and replied, "All right, that sounds good. How about you all become my subordinates?" Upon hearing the concession, Scarface thought to himself that the giant was truly weak. But the latter part of the statement baffled him. What was this? An attempt to usurp power? Furious, Scarface pointed at Qinwu and shouted, "You big oaf. If you don't want to suffer, you better obey me. Don't think your height is impressive. I have more men than you. Is that so?" Qinwu replied with an amused expression. He turned to the other goblins and cheerfully said, "Brothers, what do you think of making me your leader? I am taller and stronger than Scarface, capable of hunting larger and more plentiful prey." He gestured towards the roasted meat. "As my subordinates, you will eat well every day. Those who agree can go feast right away. Ding. Would you like to spend 210 dinars to recruit Goblin 21? You can recruit 16 individuals." Qinwu counted. There were 22 goblins, with one refusing to join, presumably Scarface, who was unwilling to relinquish his authority as the head of the hunting team. Goblins are inherently greedy, including for power. Qinwu confirmed the recruitment, paid the fee, and acquired 16 goblins, bringing his forces to 2020. Seeing Qinwu daring to undermine him, Scarface became enraged. "Break his bones," he commanded. However, the anticipated rush of goblins did not ensue, as the majority had already joined Qinwu's ranks, leaving only 4 unclaimed goblins who foolishly charged forward. The unfortunate few, thinking their comrades would follow suit, did not look back and were swiftly taken down by 4 spears upon reaching Qinwu's formation. As they clutched their wounds and cried out, they realized that their main force had remained stationary, leaving only them to be dispatched. Scarface, witnessing the lack of aggression from his men, grew even angrier and bellowed, "Get in there, all of you." His subordinates exchanged glances, then all began to approach Qinwu. Scarface believed his roar had inspired action, but to his astonishment, these goblins merely stood beside Qinwu, seemingly in allegiance. Scarface was bewildered. What was happening? A rebellion? But why? Qinwu laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Go. Beat him." In an instant, 19 goblins charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Scarface, who howled in agony until he collapsed to the ground. Once he fell, the surrounding goblins continued to kick him, turning him over repeatedly. Satisfied that it was enough, Qinwu commanded them to halt and stepped forward, placing his foot on the now mangled Scarface, raising his spear to deliver a final blow for experience. Scarface spat out a mouthful of blood, laced with broken teeth, and mumbled incoherently, "You can't kill me. I am the leader of the hunting party." Qinwu scoffed, driving his spear downward with ferocity. Scarface's eyes bulged as he felt his strength wane rapidly. He never anticipated his demise would come so easily, a mixture of fear and resentment flooding his heart. He hurled a final curse at Qinwu. "You, growing so tall, must be destined to become the great goblin. The leader will never allow you to thrive. You shall die too. You shall die." His frantic screams echoed, prompting Qinwu to frown, withdrawing his spear only to stab down repeatedly until Scarface breathed his last. The system alerted him of his gained experience. Qinwu wiped the blood from his spear, pondering Scarface's final words. The leader would not permit him to become a great goblin. Did this imply that previous goblins had grown into great goblins, but were eliminated by the leader during their development? This made sense. The goblin tribe boasted over 300 adult goblins, yet only 1 leader among them, a starkly low ratio, suggesting interference. It was reasonable to assume that goblins, being inherently greedy creatures, would not tolerate a rival rising to power. If a goblin exhibited potential to become a great goblin, the leader would instantly eliminate the threat. Qinwu considered how such practices stunted the tribe's development. This foolish leader had eradicated all promising goblins, leaving the tribe's potential stagnated, making territorial expansion an impossibility. Clearly, the leader had not contemplated growth. During the half-month Qinwu had fed on grass. The leader had either eaten or slept, never stepping beyond the tribe's confines. The goblins were emaciated, resembling mere skeletons, while he alone had grown into an imposing figure. Had it not been for the innate goblin instinct to gather around the strong, the tribe would have already disbanded. Now, standing at a towering 14 meters amidst a sea of goblins averaging 1 to 12 meters, Qinwu was strikingly conspicuous. Should he appear before the leader, the latter would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. Yet, as he gazed at his 19 subordinates, a confident smile crept upon his face. "I have 19 loyal warriors. What can one great goblin do against us?" Chapter 11. Ambush. Having absorbed Scarface's forces, Qinwu's strength peaked, and he resolved to return for a confrontation before the leader could strike him down. To bolster the morale of his new recruits, he decided they deserved a hearty meal. He produced 2 units of monster meat, tearing them into strips to roast by the campfire. Once cooked, he wrapped the meat around a pouch of grains and distributed it among the goblins. The grains provided ample carbohydrate energy, sufficient to stave off hunger, albeit lacking in taste, which the goblins found unappealing. Fortunately, the roasted meat made it palatable. After the feast, Qinwu instructed each goblin to find a long, straight stick, which they would roast in the fire until charred, sharpening one end into a wooden spear with stones. He handed the grain pouch to Gobuda. "Go gather red poison fruits and fill this bag." Gobuda complied and dashed off. Qinwu selected a newly recruited goblin, slightly broader in shoulders and longer in arms, and handed him the spare bow. "From now on, you shall be called Gobugong. Pay attention. I will teach you how to shoot arrows." Qinwu meticulously guided Gobugong in archery, not expecting precision, Given the short range of the weapon, only 20 meters, suitable for close encounters. After a few attempts, Gobu Gong managed to release arrows, albeit with questionable accuracy. Qinwu instructed him to practice on the side while gathering the spear-wielding goblins. He opened the battlefield command interface, grouping all spear goblins into a phalanx formation, then commanded them to line up. Watch closely and replicate my movements. Standing before the ranks, Qinwu demonstrated a thrust with his spear. The goblins imitated his actions, thrusting in unison. In this brief time, Qinwu did not expect to mold them into elite soldiers. He merely aimed to impart the fundamental technique of delivering a spear thrust. With the combat system in place, he could compel them into battle, which sufficed for the impending conflict. Zhong Gubulin practiced for a while, perhaps due to the enhancement from the system. Their movements appeared rather adept. Qinwu felt a surge of confidence. After more than half an hour, Gubu returned, panting heavily, his bag filled with red poison fruits. With everything prepared, Qinwu took out roasted fish to provide the group with their second meal, then ordered everyone to lie down and sleep in place. The goblins collapsed into slumber, their bellies full, feeling an immense happiness. Their new leader was truly wonderful. As the night deepened, Qinwu awakened all the goblins. With everyone in the goblin tribe fast asleep, it was the perfect moment to strike. He stealthily led the goblins towards the direction of the tribe, who mistakenly believed their new leader was simply taking them back to continue their slumber, utterly unaware of the madness that Qinwu was about to unleash. He chose to keep the purpose of their mission a secret, fully understanding that if they were informed they were to battle the chief, they would surely be filled with fear and panic, thus jeopardizing the plan. It was far better to mislead them, bringing them to the battlefield and utilizing the system's functionality to command them to attack before anyone could react. Thanks to their night vision capabilities, marching at night posed little difficulty for the goblins, and they quickly approached the grass thickets surrounding the goblin tribe. Qinwu commanded them to halt, instructing the goblins to crush the red poison fruits and evenly apply the juice to the tips of their spears. He meticulously checked each one to ensure the juice was uniformly applied. Once everything was completed, he ordered everyone to remain silent, and still while he stealthily infiltrated the goblin tribe to assess the situation. At that moment, the goblin tribe was as usual. The goblins lay wherever they could, fast asleep, without even a lookout assigned. The disheveled hunting team had not returned, yet no one seemed to care, especially the chief, who lay snoring in a grass hut, his snores resembling thunder, showing no intention of sending anyone to search. Perhaps in his mind, the goblins were mere expendables. When numbers dwindled, he could simply raise a few from the younglings to serve him once more. For goblins, death was inconsequential. The chief had much more to consider, needing to maintain a grueling 18 hours of sleep each day. As the moon shone dark and the winds howled ominously, Qinwu no longer delayed. He immediately selected all units with F1 and commanded them to charge with F3. He unleashed all his goblin troops, intending to employ the strategy of ants gnawing at an elephant to eliminate the chief. The goblins following Qinwu were bewildered, unsure why their new leader was stopping at the tribe's entrance. Suddenly, they felt an inexplicable urge guiding their souls, each grabbing their spears and charging forward. They raced into the goblin tribe, heading directly for the only structure, a small thatched hut. The commotion of their charge startled the other goblins, who awoke in confusion, unsure about what was occurring. Qinwu observed as his 19 spear-wielding goblins stormed into the thatched hut, realizing that the plan was set in motion. As long as they thrust their spears wildly, even the strongest goblin chief would meet his demise. With a maniacal glee, Qinwu began to envision implementing several 5-year plans once he took control of the tribe. However, much to his astonishment, after a considerable time had passed, no sounds of chaos erupted, and the anticipated scene of the chief being stabbed to screams did not materialize. The spear-wielding goblins appeared bewildered, surrounding the chief without knowing what to do. "What on earth are you doing?" Qinwu exclaimed in frustration. These goblins charged inside, but were merely standing around, gawking at the sleeping beauty. At that moment, the chief's snoring ceased. He had been awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a throng of subordinates encircling him, and with a terrified howl, he leapt to his feet. This was bad. Qinwu quickly realized that, according to the system's judgment in Mount and Blade 2, they were not considered hostile to the goblin chief. Furthermore, since the spear-wielding goblins typically obeyed the chief's commands, they would not instinctively attack him. "What do you want?" The goblin chief bellowed angrily. He regarded the hut as his core territory, allowing no goblin to intrude. Anyone daring to enter the thatched hut would meet his end. "You dare!" Before he could continue, he suddenly jumped, clutching his backside. having felt an arrow lodged there. Who shot me? Who shot, huh? Li Qinwu had snuck behind him and released a second arrow with his wooden bow, then commanded the spear-wielding goblins, kill him. As Li Qinwu had initiated the attack, the goblin chief was now deemed an enemy. The spear-wielding goblins, previously at a loss, raised their spears, aiming at the goblin chief to strike. With a cacophony of cries, 19 spears lunged from all directions, piercing the goblin chief and eliciting his anguished screams. Traitors! The chief howled as he brandished an axe, made of iron, from his beastskin skirt. Traitors! Die! With a powerful swing, he struck down a spear-wielding goblin, smashing the poor creature's skull. Li Qinwu's pupils constricted in shock. He had not anticipated the existence of iron weaponry within this primitive tribe. Fortunately, there was only one axe, while he commanded 19 spear-wielding goblins. Even a grown man could be overwhelmed by a group of 20 fearless children. The goblin chief swung his axe wildly, managing to fell 3 or 4 spear-wielding goblins in quick succession. With his build, any direct contact could result in instant death. Yet what terrified the goblin chief was that despite having slain so many traitors, the remaining goblins continued to surround him, attacking with their wooden spears without a hint of fear or retreat. This was abnormal. It was far too abnormal. How could goblins exhibit such bravery? They were willing to sacrifice themselves to encircle and kill him, defying their innate instincts. He had no time to ponder. If he did not act swiftly, he would truly meet his end. Attempting to break through the encirclement with sheer strength proved futile, as the number of goblins surrounding him was overwhelming, their long spears piercing from all angles, threatening to unbalance him. With no way to escape, he shouted to the other goblins in the tribe, "Help! Kill them! Kill these traitors!" His desperate cry left the recently awakened goblins bewildered. They were filled with terror, witnessing their once mighty chief being bloodied by his own kind, unable to comprehend the grand concept of a coup. "Help! Help! Kill these traitors!" The goblin chief cried out again, having slain another 2 traitors. But he was nearing his limit. The wounds he had sustained burned painfully, and dizziness washed over him, making him feel nauseous as his strength waned. There remained some semblance of authority in the goblin chief. After his second plea, a few goblins began to stir, slowly approaching him. Li Qinwu felt a sense of urgency. He had to act quickly to eliminate this chief before his cries rallied more goblins to his side. Seizing the opportunity, he charged forward with his spear aimed at the goblin chief. While the chief was still busy attacking and calling for help, he suddenly felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a larger goblin had thrust a spear deep into his belly, delivering a fatal blow that elicited the most intense scream he had emitted that night. His eyes filled with bloodlust and fury, he glared at Li Qinwu, gritting his teeth. You are the great goblin." This realization struck him. For goblins, rebellion was as customary as making dumplings during the spring festival. He seethed with rage, pondering how he had failed to notice that someone in the tribe was evolving into a great goblin. The goblins instinctively gather around the strong, so it is not surprising that this individual could rally so many traitors. What is perplexing, however, is the method by which he instilled such fearlessness towards death in them. Li Qinwu had no intention of entangling himself further. With a fierce twist of his spear, the tip spun inside the belly of the goblin chief, severing his intestines. The chief emitted a wretched scream, losing much of his strength in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qinwu pressed all his weight forward, forcefully toppling the chief, who fell to the ground like a mound of flesh, raising clouds of dust. The goblin chief's corpulence created ripples across his body, which had afforded him protection, allowing him to survive the assault of 20 spears. However, that protection was no longer effective. The spear-wielding goblins closed in, and their weapons rapidly punctured the chief's body, creating nearly 100 wounds. Though their strength was limited and their wooden spears dull, the pain inflicted was considerable, akin to a slow execution. Unable to endure such torment, the goblin chief ceased his resistance, looking up at the towering Li Qinwu, his voice weak as he pleaded for mercy, "Spare my life." Chapter 12. Ascending to leadership, Li Qinwu glanced back to see the goblins who had intended to come to their chief's aid standing in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. With the chief's appeal for mercy, he had lost his status as the strong leader, causing the other goblins to question his authority. With the threat diminished, Li Qinwu ordered the spear-wielding goblins to cease their attacks. He threw a length of rope, instructing them to bind the bloodied goblin chief, and then picked up the axe to examine it closely. It was an ordinary axe, rusted from neglect and with a severely dulled blade. Approaching the goblin chief, Li Qinwu rested the axe against his neck and inquired, "Where did you acquire this axe?" The goblin chief's eyes darted nervously. "Promise you won't kill me, and I will tell you." Li Qinwu was not one to bargain. He gripped the wooden spear still embedded in the chief's belly and twisted it savagely, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I'll tell you, I stole it from a human village to the west. Li Qinwu was taken aback. Humans? You mean there are humans to the west? What is the situation? Be more specific. Yes. If you follow the great river westward for 4 days, you will find a small village near the river. I attacked them once but was driven back. I stole the axe during that encounter. Li Qinwu pressed further. How many of them are there? How many men? How many women? The question perplexed the goblin chief, who hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Sensing his confusion, Li Qinwu pointed to the goblin tribe and asked, "Is the human village larger than our tribe?" With a reference point established, the chief managed to extend 3 fingers from his bound hands, indicating, "Their village is about as large as mine." That means over 100 then? So, you're saying that a 4-day journey leads to the human village, implying the forest boundary is only 4 days away? This inquiry was crucial. He needed to ascertain the size of the magical forest and their current location within it. If their tribe was merely 4 days from human territory, he would need to lead them deeper into the magical forest at once. Having encountered numerous works of fantasy in his previous life, Li Qinwu was well aware that goblins, like these diminutive creatures, were often treated as mere experience fodder by human armies and heroes. Moreover, in this world, goblins lacked females and frequently abducted females from other races for reproduction. It was easy to surmise that humans would likely respond to goblins with merciless hostility. Given the current state of the tribe, encountering humans would be tantamount to a death sentence. Retreating to seek new opportunities was the only viable option. No, I do not know where the western forest boundary lies, but it cannot be just 4 days away. The forest is vast. Li Qinwu felt a sense of relief. As long as they remained sufficiently distant from the terrifying upright apes, their tribe would be safe. Now, transformed into a goblin, his thought processes mirrored theirs. What choice did he have, having been reincarnated as one? Naturally antagonistic toward humans, he could only devise ways to ensure his survival. Furthermore, he contemplated whether he could seize the human village and acquire more iron tools. After all, the inhabitants of this other world had no connection to him. They were not the humans of his past life. He felt no guilt about attacking the denizens of this world. Thus, the pertinent question arose. Why would those humans venture into the monster-infested forest to establish a village? The forest teemed with perilous beasts. Wolves and bears roamed the land, while the waters harbored fearsome creatures like the horned crocodile and a gigantic unknown beast lurking in the great river. Given such a perilous environment, were the humans challenging themselves by settling in the monster forest? Li Qinwu suspected that these humans might be criminals, exiled from the mainstream human world and forced to settle in this treacherous wilderness. Next, he posed numerous inquiries, absorbing all he could about the surroundings of the tribe. Firstly, there were many other goblin tribes within the forest, though they remained in a state of ignorance and backwardness. The goblin chief claimed that his tribe was one of the larger ones. Secondly, the forest was home to other intelligent, social monsters. The goblin chief had encountered dog-headed creatures to the east, a mid-sized monster standing about 1.4 to 1.6 meters tall, covered in fur. They were stronger than goblins, though fewer in number. The goblin chief had clashed with them several times, with both sides seeking to eliminate the other, seeing one another as food. However, after multiple skirmishes, neither could eradicate the other, leading to an unspoken agreement to divide the territory along a great tree, with the west designated as the goblins' hunting grounds and the east for the dog-headed creatures. To the south rose a tall mountain, beneath which lay numerous caves. The goblin chief warned of cave spiders, a very dangerous breed capable of spinning webs and spitting venom. Goblins venturing there never returned. This was all the goblin chief knew. He recounted that he had once been a member of a different goblin tribe, which had been destroyed by the forest's magical bears. He had managed to escape and gradually grew into a larger goblin during his time of wandering, gathering information from his explorations. Eventually, he found his current tribe and settled there, and over time, weaker wandering goblins gravitated toward him, causing his tribe to expand. With the support of these goblins, his life became increasingly comfortable, and he gradually lost the desire to explore the outside world, content to laze about and wait for death. After the inquiries concluded, Li Qinwu pressed the axe against the goblin chief's neck. Since there was nothing more to be said, it was time to move on. The goblin chief trembled in fear. "No, I have told you everything. You cannot kill me. You must not." He attempted to struggle, but his injuries were severe, and the weapon that had attacked him was smeared with the venom of the red poison fruit, which was now taking effect, leaving him unable to muster any strength. Li Qinwu glanced at the captive management panel and saw that the icon representing the goblin chief was marked as recruitable, indicating that he had submitted in a bid for survival. However, Qinwu chose not to recruit him. Instead, in the face of the chief's terrified gaze, he swung his axe and severed the chief's head. This individual had ruled the goblin tribe for far too long, and all the goblins recognized him as their leader. If he did not eliminate him, he could never fully seize control of the goblin tribe. With a swift kick, he sent the severed head tumbling into the crowd of goblins, who recoiled in shock. Qinwu stepped into the center of the tribe, placing his foot atop the former leader's head, and smiled at the gathered goblins. From this moment on, I am the chief. Who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 13. Advancing to Greater Goblin on the following day, as the sun rose anew, the goblin tribe welcomed its new leader. As the tallest and strongest among the goblins, Qinwu ascended to his rightful position. As a goblin endowed with a human soul, he was determined to restore order within the goblin tribe. He organized the goblins into groups, dispatching half to the hunting team, consisting of 5 groups of 30, scattering them in all directions to seek prey. Qinwu sternly warned them that any hunted game must be brought back for his distribution. Those who dared to hoard their catch would meet a most grievous fate. The remaining half formed a work team, and Qinwu assigned them their first task, to dig a pit and bury the corpses of over 30 goblins who had perished from the red poison fruit. The stench of these bodies had permeated the tribe for 2 days, a testament to the former leader's utter negligence. Although goblins were remarkably resilient creatures, akin to cockroaches, they too could fall ill and die. The decay of these corpses could potentially breed a plague that would wipe them out in droves. After organizing the tasks, Qinwu recruited 7 goblins to replenish the losses from the previous day, leading 19 soldiers to hunt the horned crocodile. The efficacy of the red poison fruit in dispatching horned crocodiles had already been proven. The entirety of the day was consumed by a fervent hunting spree, resulting in the demise of 21 horned crocodiles, which elevated him to level 10, enhancing his vitality from 8 to 12, and increasing his height to 1.80 meters, making him notably tall even among the larger goblins. Concurrently, his running skill reached level 5, with the surplus points allotted to one-handed weapon proficiency. He acquired an iron axe, intending to practice with it, as it might prove useful in the future. As the sun began to set, he ceased the hunting and rallied the goblins to collectively turn over the slain horned crocodiles. With his axe, he skillfully opened the abdomen of one, stripping off the entire hide. The leather of the horned crocodile was an invaluable material for armor, and now that he possessed iron tools, he was determined to collect every piece. He also managed to detach the horns, preserving them carefully. The spoils from the day's battle, as yielded by the system and the actual hunt, were as follows: grains, 42 horned crocodile hides, 37 horned crocodile horns, 5 horned crocodile tendons, 11 dinars, 1890. Such a bountiful harvest brought Qinwu immense joy. Though he found himself conflicted about the numerous horned crocodile carcasses strewn around, were their meats still edible? These creatures had all succumbed to his red poison fruit, which exhibited a formidable toxicity, likely a magical plant. Otherwise, its potency would not be so fierce. However, he could not bear to let 21 carcasses rot before his eyes. Having seen documentaries that suggested many natural toxins lose their potency when subjected to high temperatures, he pondered whether this principle applied in this otherworldly realm. He resolved to process the meat and have someone taste it, to ascertain whether it was poisonous. Qinwu prepared a piece of horned crocodile meat, washing it thoroughly in water, skewering it on a branch, and roasting it over the fire until it was desiccated, to the point that it would be tough to chew. He called over Goblin, proclaiming, "You exhibited great bravery today. Here is a reward, a skewer of meat." Qinwu felt no moral burden as he handed the skewer to Goblin. The goblin's face lit up with delight as he devoured the skewer with gusto. Qinwu gazed intently at Goblin, who returned his stare with equal intensity. "Do you feel any peculiar sensations?" Qinwu inquired. Goblin scratched his face, hesitating. "None." "Oh wait, yes." Qinwu's heart raced, urging him to elaborate. Goblin, blushing, confessed, "Boss, I feel not full yet." Qinwu rolled his eyes, telling him to eat his fill and test whether the toxicity was insufficient. He encouraged the other goblins to partake as well, should anyone perish. He would simply recruit anew, and if they survived, it would be a tremendous gain. The results were exceedingly favorable. Over the course of an hour, none of the 19 goblins exhibited any signs of poisoning. Qinwu sighed in relief, theorizing that perhaps the toxins had concentrated in the horned crocodile's gastrointestinal tract, not dispersing elsewhere, or that the high heat truly neutralized the protein toxins of the red poison fruit. With this, none of the meat would go to waste. Li Qinwu promptly ordered the goblins to begin processing the horned crocodiles, slicing the meat, and skewering it for transport back to the tribe. He explicitly warned them to avoid the internal organs of the crocodiles. Given the extensive workload, he dispatched Gobu Miao back to the tribe to summon the work group. Upon their arrival and witnessing the abundance of horned crocodile meat, they were left utterly astounded. They had never seen so much meat in their lives. Each horned crocodile weighed at least 500 kilograms, and the processed meat surpassed 300 kilograms. If managed properly, this bounty could sustain them until the following month. The morale of the goblin tribe soared, their admiration for Li Qinwu growing immensely. Securing such a vast quantity of meat was a testament to their leader's brilliance. Eclipsing the era of the former chief, Li Qinwu instructed the goblins to transport the meat back to the tribe, reiterating that they must refrain from pilfering, primarily due to concerns about the unprocessed meat potentially harboring toxins. Upon reaching the tribe, he ignited a massive bonfire in the center, directing the goblins to wash the divided meat in the mountain spring, slice it thinly, and roast it by the fire until it transformed into jerky. Listen closely, little ones. Work diligently. No stealing. If you all perform well, I promise you will feast on meat to your heart's content tonight. Li Qinwu's assurance plunged the goblins into a sea of joy, invigorating their spirits and hastening their movements. Soon, thousands of skewered horned crocodile meat strips adorned the bonfire, and the rich aroma wafted through the air. As dusk fell, the hunting teams began to return, astonished to find the tribe brimming with meat. After a full day of foraging, they had only managed to gather a few small animals and wild fruits. How could it be that upon their return, the tribe was overflowing with meat? Had they wandered into the wrong tribe? Seeing the hunting teams return, Li Qinwu instructed them to stand orderly and display their findings. As he intended to inspect them one by one, the first hunting team presented a few dead rabbits and some berries. While not abundant, it sufficed for their daily needs. Indicating their effort, Li Qinwu nodded in satisfaction and approached the individuals, carefully sniffing them. A few goblins stood confused as to the meaning of his actions, remaining still as he assessed them. After inspecting all, he delivered a sharp slap to the leader of the first hunting team. What the hell? Have you all gone days without bathing? Get yourselves to the water and wash until you're scentless, or you shall not partake in the meat. The slapped leader's face brightened at the implication that washing meant they could eat. He promptly led the hunting team to the mountain spring to cleanse themselves. Li Qinwu continued to assess the spoils of the next two hunting teams, finding their catches to be similar. Small game, neither too few nor too many. After inspecting them, he instructed them to wash and then enjoy the jerky. However, upon examining the fourth hunting team, he found only a meager collection of berries and insects. Li Qinwu frowned. This was too little. Something was amiss. He glanced at the leader of the fourth team, who wore a sycophantic expression, clearly eager to wash and feast. Li Qinwu leaned in, inhaling deeply, detecting a strong scent of blood. Enraged, he seized the leader by the throat and forced him to the ground. I've made it clear that all captured game must be returned for my distribution. So, you chose to steal, did you? You think you can outsmart me? Li Qinwu's grip tightened, nearly choking the goblin. He had sensed the blood on him. This hunting team had returned after feasting on their catch. He would not tolerate any defiance of his orders. Goblin are creatures devoid of humanity and familial bonds, their only restraint being the might of their ruler. Should even that force fail to control them, the ruler's reign may very well collapse. Thus, any signs of insubordination must be swiftly and decisively quashed. Without granting his adversary a moment to speak, Li Qinwu unsheathed the axe at his waist and delivered a swift blow to the goblin's forehead, executing a perfect strike. Li Qinwu, brandishing his axe towards the panicked goblin hunting party, commanded the spear-wielding goblins, advance. 3 strikes for 1 kill. The spear-bearing goblins promptly sprang into action, brandishing their long spears as they surrounded the hunting party, causing the goblins to cower on the ground in fear. However, the spear-wielders appeared perplexed by the command. What did 3 strikes for 1 kill mean? Li Qinwu, exasperated, raised 3 fingers to clarify. 3 goblins. He indicated, then folded 1 finger down. Kill one of them. The spear-wielders suddenly enlightened. They lunged forward to commence their slaughter. The air was soon filled with screams as the hunting party of goblins fell one after another. Li Qinwu reveled in their success, while the remaining goblins were consumed by terror. This was precisely the atmosphere he sought to cultivate. To subjugate goblins, one must employ a reign of terror. Yet, as the carnage unfolded, Li Qinwu noticed something amiss. The once 30-member hunting party had dwindled to fewer than 10. What kind of mathematics were these goblins taught? Hastily, he called for a halt. He required 3 strikes for 1 kill, not 3 strikes for 3 kills. However, The order had already been executed, and he could not afford to undermine himself, so he pressed on. Pointing at the fallen bodies, Qinwu bellowed at the burly goblins. Witness this. This is the fate of those who disobey commands. From now on, obey my orders and feast to your fill. Disobedience leads to death. Having established his authority, Qinwu inspected the final hunting party's spoils. Their leader, a goblin with but one ear, immediately knelt as Qinwu approached. Did you steal any of the spoils? He inquired. The one-eared goblin trembled and shook his head. No. Then there is no issue. As long as you adhere to commands, all is well. Disobedience is futile. Qinwu glanced at the gathered bounty. The assortment was quite standard: rabbits, wild fowl, bird eggs, berries, and some unidentifiable fruits, all in substantial quantity. The hunting party bore no scent of blood, which pleased Qinwu immensely. Just as he intended to send the hunting party to wash and dine, he suddenly spotted a familiar item: potatoes. Astonished, he seized the potatoes, inspecting them closely. They resembled potatoes. Scraping the skin with his nail, he brought it closer to his nose. It smelled like a potato. He bit into one, savoring the taste. Indeed, it was a potato. Qinwu yanked the kneeling one-eared goblin to his feet, shaking him vigorously. Where did you find this? Is there more? Near the cave of the spider. There are many more. They are everywhere. Qinwu's breath quickened, his face contorted with ecstasy. Potatoes, a crop capable of providing abundant starch, adaptable to diverse planting regions, and yielding exceptionally high. Excellent. You have done well, he exclaimed, patting the goblin's shoulder. I shall name you One Ear. From this day forth, you shall lead this hunting party, and you will receive double the rations. One Ear, overwhelmed with joy, felt as though he had finally risen to prominence. Observing the envious gazes of the other goblins, Qinwu decided to implement a hierarchical structure. He waved a piece of dried meat before the goblins. A quantity sufficient for one goblin's meal. Listen closely. From now on, the working team shall receive one piece of this meat daily. The hunting party, due to its perilous nature, shall receive 1.5 pieces, while the hunting party leader will receive 2 pieces. Should they encounter enemies, participating soldiers will receive 3 pieces, and for accomplishments, they shall earn 10 pieces. One Ear's discovery of a useful crop was deemed an accomplishment, thus earning him 10 pieces of dried meat. The goblins, struggling to comprehend the numerical values, were shown piles of meat to illustrate their potential rewards. Their collective gaze fixated upon the stacked 10 pieces of dried meat, imprinting the notion that by achieving success, they could garner abundant sustenance. In the following days, the tribe flourished steadily. Qinwu assigned numerous tasks to the goblins, starting with the construction of a pen for the rearing of wood rats. These creatures, resembling oversized rodents, were docile and consumed whatever they could find, thriving on grass and trees. Notably, as the only species in the goblin tribe that had not been consumed, they possessed unique qualities, especially their remarkable reproductive capabilities. Under the previous leader, these wood rats were carelessly tethered to trees, but Qinwu sought to impose structured management, declaring that only goblins who accomplished tasks would be permitted to breed. Additionally, he directed the construction of a nursery, a shelter constructed from wood and leaves, with a rudimentary earthen platform in the center for warmth. Qinwu recognized the high mortality rate among goblin offspring, which exceeded 80, and understood that the tribe's laissez-faire attitude toward goblin younglings was a significant factor. Change was imperative. This was not merely a moral stance for the sake of future generations. It was essential for development. Population was a key factor in growth, and to ensure a sufficient number of adult goblins, the younglings must be protected through their most vulnerable phase. Once the nursery was completed, Qinwu ordered the construction of his own dwelling. He had the goblins erect a wooden house of approximately 40 square meters, far more elaborate than the grass hut of the previous goblin leader. While the rest of the tribe slept on the ground, he enjoyed the luxury of a small abode. It seemed rather extravagant. However, as the great leader of the tribe, it was his duty to bear the weight of its rise or fall. What was wrong with enjoying some comforts? Ordinary goblins need only focus on their labor, while he, as the leader, bore far greater responsibilities. The tribe thrived, yet Qinwu discerned a grave issue. The absence of iron tools severely hindered progress. Without a resolution, the tribe would remain entrenched in primitive times. Standing at the entrance of his wooden dwelling, he gazed westward. The human village was calling. It was time for a foray. Chapter 15. Armament. Qinwu resolved to raid the human village, feeling no moral burden as they were denizens of another world. However, he worried about the incompetence of his current goblin warriors and thus needed to prepare adequately. He initiated a recruitment drive, enlisting 200 goblins to serve as full-time soldiers. In addition to the 19 system soldiers he could trust implicitly, each goblin was equipped with a wooden spear and subjected to military training. The regimen was straightforward, thrusting with the spear to enhance combat skills, running to boost agility, and standing at attention to instill obedience and teamwork. While the first two tasks were met with enthusiasm, the final task of remaining still was a true test of endurance. Goblins, naturally restless, found standing motionless in the sun for an hour to be a torturous ordeal. Qinwu personally supervised the training, yet despite several attempts, the results were far from satisfactory. The goblins, while standing in formation, began to fidget, whisper, and even outright slouched, much to Qinwu's exasperation. Military posture, it seems, is indeed a trial, not just goblins. But even humans would find it challenging. It is imperative to have seasoned veterans overseeing the training. The purpose of such discipline is to instill obedience to military commands. After all, does it hold any significance to command troops to stand motionless under the sun for an hour? Certainly not. However, if soldiers can adhere to such seemingly pointless orders, they will undoubtedly comply with various tactical missions in the future. Goblins, being magical creatures, must undergo this rigorous military posture training to cultivate their absolute obedience to commands. Thus, Qinwu resolved to enforce this training upon them. The goblins must endure military stance training. Despite correcting them multiple times, even resorting to strikes with a military baton, he found no improvement. Their chaotic instincts clashed with the training. Qinwu lost his temper, calling over the spear-wielding goblins to stand in front of their formation. He instructed them to watch closely, declaring that any who dared to move, speak, or wander would face immediate execution. He grew weary of their antics and communicated in the language they understood best. Disobedience would result in death. Indeed, this approach proved effective. Faced with the lethal spears of their kind, the goblins stood frozen, silent for 3 hours without uttering a word. Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that goblins required such stringent measures. With this method, he was confident he could instill obedience in these goblins within a month, preparing them for deployment. In addition to military training, Qinwu had other preparations to undertake. First and foremost was to continue leveling up. He led his soldiers in daily hunts for horned crocodiles, not only for his own advancement, but also to elevate the goblins under his command. The goblins were exceedingly short, akin to children battling adults. He needed all 19 soldiers to be trained as level 2 big goblins. Thus, he relentlessly hunted horned crocodiles for 2 consecutive days. Finally, the first goblin to follow him, Goblin Spear, accumulated enough experience. Qinwu clicked to upgrade him in the soldier management interface, spending 80 tenar to promote Goblin Spear to a big goblin. Instantly, Goblin Spear's height surged to 1.7 meters. He gazed incredulously at his newly muscular form, feeling an exhilarating surge of strength. Qinwu presented Goblin Spear to the assembly of goblins, exclaiming that Goblin Spear had been granted strength for his bravery in battle. Henceforth, he would be the second big goblin of the tribe. Wouldn't they aspire to attain similar power? If so, they must strive to fight hard. Ding. You have delivered a successful speech, igniting the enthusiasm of the goblins. Charm proficiency level 1. Witnessing the fervent battle spirit among the goblins, Qinwu felt immense satisfaction. As long as they maintained this zeal, conquering human tribes would be no challenge. In the following days, the horned crocodiles by the river suffered greatly. Lured ashore and slaughtered by the goblins, resulting in many accumulating enough experience to be promoted to big goblins. The combat prowess of big goblins surpassed that of human males, and their intellect was comparable. Qinwu resolved that once all his goblins were upgraded to big goblins, he would lead them to assault human villages. Beyond enhancing soldier quality, Qinwu also focused on crafting suitable weaponry and armor for the big goblins, primarily armor and crossbows. As for armor, he had an axe, which he sharpened to process the softer underbelly of the horned crocodile. However, the thick and tough skin on the back of the crocodile was impervious to the axe, rendering it impossible to work with. Only tools like iron picks or chisels could penetrate the hardest parts of the crocodile's hide. Thus, Qinwu temporarily abandoned processing the dorsal skin and began cutting the more pliable belly. This white leather, though soft, possessed remarkable defensive qualities, capable of withstanding low-poundage bows and blades with ease. Qinwu promptly ordered the goblins to produce 20 sets of soft armor, personally demonstrating the crafting process. He guided them in cutting the soft underbelly leather into front and back pieces, binding them together with rope. Shoulder armor was fashioned from a large piece of crocodile skin affixed to the chest plate, followed by skirt armor, leg guards, and arm guards. The crocodile armor was quite lightweight, allowing for agile movement while providing commendable protection. Li Qinwu was very pleased. He now possessed 19 light armored infantry. To assert his status, Li Qinwu focused on crafting a special suit of armor for himself, a reinforced version made of 2 layers of crocodile skin, enhancing protection at the chest. Furthermore, he fashioned a skull from a horned crocodile, placing the upper and lower jaws on his head. From a distance, it appeared quite imposing, resembling a crocodilian warrior. The other goblins, witnessing this innovation, eagerly borrowed his axe to create their own crocodile skull helmets. Consequently, all 19 big goblins donned these helmets, resembling a fearsome magical army, likely serving to intimidate their foes. The armor Li Qinwu crafted was verified by the system and could be stored in the warehouse, revealing its attributes upon storage. Name: Reinforced Horned Crocodile Soft Armor. Weight: 15 kilograms. Armor type: Light Armor. Head defense: 12. Body defense: 24. Shoulder defense: 13. Hand defense: 13. Leg defense: 13. Description: Lightweight armor with minor magical resistance and water element affinity, causing horned crocodiles to mistake the wearer for one of their own and refrain from attacking. Li Qinwu was immensely satisfied with the armor's attributes, which were quite impressive, especially considering it was crafted from scraps of horned crocodile. If he could acquire iron tools, processing the thick dorsal hide would yield armor with even more extraordinary defensive capabilities. His eagerness to raid human villages intensified. With the armor complete, attention turned to weaponry. Given the current conditions of the tribe, crafting quality melee weapons was unfeasible. However, Li Qinwu possessed ample horned crocodile tendons, which he could use to create crossbows. Recently, as he crafted numerous pieces of armor, his forging skill had risen to 25 points, unlocking a choice within a skill branch. 1. Pottery making, granting knowledge related to pottery crafting. 2. Bow and crossbow making, granting knowledge related to bow and crossbow crafting. Chapter 16, Crafting Crossbows. In Mount Blade 2, players can select one option from 2 once their skill proficiency reaches 25 points, with further selections available for every additional 25 points. Now that Li Qinwu's forging skill had reached 25 points, he was entitled to a selection. The first option, pottery making, intrigued him. The creation of pottery is a significant symbol of human civilization's progress, applicable even among the goblins. However, with deployment imminent, augmenting weaponry took precedence. And since pottery techniques were not overly complex, Li Qinwu could craft simple pottery himself. He chose the second option, bow and crossbow making. Upon confirmation, a wealth of knowledge regarding bow and crossbow crafting flooded his mind, and it took him some time to fully absorb this information. In that moment, he transformed into a master bow and crossbow maker. Reflecting on the 2 rudimentary wooden bows he had previously constructed, he felt a wave of disdain. How could such inferior creations be deemed his work? He promptly destroyed both wooden bows, feeling that merely gazing upon them would cause an explosion of frustration. Meanwhile, Goblin Bao looked on in dismay, akin to a child lamenting a broken toy. Why cry over it? Such a shabby object is hardly worth keeping. Come, let me craft you something far superior. Li Qinwu led Goblin Bao into the forest in search of a tree known as pine nut wood. The newly acquired knowledge of crossbows revealed to him that the trunk of this tree is remarkably resilient and possesses commendable flexibility, making it an exceptional material for crafting crossbows. However, Li Qinwu did not intend to utilize it for bows. Instead, he aimed to create crossbows. The training period for archers is excessively lengthy, and Li Qinwu lacked the time to wait for them to mature. In contrast, training crossbowmen is considerably simpler. They merely need to draw the bowstring to store energy, allowing them to aim calmly, unlike bows, where one must exert effort to maintain the drawn state, resulting in tremors akin to Parkinson's disease, making it exceedingly challenging to hit a target. After a day's journey, they discovered a pine cone tree. Li Qinwu instructed the goblin archer to fell the tree with an axe, strip its bark, and cut it into suitable wooden blocks. Li Qinwu opted to craft a crossbow of a simple cross design, consisting of 2 wooden sticks assembled together, with a few small wooden pieces forming the mechanism. On the first day, he successfully completed a crossbow and tested it. Its range exceeded 120 meters with commendable penetration, even with wooden arrows. It embedded itself a finger's depth into the tree trunk. In the age of cold weapons, this contraption could be likened to a low-end pistol. Li Qinwu stored the completed crossbow in the warehouse, where the weapon's attributes were displayed. Name: Extremely Simple Crossbow. Weight: 3 kilograms. Weapon type: Light crossbow. Damage: 35 piercing. Projectile speed: 70 meters per second. Effective range: 120 meters. Evaluation: An emergency product. The crossbow body has not undergone drying treatment, nor has it been painted. And the mechanism is wooden with limited strength, potentially prone to damage in intense combat, leaving ample room for improvement. Li Qinwu acknowledged the system's evaluation. This crossbow is a stopgap measure. Given sufficient time and materials, he could produce a more powerful crossbow, but fortunately, the current one suffices. He immediately initiated mass production, working alone at a pace of 3 crossbows per day, resulting in 20 crafted crossbows. Unfortunately, with only one axe at his disposal, productivity was quite low. However, this limitation allowed him to enhance his forging skills. The production of crossbow bolts was equally simple, using the teeth of the horned crocodile for arrowheads. He delegated this task to other goblins, assigning each to create 40 bolts. He also had them use horned crocodile leather to make quivers. As preparations concluded, a month had passed, and it was time to march. Li Qinwu filled the storage with various dried meats, fish, and grains. The 20 goblin warriors donned horned crocodile armor and wielded wooden spears and crossbows. The 200 goblins, having undergone preliminary military training, formed a phalanx, armed with wooden spears and small stones to serve as distractions and fillers. On the eve of their expedition to the human village, Li Qinwu approached a goblin named Yi and said, "From this moment forth, I appoint you as the executive vice leader. During my absence, you are to manage the tribe diligently." Yi was taken aback, having expected to accompany his leader on the expedition, only to be left behind. "Leader, take me with you. I wish to earn military merit." Li Qinwu patted Yi's shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, while I am away. Your task is to manage the tribe well, and upon my return, you shall reap the rewards of your diligence." Li Qinwu then pointed to the wooden house in the center of the tribe. "First, that is my dwelling. No one is permitted to enter. Whoever dares to trespass shall face dire consequences." Yi was startled and nodded hurriedly. "Rest assured, leader, I will guard your house fiercely. No one shall enter." Li Qinwu smiled slyly. Let us hope so. In truth, he was not particularly concerned about anyone entering his dwelling. This was a test of obedience. He wished to ascertain whether his absence would maintain control over the remaining goblins. If they remained steadfast, he would be pleased and would continue to rely on Yi. Conversely, should they falter and the wooden house be occupied by other goblins, he would not be angered. He would simply enact a demonstration of his authority, ensuring that he did not lose face regardless of the outcome. Next, Li Qinwu raised his second finger before Yi. "Your second task is to increase the population. There are 70 goblins remaining in the tribe, along with over 30 wood mice. Each litter can produce at least 3 goblin offspring, with a gestation period of half a month, and the young goblins mature in another half month. I expect the goblin population to at least double by the time I return. If you accomplish this, a substantial reward awaits you." Yi was astonished. Is this truly a task? This seems more like a reward. For goblins, reproduction is instinctual, and being allowed to fulfill their desires was a splendid task indeed. Yi gazed at Li Qinwu with reverence, feeling indebted to the leader's generosity. Li Qinwu then raised his third finger. "The third task is to cultivate the land surrounding the tribe, planting the potatoes you discovered last time." Plant potatoes? But I have no idea how. The goblin tribe had not domesticated any plants or animals apart from wood mice, and the concept of planting seemed like advanced technology to Yi. "Fear not. I shall teach you." Li Qinwu retrieved a wooden spear, loosened the soil, dug holes, and buried a potato. He then spaced out more holes, tossing potatoes into them, leaving the success to fate. Li Qinwu did not expect this rudimentary planting method to yield high potato output. It was merely a means to engage the remaining goblins in productive activity. After all, it would be unjust for his brothers to risk their lives on the front lines while those at home basked in comfort. "Do your best, my executive vice leader. Once you have arranged matters in the tribe, I shall assemble the troops." With a decisive swing of his axe, he pointed westward. Onward, to the human village. Chapter 17. Humans. As the goblin army set forth, Li Qinwu directed them along the great river toward the west. The journey consisted solely of travel, marching for 16 hours each day. Concerned that the goblins might struggle, Li Qinwu aimed to test their physical limits. To his astonishment, as long as they were provided with ample water and food, they could march indefinitely. Li Qinwu devised a small marching technique. Whenever the goblins' morale dipped, he distributed dried meat, 1 piece per goblin, allowing them to continue marching without pause. The consequence of this approach was significant food consumption, with each goblin requiring 6 pieces of dried meat daily. Fortunately, over the past month, Li Qinwu had hunted numerous horned crocodiles, ensuring that as long as they could maintain their marching speed, the goblins could feast freely on dried meat. With sufficient food replenishment, it only took 3 days. By the 3rd day, the goblin army reached the vicinity of the human village. Around noon, While marching along the riverbank, Qinwu suddenly raised a fist, signaling the troops to halt. He sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent. Smoke. In the vast magical forest, few creatures could create fire, signaling to Qinwu that they had arrived. All troops, enter the forest and set up camp. Eat, then sleep. No talking, no wandering. Violators shall be executed. He ordered the troops to conceal themselves within the forest to avoid detection by humans, lest they lose the element of surprise. He divided the goblins into two groups, assigning the lead goblin to oversee the distraction units while he took the other group closer to the human settlement to scout. String your crossbows, keep your ears alert, and your eyes wide open. Report any abnormalities immediately. Qinwu advanced cautiously, with the lead goblins closely following behind. Soon, the scent of smoke intensified, and numerous signs of human activity became evident on the ground. The game Ride and Slash features a reconnaissance skill, allowing Qinwu to glean various information from the traces left behind. The signs before him were plentiful and diverse, but the reconnaissance skill highlighted the pertinent details. Trace 1, number of individuals, 3, time, 3 days ago. Trace 2, number of individuals, 5, time, 2 days ago. Trace 3, number of individuals, 4, time, 1 day ago. The number of individuals who left these traces is scarce. Qinwu speculated that they might belong to a human hunting party, indicating that this was indeed a significant area of human activity. Be cautious, we may encounter enemies here, Qinwu instructed, leading his troops onward. As they progressed, he suddenly ordered a halt. His reconnaissance skills revealed danger concealed within the grass ahead. Using a wooden spear, Qinwu swept aside the dried branches and leaves, exposing a snare trap. He picked up a stone and struck the trap, which snapped shut with a sharp crack. Qinwu lifted the trap and handed it to the goblin behind him, instructing him to hold it, for it was a rare piece of ironwork. The group continued forward, discovering 4 more snares and encountering additional traps, all of which Qinwu skillfully neutralized using his reconnaissance abilities. They stealthily advanced 3 kilometers from the main encampment, where the forest began to thin out. Suddenly, Qinwu beheld a human settlement, rendering him momentarily speechless. How on earth do I approach this? They had indeed stumbled upon a human village, but it was fortified with walls. Before them lay a cleared tract of land where some human farmers toiled. Behind them stood a wooden wall approximately 3 meters high, obscuring the view beyond, likely housing. Within the wooden enclosure, a watchtower stood at about 7 meters tall, from which Qinwu could see 2 humans conversing, wielding longbows reminiscent of the English longbow, adorned with helmets and chain mail, and carrying long swords at their sides. Qinwu felt a pang of frustration. He now wished to drag the former goblin chief out to exact vengeance. Wasn't this supposed to be a village? This was more akin to a fortress. Indeed, the wooden stronghold before him was recognized by the cavalry and hacking system. The system categorizes buildings into 3 types: villages, castles, and towns. Villages serve primarily for conscription and supply, lacking any particular significance. Castles, however, are formidable. Players can garrison troops within, their walls capable of withstanding multiple enemy assaults, allowing for the construction of various buildings to generate resources or train soldiers. Towns are even more advantageous. Once a player occupies a town, it becomes a base from which to reign. The stronghold before Qinwu was designated as Ji-Nen-Tun by the system, and he nearly chuckled at the name. He was certain these individuals had been exiled from the mainstream human world to this place, displaying a grim humor in naming their settlement Ji-Nen-Tun. While laughter was one thing, the challenge of seizing Ji-Nen-Tun posed a dilemma. Lacking engineering tools, and with only this small contingent, attacking a village might be feasible, but assaulting a castle would be tantamount to suicide. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to retreat and await nightfall for a better opportunity. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 3 figures emerged from the castle's open gates, 2 soldiers clad in chainmail and armed with long swords, accompanied by a young noble dressed in vibrant green, also bearing a long sword, a longbow, a quiver, and leading a hunting dog, seemingly on a quest to hunt. The noble, leading his dog, approached the spot where Qinwu and his group were concealed. Sensing the potential for exposure, Qinwu intended to withdraw, preferring to strategize rather than reveal their presence. Yet, just as he prepared to leave, the noble's hunting dog suddenly barked excitedly. "Vic, sit! Vic, sit!" The noble attempted to calm his dog, but it seemed possessed, barking toward the forest. One of the guards behind the noble remarked, "Young Master Lancey, it seems Vic has caught the scent of prey." Young Master Lancey's eyes lit up, and he released the dog leash, allowing the hound to dart forward. Just as Qinwu was ready to depart, the dog charged at him like the wind. Narrowing his eyes, he drew his axe. The dog dashed through the farmland, leapt over bushes, and bounded into the forest, launching itself towards Qinwu with its jaws wide open. Qinwu had anticipated this and swung his axe with tremendous force, cleaving the dog's head in two, the blade penetrating deep into its abdomen, rendering it akin to a zombie dog from a horror tale. At that moment, young Master Lancy, accompanied by 2 guards, rushed forward. Since his exile to this place, hunting had become his sole source of amusement. "Vic, did you catch something? Vic." Young Master Lancy entered the forest and immediately locked eyes with 10 pairs of glimmering green orbs, freezing in astonishment. Qinwu squinted, observing the noble's attire. He appeared to hold a significant position within the castle, now fortuitously presenting himself. There was no chance of letting him escape. With a swift motion, Qinwu hurled the dog's carcass aside and lunged at the noble. "Goblin." Young Master Lancy finally reacted, filled with dread as he attempted to draw his sword. But Qinwu's fist was already upon him. With a powerful blow, Qinwu struck young Master Lancy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Chapter 18. Humans 2 Young Master. The 2 guards, witnessing their master being rendered unconscious by the goblin, were instantly alarmed, drawing their long swords to confront him. Qinwu, however, was not inclined to engage in a direct confrontation. He stepped back and shouted, "Fire the arrows." The 9 goblins behind him, poised with their bows and crossbows, responded to the command, launching their projectiles. The 2 guards screamed in agony as several bolts pierced their bodies. However, due to their chainmail and padded armor made from compressed cotton, the arrows, while penetrating their defenses and embedding themselves in flesh, caused only minor injuries. The goblin archer, taking careful aim, shifted his focus to the unprotected faces of the guards after witnessing his companion's failed attempt to kill them. With a swift release, an arrow struck one guard squarely in the face, knocking him down. Seizing the opportunity as the other guard cried out in pain, Qinwu charged forward and collided with him, sending him tumbling. The guard attempted to rise, but Qinwu swiftly mounted him, removing his helmet and delivering a fatal blow with his axe. With a sharp crack, 12 experience points were awarded. The commotion from the soldier's demise attracted the attention of the farmers working the fields, who, upon witnessing the goblins looting the soldier's armor, screamed and fled toward the castle. The 2 archers atop the watchtower also recognized the unfolding chaos and immediately rang the alarm bell, its clanging echoing throughout the castle vicinity. Within a relatively tidy wooden cabin in the castle, a woman was busy arranging glass vessels, concocting a potion, occasionally consulting a book before her for necessary knowledge. Upon hearing the alarm, she furrowed her brow, wondering if more monsters were approaching. The magical forest teemed with creatures, and daily incursions had begun to impede their agricultural expansion. Believing the soldiers would manage the situation, she dismissed it and intended to resume her potion research, but a soldier soon knocked on her door. "Miss Hannah, it's bad. There are enemies in the forest." The woman named Hannah frowned, setting down her work. She strapped a long sword to her waist and grasped a wooden staff. Pushing the door open, she inquired, "What is happening?" "Miss Hannah, the soldiers on the wall report that a band of goblins has crept into the forest near the castle, and the young master is in danger." "What?" Hannah exclaimed, rushing out of the cabin and swiftly ascending the wall. At that moment, all the soldiers in the castle had gathered on the wall, but upon a careful scan, she realized that only about 50 were capable of combat, and fewer than 10 were armored professional soldiers. The remainder were civilians in simple clothing wielding hoes. Approaching an elderly man in a robe and a tall knight clad in full Western armor, she anxiously asked, "Butler Mond, Knight Leo, what is happening? What has transpired?" The steward of Mond wore a face of anxiousness and trembled as he replied. The farmer reported seeing goblins at the edge of the forest, and the young master happened to be hunting in the woods with his guards when he encountered this group of goblins. Now, 2 guards have been slain, their bodies discarded at the forest's edge, and the young master is missing. Hannah's expression tightened, her beautiful face contorted with worry. "Why are you still standing here? Quickly send out troops to find the young master." Sir Leo furrowed his brow deeply and explained, "This group of goblins is formidable. They managed to kill 2 armored guards in an instant. Their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, the farmer mentioned that these goblins are quite large, all being big goblins, and they wield what appears to be crossbows." "Miss Hannah, you understand what crossbows imply, do you not? These are weapons that even we are forbidden to possess." Sir Leo sighed. The kingdom's laws prohibited private ownership of crossbows, with violators facing execution. Only the regular army is permitted to wield such arms. Before the young master's father participated in the coup, the Baron's guard had a quota of 50 crossbows, yet now, They and the young master have been exiled deep into the magical forest to cultivate the land, bereft of even a single crossbow. A truly tragic fate. Miss Hannah was infuriated by their inaction due to the presence of goblins with crossbows. You stand idly by while the young master is captured? He could be in danger at any moment. As vassals of the young master, how can you simply watch? Faced with her accusations, the two men felt a twinge of shame, yet it was merely a flicker of guilt. They remained rooted to the spot. Ever since their exile to the depths of the magical forest, the splendor and wealth of the kingdom's capital had become irrelevant to them. Glory, riches, and power had all slipped away, leaving them as numb shells of their former selves, living day by day. The steward and Sir Leo exchanged glances, and the steward urged, "Miss Hannah, please remain calm. Goblins are bloodthirsty creatures. If the young master has fallen into their clutches, he may well have met a grim fate." Sir Leo added, "Indeed, I know goblins well. These bloodthirsty fiends consume anything. The young master has likely become their dinner. Furthermore, Miss Hannah, you are aware of the goblin's nature. They do not reproduce with female goblins. Instead, they rely on other female creatures for propagation." He glanced at Miss Hannah's voluptuous figure, his eyes laden with meaning. "Miss Hannah, we do not know the number of goblins, and with their crossbows, how could our fewer than 10 regular troops, alongside a group of old farmers, hope to defeat them and rescue the young master? Are you aware of the risks of marching into battle? If we men were to fail, it would be unfortunate, but death is preferable. However, if you were captured..." He did not finish his sentence, but Miss Hannah's complexion turned pale. As an apprentice at a magical academy, she was well aware of the goblin's nature. Cursed by the goddess of life, they do not produce female goblins. Yet, before the goblin deity perished, it bestowed blessings upon the goblin race, removing reproductive isolation, a profound mockery of the goddess of life and a final act of vengeance against the world, leaving behind a repulsive race akin to a skin disease. Miss Hannah knew all too well what goblins would do to human women, but as vassals of the young master, they could not simply abandon him to his fate. Meanwhile, Qinwu lay in wait in the forest, having no intention of leaving. He wanted to observe whether any human forces would emerge to rescue their lord. If the rescue party was small, he would lead his men in an assault to deplete the military strength within the fortress. However, after waiting for a considerable time, no one emerged from the fortress, and the wooden gate remained tightly shut. Qinwu glanced at the noble young master, who was sleeping soundly. This fellow did not seem of much importance, as no one came to his aid even after he was captured. Little did they realize that this individual was the highest authority of the castle. With his cover blown, there was no need for further concealment. Qinwu commanded the goblins, "Gather everyone, prepare for battle." Chapter 19. The siege. The three leaders of the difficult encampment stood atop the city walls, debating whether to dispatch troops to rescue the young master. While Qinwu had already led the goblin army forward. "The enemy is here." A soldier in the lookout tower shouted in alarm upon seeing a throng of goblins emerge from the forest. The three immediately ceased their arguments and turned to gaze at the forest's edge, only to gasp in shock. Goblins poured forth from the woods, standing at the boundary between the forest and farmland. Although there were just over 200 goblins, they wielded wooden spears and formed a battle line. Among them were 20 large goblins clad in peculiar leather armor. It is well known that goblins are chaotic beings. Despite being social creatures, their organization is typically weak. To form up like humans is nothing short of astonishing. Miss Hannah gazed in disbelief at this scene, only to be further shocked by what unfolded next. "Young master." A tall pole was erected in the goblin formation, upon which hung the young master, Lan Si, who was still dazed, stripped bare, and bound at the very top of the pole like a flag. Miss Hannah's eyes reddened instantly as she drew her long sword and called to the soldiers, "Soldiers, rescue your lord. Charge with me." However, the anticipated rallying cry did not echo back. Instead, all on the walls stared at her as if she had lost her senses. "Sister, do you even hear what you are saying? There are over 200 of them, and we number only 70. Though most of them are as childlike as goblins. They still have 7 armored soldiers among them, while the rest are merely a bunch of farmers wielding tools. In plain terms, it's the South Mountain Nursing Home versus the North Sea Kindergarten. Neither side is particularly formidable, with an advantage on the walls. To abandon their position and engage in direct combat would be sheer folly." Sir Leo cleared his throat. "Miss Hannah, please remain calm. Relinquishing the walls is not a wise decision. We should observe the situation." Miss Hannah, irate, pointed at the young master, now a makeshift banner. "Sir Leo, has the magical forest dulled your knightly spirit? I have never seen a kingdom's knight remain indifferent while their lord is dishonored." In response to Miss Hannah's accusations, Sir Leo merely replied, "Well, My warhorse succumbed to disease after failing to adapt to the forest climate last month. I am no longer a knight." Miss Hannah was incensed, ready to continue her argument when the steward interrupted. "Enough. Look at the goblins." Li Qinwu had hoisted the captured noble young master as a battle standard, hoping to humiliate the castle's defenders into action. Yet the soldiers merely stood atop the walls, watching the spectacle unfold. He was 100% certain that this individual was not a significant figure. Even with him displayed, the castle's defenders remained unmoved. It appeared that this person was merely a wealthy dandy who had bought himself a fine outfit. Li Qinwu scratched his head, with no other options. He decided to feign an attack to gauge the number of defenders within the castle. However, before launching any assault, he needed to distribute the recently acquired equipment. The weapons obtained from the noble young master and his guards included an exquisite noble longsword, 2 battle swords, a finely crafted noble dagger, a noble longbow, 2 pieces of chainmail, 2 helmets, a splendid noble armor, and 2 armored tunics, along with 36 iron arrows. Li Qinwu promptly shed his horned crocodile armor, donned the noble armor, put on a piece of chainmail, layered the horned crocodile armor over it, and topped it off with a helmet. The exquisite noble longsword, the refined noble dagger, and the elegant noble longbow set were all gathered into his possession, weighing over 30 grams. Fortunately, Li Qinwu was endowed with 12 points of vitality, rendering his physique remarkably robust, thus the weight was only a slight encumbrance. In contrast to this burden, the profound sense of security provided by the 3 sets of armor was unparalleled, and the 3 sets of weapons maximized his offensive capabilities, transforming him into a formidable heavy infantryman capable of holding the line. With 1 set of heavy infantry gear remaining, Li Qinwu contemplated and summoned Gobu Gong. "Gobu Gong, come forth and kneel." Although Gobu Gong was puzzled, he complied and knelt before Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu picked up a guard sword from the ground, drew it, and placed it atop Gobu Gong's head. "Gobu Gong, you have displayed courage in battle, skill and observation, and have successfully struck down an enemy when the crossbow failed to do so. Thus I reward you with a piece of chainmail, a suit of armor, a sword, and a helmet." Gobu Gong was overjoyed, nearly rushing to embrace Li Qinwu's legs and kiss his toes. Observing Gobu Gong trembling on the ground without uttering a word of gratitude, Li Qinwu waved his hand dismissively, urging him to don the equipment. Thus, Gobu Gong became the first heavy crossbowman in Li Qinwu's ranks, an all-rounder capable of long-range attacks and frontline defense. The other goblins watched Gobu Gong with envy, their gazes then shifting to Li Qinwu, filled with longing, as there was still half a set of equipment remaining. Li Qinwu pondered for a moment and pointed at Gobu Miao, stating, "Gobu Miao, step forward." Gobu Miao, elated, slid to his knees before Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu picked up another sword, drew it, and placed it on Gobu Miao's head. "Gobu Miao, you have accompanied me the longest, capturing the corner crocodile, battling the scarred face, and slaying the leader. Thus I reward you with a sword, a helmet, and a suit of armor." Gobu Miao accepted the equipment, his eyes sparkling with delight. Although the chief often reprimanded him, he knew the chief valued him. With the distribution of equipment complete, Li Qinwu drew his longsword and pointed it towards Jiannantuan. "Advance." The goblins immediately emitted a howl, charging towards the city walls. Groups of goblins hoisted wooden ladders in an attempt to scale the walls. On the walls, soldiers swiftly loosed arrows in an effort to thwart the approaching goblins. Miss Hannah began to chant a spell, summoning a fireball that she hurled mercilessly at the goblin siege crew below. The fireball crashed into the goblin horde, resulting in a violent explosion that instantly eliminated the goblins directly struck, their bones and flesh shattered, while those nearby were knocked down by the blast. The surrounding goblins were terrified. The sound and light of the explosion were daunting, enough to shatter the courage of goblins who had spent their lives in the forest. Miss Hannah conjured a second fireball, which struck down several more goblins, accompanied by another deafening explosion. After the second fireball, the goblins' morale plummeted, with a cry of despair. They discarded their ladders and fled. On the second day, as dawn broke, Li Qinwu regrouped the scattered forces from the previous night and conducted a tally. 5 goblins had perished in battle, and 14 sustained minor injuries, primarily burns, with 1 having twisted an ankle. The fireball thrown by the drunken monkey was indeed impressive in appearance, yet its lethality was limited. Once the flames erupted, they lacked the stickiness of a true incendiary. Akin to a lighter's explosion, had the goblins been clad in armor, even minor burns would have been avoided. Li Qinwu called for the troops to assemble, presenting the 14 injured goblins. These 14, he proclaimed, were wounded in battle and deserve a reward. He gestured towards the 20 or so captured wood rats. You shall be rewarded with breeding rights. Go forth." The 14 injured goblins were elated, astonished that a mere fireball blast would earn them a reward. The other goblins, witnessing this fortunate turn of events, felt their spirits lift, eager to earn military merit themselves. However, in the days that followed, Qinwu refrained from launching further attacks due to the scarcity of engineering tools and the presence of an enemy mage capable of casting fireballs. He preferred a more gradual approach. While it appeared that both sides were at a stalemate, the advantage lay with Qinwu's forces. The castle provided protection for the humans. It also served as a cage. By positioning a few spies behind the castle and keeping a close watch on the gates, he could encircle them, waiting for the defenders' supplies to dwindle, at which point the enemy would inevitably collapse. Qinwu directed the goblins to establish camp, using axes and swords to fell nearby trees and construct durable shelters. He intended to establish a permanent base here, although the wooden fortress had yet to fall. He viewed it as already within his grasp. Thus, he set high standards for construction, requiring the digging of foundations and the installation of beams. Aiming to transform this location into a second stronghold, he divided the goblins into 2 teams, one to encircle the wooden fortress, preventing the townsfolk from emerging, and the other to hunt for wood rats to breed more goblins. As days passed, the inhabitants of the walls transitioned from initial panic to profound unease. On the first day, they observed the goblins digging pits with rudimentary tools. On the second day, they saw the goblins erecting wooden beams within the pits. By the third day, a small wooden house had been completed, appearing sturdy enough to last 2 or 3 decades. In the following days, numerous small wooden houses were constructed, and the goblins even lit bonfires, collectively roasting their catches for shared meals. What astonished the townsfolk even more was the towering goblin leading a group of smaller goblins into the fields, teaching them how to weed and protect crops. This left the elderly farmers on the walls utterly flabbergasted. Goblins, those creatures of myth, could farm? The very background figures of heroes' tales exhibited such intelligence. The goblins displayed an intent to settle permanently, instilling a deep sense of anxiety among the inhabitants of Jiannantuan. Previously, they had fantasized that the goblins would retreat if they failed to capture the fortress. Now, they were forced to confront the harsh reality. Within a meeting room of the wooden fortress, Miss Hannah slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "This cannot continue. These goblins clearly intend to settle here. If we remain trapped in the castle any longer, we will face certain doom." "Steward Mond, how long will our food supplies last?" The old steward Mond, his face etched with worry, retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, glancing through it before replying. "We have enough food for 2 months, if we ration supplies. It should last approximately 3 months. Miss Hannah turned to the silent Knight Leo sitting beside her. "Knight Leo, we must take action, for our own sake. We must do something." After careful consideration, Knight Leo responded, "Miss Hannah, a direct assault is impossible. Our numbers are simply too few. Even with all the farmers, we can muster at most 70 men, while the enemy outnumbers us 3-fold. However, this is not insurmountable. They are merely unarmored goblins, and we could dispatch them with ease. But have you noticed the 20 goblins clad in leather armor? They are the source of my greatest concern. 20 armored soldiers, accompanied by a horde of goblins, are not something we can withstand." "What then?" Miss Hannah replied, her face filled with helplessness. Since the onset of war, those 20 formidable goblins had exerted immense pressure on everyone. Once a goblin ascends to the rank of a great goblin, their physical prowess and strength slightly surpass that of an adult male, and with their armor and bows, they could easily take down 2 or 3 of us. Knight Leo helplessly remarked, "Miss Hannah, if the situation deteriorates to a certain extent, our only recourse is to protect a portion of the people and break through the encirclement of the goblins, escaping from the back of the castle. We must save as many as we can." In response to this suggestion, Miss Hannah merely offered a bitter smile. Not to mention that their journey had already taken nearly 30 days, they now lacked any supplies. Could they possibly survive for another 30 days in the forest? The magic forest is a forbidden zone for humans. They had arrived with more than 3 times their current number. And how many had perished along the way due to monsters and disease? Furthermore, even if some were fortunate enough to return to the kingdom, they would still face death. After all, Master Land's father had participated in a failed coup. The old king spared them from execution solely due to Master Land's father's distinguished contributions to the kingdom, allowing them to survive in the magic forest. Should they dare to return to human society, it would be seen as ingratitude. By the way, speaking of Master Lands, he seems to have been captured by the goblins for several days now. Has he truly been turned into barbecue? As Miss Hannah pondered the unfortunate fate of Master Lands, a soldier rushed in, flustered. "My lords, The goblins are escorting Masterlands to the foot of the city wall. What should we do? The three widened their eyes in disbelief. A week had passed, and Masterlands was still alive? He must not have been turned into a pastry yet. They immediately ascended to the city wall and saw a few large goblins on the path by the fields, brandishing crude wooden shields, protecting a towering goblin behind them. The tallest goblin held a grass rope, leading their esteemed Masterlands like a dog. Qinwu observed the wall crowded with onlookers and yanked the rope fiercely, causing Masterlands to stumble and fall, pitifully crying out for help from those atop the wall. Miss Hannah, Butler Mond, Knight Lay Ao, save me. Chapter 21. Negotiation. After being captured by Qinwu, Masterlands had remained unconscious for an entire day. Upon waking, he found himself suspended like a pawn, terror striking him as he realized the goblins surrounded him, making him feel as though he had fallen into a den of monsters. Subsequently, he was brought before Qinwu, who sought to extract some information from him. However, in his fear, Masterlands could only babble incoherently in an unknown tongue, sounding akin to a madman in Qinwu's ears. Qinwu intended to exploit the last vestiges of this person's usefulness to cosplay as the resilient King Louis XVI, to exert pressure on those within the castle. My lord, Miss Hannah cried out in despair, witnessing her master being turned into a plaything for the monsters. Overcome with grief, she immediately sought to rescue him, but was stopped by Knight Lay Ao. Miss Hannah, remain calm. The despicable goblins are attempting to lure you down to diminish our strength. Do you see those large goblins at the forest's edge? Their bows are drawn. Miss Hannah glanced towards the forest's edge and discovered several large goblins prepared for battle, their eyes fixed menacingly on the wooden fort. Butler Mond suggested, Miss Hannah, do you not possess the magic of language? This fellow has brought Masterlands here for a purpose. Perhaps we should listen to what he has to say. Miss Hannah nodded, and just then, Qinwu's voice rang out. Humans inside. Is there anyone who speaks Goblin? Step forward to act as a translator, or else this fellow may just become Louis XVI. Qinwu drew his sword, delivering a kick to Masterland's knee joint, causing the young noble to collapse once more. Kneeling in fear as Qinwu placed his sword against his throat, Masterlands cried out in terror, spare me. I do not wish to be devoured by goblins. Miss Hannah's anger flared. Cease this at once, you wretched goblin. Do not disrespect my lord. A clear female voice reached Qinwu's ears, one he could comprehend. He was astonished to see it was Ma Ho Xiaojiu speaking from the wall, realizing it was a translation spell, an essential tool in this otherworldly realm. Furthermore, the goblin's response revealed, so you are the lord. I had thought you merely a minor character. Thank you, sorceress, for the revelation. It seems I have captured quite a prize. Qinwu emitted a cackle akin to that of a grand elder, causing Miss Hannah's complexion to drain, realizing her blunder. Knight Lay Ao and Butler Mond, noticing Miss Hannah's pallor, urged her to translate. After stammering through her translation, both men exchanged incredulous glances, regarding Miss Hannah as if she were a fool. Good heavens, the goblin had no idea he had captured the castle's foremost figure. You have unwittingly divulged critical information. You adorable foolish girl. However, there was no time for mutual blame. Knight Lay Ao stated decisively, Miss Hannah, I am now the highest military authority of the castle. From this moment forth, you shall refrain from speaking anything unrelated to translation. I shall speak, and you shall translate. Ask that goblin who he is and why he is invading our territory. Realizing her misstep, Miss Hannah nodded, refraining from further action, and dutifully translated Knight Lay Ao's words. Upon hearing her translation, Qinwu burst into laughter. Humans, what do you mean by my invading your territory? The magic forest has belonged to us monsters since time immemorial. It is you humans who are the true invaders. To eliminate you intruders and defend our home is our rightful duty. Miss Hannah was taken aback, for it was her first time being accused of being an invader by a monster. How peculiar. Yet, upon reflection, as humans who had established a castle deep within the magic forest, they indeed resembled invaders. With a bewildered expression, Miss Hannah conveyed this to the two men, who also appeared perplexed. After a moment of silence, Knight Lay Ao replied, Tell him we can defend the castle until death. His attack is utterly meaningless. Qinwu, upon hearing the translation, spat towards the castle. What a farce. You journeyed here to establish a castle in the magic forest, but you must have brought minimal provisions, no? I wager you have barely 2 months' worth of supplies left. You will not last until death, but rather starve. Knight Lay Ao's countenance changed. He had not anticipated that this goblin could so accurately deduce their food reserves. He feigned bravado, declaring, in less than 2 months, our reinforcements will arrive. By then, you and your goblin forces will vanish into the kingdom's iron army. Miss Hannah translated this, causing Li Qinwu to fall into contemplation. If these people truly had reinforcements, the situation could become precarious. It would not take many. Even 50 armored soldiers could force him to retreat with his goblins back to their base. Li Qinwu possessed scant intelligence about these individuals and held suspicions regarding their origins. One possibility was that they had erred and been exiled to the forest by the mainstream human world. Another was that it was part of a grand policy by the human empire to colonize the forest. If the latter were true, the magic forest would not merely contain this single wooden fort. There must be more human fortresses under construction. In such a case, he would be in jeopardy. Even if he swiftly conquered the fort, he would have to abandon it, lest he become encircled by the approaching human army. Yet, one must not underestimate the cunning of the clever. One could not be certain whether this Maho Xiaojiu was merely bluffing. Thus, he chose to utter words favorable to his side. "Oh, spare me, you wretched, rotten potatoes. You were merely exiled here by the human kingdom for your mistakes. What a pretense." As he spoke, he tightened his grip around Master Lan's neck, causing him to struggle for breath. Li Qinwu's expression grew increasingly menacing. "People of the castle, heed my words. Before you stands the Goblin King, the enslaver of myriad races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of deities, the sole rightful lord of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff, Qin Shi Huang. Open the castle gates at once and bow before my feet. I shall spare your lives and reward you with the privilege of servitude. Negotiation, after all, is but a game of bravado. Look at the multitude of titles I have proclaimed. Even the monkeys on the walls are left in bewilderment." A long silence enveloped the battlements until finally, a voice emerged from the wall. "Let us discuss the conditions for releasing young Master Lance." Chapter 22. Iron implements secured. As the conversation turned serious, Li Qinwu released his grip on young Master Lance's neck, allowing him to kneel and cough on the ground. He pondered what he might exchange for this fellow. The individual known as Lance must hold considerable significance for those within the castle, though the degree of that importance remained uncertain, hovering in a state akin to Schrodinger's cat, a precarious balance. Thus, he could not afford to demand too much, for should they abandon their hostage, he would gain nothing. Minutes passed before Li Qinwu spoke. 100 axes and 100 hoes in exchange for the life of your lord. Now it was the three individuals atop the wall who fell silent. After several minutes, Miss Hannah resolutely replied, "That is impossible. We will not provide you creatures with any iron implements." Their response was unwavering. Li Qinwu's forces had a limited supply of iron tools, and offering such a quantity would drastically enhance their adversaries' combat capabilities. Even if they managed to retrieve young Master Lance, they would not last long thereafter. In light of this, it seemed futile to negotiate, as they could at least survive a while longer within the castle walls. In frustration, Li Qinwu delivered a harsh kick to young Master Lance, sending him sprawling on the ground. "You are utterly useless. Surely, you have been skimping on your subordinates' wages. You would refuse to trade your life for 100 axes and hoes. Your existence is a failure." Young Master Lance, now on the ground, cried out in distress. "Miss Hannah, what are you discussing with this brute? Do not provoke him further. Whatever he desires, just acquiesce, and please release me." Miss Hannah found herself in a quandary. While Sir Leo quietly advised, "Do not engage with the young master just yet. The more we appear indifferent to his plight, the more likely they will lower their demands. Trust me on this." Upon reflection, Miss Hannah chose to ignore young Master Lance's pleas. In despair, he noticed that even the charming Miss Hannah turned a blind eye to him, deepening his hopelessness. He cried out the names of familiar faces within the castle, pleading for their aid. The castle inhabitants exchanged pained glances. After all, this was their sworn lord, now kneeling and begging for mercy. It was a disheartening sight to behold. Moreover, the 100 axes and hoes the goblins demanded were indeed within their possession, and in abundance. Having arrived with a contingent of over 300, they had brought with them a plethora of tools, including axes and hoes. Young Master Lance had nearly exhausted his wealth in procuring these implements, wishing to distance himself from human society. However, they had not anticipated the perils of the magical forest, and upon reaching the place of exile, fewer than 100 of their number remained alive, leaving the surplus tools locked away in storage. Now, the moral dilemma of withholding these implements to save young Master Lance's life weighed heavily upon them. Li Qinwu and the opposing party remained at an impasse for quite some time, as they steadfastly refused to provide him with iron implements, choosing instead to feign indifference toward young Master Lance. They were willing to offer only 10 bags of grain and a seemingly precious but utterly useless glass cup in exchange for him. Exasperated, Li Qinwu erupted into a tirade. "Do you take me for a child? A mere broken glass cup for the life of a lord? Are you jesting? The castle remained silent for an extended period. Qinwu, frustrated, cursed repeatedly, yet received no reply, further fueling his ire. However, amidst his anger, a bright idea struck him, illuminating his mind like a yellow light bulb. He seized young Master Lance from the ground, gently patting his face while wearing a knowing smile. Young Master Lance, feeling a tightening in his chest, was about to plead for mercy when Qinwu signaled for his men to restrain him and pulled his right arm out. Drawing his sword, Qinwu brandished it menacingly above his arm, pretending to strike. Young Master Lance screamed in terror, causing a stir among those on the wall. Miss Hannah cried out loudly, "Stop! Do not harm young Master Lance." Qinwu chuckled, "Fear not. I shall not take his life. I would merely deprive him of his precious fingers. I will release him afterward." The onlookers were perplexed. What did it mean to release young Master Lance after taking away his fingers? The sharpest mind present belonged to Butler Mond, who, upon realization of the goblin leader's cruel intentions, broke into a cold sweat. Could this truly be a goblin? Such wickedness was unfathomable. Qinwu continued with a grin. "Once your young Master Lance is missing his fingers, he will suffer, despair, and seethe with rage. When I return him to you, and he learns that his own vassals refuse to trade 100 axes and 100 hoes for his life, leading to his loss. Imagine the hatred he will harbor towards you. I can hardly wait to see how he treats you upon his return." Hearing Miss Hannah's translation, the faces of the trio atop the castle paled dramatically. Sir Leo, the stout knight, trembled uncontrollably. This goblin was indeed ruthless, striking at their vulnerabilities. If young Master Lance returned missing a hand, and the blame fell upon him for obstructing the trade of axes and hoes, he could very well face execution at the Lord's hands. Perhaps we should simply give him what he desires. Young Master's life is paramount. Sir Leo stammered. "Indeed. Young Master's life is of utmost importance. I shall immediately send someone to select 100 of the most worn axes and hoes to hand over to this creature. We must prioritize retrieving the young master." Butler Mond concurred hastily. Earlier, he had suggested not to rescue the young master, but now he feared that he might soon find himself wearing ill-fitting shoes. Miss Hannah watched their antics with exasperation. In times of crisis, their self-interest emerged all too readily. Thankfully, if young Master Lance could be saved, that would be a blessing. She quickly called out to Qinwu, "Stop! Do not harm young Master Lance. We agree to your demands, but how can we trust that you will honor your word?" Qinwu, pleased with the turn of events, sheathed his blade and, with a swift motion, delivered 2 sharp slaps to young Master Lance's face, knocking out a tooth. "My dear lady, let it be clear, I am not the one beseeching you. It is you who are imploring me. Now, bring forth the items I require and retrieve your incompetent young master, or I shall return him in a state of disrepair, allowing him to vent his rage upon you." With no other choice, the inhabitants of the castle reluctantly tossed down 100 axes and 100 hoes from the battlements. Qinwu dispatched men to collect the precious iron tools, then kicked young Master Lance in the rear with a hearty laugh as he returned to the forest. Young Master Lance, finally freed, wept bitterly and rushed to the castle walls, shouting, "Open the gate! Let me in! Quickly, let me in!" The wooden door opened a crack, and young Master Lance squeezed through, where Miss Hannah and the others awaited him. He dashed forward, wrapping himself around Miss Hannah like a gecko, clinging to her as he sobbed, his tears and snot staining her attire. Though Miss Hannah felt somewhat repulsed, she gently stroked his hair. "Young master, you are safe now." The knight Lao interjected, "Young Master Lance, after our prolonged tussle with these vile creatures, we have finally brought you back to safety. Thankfully, your life is no longer in peril. Otherwise, we would have had to atone with our lives." Steward Mengda removed his outer coat and draped it over the bare shoulders of young Master Lance, his aged face breaking into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "Rest assured, young Master Lance, all is well now. We shall safeguard you. Mina-san, it is truly delightful to have everyone here." Young Master Lance wept uncontrollably, eliciting a harmonious chorus of comfort from the 3 attendees, presenting a scene of virtuous ruler and loyal ministers. Yet, beyond the gaze of young Master Lance, the 3 exchanged a glance, each catching a glimpse of unease in the other's eyes. Chapter 23. Pottery with an abundance of tools at his disposal. Qinwu was filled with elation. At this moment, he was indifferent to the plight of the humans struggling in the difficult encampment. His singular focus was on construction, and more construction. While his elder brother, the Goblin, continued to monitor the humans, the other goblins commenced their laborious tasks. Qinwu instructed them to fell trees, excavate roots, and process the timber into building materials for beams. The vacant land was also turned over to plant the potatoes they had brought. Once every goblin had their own shelter. Qinwu had them dig a pit underground, where he piled in copious amounts of wood, ignited it, and covered it with clay. The next day, upon excavation, they found it filled with rich black charcoal. With charcoal in hand, Qinwu immediately began constructing a kiln. Strolling along the riverbank, he discovered clay, which he molded into pottery. The creation of pottery was not overly complex. One simply needed to shape the clay into the desired forms, stoke the fire in the furnace, and place the pieces inside to be fired. If the first attempt resulted in cracks, it was of no consequence. One could crush the failed pottery into powder and mix it with the clay for a second firing, significantly increasing the chances of success. That day, Qinwu successfully produced a batch of pottery, including pots, bowls, and pans. He lined them up in a row and gathered all the goblins around. Holding a ceramic bowl, Qinwu excitedly proclaimed to the goblins, "Brothers, from this moment forth, we shall stride boldly from a savage existence into the era of cooked food. This is a small step for our tribe, yet a monumental leap for the goblin race. Although you may not yet understand the significance of this, fret not. Time will reveal all. Today, you shall not work. Eat your fill as you desire." At his command, the goblins plunged into a sea of joy, lighting bonfires, erecting clay pots, pouring in water, and adding fresh meat and vegetables to cook. From that point onward, the goblins in Qinwu's care would no longer subsist on raw flesh and water, for any consumption of uncooked food would result in punishment. The inhabitants atop the city walls quietly observed the jubilant goblins, puzzled by their antics. Over the past few days, the goblins had not attacked the castle but had been occupied with felling trees and digging pits for construction, progressively pushing back the forest's edge. The number of goblin huts multiplied, resembling a burgeoning village, and the rapid pace of their construction left the onlookers astounded. In less than a month, the goblins had erected a small village. For humans, such an endeavor would require substantial resources and meticulous management of population by lords and their stewards to achieve a comparable scale of development. Miss Hannah, Steward Mingda, and Knight Lei Ao stood atop the city walls, their expressions grim as they gazed down at the goblin village. The ruckus created by the goblins that morning had frayed their nerves, leading them to suspect an impending attack. Instead, the goblins were reveling in a feast, cooking meat soup, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, making the few who had not eaten sufficiently for days feel a pang of hunger. Were the goblins truly capable of such delectable cooking? In recent days, they had encountered a dire predicament, compared to food that could last for 3 months. They were completely out of water. At the castle's inception, they had only considered defending against beast attacks and had not anticipated being besieged by enemies, thus neglecting to secure a water source. After being surrounded by goblins for over a month, their drinking water had been fully depleted. Relying solely on Miss Hannah's magic to conjure water elements daily, Miss Hannah had transformed into a living water dispenser, tirelessly utilizing magic to create water elements or waiting for her mana to replenish, leaving her visibly exhausted, with dark circles under her eyes. Weary, Miss Hannah caught a whiff of the meat soup being prepared across the way. She discerned it contained rabbit meat, venison, carrots, and onions, simmering into a rich broth that made her mouth water incessantly. Damn it, what are these rascals up to, making such a racket so early in the morning? Are they celebrating the Festival of Light? Steward Mingda inhaled the fragrant aroma of the vegetables, swallowing hard. Our food supplies are dwindling and lacking fresh vegetables. I have been plagued by constipation for far too long. Knight Lei Ming lamented. Without fresh meat, the soldiers will grow increasingly weak. If the goblins launch an attack, our soldiers would be unable to wield their weapons. Moreover, since young Master Lands was rescued, he has not ventured out, becoming increasingly withdrawn. The three sighed, noting that since young Master Land's return, he had become quite neurotic, hiding away in his quarters, which had severely dampened the morale of the castle's inhabitants. Just as their spirits were low, they suddenly spotted a larger goblin approaching, causing their hearts to race once more. The goblin spear marched directly to the base of the wall and called out loudly, "Hey, is there a human female who can speak goblin here? Our leader has a matter to discuss with you." Miss Hannah paused momentarily before translating this message for her companions. The three exchanged glances, and Miss Hannah inquired, "What does your leader wish to know?" Today marks a momentous occasion. The goblins are transitioning from one era to another. I do not comprehend its meaning. But in any case, tell me, what is today's date? This date will be recorded in the goblin textbook. The trio exchanged bewildered looks, wondering what on earth this was about. Miss Hannah deemed the inquiry not life-threatening and replied, "Today is the 20th of April, year 4352 of the Age of the Gods." The goblin spear stood still for several moments, memorizing the string of numbers before shaking a bag at the humans atop the wall. Our leader proposes a trade, 1 bag of vegetables in exchange for a set of writing tools. What? The goblins desire writing tools? Has the world truly gone mad? The three gazed at the sack of food, swallowing their saliva in unison. As Steward Ming denoted, they had not consumed vegetables in ages, and the lack of dietary fiber had led to significant discomfort. Even the lovely Miss Hannah had developed skin pigmentation issues as a result. As the trio hesitated, the goblin spear grew impatient. Will you trade or not? Our leader says you humans are taking too long. In the name of the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of deities, the rightful lord of the magical forest, and the great Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang, I assure you there is no poison in the vegetables. Hurry, I am eager to return for my meal. Ultimately, Steward Ming tossed down a set of writing tools in exchange for the vegetables. After testing the produce, they confirmed that it was indeed free of poison. The higher-ups divided the vegetables among themselves, which provided slight relief from their constipation. As for the ordinary farmers, they could not afford such luxury. They would have to manage as best they could. The goblin spear hurried back to camp, presenting the writing tools to Li Qinwu before rushing off to indulge in a feast. Li Qinwu unrolled a piece of parchment and dipped a quill into ink, beginning to sketch a blueprint for the future capital of the Goblin Empire. Chapter 24. Water Wheel. Li Qinwu meticulously crafted a simple urban planning diagram on the parchment, detailing the road systems, sewage systems, agricultural zones, livestock areas, and even commercial districts. He resolved to develop a large town, using the difficult encampment as a foundation. The choice of this location for human settlement is indeed justified. The terrain is flat and the soil is loose, allowing for the potential cultivation of vast tracts of arable land once the large trees are cleared. Situated merely 200 meters from a great river, this area holds the promise of evolving into a port city in the future, boasting an advantageous geographical position. More importantly, humans have already cultivated a surrounding belt of land encircling the wooden fort, yielding sufficient produce to sustain Li Qinwu's troops for an extended period without the need for hunting, thereby allowing his workforce to focus on construction. After completing a basic plan, Li Qinwu stepped out of the wooden cabin, armed with a wooden spear, followed closely by a goblin labor team wielding axes and shovels. On the ground, Li Qinwu began to draw lines. Wherever he marked, the goblins commenced digging. The squares he outlined transformed into houses, and the straight lines became drainage systems. With ample food supplies, the goblins worked with remarkable speed. To Li Qinwu's delight, the first brood of goblin offspring had been born, numbering nearly 200. He assigned 10 goblins to oversee the younglings, transferring them to a nursery. This nursery was warm and dry, providing each goblin infant with a hearty stew of meat and vegetables daily. Such a rich nutritional intake further accelerated their growth, enabling them to join in productive labor within just 10 days of leaving the nursery. With the influx of new population, Li Qinwu embarked on a grand project. He noticed that after overseeing the construction of numerous wooden houses, his engineering proficiency was rising significantly, nearing a level of 25 points. The first dual-choice skill in engineering greatly intrigued him: cement. He was eager to enhance his engineering skills to unlock this ability. To this end, he initiated a special project, first dispatching workers to excavate ditches for irrigation, while instructing the goblins to fell trees en masse and pre-drill holes for rivets in the lumber. Once the wooden components were fashioned, albeit somewhat rough, they were sufficient for his needs. When all the wooden parts were completed, Li Qinwu and his team descended into the river to install them. The nearby waters were inhabited by horned crocodiles, which seemed to dominate the riverbank's ecosystem, posing considerable challenges for anyone attempting to work in the river. However, Li Qinwu cleverly sent goblins clad in horned crocodile armor to carry out the construction, as the armor deceived the crocodiles into perceiving the goblins as their kin, ensuring a smooth operation. Several large wooden beams were laboriously driven into the riverbed, and Li Qinwu proceeded with the assembly atop these beams. The previously crafted wooden tools were stacked, gradually taking the shape of a substantial wooden apparatus. After nearly 15 days of work, the first wave of newly matured goblin offspring had fully grown, with 237 out of 218 successfully surviving. A remarkably high survival rate. Li Qinwu assigned the elder goblins to mentor the younger ones and integrated them into work groups, augmenting the tribe's labor force and further accelerating construction efforts. The humans atop the walls observed the receding forest edge, noting the increasing expanse of cultivated land. More housing emerging at the land's periphery, and countless goblins laboring and living on the land, all of whom appeared bewildered. Had this world been accelerated? How could such a monumental amount of work be accomplished in such a short span by a horde of monsters? What left them even more perplexed was that the elder goblins had been tirelessly working in the river. Initially, they could not discern what the goblins were constructing. But as time progressed, an elderly farmer exclaimed, "By the light of the gods! A water wheel! They are installing a water wheel." The crowd was struck by absurdity. A water wheel was a highly complex mechanism. How could goblins possibly construct one? Moreover, it appeared to be a large wheel, towering 4 to 5 meters, capable of delivering water directly to the shore. Impossible, they thought. They were merely monsters. How could they create a water wheel? Miss Hannah shook her head vehemently, internally cursing the absurdity of the situation. They were goblins, not humans, mere mindless creatures. Trapped within the castle, they were tormented daily by fear and scarcity. And having witnessed the goblins accomplish tasks traditionally reserved for humans left them both terrified and struggling with their own pride. If goblins could achieve what humans could do, what did that make them? A strange sense of rivalry compelled Miss Hannah to traverse the walls and her humble cabin 10 times a day, fervently wishing for the goblins' water wheel project to fail. When the second wave of over 300 goblin offspring matured enough to work, Qinwu's water wheel project also reached completion. A massive circular wheel stood upright in the river, turning as the current flowed, lifting water to great heights before spilling it down. The water was caught by wooden channels, elevated by wooden frames stretching 200 meters to the fields, directing the water into a grid of irrigation ditches. An elderly farmer, witnessing this, gasped in astonishment. "We have irrigation channels. We can water our fields at will. Crop yields could increase by at least 20%. Trembling with excitement, he exhibited a glimmer of envy. A human envying goblins. In stark contrast, Miss Hannah appeared despondent, murmuring to herself, "Impossible, impossible. They are just goblins, merely goblins." Meanwhile, after completing the water wheel and irrigation system, Qinwu granted the goblins a day of rest, during which they feasted heartily. He felt that these goblins were remarkably simple-minded. As long as they were well-fed and occasionally experienced a bit of discipline, they executed his tasks flawlessly without any inclination to shirk their duties. Qinwu accessed his personal attributes panel. With the completion of the water wheel, his engineering proficiency reached 23, just 2 points shy of unlocking a secondary skill. His gaze turned toward the wooden fort, glimmering with determination. With 2 waves of goblin offspring born, his forces swelled to 600, rendering the prospect of discipline effortless. It was time to seize what rightfully belonged to him. Without delay, he initiated a new project, dividing the goblins into 3 teams, one to monitor the human castle, another to fell trees, and the last to excavate the foundation. As they dug to a sufficient depth, tall wooden beams were driven into the ground, and the goblins began to extend upward using riveted structures. Qinwu aimed to construct towering arrow towers capable of directly targeting the structures within the wooden walls. For arrow towers rose at the corners of the castle, and once completed, they would indiscriminately strike any target within the fort. This prospect left the inhabitants of the castle in despair. With no recourse, the goblin numbers had swelled to 6 times theirs, making resistance futile as they could only watch the wooden towers rise higher each day. Finally, after the 3rd wave of goblin offspring was born, the towering 9-meter arrow towers reached completion. Qinwu ascended one of the towers with a longbow, positioning a fire basin beside him. He took a specially crafted wooden arrow, its tip wrapped in dry grass soaked in animal fat and mixed with flammable resin, igniting the arrowhead in the fire basin. He glanced at the panicked and chaotic wooden fort before drawing back his bow and releasing the arrow. The flaming projectile soared at a steep angle, traversing over 200 meters, embedding itself in the thatched roof of a building within the fort. The flames ignited the hay, rapidly consuming the entire roof in fire. "It's on fire! It's on fire!" The soldiers atop the watchtower of the wooden fort were struck with horror as they rang the alarm bell, and the inhabitants of the fort rushed to extinguish the flames. However, they had been surrounded by the goblins, and the wooden fortress had scarcely any water left. After a lengthy rescue effort, they managed to prevent the fire from spreading, yet the wooden cabin was still consumed by flames. The faces of the group were grimy and ashen, with many suffering from burns, collectively a picture of utter disarray. This was merely the result of a single arrow shot from the enemy. If all 4 of their arrow towers were manned and fired simultaneously, they would all be incinerated. What to do? What to do? Think of a solution quickly. Miss Hannah cried out in desperation, attempting to inspire the other 2 to devise a plan. But Sir Leo merely stood there with a sullen expression, and Steward Munda could only sigh repeatedly. Sir Leo lamented, "There is no way out. The 4 arrow towers erected by the enemy have us completely in their sights. and their forces have increased dramatically, effectively surrounding the castle. We have nowhere left to flee. Miss Hana's complexion turned pale. Is there truly no way out? Is this our end? Sir Lao nodded helplessly and drew a dagger from his belt, offering it to Miss Hana. At least there is still time to determine your own fate. Miss Hana, as a woman, I need not explain the consequences should the goblins capture you. May you find your way back to the realm of the divine light. Trembling, Miss Hana accepted the dagger. She truly did not wish to die. As one of the top 10 students at the kingdom's magical academy, she was destined for a bright future. Yet here she was, contemplating suicide in this desolate magical forest. How had it come to this? Tears streamed down her face as she shakily pressed the dagger against her neck, while Sir Lao and Steward Munda could only close their eyes in sorrow. The terror of life and death weighed heavily upon her, and Miss Hana hesitated to take her own life, fidgeting with the dagger several times before ultimately laying it down, considering instead to return and drink some potion to end her existence. At that moment, the goblins surrounding the castle stirred, and a large goblin approached the wall. Brandishing a shield, the goblin's spear shouted loudly, "Is there a female who speaks Goblin? Our leader offers you a chance to surrender, which might allow you to live." Miss Hana was taken aback and instinctively translated this for the other two. The other two, also breathing heavily, were human and did not wish to die. Even if the one making the promise was a goblin, they were eager to see if there was any opportunity. Miss Hana approached the wall and asked tremulously, "What did your leader say?" The goblin spear bellowed, "Our leader stated that our forces are 6 times yours and that we can reduce this wooden fortress to ashes at a moment's notice. However, he does not wish to destroy this well-constructed fort, as you humans are valuable labor. You can become our leader's slaves, assisting him in his endeavors. Those with knowledge will attain greater power, and your lives will be safeguarded." Miss Hana relayed this information to the others. Sir Lao suggested, "Inquire how they will guarantee our safety." Miss Hana asked, and the goblin spear scratched his head, mimicking the leader's tone. "Humans, I curse you. Will you surrender or not? Speak plainly." The leader said that if you do not surrender before lunch, he will unleash a volley of fire arrows and turn you all into roasted pigs. If you wish to surrender, you must throw your armor and weapons from the wall. Oh, and especially the female humans who can wield magic. Your staffs must be discarded, as the leader wants to see them. After conferring with the 3, Miss Hana stated, "You must guarantee that you will not harm the women." The goblin spear turned to leave. "Whether to surrender or not, I'm done here. This indecision is maddening, as if I were begging you." With that, the goblin spear strode away, displaying a disinterested demeanor. He could not fathom why their leader, who could easily annihilate these humans, would choose to engage in such prolonged negotiations rather than simply incinerate them and feast on roasted meat. The 3 watched the goblin spear retreat, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Should they truly surrender? After all, they were dealing with goblins, notorious throughout the world for their malevolence. The atrocities committed by goblins were widely known, with many human villages ravaged by them, leaving behind scenes of unimaginable horror. Could they genuinely trust the goblins, who were infamous for devouring their victims? The 3 could not arrive at a resolution, yet they felt powerless. Time passed inexorably, and the deadlines set by the goblins approached. Goblins began to ascend the arrow towers, readying to launch fire arrows at them. Just then, the frail and haggard young Master Lancy emerged from within the room. He approached the 3 and said, "Miss Hana, Steward Munda, Sir Lao, let us surrender." The 3 were taken aback and hurriedly inquired about young Master Lancy's state. He shook his head. "My lords, when my father was involved in the failed coup, King Zhang offered us a choice: immediate execution or exile to the magical forest. We chose the magical forest, knowing it was a perilous choice. Yet we still opted for it, seeking that slim chance of survival. How does our current situation differ from that moment? We have merely shifted from pleading for our lives from the king to imploring the goblins. Our lives are once again in the hands of the enemy. It may be better to feign submission. Even a mere 10% chance of survival is preferable to certain death. What could be more terrifying than that?" The 3, upon hearing this, felt as if their last vestiges of strength had been drained, and they cast aside their final shreds of dignity. Chapter 26, Hana Dullening. Within 3 meters, Qinwu noted that the time was nearly ripe, and there were still no signs of surrender from the humans. He picked up another wooden arrow, ignited it in the brazier, and drew his bow. Qinwu mused that it would be a shame to burn down such a wooden fortress. It could serve as storage for provisions. However, if they refused to surrender, he would have no choice but to incinerate it and rebuild. Just as he was about to release the arrow, he suddenly heard the human soldiers on the wall shouting, seemingly trying to catch his attention. He turned his gaze toward them, watching as the human soldiers began to discard their armor and weapons, tossing them down to the ground below. Following them were the farmers, who threw down their axes and hoes, and then Miss Hannah, who reluctantly caressed the magical runes on her staff before resolutely casting it to the ground. Sir Leo struggled to remove his armor and threw it down, and finally, he hesitated over a very long greatsword, taking a long time to part with it. Knowing that this companion, which had accompanied him on the battlefield, would no longer belong to him. Upon seeing that the individuals on the wall had nearly discarded their weapons, Qinwu let out a hearty laugh, descending from the arrow tower. He called out to the Goblin Spear, "Goblin Spear, send someone to collect the weapons." The Goblin Spear acknowledged and led several goblins to the base of the wall to retrieve the discarded arms. Stripped of these possessions, the humans had lost their capacity for resistance and became mere lambs ready for slaughter. Minutes later, the city gate swung open, and the humans cautiously emerged from the wooden fortress, led by a group of men, followed by women who encircled their children. Qinwu surveyed the scene, noting there were 73 males, 21 females, and 3 children, all under 10 years of age. He felt quite satisfied with their surrender and waved his hand. The goblins rushed forward with ropes to bind their hands. The people instinctively attempted to resist, but the goblins raised their bows, crossbows, and spears, snarling threateningly. Terrified, the people could only submit to being bound. After securing the men, the goblins began to restrain the women. At this moment, some goblins grew restless, their breaths heavy, eyes bloodshot, and they emitted sinister chuckles as they bound the human females, causing panic and cries to erupt. Miss Hannah, witnessing this, cried out in anguish towards Qinwu. "Goblin leader, you have broken your promise. You vowed to ensure our safety." Qinwu cast a fleeting glance at the fellow, unsheathed his long sword, and pointed it at the goblins who were manhandling the human women. Disregarding military orders, kill. The big goblins surged forward in an instant, and about 10 goblins binding the human women were brutally slain, causing the human women to recoil in shock, huddling together in trembling fear. Qinwu surveyed the scene with his sword, and the new generation of goblins present quaked in terror, all bowing their heads. Qinwu spoke coldly. "Here, my command is the ultimate authority, absolute, and a life creed to which you must adhere even unto death. What I forbid is forbidden, and what I command must be executed, or else death." The goblins present were too frightened to utter a word. With a cold snort, Qinwu sheathed his sword and waved his hand. A new group of goblins approached to bind the human women, and this time, none dared to make excessive movements. Miss Hannah sighed in relief, then regarded Qinwu with curious eyes. This goblin was peculiar, his aura starkly contrasting with the chaotic energy emanating from the surrounding goblins. He resembled a human more than a monster. Once the binding was complete, Qinwu had a wooden chair brought over. He nonchalantly sat down and addressed Miss Hannah. "Have your kin kneel, to show submission to your supreme master." The humiliation struck Miss Hannah, her face flashing with indignation. Knight Leo tugged at her clothing, signaling her to observe the predatory gazes of the goblins surrounding them. Only then did Miss Hannah realize they were captives, compelled to translate the truth. Upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation, the crowd exchanged glances, and with weapons like spears and crossbows aimed at them, they fell to their knees en masse. Qinwu beckoned Miss Hannah with a finger. "Come here." Miss Hannah, filled with caution, took a step back, clutching her chest. Seeing this, Qinwu mockingly inquired, "Beautiful sorceress, what is your name?" "Hannah, Hannah Duaning." "Very well, Miss Hannah, from this moment forth, I appoint you as my exclusive translator. When I say within 3 meters, you must immediately comply and come to me within that distance, following my commands. Otherwise, I shall slay your kin. Now, within 3 meters. Miss Hannah trembled. Could she really stand beside this big goblin? She felt he might pounce on her at any moment, and she dared not move. Noticing her in action, Qinwu drew a crossbow and aimed it at the kneeling young Master Lance. Miss Hannah gasped in alarm, quickly stepping beside Qinwu. Now amidst the goblins, feeling as though she had entered a den of monsters, goosebumps rising on her skin, Qinwu let out a satisfied hum, lowering the crossbow and declaring loudly, "Attention, all humans! I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of myriad races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of gods, the rightful master of the magical forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. From this moment on, you are my slaves, my property, my currency. In my kingdom, only those of value may survive, and value is stratified. The lowest is labor, and the highest is knowledge and skill. The questions I pose next will determine your status, so ponder carefully before responding. Of course, do not dare to lie, for the consequences will be dire. Now, tell me, who among you is an expert in metallurgy, including mineral prospecting, iron smelting, or simply blacksmithing. Those who possess such skills step forward. After speaking, Qinwu elbowed Miss Hannah in the stomach, signaling her to translate. Miss Hannah stepped back in disgust, but hastily translated. The crowd exchanged wary glances, and an elderly man tugged a young man forward a few steps as they knelt. "My Lord Goblin, my son and I are blacksmiths from Lord Lance's household. We know how to forge swords, armor, and can even construct a blast furnace for iron smelting, as well as locate iron and coal mines to some extent." Upon finishing, both men looked anxiously at Qinwu. Qinwu was overjoyed. Talented individuals. SSR-level talents. He pointed at the two and roared at the other goblins. "Henceforth, these two shall be the core members of the tribe. Anyone who dares to harm them will face death." With that, he stepped forward, personally assisting the two to their feet, unbinding them and allowing them to stand aside. Then turned to Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters. Miss Hannah hesitated, reluctantly stepping closer to him. Qinwu pointed at the blacksmith father and son, instructing Miss Hannah, "Tell them to work diligently for me, and their lives will improve." The corner of Miss Hannah's mouth twitched. This sounded like the empty promises of a grand merchant from the capital. She conveyed Qinwu's words to the two men, who felt a mix of joy and anxiety, feeling as if they finally had a future. Next, Qinwu sought out more talents, including but not limited to brewers, carpenters, sericulture experts, papermakers, and leatherworkers. These individuals had been carefully selected by Master Lance, each mastering a specific skill, and they were all promised a bright future by Qinwu. Naturally, there were also useless individuals, including 7 professional soldiers and a knight named Leo, standing at nearly 1.9 meters tall, who claimed to know how to fight. He boasted about his physique, thinking that if goblins could be of use, surely he would be made a great general. However, Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. These men, along with the 7 soldiers, would serve as the lowest-tier slaves, tasked with menial labor like cleaning dung and digging ditches. What pride could they hold? Chapter 27. The stench of monkey brew. After all the humans declared their submission, a notification sound from the system echoed in Qinwu's ears. Ding. Victory achieved. Enemies slain. 7 captured enemies. 97 experience gained. 520 own casualties. 18 loot acquired. Grains X35, sickles X28, axes X25, hoes X19, daggers X11, swords X8, tattered clothing X17, tattered armor X8, helmets X5, tattered chainmail X1. Acquired dinars, 3890. Ding. The ownership of Difficult Ton has changed. Difficult Ton now belongs to you. Prosperity of Difficult Ton, 280. Please select your attitude towards Difficult Ton. 1. Forgive. 2. Pillage. 3. Completely destroy. Qinwu gazed at the option to pillage, according to the Mount Blade system. Selecting pillage would lead to a certain degree of destruction of the castle, allowing him to obtain substantial plundered resources and dinars. It sounded quite tempting. Yet such actions would significantly decrease the prosperity, which currently stood at 280, already quite low, as it should typically exceed 1,000. Qinwu intended to develop this place as a stronghold, thus he chose forgiveness. Upon making his selection, the system presented another option. Would you like to rename the fortress? Qinwu clicked yes, and the system displayed an input box. After some consideration, he typed in Gubu Bao. Ding. Difficult Ton has been renamed Gubu Bao. Thus, Qinwu acquired his first castle. Qinwu opened the castle management page and clicked on garrison, noting that Gubu Bao had a garrison capacity of 80 soldiers, meaning he could place 80 soldiers within. He promptly transferred the 19 goblins he had on hand into the castle, freeing up his forces, and then approached the goblins working the land, inquiring if they wished to join his army. Upon agreement, he directly exchanged dinars and transferred them all to the castle garrison. After several trips, Qinwu filled the 80 slots, spending 400 dinars and leaving him with 5,640 dinars remaining. The troops stationed in the castle cannot be taken away. These individuals may only operate in the vicinity of the castle. Nevertheless, they serve to transform the chaotic and disordered goblins into obedient soldiers who will unwaveringly follow his commands. Consequently, even in his absence from Gobu Fort, these soldiers will maintain order, preventing other goblins from causing disturbances and thwarting any attempts by humans to escape, thereby enhancing the castle's security. More significantly, the soldiers stationed at the castle receive only half of their salaries while the castle can levy taxes, allowing the income from production to offset the soldiers' wages, resulting in a negligible financial burden of dinars. Additionally, the station troops benefit from training enhancements provided by the castle's training grounds. This means that once goblins are sent to the castle, They will accrue experience daily without any oversight, and within a month or two, they will evolve into advanced goblin warriors, potentially surpassing even the standard elite goblin. Qinwu accessed the castle's construction panel to review the existing and potential buildings. The current structures include a Level 1 barracks, which accommodates 80 soldiers, a Level 1 blacksmith's workshop, staffed by 220 personnel, capable of producing either 2 work axes, 2 spears, 2 daggers, 2 hoes, 2 sickles, or 1 combat sword daily, a Level 1 lumber mill with 120 staff, a Level 2 farmland, equipped with an irrigation system that boosts crop yield by 20, and a Level 1 wall. There is 1 vacant building slot available, with options to construct a training camp, which provides daily experience to stationed troops, a warehouse, which increases the castle's supply capacity, a prison, which allows for the detention of more captives and reduces escape odds, and a moat, which serves as a defensive structure surrounding the walls. Due to the presence of a skilled papermaker under his command, he can construct a paper mill. Likewise, the presence of a brewing talent allows for the establishment of a brewery, and a textile expert enables the construction of a textile factory. After surveying the purposes of these buildings, Qinwu decided to utilize the vacant slot for a training ground, as it would enhance the soldiers' experience. He confirmed the choice and allocated 80 soldiers as laborers. Suddenly, his perspective shifted dramatically, granting him a godlike view from the sky, allowing him to gaze down upon the castle, walls, fields, and water wheels. Centrally located in his view was a green square labeled training ground. Upon exploration, he discovered he could manipulate this square with his mind, akin to an RTS game. Selecting a relatively flat area within the forest, he placed the training ground there. The 80 goblins he had recruited as soldiers took up their tools and began to chop and dig, with a notification in the top left corner indicating a construction time of 48 days. Qinwu thought to himself how remarkably useful this was. With this facility, the management and development of the castle would become considerably more efficient. With the training grounds construction arranged, he proceeded to consider a second sequence of buildings that the soldiers would construct upon completion of the training ground. Qinwu examined the buildings available for construction but did not make an immediate selection. Instead, he accessed his attributes page and opened the engineering skill section. Having completed the construction of 4 arrow towers, his engineering skill proficiency rose to 25 points, unlocking a choice between 2 skills. The options were as follows. 1. Coal mine, which unlocks the coal mine building with a construction time of 32 days, enabling highly efficient coal production. 2. Lime kiln, which takes 35 days to build and allows for highly efficient lime production, but can only be placed on a limestone deposit. Qinwu opted for the lime kiln, recognizing its potential as an invaluable tool for production and development, essential for both road construction and building. Upon confirmation, Qinwu returned to the castle construction page, where the lime kiln was now available for placement. Once again, his perspective shifted to the godlike view, allowing him to drag the lime kiln into position. However, no matter where he attempted to place it, the system indicated it was impossible to do so due to the absence of a limestone deposit. Perplexed, Qinwu scratched his head and suddenly noticed an option to automatically locate a suitable building site. Without hesitation, he clicked on that option. In an instant, his perspective zoomed northward to the edge of a mountain, where the lime kiln was now marked in green as a viable placement. This mountain was approximately 1 kilometer from Gobu Fort, clearly visible from the castle walls, indicating that limestone could indeed be mined there, thus permitting the lime kiln's establishment. He confirmed the placement and awaited the construction progress. Subsequently, Qinwu selected the textile factory, paper mill, and brewery, which would queue for construction. A notable advantage of system-generated buildings is that workers can be assigned to these workshops in reality, producing resources, while the buildings within the system also generate materials stored in the system's warehouse. This mirrors the earlier encounter with the horned alligator, where one could skin the alligator in reality, and the combat resolution system would yield additional alligator hide. Essentially, this results in a factory operating at double capacity, creating a gratifying situation. Observing the blacksmith's workshop, Qinwu noted that the current workforce comprised only 2 individuals, yielding a meager daily output with a maximum capacity of 20. The workforce needed to be maximized. However, upon clicking to recruit more blacksmiths, he found the recruitment pool empty, and the system prompted him that there were no suitable blacksmiths in his territory. After contemplating, he decided to bring Miss Hannah to the blacksmith's workshop, where they met the blacksmith father and son, and he entrusted them with 20 goblins. With a smile, Qinwu addressed the duo. From today onward, these 20 goblins will be under your care, and you must impart the knowledge of blacksmithing to them. The blacksmith father and son exchanged glances at the drooling goblins, their expressions filled with concern. The elder, named Tai Oak, abruptly knelt before him, exclaiming, "My lord, it is not that I wish to shirk responsibility. But blacksmithing is a skilled trade. Even ordinary folk find it challenging to learn, let alone with our language barrier." Miss Hannah translated, and Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. The language barrier is not an issue. You can teach them through demonstration and gestures. Despite their seemingly simple-mindedness, as long as you spark their interest, their desire to learn will be quite strong. With that, Qinwu drew his sword, brandishing it before a goblin who was drooling and nibbling on its fingers, enticingly. "Do you want this?" The goblin halted its finger nibbling, eyes sparkling at the glimmering sword. "I want it." Qinwu playfully slapped the goblin and pushed it towards the blacksmith father and son. "If you want it, learn blacksmithing from these two humans. Once you master it, you can forge your swords. I will also improve your treatment, ensuring you can eat well without having to fight on the battlefield." The 20 goblins immediately surrounded the blacksmiths, their eyes bright with eagerness, chattering in goblin language to urge the pair to teach them blacksmithing. Miss Hannah translated Qinwu's words to the blacksmith father and son, who reluctantly agreed, feeling that refusal would lead to dire consequences when Qinwu's patience ran thin. Satisfied with their compliance, Qinwu patted them on the shoulder. "Excellent. I am pleased with your attitude. Remember, attitude is crucial. Achieving results is one matter, but having the right attitude is another. Show me your commitment." With that, Qinwu departed, leaving behind the 20 eager goblins. The blacksmith father and son gazed at the chattering creatures, utterly helpless. The son remarked, "Father, do you think these goblins can truly learn blacksmithing? What if they fail and the elite goblin seeks retribution?" The elder blacksmith sighed, feeling equally powerless. However, the orders had been given, and there was little they could do. Ultimately, they would have to teach them, as the leader had demanded to see their attitude. Thus, they resolved to teach earnestly, knowing that if the goblins could not learn, there was little they could do about it. As he spoke, he ignited the furnace, melting several swords and the full armor of the Knight of Leo. Currently, Goblin Fortress is in a developmental stage. Swords, being tools specialized for combat, seem excessively lavish and unnecessary, whereas axes can serve both in battle and production. As for the full suit of Western armor, Qinwu attempted to don it, but found it ill-fitting. Such armor is custom-made and tailored specifically for the Knight of Leo. It would serve no purpose to keep it and must be melted down. However, he retained the great sword as his primary weapon. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Qinwu took Miss Hannah to find a carpenter, who also arranged for 20 goblin apprentices to assist him. Subsequently, he ventured to the fields outside the castle, where he found elderly farmers at work, assigning 3 goblins to each. These goblins were to learn the intricacies of crop cultivation while also keeping a watchful eye on the farmers. Should anyone dare to flee, the goblins would execute them. Having concluded the day's affairs, Qinwu stretched lazily and glanced at Miss Hannah, who was lingering a few meters away. Within 3 meters, he called out, causing her to shiver and reluctantly approach him. He scrutinized her with admiration. Miss Hannah was strikingly beautiful, tall and slender, with captivating long red hair, embodying the quintessential heroine of another world. Despite being a goblin, the only emotions she directed towards him were disdain and fear. Qinwu had previously heard online that the feet of a Mahua Xiaojiu were fragrant and that they would not produce any unpleasant odors, and if they did, they would be a delightful pink hue. Now, facing a Mahua Xiaojiu, his curiosity surged. A sinister chuckle escaped him, causing Miss Hannah to shudder. "Come inside," Qinwu commanded, taking her hand and pulling her towards a wooden hut. Nearly 30 chapters in, as a goblin, he ought to engage in the activities befitting his kind. Otherwise, the readers would surely flee. Miss Hannah's face was a portrait of terror. Is it finally happening? Am I really to engage in a business deal worth 200 million with this wretched goblin? Qinwu shut the wooden door behind them, rubbing his hands together and emitting a sinister chuckle reminiscent of Tom Cat plotting mischief. "Today, I shall investigate whether the feet of magical girls emit an odor and if they produce pink effluence." He leaned closer to Miss Hannah, inhaling deeply. Miss Hannah, overwhelmed with despair, did not resist but tightly closed her eyes. She understood that resistance was futile. It was better to comply and expedite the situation. Lord Lance was right. As long as one could survive, that was preferable to anything else. However, after Qinwu caught her scent, his entire body went rigid. Miss Hannah, with her eyes still shut, was puzzled. What was taking so long? Wasn't he supposed to leap upon her immediately? Qinwu's expression was one of shock as he regarded her, who appeared utterly disheartened. Miss Hannah was equally bewildered. What was this reaction? Unsure, he took another whiff, raising one of her hands high and sniffing her armpit. Awful, he exclaimed, leaping back 3 meters. What the hell? How can a mahua Xiao Jiu smell so foul? Miss Hannah was left dumbfounded. What kind of response was that? Instinctively, she lifted her hand to her armpit, the pungent odor causing her to recoil as she quickly lowered her arm and turned her head, her face flushed. Li Qinwu pressed against the wall in terror. Since becoming a goblin, his sense of smell had become remarkably acute. The clothing Miss Hannah wore was thickly layered, a mixture of leather and coarse fabric, and her knee-high leather boots were tightly sealed. Thus, when he leaned in to sniff, the overwhelming stench of sweat and the fermented aroma of her attire invaded his nostrils, obliterating half of his olfactory cells and prompting immediate nausea. He recalled the days of visiting construction sites, where the dormitories reeked of freshly discarded socks and clothes. The pungent odor of sweat from a day's labor eerily reminiscent of what now assaulted his senses. Whoever claimed that Mahui Xiao Jiu smelled good, I shall slay them. He cursed inwardly, then edged along the wall, evading Miss Hannah as he made his way to the door. Swiftly opening the door and stepping outside, Li Qinwu awkwardly addressed Miss Hannah. Annie, we can discuss matters tomorrow. For now, you should go clean yourself. With a bang, he shut the door behind him. Miss Hannah's face transitioned from a slight blush to that of a cherry bomb, steam practically billowing from her head, on the verge of exploding. Ah! She cried out in a mix of shame and fury. How could a goblin find her repulsive? What could she do? After being confined for a month, and with the castle's water supply depleted, the water she conjured daily was consumed by everyone else. Where could she find water to cleanse herself? Even a girl would smell foul after more than a month without a bath. It was simply unacceptable. On the morning of the following day, before dawn, Li Qinwu stood atop the walls of Goblin Fortress, inhaling deeply and calling out to the castle below, within 3 steps. His voice echoed, prompting many to peek out of their doors and windows. The humans he had arranged to stay in the castle were still there, primarily for ease of management. Once the gates were closed, no one could escape, resembling a large prison. After his call, he stood waiting. Moments later, a flustered Miss Hannah, hair disheveled and attire mismatched, hurried towards him. Dark circles under her eyes indicated a lack of sleep, having been summoned before dawn, which certainly tested her patience. Standing before Li Qinwu, she hastily attempted to tidy her unruly hair. He observed her closely, despite being insulted the previous day. It was evident that Miss Hannah had meticulously cleaned herself. Even her robe and shoes appeared well cared for, enhancing her beauty significantly. Li Qinwu approached with an unsettling chuckle, circling around her and placing a hand on her shoulder. Miss Hannah stiffened. Did this mean that today would be the day? Perhaps she should not have cleaned herself so thoroughly out of anger. Perhaps the foul smell had been her form of protection. As she pondered these thoughts, Li Qinwu leaned in close, his breath warm against her ear, sending shivers down her spine. Teach me magic. Gulp. I shall not yield, she retorted defiantly. What did you say? Li Qinwu shrugged. I said, teach me magic. Miss Hannah, why is your face so flushed? Are you thinking of something inappropriate? Miss Hannah stammered. Caught off guard. Was there truly such a development? Observing her bewildered expression, Li Qinwu felt a tinge of helplessness. This Mahua Xiao Jiu was undeniably beautiful, stirring his heart, yet the reality was that he was a goblin. The offspring of goblins are creatures devoid of emotions. He dared not contemplate the future, where a child born of their union would be a savage creature, incapable of communication or shared dreams. Instead, they would bear a predatory gaze, waiting for the day they would surpass their parent. What purpose would such a child serve, other than to instill dread? Fortunately, Li Qinwu possessed the riding and slaughter system, which allowed for marriage within the game. By marrying a noblewoman, the children they bore would have a fixed affection of 100 towards their father, ensuring it would not diminish. Upon maturation, they would evolve into upgradable NPCs, capable of commanding troops or managing towns. In other words, the children born through system certification are considered normal individuals, and Li Qinwu can enjoy all the privileges of fatherhood. Consequently, his partner must be a female lord. Miss Hannah's system certification identifies her as an NPC, but she is currently unrecruitable due to insufficient affinity, thus cannot become a system-certified female lord, which limits their options. Miss Hannah assures herself that Li Qinwu poses no threat to her, realizing that she is merely scaring herself, and then proceeds to explain the concept of magic. Magic consists of magical energy particles that disperse into the air. To harness this power, one must utilize magical script to channel the energy stored within the body and then arrange the script according to specific patterns to manifest the desired magical effects. To learn magic, one must first master the common tongue, followed by the ancient Elvish language, and then the magical script. Li Qinwu inquires as to why one cannot learn the magical script directly. Miss Hannah gazes at him as if he were a fool. The common tongue is a derivative of the ancient Elvish, which in turn is a derivative of the magical script. It is said that the magical script is the language of the gods, with each character embodying the laws governing the universe. To grasp its intricacies, one must possess a profound understanding of the languages of various races. Learning from a simpler language to a more complex one is far more manageable. Attempting to learn the magical script directly would be akin to constructing a skyscraper without a foundation, leading to inevitable failure. This explanation resonates with Li Qinwu, who nods in understanding. Then, Miss Hannah, please teach me the common tongue, followed by the ancient Elvish, and then the magical script. Miss Hannah scrutinizes Li Qinwu from head to toe. You wish to learn the common tongue? Li Qinwu confidently affirms, indeed, I shall learn the common tongue. Even if it is not for the purpose of magic, mastering the language of humans will facilitate the management of you slaves. This statement causes Miss Hannah to tremble with indignation, prompting her to merely huff in response. She muses that this goblin is overly simplistic. The linguistic differences among races are vast, and the physiological and living conditions of different beings influence their languages. Learning a language is not as straightforward as the modern pursuit of English. To grasp a race's language, one must delve deeply into their culture, presenting numerous challenges. Li Qinwu, however, remains undeterred. He can allocate points to his intelligence attribute and enhance his proficiency in magical skills, making the acquisition of foreign languages less daunting. He takes Miss Hannah on a tour of the territory, asking her how to express various items of interest in the common tongue. Miss Hannah is momentarily taken aback by his earnest desire to learn. It appears this goblin is genuinely committed to mastering the language. Curiously, she asks, there are many types of magic. Which one do you wish to learn? Li Qinwu responds, are there any wood-based spells that can enhance crop yields? Perhaps earth-based magic to facilitate the excavation of irrigation channels or to manipulate stone into habitable dwellings. Or fire magic that can sustain heat to smelt iron or boil water. Miss Hannah is left astounded, pondering what this goblin is saying. How could sacred magic be employed for mundane agricultural tasks? Do you not wish to learn powerful spells such as fireball, lightning blade, or illusions that can deceive the mind and create phantoms? Or manipulate the divine's authority to alter the weather? Li Qinwu's eyes light up. Magic can indeed change the weather? This would allow mages to induce rainfall and bolster crop production. Miss Hannah is taken aback. You truly wish to study magic solely for these trivial matters? Li Qinwu asserts. Is the advancement of livelihoods a trivial matter? His gaze turns serious as he examines Miss Hannah. She is adorned in splendid attire. And despite her current status as a slave, an aura of pride radiates from her, an essence cultivated over years in a particular environment, reminiscent of a sheltered university student. Upon considering the implications, Li Qinwu suspects that mages in human society are granted significant social status. People pursue magic not for practical applications, but to elevate their social standing. Akin to the civil service examinations that are undertaken not for research or understanding the world, but to gain official titles. They exchange glances, each silently disdainful of the other's perspective. Chapter 29. Return to the tribe. Li Qinwu is resolute in his desire to learn the common tongue, and for an extended period. He keeps Miss Hannah by his side, compelling himself to communicate with her using his halting grasp of the language. Learning a foreign language is undoubtedly a painful endeavor, leaving Li Qinwu feeling exasperated. Those who proclaim their love for learning are indeed adversaries of goblins. Nevertheless, he perseveres through his aversion to studying and dedicates himself wholeheartedly to the task. Since seizing Goblin Fortress, he has felt an inexplicable urgency, as if some ominous threat were slowly encroaching upon him. He knows that if he does not strengthen himself in time, he will become little more than prey when danger arrives. Thus, whether in the realm of territorial production, military training, or personal development, he is unwaveringly committed to becoming stronger. Miss Hannah is astonished by Li Qinwu's attitude. She observes that while he clearly despises learning the common tongue, he endures and forces himself to study. What motivates this goblin to defy his biological instincts? As time passes, half a month later, another wave of goblin offspring is born, bringing the population of Goblin Fortress to 800. Li Qinwu feels the pressure of food resources and decrees a halt to breeding activities. It is time to stabilize the population. Fortunately, the cultivated land continues to expand, and once they plant potatoes across these fields, the granaries will soon be filled, allowing for another population surge. During this period, humans and goblins coexist peacefully. Humans are astonished to find that the goblins do not resort to the rumored behaviors of devouring humans or harassing human women. Instead, They display remarkable restraint. Those who do not adhere to this restraint are executed on Qinwu's orders. Their bodies displayed in the forest as a warning to the next generation of goblins. In short, the tensions between the two races within Goblin Fortress have not escalated sharply. As development stagnates, Qinwu resolves to return to his original tribe. He intends to bring back human farmers and crops to facilitate dual development. It is unwise to place all eggs in one basket. Should Goblin Fortress suffer an attack from humans or monsters leading to its destruction, the Goblin tribe would remain as a fallback for continued growth. Qinwu takes with him 20 adult goblins, 300 new generation goblins, 20 human farmers. The father and son blacksmith duo, Knight Leo, all human soldiers, Butler Raymond, young Master Lance, Miss Hannah, and various vegetable seeds, along with 100 sets of farming tools. Essentially, he gathers all those who pose a potential threat, leaving behind only the indecisive human farmers. Before the expedition departs, Qinwu calls Gobu over. Gobu, I need you to stay behind and help me manage Goblin Fortress. We require a seasoned goblin to oversee the new generation goblins. Gobu is momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why he is not included in the journey. Boss, I cannot handle this. I fear causing trouble. Please take me with you. Qinwu encourages Gobu with a pat on the shoulder. Gobu, do not hesitate. This is an order. Rest assured, the 80 goblins remaining in the fortress will heed your command. If any humans attempt to flee, capture and execute them. If the new generation goblins cause trouble, capture 3 and execute 1. With these 2 measures in place, Goblin Fortress will remain secure. You need not concern yourself with anything else in the fortress. Simply cultivate the land according to my plans. When you have spare time, conduct military training with the new generation goblins, executing those who do not comply. If you eliminate enough, it will serve as a lesson. Just keep a watchful eye on the fortress. I will return before long, and upon my return, I shall reward you with 100 strips of jerky. After speaking, Qinwu departed, leaving behind 80 system soldiers stationed alongside over 800 new generation goblins. Unless 200 human soldiers arrived, there was no imminent danger. As the troops advanced, Miss Hannah frequently glanced back, feeling compelled to accompany Qinwu to the magic cave, while also worrying about the safety of the human women in the castle. Noticing her anxious demeanor, Qinwu chuckled and reassured her, do not worry. The human women are skilled textile workers, my prized assets. I would never allow them to come to harm. Yet, Miss Hannah remained concerned. Will your kin still obey your commands after you leave? Qinwu confidently assured her, as long as the humans do not flee, my kin will never harm them. As the troops marched through the wilderness and twilight approached, Qinwu commanded the preparation of a meal. The goblins began boiling water in a ceramic pot, followed by cooking dried meat and vegetables. Within 3 meters, Qinwu shouted, prompting Miss Hannah to approach him in frustration. Can you please call me by my name? I do not go by within 3 meters. Ignoring her plea, Qinwu pointed to the pot containing fresh crocodile meat and vegetables. Cook. Miss Hannah was taken aback. You want me to cook? Qinwu nodded earnestly. Hurry. We must eat well and rest. We leave before dawn. Previously, Qinwu had prepared his own meals, primarily due to his apprehension that the goblins might neglect hygiene. Now, with Miss Hannah present, it was only natural for her to take on the cooking. Before long, Miss Hannah completed the meal, and after they ate from ceramic bowls with chopsticks, Qinwu spread a tattered cloth on the ground and laid down beside the campfire. Miss Hannah huddled in a corner, anxiously drifting into sleep. Uncertain of how long she had slept, she was jolted awake by a voice whispering, within 3 meters. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Qinwu's green face inches from hers, nearly causing her to scream. He quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. Do not scream. You must not scream. Miss Hannah was filled with fear. After holding her mouth for a moment, Qinwu loosened his grip slightly. Do not scream. I will release you. Understood? She nodded, and he let go. Follow me. He hefted a hefty sword, the weapon of Knight Leo, an absurdly large 2-handed sword weighing 8 kilograms. Leading the way, Qinwu guided Miss Hannah. Where are you taking me? Qinwu replied cryptically, to check the guards. They stealthily approached the perimeter of the temporary camp, where Qinwu had stationed 4 sentinels at each corner. He wanted to see if the goblins would diligently follow his orders. To his dismay, he found the first sentry. 2 goblins, sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. Enraged, he charged over and slapped them awake. You 2 are courting death. Everyone, assemble. Qinwu's roar roused all the goblins in the temporary camp, who gathered around him, mistakenly believing an enemy had attacked. Once everyone was present, Qinwu spat on the ground and pointed at the bewildered sentries. These 2 were sleeping on duty. If an enemy had approached, we would have been caught off guard. You two have violated military discipline, and I sentence you to death." With that, he swung his sword twice, severing their heads. Brandishing the bloodied sword, he addressed the gathered goblins. "Military discipline. I have repeated this countless times. You may choose to ignore it, but should I catch you, this will be your fate." Butler Mengda and Knight Leo stood together, with Leo remarking, "He is truly different." Butler Mengda looked on in astonishment. "You cannot even understand goblin language. How do you know what they are doing? Isn't it obvious?" Knight Leo pointed to the decapitated goblins on the ground. "The sentries were caught sleeping on duty and were executed on the spot. I am familiar with this. In the service of young Master Lance's father, I often apprehended lazy soldiers. However, his method is rather ruthless. Our punishments were mild in comparison." Watching Qinwu roar in fury made Butler Mengda very uneasy. The goblin's display suggested he might become a significant threat. Chapter 30. A home robbed. After 2 days of slow progress, the troops faced numerous challenges, primarily due to the humans' inability to endure long marches, necessitating frequent breaks and making them susceptible to illness. The mosquitoes in the rainforest posed little threat to goblins, causing merely mild irritation, but for humans, they were perilous. On the second day of travel, one human fell gravely ill from insect bites, compelling Miss Hannah to remain by his side, employing her basic healing magic to assist him. The humid nights in the rainforest took a toll, and lacking sufficient camping gear, the goblins slept directly on the ground, while the humans could not endure such conditions. Upon waking the next day, the humans complained of back and stomach pains due to the dampness. Concerned for these valuable individuals, Qinwu ordered a reduction in marching speed and directed the construction of makeshift wooden beds, placing them near the campfire at night to ensure they would not directly contact the ground while sleeping. The journey continued for 3 days, and if it had been solely comprised of goblins, they would have reached the tribe by now. Instead, Qinwu estimated they had covered less than half the distance. However, this morning, as they crossed a mountain, Qinwu suddenly caught a familiar scent of goblins carried by the wind, and it was abundant. He pondered how he could smell goblins when they had yet to reach the tribe. Were the hunting parties from the tribe this far out? It seemed too far-fetched. Even for hunting, they would not venture such a distance. Confounded, he urged the troops to proceed with caution. Upon clearing dense underbrush, they arrived at a relatively open area. There, less than 100 goblins lay scattered, many injured, bearing expressions of despair, as if they had suffered a significant blow. Qinwu instantly recognized their leader. "Igier, what are you doing here?" Seeing Qinwu accompanied by so many well-equipped goblins, Igier burst into tears. He hurriedly approached Qinwu, kneeling and clutching his leg. "Boss, our home is gone. Our home is gone." Qinwu felt a pang of alarm and quickly lifted him. "What happened? Speak carefully." "Boss, the dog-headed people. They attacked us." During Qinwu's absence, Igier had cultivated land to grow potatoes and increase the goblin population, achieving a commendable milestone of 500 inhabitants. However, while he was steadily developing, the eastern dog-headed tribe suddenly launched an assault. The goblins and dog-headed people had coexisted peacefully for a long time, but the dog-headed tribe had somehow acquired a group of ogres. These towering giants, standing at 5 to 6 meters tall, with low intelligence and tough hides, inexplicably obeyed the dog-headed people and helped them attack the goblin tribe, leading to its utter destruction. Igier fled westward with the remaining goblins, aiming to catch up with Qinwu and inform him of their home being robbed. Qinwu stroked his chin. He felt no regret about the loss of his old home, as he had left no valuable assets behind. Whether it was stolen or not mattered little. He intended to return and rebuild. However, with the dog-headed people now encroaching, whether for revenge or to ensure the safety of their surroundings, they had to be eradicated. Qinwu inquired, "How many dog-headed people are there? And how many ogres?" Igier scratched his head and raised his fingers. "The number of ogres is precisely equal to the number of fingers on a human hand, while the number of dog-headed men slightly exceeds that of our tribe. 5 ogres and 300 to 400 dog-headed men, perhaps." Qinwu glanced back at the troops he commanded, which included 19 elder goblins, each equipped with crocodile leather armor, axes, crossbows, and wooden shields. After 2 months of military training, the elite goblins, numbering 300, were equipped with 52 2-meter-long iron spears and wooden shields. The remaining personnel wielded sickles, axes, and hoes, all capable of being affixed to long poles to transform into polearms. This well-armed force could easily dispatch dog-headed men, akin to chopping vegetables. However, the presence of ogres, formidable giants, posed a significant challenge. Qinwu pondered for a moment before shouting, within 3 paces, "Miss Hannah, with a displeased expression, appeared beside him. Ignoring her demeanor, he inquired, "Do you know about ogres?" Miss Hannah nodded in affirmation. "Then share all the information you possess regarding ogres." Although unsure of Li Qinwu's intentions, she answered truthfully. Ogres are creatures of immense appetite and relatively low intelligence, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters in adulthood, with lifespans of 3 to 4 centuries, possessing an innate affinity for earth-based magic. Their skin is exceedingly thick, developing stone-like armor as they age, becoming increasingly resilient, and they possess remarkable regenerative abilities, capable of regrowing severed limbs. Ogres exhibit high physical and magical resistance, are omnivorous, and have a strong sense of familial loyalty, often living in groups of 5 to 7, comprising parents, children, and grandchildren. Li Qinwu inhaled deeply, exclaiming inwardly, "Damn it! Magical resistance, giants, and immense strength. How am I to contend with this?" He wondered if ogres had any exploitable weaknesses. If not, retreat would be his only option. Engaging a foe he could not defeat seemed futile, and he would rather seek opportunities elsewhere. Miss Hannah shrugged, suggesting that ogres' primary weaknesses lie in their low intelligence and sluggishness. Oh, and their strong familial ties could also be a vulnerability. Some sorcerers, in pursuit of magical materials, capture ogre pups when adult ogres venture out to hunt, threatening the entire ogre family and luring them into pits to drown them, thus acquiring substantial earth-based magical resources. Li Qinwu gasped in shock, incredulous at the ruthlessness of human sorcerers. He instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding Miss Hannah with newfound wariness. She, taken aback, hastily clarified, "Hey, what is with that look? I'm merely an apprentice sorcerer. I've never done such things." Li Qinwu coughed, contemplating that capturing a young ogre was out of the question. He suspected the young ogres were already under the control of the dog-headed men. Otherwise, how could the entire ogre family be compelled to serve them? Thus, he resolved to rely on sheer strength to confront them directly. Given the ogre's high physical and magical defenses, the weapons he possessed would hardly be effective against them. However, a crossbow, particularly one equipped with iron-tipped bolts, might inflict damage on the ogres. Li Qinwu summoned Iron Oak and described the crossbow he envisioned. Having watched documentaries in his previous life, he recalled a simple Roman crossbow, constructed entirely of wood except for the string. This design featured 2 wheels on either side. 2 soldiers could turn the wheels, gradually tightening the string, a simple yet practical mechanism. After half an hour of discussion, they deemed the project feasible. Li Qinwu dispatched goblins to fell trees, while he and Iron Oak meticulously crafted the relatively intricate gear components. With coordinated effort, the first crossbow was completed in 4 hours. This crossbow measured 18 meters in length and 13 meters in width, requiring 8 individuals to carry it. For the string, Li Qinwu utilized 5 crocodile tendons, braiding them together like a rope, which, when tightened, provided exceptional kinetic energy. As for the ammunition, they merely needed to carve a suitably sized wooden rod and affix an iron spearhead to the front. Li Qinwu assigned 2 elder goblins to operate the winding mechanism. After 2 minutes, they successfully drew the string, indicating that they would likely have only one opportunity to fire before encountering the enemy. Nevertheless, the effort proved worthwhile as Li Qinwu aimed the finished crossbow at a tree large enough for 4 individuals to embrace, pulling the trigger. With a whoosh, the thick coral was released, sending wood chips flying as the iron spearhead penetrated the tree until the entire bolt snapped, becoming lodged in the trunk and losing all momentum. The terrifying power of the weapon elicited gasps from the onlookers, and Li Qinwu smirked, realizing that this crossbow's explosive energy at close range likely surpassed that of a small-caliber handgun, sufficient to engage ogres. He immediately ordered the troops to work through the night to construct 5 such crossbows. By dawn the following day, all 5 were completed and functioned flawlessly during test firings. With their formidable weaponry ready, Li Qinwu commanded the army to march towards the tribe. The need to transport the crossbows slowed their pace, and after 2 days of travel, Li Qinwu finally arrived at the familiar forest. Here, he detected a pungent odor of beasts, an unmistakable sign of the dog-headed men marking their territory. These creatures had completely seized control of the goblins' hunting grounds, considering themselves the masters of this forest. Li Qinwu scoffed, determined to make the dog-headed men pay dearly for their insolence. Observing the dense underbrush, he concluded that it was essential to find an appropriate battlefield, one with a clear line of sight, devoid of trees obstructing their aim. One ear suggested, "Boss, we could head towards the cave spiders, where I found the potatoes. The ground there is littered with potato roots, offering an unobstructed view." Li Qinwu readily agreed and led his troops to the vicinity of the cave spiders. Upon arrival, He confirmed that the location was indeed suitable for crossbow attacks. In the distance, a barren mountain loomed, its surface covered in dark gray stones, with numerous caves where large spiders could be seen moving. Additionally, the surrounding hills lacked significant trees, and the ground was abundant with potato roots, almost as if the potatoes thrived excessively in this area. Qinwu selected a small hillside and instructed his men to set up the crossbows, orienting them towards the forest. When the enemy emerged from the trees, they would be approximately 500 meters from the crossbow position, ensuring a broad field of fire. He had his men clear some potato roots to lay on the crossbows, while other goblins concealed themselves among the potato vines. Once everything was prepared, Qinwu turned to One Ear, instructing him, "Take your men to engage the dog-headed men in the tribe and see if you can lure them over." One Ear's eyes widened in fear. Without waiting for him to respond, Qinwu continued, "Do not be afraid. You are not going into battle. Just lure the enemy here." The dog-headed men undoubtedly possessed excellent olfactory senses, and they would remember your scent. You simply need to pretend to approach the tribe, throw a few stones to provoke them, and lead them in pursuit. One Ear remained apprehensive, recalling how the dog-headed men had relentlessly hunted them down before, reducing their numbers from 200 to less than 100. Had One Ear not been sufficiently resilient and run far enough to escape into the territory of more powerful beasts, he might have been killed by the dog-headed men. Seeing One Ear hesitate, Qinwu grew irritated and drew his great sword, pressing it against One Ear's neck. "I am not bargaining with you. Execute the task immediately, or you will lose your head." A Single Ear, quick-witted, suddenly recalled that their leader was not one to be trifled with, often resorting to punitive measures under the pretext of purifying the ranks. The Single Ear hastily assured that he would undertake the mission, while Qinwu sheathed his great sword and patted him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, you will not be wronged. Upon your success, I shall grant you military merit, provide you with 100 strips of jerky, and even bestow upon you 2 wooden mice as wives." Upon hearing that he could possess his very own wooden mice, the Single Ear was filled with excitement, casting aside all fear. "Leader, I vow to accomplish the task." The Single Ear dashed into the forest with his subordinates, while Qinwu settled back into the potato vines, patiently waiting. Curious, he prodded the dark soil beneath him, pondering why it was so unusually black. Concealed behind Tai Oak clutched a piece of black stone, noticing colorful speckles upon its surface, his expression shifting. As seconds ticked by, Qinwu, idly chewing on a blade of grass, felt the passage of time. After about half an hour, a cacophony erupted from the forest direction. Spitting out the grass, Qinwu shouted, "The enemy approaches, everyone take cover." The Single Ear re-emerged from the forest, appearing quite flustered. He rushed to Qinwu's position amidst the potato vines, utterly exhausted. "Leader, I have completed my task. All the dog-headed men from the tribe have been lured here." Qinwu glanced towards the forest's edge. "But there is nothing here, leader." "The dog-headed men are waiting for the ogre. That big fellow moves slowly." "Oh, right. Leader, there is only one ogre, and the number of dog-headed men has significantly dwindled." Qinwu was taken aback and inquired further, but the Single Ear admitted he did not know the details. Qinwu pondered, suspecting that after the dog-headed men decimated the goblin tribe, they returned to their original territory, leaving only a small contingent to oversee the goblin settlement, which was sufficient to control the hunting grounds. This fortuitous turn of events favored him. If only a few dog-headed men and a single ogre remained, the 5 crossbows could easily handle them. Qinwu felt the odds of victory had significantly improved and immediately commanded the Single Ear, "Advance forward 50 paces and form a line." "What?" Qinwu delivered a swift slap. "Hurry up and obey." "Oh." The Single Ear promptly led his subordinates forward, forming a line 50 paces ahead. At that moment, the pursuing dog-headed men arrived, led by an ogre towering at 5 meters, who casually pushed aside 2 small trees while wielding a massive wooden post. This colossal creature resembled a mountain of flesh, its skin cracked and hardened like earth. Surrounding him were roughly 100 dog-headed men, some entirely naked, others draped in hides. They wielded stone weapons, appearing disorganized, resembling a rabble. However, they had at least entered the Stone Age, and with the presence of an ogre, it was no surprise that they could obliterate the Single Ear's forces. Amidst the dog-headed men stood one particularly tall figure, measuring 1.6 meters among the usual 1.3 to 1.4 meter brethren. This one was adorned with numerous decorations made from animal bones, clad in hide, and wielded a bovine bone staff, marking him as the shaman of the dog-headed men. Spotting the goblins on a nearby hill, standing in formation wielding wooden spears and stones, the shaman scoffed. The noble dog-headed men's skin served as natural armor, their claws and sharp teeth as innate weapons. Now, bolstered by the ogre, what could the inherently wicked goblins possibly muster against them? Yet, it struck him as odd that the timid goblins dared to linger here, challenging them head-on. The dog-headed shaman sniffed the air, detecting a unique scent. An aroma he had never encountered before, yet it was strangely enticing. In the magical forest, there existed a rule. The more fragrant the creature, the weaker its combat prowess. And the more tender and delicious it became. Thus, the dog-headed shaman dismissed the faint whiff of human scent. He raised his bovine bone staff and commanded, "Eliminate them. Turn them into food." The dog-headed men barked in response, and one struck the ogre with a thorny whip, provoking an enraged howl from the ogre as it trudged toward the goblins. Qinwu fixated on the ogre, clearly observing its humiliated expression. The whip inflicted no harm. Yet it complied. It seemed the ogre's offspring had indeed been captured by the dog-headed men. Qinwu murmured to himself. Noticing the enemy was now roughly 150 meters away, he shouted, "Prepare the crossbows." With that, he leaped from the potato vines, tore away the vines from the crossbow, aimed at the ogre, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A massive arrow swiftly shot forth, embedding itself in the ogre's ample belly, the iron tip penetrating its rugged skin. With half a meter of the 15-meter-long arrow buried within, the ogre emitted a thunderous roar of pain, bewildered and furious as it glared at the arrow lodged in its abdomen, reaching to pull it out. At that moment, the other 4 crossbows released their bolts. 2 arrows veered off target, striking the accompanying dog-headed men and skewering several. The remaining 2 arrows struck the ogre's chest, driving deep into its shoulder. Ugh! The ogre howled once more, then violently vomited a copious amount of blood, the arrow having pierced its lung, rendering it breathless as it collapsed to the ground. The dog-headed men erupted in chaos. The invincible ogre had been injured? Their not-so-intelligent minds struggled to comprehend what had transpired as the goblins on Qinwu's side already readied their bows and unleashed a volley of arrows. Toppling several dog-headed men, Qinwu, wielding a noble bow, continued to fire while shouting to the goblins, "Charge! Slay them! Earn your merit!" The goblins, armed with melee weapons, surged forward, 300 of them shouting, brandishing spears and various polearms. With speed and momentum, the foremost spear-wielding goblins let out fierce cries, crashing into the disarrayed dog-headed men. Their initial charge toppling around 10 of them. Following them were goblins swinging hoes, sickles, and axes. Though numerous, their lethality paled in comparison. Often, they would strike 7 or 8 times without downing a single dog-headed man, merely knocking them to the ground with yelps. In contrast, the spear truly was the king of melee weaponry. With one thrust, a dog-headed man could be fatally dispatched. Nevertheless, the loss of the ogre, combined with the onslaught of thrice their number in goblins, sent the dog-headed men into disarray, hinting at a potential rout. The dog-headed shaman, witnessing the drastic shift in battle dynamics, was taken aback. He hurriedly raised his staff, reciting an obscure incantation, leaping and dancing like a shaman in a frenzy. This performance lasted a good 10 seconds before he slammed the bovine bone staff to the ground, raising his head to howl a fierce cry. Hearing this howl, the dog-headed men breathed heavily, their eyes turning bloodshot, and they echoed a guttural howl in response, indiscriminately launching themselves at the goblins. Grabbing hold of a goblin, they clawed and bit, swiftly tearing it apart, flesh and blood flying. The dog-headed shaman, having unleashed his frenzy spell, temporarily stabilized the line. He spotted a group of larger goblins atop the hill, some shooting arrows from a distance, while others operated formidable weapons. Noticing 2 larger goblins manipulating a rotating mechanism, he keenly sensed they were preparing a powerful weapon, just as he required time to cast his spells. The weapon must not be allowed to launch a second time. The dog-headed wizard gritted his teeth as he gazed at the wounded ogre kneeling on the ground, blood pouring from its mouth, and once again invoked the great deity. With the incantation and his mesmerizing dance, a swirl of purple-black energy coalesced upon the ox-bone staff. Go! As the energy reached its peak, he pointed at the ogre. The energy shot forth, piercing into the ogre's body, and its black and white pupils became enveloped in a mist of purple-black haze. From the ogre's perspective, it witnessed the brutal slaughter of its family, its father, who had accompanied it for a century, its 80-year-old child, and its often brawling wife, all mercilessly slain. The perpetrator of this horror was none other than the diminutive figure atop the hillside. A deafening roar erupted from the ogre, accompanied by a torrent of blood. Ignoring the agony inflicted by the crossbow bolts, it charged up the slope, crushing several dog-headed and goblin foes underfoot. Upon seeing the ogre barreling towards him, Li Qinwu felt a chill run down his spine as the ground trembled beneath the thundering footsteps of the colossal creature. He glanced at the crossbow, where the big goblins were spinning the dials, but there was no time to waste. Cursing under his breath, Li Qinwu braced himself to buy time for the big goblins to load their weapons. He drew his bow and aimed for the ogre's eyes. Yet his first 2 arrows missed their mark. Drawing the massive sword from his back, he lowered his center of gravity and prepared for combat. The ogre, now towering before him, brandished a tree stump thicker than Li Qinwu's waist and brought it crashing down. With quick reflexes, Li Qinwu rolled to the side, narrowly evading the blow, which left a deep crater in the ground where he had just stood. Rising swiftly, he seized the opportunity as the ogre staggered after its swing and struck fiercely at its ample waist. Swinging such a massive weapon was akin to wielding a slab of iron, reminiscent of Gus before he acquired the Dragon Slayer. The strike made a sound akin to metal twisting, leaving only a faint white mark upon the ogre's hide. The ogre retaliated with a sweeping motion of the wooden stump, but Li Qinwu nimbly rolled aside, deftly evading the attack. Standing up, he hoisted the great sword onto his shoulder, intently observing the ogre's movements. Though the creature possessed immense strength, its attacks were overly broad and sluggish, allowing Li Qinwu to evade with relative ease. If he could just hold on for another minute, the 5 crossbows would be fully loaded, and the ogre would undoubtedly meet its demise. With this thought, Li Qinwu sidestepped to avoid the ogre's next strike. He taunted the giant with his mortal form, causing the humans hidden in the rear to tremble with fear. Steward Mond approached Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah, it would be prudent to assist the goblin leader. Taken aback, she had not anticipated Steward Mond would lend aid to the goblin. Miss Hannah, he continued with a resigned tone, if we lose our stronghold, survival in the magical forest will become exceedingly difficult. We must rely on this goblin leader. Though it was a creature of darkness, it exhibited an unusual sense of reason and placed great importance on order. Have you seen how many goblins he has slain to maintain that order? At least none of us humans have been harassed to death by goblins under his watch. Our survival hinges on him. Should he fall, his goblin forces would surely collapse, leaving us vulnerable to being captured and devoured by other goblins or dog-headed creatures. I understand, Miss Hannah replied, though her staff remained in Li Qinwu's possession, rendering her unable to cast her most formidable spells, leaving only a few weak supportive spells at her disposal. Meanwhile, the dog-headed wizard noticed Li Qinwu entangled with the ogre and felt a sense of foreboding as the 5 terrifying weapons continued their steady loading. He leaped into the air once more, channeling a new surge of purple-black energy into the oxbone staff. Once the energy reached a sufficient level, he pointed the staff forward, unleashing the purple-black energy straight at Li Qinwu. Unbeknownst to Li Qinwu, who was entirely focused on the ogre, the energy struck him squarely from behind. He felt a surge of power crash into him, partially blocked by his armor, but 70% coursed through his body. Instantly, his eyes turned purple-black, and he froze in place. A blurred vision unfolded before him, revealing a future where his goblin tribe flourished into a vast empire with millions of goblins. However, one fateful day, humans, elves, dwarves, dragons, and other intelligent species from across the continent launched a simultaneous assault on the Goblin Empire. From 4 directions, they converged, obliterating the empire Li Qinwu had painstakingly built within months. There he stood, the Goblin King, atop the highest tower of his castle, helplessly watching as the various intelligent races unleashed indiscriminate slaughter upon his subjects. Pain, screams, and blood filled the air as Li Qinwu clutched his shattered sword, paralyzed by his inability to intervene. Ultimately, a colossal red dragon descended upon the castle, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed Li Qinwu. An overwhelming wave of despair and fear washed over him, leaving him rooted in place, devoid of any response. Though Li Qinwu remained immobile, the ogre was not so still. It raised the wooden stump high, preparing to smash it down upon him. Just as the ogre was about to crush him into a pulp, Miss Hannah, hidden in the back, lifted her hand, conjuring a pale blue energy. She hurled the energy towards Li Qinwu, which entered his body and dispelled the purple-black haze clouding his vision, restoring his clarity. Li Qinwu, momentarily dazed, shook off the vision of his fallen empire, his eyes regaining their brilliance. In the next instant, he spotted the wooden stump descending towards him, nearly sending him into a panic, and he quickly rolled away. The stump grazed his side as it struck the ground, narrowly escaping with his life. Li Qinwu gazed at the massive crater left by the ogre's blow, his back drenched in sweat. He glanced back at the dog-headed wizard, who was stomping and cursing, realizing that the earlier illusion was indeed his doing. Miss Hannah's voice rang out from behind him. Be cautious. Do not let his fear spell affect you. Fear spell? The recollection of the helplessness and humiliation he felt during the vision of his kingdom's fall ignited a fierce determination within him, shaking his resolve. The fear spell held power. Qinwu swiftly repositioned himself, no longer facing the dog-headed wizard directly, but rather turning his back to his allies, allowing him to monitor both the ogre's and the wizard's movements. After dancing around the ogre for a couple more rounds, a shout from behind caught his attention. "Boss, it's ready. Get back." Qinwu's heart soared with joy as he leaped away just in time. In the next moment, a chorus of whistling arrows filled the air as 5 bolts shot forth. With the crossbows now less than 50 meters from the ogre, the proximity amplified their lethality. Each bolt struck true. 2 pierced its chest, 2 found their mark in its abdomen, and 1 penetrated its thigh. The immense force of the bolts elicited a pained howl from the ogre, dispelling the purple-black mist that had shrouded its vision. With a thunderous crash, the ogre collapsed to the ground, spewing blood as it could no longer stand, pinned by the bolts. The dual volleys of crossbow bolts had felled the ogre, and Qinwu released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, relieved that the greatest threat had been neutralized. He turned his attention to the goblins still engaged with the dog-headed creatures, issuing a command to the big goblins behind him. "Charge! Eliminate the dog-headed ones and capture the wizard with the bone staff alive." The goblins charged forth with fervent cries, their presence ensuring that the battle's conclusion was merely a matter of time. Qinwu ceased his attention towards the battlefield, shouldering his great sword as he approached the cluster of humans concealed at the rear, setting his gaze upon Miss Hannah. "You have saved my life. You may present me with a request, provided it is not excessive." Miss Hannah's expression brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a thoughtful scratch of her head. What could possibly be deemed as a reasonable request? After much contemplation, she extended her hand and stated, "Return my staff to me." Qinwu narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon her, causing her heart to race. The two held each other's gaze for an extended moment before Qinwu gestured, summoning the staff from the repository. This spectacle of conjuring an object from thin air left Miss Hannah momentarily dumbfounded. How could this goblin possess such an extraordinary ability? Was he in possession of a rare storage magical artifact? Qinwu offered the staff to Miss Hannah, who instinctively reached out to accept it, only for him to retract it once more. "Miss Hannah, upon receiving the staff, you wouldn't consider attacking my back, would you?" Miss Hannah huffed in response. A noble sorceress would never stoop to such underhanded tactics. Qinwu proffered the staff again. "I hope that is indeed the case, Miss Hannah. You would not wish to discover the extent of my cruelty towards traitors." Chapter 34. Settlement on the battlefield. The dogmen, after experiencing a surge of fervor, quickly found themselves drained of energy. Surrounded by goblins, they were met with relentless jabs from spears and bludgeonings from long-handled weapons, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming tide of goblins. A notification of victory resonated around Qinwu. "You have achieved victory. Enemies slain, 57. Enemies captured, 21. Experience gained, 560. Casualties, 0. Loot acquired. Grain x56, Dogman Fangs x12. Stone Axes x11, Stone Picks x8, Beast Hide Garments x28. Received Dinar, 1780. Level, 1113. Attribute points, 2. Specialization points, 2. This engagement allowed him to ascend 2 levels. And Qinwu felt elated. He opened his personal attributes panel, reviewed his current stats, and allocated both attribute points to intelligence and both specialization points to engineering. Accelerated development was imperative, and engineering skills would serve as a crucial aid. Qinwu's attributes now read. Name, Qinwu Race. Goblin Title 1, Bloodthirsty Tyrant. For your penchant for executing enemies, the goblins harbor great fear of you. Title effect. The goblins' obedience towards you has increased. Title 2, Just and Fair. Rewarding merit and punishing faults. Title effect. The initiative of the goblins under your command has increased, and they dream of achieving merit in their slumber. Level, 13 Experience, 124980 Magic Points, 0 Affinity, Dark Faith, Native Belief in the Goblin Deity Attributes, Vitality 12, One-Handed Weapon Proficiency 12, Two-Handed Weapon Proficiency 19, Polearm Proficiency 8. Control 0, Bow Proficiency 11, Crossbow Proficiency 5, Throwing Proficiency 1. Endurance 0, Riding Proficiency 0, Running Proficiency 28, Forging Proficiency 41. Cunning 0, Scouting Proficiency 19, Tactics Proficiency 5, Rogue Habits Proficiency 3, Social 0, Charm Proficiency 3, Leadership Proficiency 5, Trading Proficiency 0, Prayer Proficiency 0. Intelligence 2, Management Proficiency 8, Medical Proficiency 1, Engineering Proficiency 28. Magic Proficiency 0. Noticing his running skill proficiency had reached 28, he unlocked a choice of skills. 1. Your movement speed and that of your troops increases by 5. 2. You and your troops become slightly healthier. Qinwu selected the first option, enhancing his troops' movement speed, a crucial advantage whether in the age of cold steel or in modernity. After finalizing his skill selection, he felt invigorated and made his way to the battlefield, observing the dogmen pinned to the ground and bound together. The dogmen possessed acute senses, nearly twice that of goblins, making them valuable functional creatures. If trained properly, they could augment his tribe's combat prowess. At that moment, Qinwu heard a dogman shaman barking defiantly, despite being held down by two larger goblins, baring its teeth in a fierce display. Qinwu picked up a broken spear shaft from the ground and approached the dogman shaman, delivering 3 solid strikes to its mouth, causing the creature to sputter and its eyes to clear. He opened the captive management page, eager to see if he could recruit this high-ranking magical unit. To his astonishment, the shaman was not an ordinary unit, but an NPC. Qinwu inhaled sharply, accessing the quest panel and examining a specific task. Recruit Partner 01. The mounted combat system featured quests, and the first task required acquiring 2,000 dinar and 50 reputation points to recruit a partner, thus enabling the elevation of his family level from 0 to 1. Advancing his family level would allow him to increase the number of troops he could command, which was currently limited to 20, but could rise to 40 upon upgrading. Qinwu licked his lips. He already had sufficient dinar and reputation, but he still needed to recruit an NPC. While Miss Hannah was indeed an NPC, her outright refusal to join him left him pondering the prospect of developing a relationship with her, should he fail to find a female lord in the future. However, this dogman shaman was within his grasp. Within 3 steps, Qinwu shouted, prompting Miss Hannah to rush to his side. He pointed the stick at the dogman shaman. You tell him to join my ranks. Miss Hannah faithfully translated, and the dogman shaman resumed its growling and snarling, seemingly cursing. Miss Hannah conveyed. He claims that noble dogmen would never submit, and that lowly goblins are mere food. When the leader arrives, all goblins will be reduced to waste. At this, Miss Hannah could not help but chuckle. Qinwu raised an eyebrow, brandishing the stick and striking the dogman shaman's head, producing a resonant thud. As he struck, he berated. Noble dogman, is it? Lowly goblin, you say? Leader, you assert? Waste, you declare? The dogman's most resilient feature was undoubtedly its skull, yet it could not withstand such punishment. The shaman's head began to swell, its gaze growing increasingly lucid. Noble or lowly, I shall shatter your pretensions with 3 strikes. With a crack, the wooden stick splintered, and the dogman shaman collapsed, bloodied yet resilient, managing to endure despite the torment inflicted by Qinwu. However, upon witnessing Qinwu lift a thick wooden club, the shaman nearly succumbed to fear, letting out a howl. Miss Hannah reminded, he says that from now on, he will be well-fed every day, and you shall be his leader. Qinwu discarded the wooden stick and opened the captive management page, where the dogman shaman's icon indicated it could be recruited. Qinwu clicked to recruit, paying a hefty sum of 2,860 dinar, thus adding a health-endowed NPC to his ranks. Name, Doggo Wu race, dogman level, 9 magic points, 120 affinity, dark faith, dragon of curses attributes, vitality 7, one-handed weapon proficiency 5, two-handed weapon proficiency 2, polearm proficiency 3. Control 2, bow proficiency 0, crossbow proficiency 0, throwing proficiency 9. Endurance 2, riding proficiency 0, running proficiency 13, forging proficiency 0. Cunning 4, scouting proficiency 12, tactics proficiency 1. Rogue habits proficiency 1. Social 1, charm proficiency 0, leadership proficiency 2, trading proficiency 0, prayer proficiency 22. Intelligence 9, management proficiency 8, medical proficiency 1, engineering proficiency 28. Magic proficiency 68. A magic proficiency of 68 was quite impressive, and Qinwu patted Doggo Wu on the shoulder. In the future, we shall become a family. As the eldest, I shall never treat you poorly. The canine shaman spat blood onto the ground, his swollen face contorting into an unsightly grin. Qinwu intended to offer him a vision of hope, yet his attention was abruptly captured by the ogre groaning in agony on the floor. This creature, pierced by crossbow bolts like a hedgehog, was still alive. The ogre emitted incomprehensible sounds from its mouth and nostrils, blood and foam oozing forth. It was evidently suffering from severe internal bleeding. Qinwu approached the ogre, gazing down at the hulking figure. Despite its grievous wounds, it had not succumbed, showcasing a remarkable vitality that elicited admiration. He instructed his men to bring over a crossbow and prepare it for action, intent on delivering a lethal shot to this giant's head. Given its colossal size, the experience gained from defeating it would undoubtedly be substantial. As the crossbow was being readied, Miss Hannah approached Li Qinwu, pointing at the ogre and stating, "Just now." It uttered a plea, "Goo goo gaga," asking not to die. Taken aback, Li Qinwu inquired, "What does that mean?" Miss Hannah shrugged. "I am uncertain. The ogre's intelligence is limited, and their language is quite chaotic. However, I suspect these words refer to either mother and father or son and daughter." Li Qinwu recollected how the first volley from the crossbow had downed this ogre. Then how the canine shaman had used fear to provoke it into a rage, likely causing it to envision its family being slaughtered. At that moment, the goblin archer loaded a bolt into the crossbow. "Boss, it's ready." Observing the ogre's tear-streaked eyes, Li Qinwu felt an unexpected surge of compassion. "Miss Hannah, ask it if it wishes to join my troop." "Huh?" Miss Hannah replied incredulously, doubting Li Qinwu's sanity. The ogre was a perilous creature, lacking intelligence and impossible to tame. Yet, she complied, chattering in the ogre's tongue. After a brief exchange, she shook her head at Li Qinwu. "It says that the little green one and the fluffy one are bad. The little green one will harm everyone, and the fluffy one captured Qiyu and Mimi." Li Qinwu scratched his head, finding the ogre's manner of speech reminiscent of that of a child with intellectual disabilities. Thus, he mirrored its simplistic style. "Miss Hannah, tell it that the little green one is not bad. The little green one is good. It is the fluffy one that is bad. Encourage it to play with the little green one, as the little green one will feed it well and assist it in rescuing Qiyu and Mimi." Hannah mumbled something about the goblins being fine, and Li Qinwu shot her a glare, prompting Miss Hannah to quickly translate. After further dialogue with the ogre, she reported back. "It says it won't believe the little green one unless you swear by Hong Hong." "Who is Hong Hong?" Li Qinwu asked. "I know that," Miss Hannah replied, thumping her chest. Hong Hong means earth goddess in the ogre tongue. It is said that the earth goddess has 4 children: the thunder giant, the mountain giant, the plain giant, and the ogre. The ogre is the youngest child of the earth goddess, born with defects, shorter than its siblings, and intellectually challenged. When the earth goddess communicates divine revelations, earthquakes occur. Hence the ogres refer to her as Hong Hong. Realizing the significance, Li Qinwu raised his finger and vowed, "I swear by the earth goddess Hong Hong that I will rescue this ogre's family from the canine shaman." As soon as he spoke, the ground trembled violently, startling Li Qinwu. Was there an earthquake? A deep, resonant female voice echoed in his ears. "This is what you claimed." When the tremors ceased, Li Qinwu was momentarily stunned and turned to Miss Hannah. "Did you not just say that the earth goddess causes earthquakes when she issues divine proclamations?" Miss Hannah was equally taken aback. "Yes, indeed." Li Qinwu pondered if his vow would be officially acknowledged. A chime echoed in his mind, announcing, "You have attracted the attention of the ancient deity, the earth goddess. She has bestowed upon you a mission to rescue Dang Dang's family. Successful completion of the task would yield a reward of 1,000 experience points, a blessing from the earth goddess granting 5 to all attributes, affinity with earth elements, and increased favor from the ogre tribe, along with proficiency in the ogre language. Failure would incur a curse from the earth goddess. Any contact with the ground would weaken him, and he would become despised by all ogres, who would see him as a villain and seek to harm him." A notification chimed again. "An ogre has joined your troop. Please check the soldier management interface." Li Qinwu was momentarily stunned by this cascade of information, soon giving way to unrestrained joy. He had garnered the attention of a deity, and upon fulfilling the mission, he would receive her blessings. "Ah, the canine shamans. You have sealed your fates." He opened the soldier panel to find the ogre named Dang Dang had joined his ranks, level 7. An adult ogre. Examining Dang Dang's attributes revealed an astonishing vitality of 120 points. Such resilience explained why he had survived despite numerous crossbow bolts. However, his intelligence score was a mere 3, confirming the ogre tribe's intellectual limitations. Li Qinwu summoned his goblin comrades to collaboratively extract the bolts from Dang Dang. During this process, a significant amount of blood and internal fragments were torn away, causing Li Qinwu to flinch, fearing the ogre might perish. Fortunately, after a few hundred kilograms of blood loss and some anguished cries, Dang Dang remained intact. Dang Dang called out to Li Qinwu, "Hulu-ga-doo-doo." Li Qinwu turned to Miss Hannah, inquiring, "What did he say?" "He says he is hungry and wants to be full." Li Qinwu responded with an "oh," instructing his men to bring dried meat for feeding. After consuming an amount equivalent to half a horned crocodile, Dang Dang finally declared himself full. To Li Qinwu's astonishment, after this feast, the ogre's horrific wounds began to clot and heal. Incredible! Such recovery capabilities. No wonder he can survive with internal injuries. Truly, a testament to the race of the Earth Goddess's 4 offspring. The troop lingered for over half an hour, allowing Dang Dang to regain mobility. As Li Qinwu prepared to lead the troop back to the tribe, Tai Oak approached him, holding a completely black stone that revealed hints of color upon closer inspection. Chief, this is iron ore. He gestured towards the black mountain, alive with spider activity. It appeared to be a massive open-pit iron mine, the finest quality ore available. Li Qinwu, upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation, widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you certain? Tai Oak nodded affirmatively. Yes, Chief, I am quite certain. I have never seen iron ore of such quality in my life. The iron extracted from these ores will be exceptional, and the resulting tools will be superior. Li Qinwu gazed at the ore in his hand, his breath growing heavier with excitement. Tai Oak, if I provide you with sufficient manpower, can you smelt iron? Tai Oak nodded eagerly. Li Qinwu's heart soared with joy. Tai Oak, if you can successfully smelt iron, I shall grant you a reasonable request. Chapter 35. Leveling up after the battlefield was cleared, Li Qinwu led his people back to the tribe. The goblin settlement lay in shambles. His small wooden house had been reduced to ruins, littered with pits dug by the canine shamans, excrement, and the bones of prey, a veritable garbage pit. One of his goblins, distraught, discovered the potatoes he had painstakingly cultivated scattered everywhere. With a wail, he scooped up a handful and began to weep. After all that hard work, it's all ruined. Everything is destroyed. Li Qinwu, witnessing the devastation of their food supplies, wore a grim expression. He raised his hand and struck the nearby canine shaman, causing it to yelp and tumble to the ground. Why did you destroy the crops? The canine shaman immediately knelt, whimpering pitifully. Li Qinwu, unable to comprehend the canine tongue, turned to Miss Hannah. Miss Hannah translated. He mentioned that the dog-headed people prefer residing in caves and are not herbivorous. They are unaware that those lumps are food. Hence they dug them out. Li Qinwu glanced at the pitiful-looking doggy which with wide eyes and, with a huff, chose not to pursue the matter. Now they were comrades, and the past must be left behind. Any words that might hinder unity were best left unspoken. He addressed Miss Hannah, instructing her to inform him to diligently learn Goblin language, as communicating with him required translation, which was exceedingly troublesome. Furthermore, he ordered that all captured dog-headed folk be handed over to him. Should anyone dare to escape or cause trouble, he would make an example of them. After saying this, Li Qinwu summoned Tiaoka to his side and pointed at the pile of horned crocodile skin on the ground, saying, Tiaoka, I shall provide you with manpower and tools. Construct 20 sets of armor modeled after the size of the elder goblins. He pointed at Dong Dong, who was on the ground digging up potatoes. Ensure he receives a full suit of armor as well, and expedite the process. Whenever you finish, I shall mobilize against the dog-headed people. Tiaoka responded affirmatively, indicating he would complete the task as swiftly as possible. Li Qinwu intended to annihilate the dog-headed folk with great efficiency while minimizing casualties among his own. Thus he had to give careful thought to the armaments. In addition to the horned crocodile armor, he also distributed all the soft armor from the crocodiles to the ordinary goblins, instructing them to craft it into protective gear and boots. With the soft armor, these not particularly tall individuals would possess a considerable chance of survival on the battlefield, serving as a reward for their previous valor in exterminating the dog-headed people. Once the production tasks were arranged, Li Qinwu commenced rigorous military training. All goblins, aside from those involved in production, were to undergo military drills. Running, military posture, thrusting drills, and formation training were all put into place. Under the looming threat of 3 strikes and 1 kill, the goblins obediently completed all military training. Ordinary goblins were to train, and Li Qinwu's system troops were to train as well. Li Qinwu's troop count had now escalated to 40. He recruited an additional 20 ordinary goblins to fill the ranks, and then swiftly marched towards the riverbank to hunt horned crocodiles. Upon reaching the forest about 100 meters from the riverbank, Li Qinwu instructed the goblins to set up crossbows and then turned to Miss Hannah, saying, You and Dong Dong should stay together. He can only comprehend your words. Lead him to a safe distance. I fear the horned crocodiles might frighten Dong Dong away. Once the horned crocodiles come ashore, signal Dong Dong to strike from the side and cut off their retreat. With a sigh, Miss Hannah patted Dong Dong's stout thigh and led him away to a concealed position. She felt quite busy now, acting as a translator, a language teacher, and now also assisting in battle. Since being captured by this goblin, her life had become overwhelmingly chaotic. She reminisced about her days as a mage apprentice, constantly summoned by her mentor to perform various menial tasks, getting only 6 hours of sleep each night. How frustrating. How vexing. Miss Hannah walked away feeling aggrieved. Li Qinwu then instructed Gabao to catch some fish to lure the horned crocodiles. The more, the better. Gabao immediately dashed out. Li Qinwu hoped he could attract as many horned crocodiles as possible. According to the mechanics of mounted combat, the more enemies slain in battle, the greater the experience, dinar, and equipment rewards, with the chance of rare items dropping. After a short while, Gabao returned, clutching a large handful of fish entrails, the strong fishy odor detectable from afar. Behind him trailed over 20 horned crocodiles, drawn irresistibly by the entrails in his grasp. Prepare. Li Qinwu leapt onto a crossbow, positioning the horned crocodiles within 20 meters, a distance at which he held absolute confidence in his aim. Fire. With a series of whooshes, 5 crossbow bolts were released, striking 5 horned crocodiles at a distance of 20 meters. Some fell dead on the spot, while others, though resilient, thrashed violently, pinned to the ground by the bolts that pierced their bodies, awaiting their demise. The remaining horned crocodiles continued to approach. Reloading was no longer an option. Within 3 steps. Now is the time. Li Qinwu shouted to Miss Hana, who was concealed in the forest. She signaled Dongdong to charge. He burst forth from his hiding place, leaping behind the group of horned crocodiles. Seizing the tails of 2 horned crocodiles, he lifted them as one would a child, and, following Miss Hana's command, swung them as if wielding a giant windmill, ultimately smashing them down to the ground. The sound of 2 dull thuds echoed as the 2 horned crocodiles were rendered unconscious, their bodies sustaining multiple fractures. The appearance of the ogre sent the horned crocodile group into a panic, causing them to scatter. However, once on land, the horned crocodiles moved at a sluggish pace, unable to outrun the ogre. The ogre effortlessly pursued them, grabbing their tails and swinging them down with great force. Some horned crocodiles turned to bite him, but Dongdong's limbs were thick and robust, covered with a thick layer of horn, rendering their bites ineffective. Minutes later, one particularly fortunate horned crocodile managed to flee over 70 meters, only to be caught by Dongdong, who seized its tail and swung it around, smashing it to death. Finally, it was time to wrap things up. Li Qinwu approached with a long spear, instructing Dongdong to turn the dazed horned crocodile over and aimed for its heart in the abdomen with a thrust. He single-handedly killed nearly 10 horned crocodiles, garnering a substantial amount of experience points. After defeating several waves of horned crocodiles, Li Qinwu leveled up twice and received a large bounty of dinar and materials. He allocated all his attribute points to vitality and directed his specialization points towards 2-handed weaponry. The great sword was now his finest weapon, one he intended to wield for a considerable time, and he planned to practice with it. After leveling up, Li Qinwu checked his inventory. Having eliminated over 20 horned crocodiles in one fell swoop, he had obtained new items. Horned crocodile eggs. Burying the eggs in sand for 15 days will hatch horned crocodile hatchlings. Horned crocodile glands. Emits a highly pungent odor, attracting all horned crocodiles within a 3-meter radius, a precious magical material. Li Qinwu deemed the horned crocodile eggs temporarily unnecessary, considering attempting to hatch them later to see if he could tame the horned crocodiles as livestock for meat. The horned crocodile glands, however, were intriguing. There would be no need to toil to attract monsters. Simply placing the glands at a pre-established position would draw horned crocodiles to their demise. Throughout several days of monster hunting, Li Qinwu's level surged, reaching level 18, and he allocated all his attribute points to vitality in preparation for the battles ahead. His vitality attribute reached 17, his height grew to 185 centimeters, his physique became muscular, and his head appeared more angular. Beyond his own enhancement, the goblins in his troop also gained considerable experience, with all of them advancing to great goblins. Moreover, Li Qinwu acquired his first Tier 3 soldier, Gabao. The first to follow him had accumulated enough experience to upgrade from a Tier 2 to a Tier 3 soldier. The upgrade from Tier 2 to Tier 3 presented a branching option, allowing great goblins to evolve into one of 3 soldier types. 1. Goblin riders. 2. Goblin warriors. 3. Goblin archers. The first option was cavalry, requiring 15 vitality, 20 control, 15 stamina, 15 cunning, 10 social skills, 10 intelligence, with riding skill and pole weapon proficiency at 100. The second character is a melee warrior with vitality 20, control 15, endurance 15, cunning 15, social skills 10, intelligence 10, and proficiency in one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, and thrown weapons all at 100. The third character is an archer with vitality 15, control 20, endurance 15, cunning 15, social skills 10, intelligence 10, and proficiency in bows, crossbows, and running skills all at 100. Since there are currently no suitable mounts available, the first option is immediately dismissed. as the goblin spear has consistently employed melee weapons. Li Qinwu expended 200 dinars to upgrade the goblin spear into a goblin warrior. Upon confirming the upgrade, the goblin spear, who was chatting and joking with other goblins, suddenly gasped, and his height began to soar until it reached 1.8 meters. His physique became muscular, and he was nearly unable to fit into his set of horned crocodile leather armor. Feeling the surge of the power of the 9 dragons, he looked at Li Qinwu with astonishment. Li Qinwu seized this opportunity to deliver a motivational speech, urging everyone to fight bravely, painting a vivid picture of their potential. The morale of the goblins surged, and Li Qinwu also gained 1 point in charm proficiency. Following this, rigorous training ensued, alongside relentless hunts for horned crocodiles. During this process, the goblin archer accumulated sufficient experience, and Li Qinwu upgraded him to an archer, replacing his crossbow with a human longbow. The bows and crossbows crafted by Li Qinwu were merely emergency products. Although they had a low learning curve, they could never compare to a genuine bow. Now that the goblin archer's proficiency with the bow was at 100, he could fully unleash its combat potential, rendering the crossbow unnecessary. After several more days of training, 3 more great goblins reached level 3, and Li Qinwu upgraded them all to goblin warriors, enhancing the troops' capacity to withstand assaults. Li Qinwu initially intended to continue training for a few more days, but the dog shaman approached him with a report. Speaking in somewhat broken goblin, the dog shaman stated, "Boss, tomorrow is the day I must return to the tribe with prey. If I do not deliver enough meat for 100 dogmen to eat for a day within 3 days, the chief will consider it treason and will lead troops to exterminate us." It appeared that training was nearing its conclusion. Li Qinwu inquired about the situation in the dogmen tribe, asking for further details. The dog shaman began recounting a lengthy tale about the vast hunting grounds of the dogmen to the east. Numerous dogmen tribes were scattered throughout these areas. These dogmen were not united. They fought amongst themselves for territory, and the dogmen who had previously confronted the goblin tribe possessed the power to eliminate them. However, if they mobilized, other dogmen tribes would seize the opportunity to abduct their female dogmen, thus maintaining a relative balance between the dogmen and goblin tribes. Until a dogman named Longya arrived from the far east. He was tall and robust, fully covered in scales, a dogman of draconic blood. For reasons unknown, he had taken a family of ogres hostage and led them to attack a dogman tribe, killing its chief and consolidating the dogmen within the tribe to assault other dogman tribes. He grew increasingly powerful, hinting at ambitions to unify all dogmen. While pursuing his unification efforts, he learned of a goblin tribe west of the Great Tree, dispatching 30 of his forces to easily annihilate them. The dog shaman remained behind to control the goblin tribe, required to provide sufficient meat to the larger tribe each month. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating Longya, a formidable figure from the east. His emergence had united the fragmented dogmen tribes, and their numbers had swelled to over 1,000, a force to be reckoned with. Li Qinwu licked his lips and began to pace. The enemy was formidable, but Li Qinwu remained undaunted. The magical forest could only have one ruler. If he wished to ascend to the pinnacle, he must eradicate Longya's dogmen tribe. Longya posed a significant challenge for Li Qinwu. Victory would allow him to settle in the territory previously claimed by the dogmen, facilitating construction from an already developed area rather than starting anew in the untamed wilderness. Not to mention the potential to plunder a substantial dogmen population. However, failure would force Li Qinwu to retreat to Goblin Fortress, where the dogmen forces might pursue him, relegating him to a life as a wandering goblin. Longya, is it? Let us wager everything and see who shall reign as the sovereign of this forest. Li Qinwu beckoned to the dog shaman, who scampered over with his tail wagging. In 3 days, you will return to the dogmen tribe. I will send people to hunt, ensuring you have sufficient prey. The dog shaman's mouth gaped in shock. Boss, I cannot return. I will be killed. Li Qinwu patted the dog shaman on the shoulder. Fear not. No one knows of your betrayal. Longya believes you are loyal. Just deliver the meat as instructed. The dog shaman pondered this and realized, but why? The dogmen tribe is now our enemy. Why still send meat back? Li Qinwu smiled and summoned the materials. Materials? Take some people to gather red poison fruit. The more, the better. Materials quickly returned with a substantial haul of red poison fruit. Li Qinwu also dispatched others to hunt, bringing in various prey. He instructed his men to crush the red poison fruit into juice. Then, using a small knife, create incisions in the prey's abdomens to inject the poisonous liquid within. Once the preparations were complete, all the prey were strung together, and Li Qinwu called for the dog shaman. You will take 20 dogmen to deliver this meat to the dogmen tribe. Upon arrival, you will leave immediately, and I will reward you for your military merit with food, shelter, or a female dogman of your choice." The dog shaman's eyes gleamed with excitement, his tongue lolling out. "Woof woof. I guarantee the task will be accomplished." The dog shaman, accompanied by 20 dogmen, set off towards the dogmen tribe with the tainted prey, and Li Qinwu hoped the poisoned meat would sow chaos among them, leading to as many deaths as possible. After watching the dog shaman depart, Li Qinwu summoned Knight Leo and 7 soldiers. He pointed to the prepared horned crocodile leather armor and wooden shields. "Here lies an opportunity to shed your status as slaves. Take up arms and fight for me against the dogmen tribe, and I shall restore your freedom." Knight Leo and the human soldiers exchanged glances, with Knight Leo speaking up. "My lord, if we defeat the dogmen for you, will our slave status be lifted, and will we be granted sufficient standing?" The translator, Miss Hannah, was momentarily taken aback, looking at Knight Leo in confusion, while he wore a helpless expression, for they had nowhere else to turn. After hearing the translation, Li Qinwu asked, "Do you not wish to return to the human world?" Knight Leo shook his head with a bitter smile. "There is no longer a place for us in the human world. Those who participated in the rebellion will face scorn even in other nations. In contrast, here, we have the opportunity to elevate ourselves through strength." Li Qinwu was quite pleased with this display of pragmatism. "Excellent, Knight Leo. I hereby appoint you as the captain of this group of 7 humans, leading them alongside my forces. Upon victory, I shall grant you a parcel of land to live as a human lord. Now, go to Tai Oak and request a set of heavy armor. As for the fate of those who betray me, you would not wish to know." Meanwhile, the dog shaman and his companions traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at a colossal banyan tree. This tree was immense, requiring over 20 people to encircle its trunk, and it towered over 50 meters high. However, the branches of the tree bore not a single leaf, standing stark and bare, while a multitude of black crows perched upon it, rendering the entire tree a dismal shade of ashen gray. Within a kilometer radius of this grand tree, not a blade of grass could be found, as if some form of pollution permeated the area. The shaman dog, leading his party, instinctively cast a glance at the enormous banyan tree as they passed. As a follower of the cursed dragon, he sensed an ominous presence emanating from this place. He urged his party to quicken their pace, and soon they traversed past the banyan tree, arriving at the hunting grounds controlled by the dog-headed men. Upon arrival, they discovered a network of trails, worn into the forest floor by the relentless passage of the dog-headed men over time. Once on the hunting path, the shaman dog's party hastened their progress and reached a vast settlement of dog-headed men just before nightfall. Here, numerous dog-headed men were bustling about, some burrowing in the ground, while others had erected rudimentary tents made of animal hides. If Li Qinwu were present, he would be astonished to find that the dog-headed men had already acquired pottery. Many of the dog-headed men were gathered around bonfires, cooking a hodgepodge of meat in clay pots. The meat, unbled and unwashed, was boiled without any seasoning, filling the air with an overwhelmingly foul stench. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that only a minority of the dog-headed men possessed pottery. The majority still consumed their meat raw. It was unclear whether this was due to a scarcity of pottery or a preference for raw food. As they entered the settlement, the shaman dog swallowed hard, feeling a surge of anxiety. Li Qinwu had warned him that the prey he brought back was tainted with a highly lethal poisonous fruit, and consuming it could lead to a swift demise. If his former employer discovered the treachery, he would surely meet a grim fate. Yet, having arrived, the shaman dog steeled himself and strode forward confidently. The settlement reeked of dog barks, the pungent scent of blood, and the foul odor of excrement, mingled with the acrid smell of charred fur. The ground was littered with sewage, feces, and shattered bones, creating a veritable wasteland. The shaman dog's party bore an abundance of meat, attracting the ravenous gazes of the dog-headed men, many of whom were eager to snatch the meat away. When one audacious dog-headed man reached out with filthy claws, the shaman dog let out a cold snort, raised his bone staff, and recited a spell, unleashing a weakened version of a fear-inducing spell. Dark violet energy enveloped the would-be thief, causing him to howl in terror as he collapsed, overwhelmed by visions of his deepest fears. This spectacle sent the other dog-headed men retreating in fright, understanding that the shaman dog was not to be trifled with. Just as the shaman dog was about to lead his party onward, a towering figure clad in bone armor approached, a formidable dog-headed man. The leader brandished a stone mace, pointing it at the shaman dog with a commanding voice. "Shaman, why have you turned against your kin? Explain yourself." The shaman dog responded with another disdainful snort, adopting an air of superiority. "This wretch attempted to steal the tribute meant for the dragon-tooth leader, and I taught him a lesson with my sorcery." The bone-clad, dog-headed man nodded in agreement. Your reasoning is sound. You are blameless. He then approached the writhing thief on the ground. You, however, are guilty of theft. Raising his mace, he brought it down with a resounding crack, shattering the thief's skull and ending his life on the spot. The bone-clad, dog-headed man addressed the shaman dog. Follow me. I shall escort you to present your tribute. The shaman dog followed him to an area filled with tents. The ground nearby was stained black with blood and grease, where the dog-headed men typically displayed their offerings, though now not a morsel remained in the tents. As the shaman dog set down the meat, he contemplated making a hasty exit, feeling a twinge of anxiety over his misdeed, but the bone-clad, dog-headed man's words halted him. You are the first to present a tribute this month. You are entitled to meet Lord Longya and offer him the finest meat. The shaman dog, who had been intent on fleeing, paused, a daring idea taking root in his mind. If he were to poison Lord Longya with the tainted meat, would the goblin chief reward him with 10 female dog-headed women? With this thought, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he cackled softly. Chapter 37. Chicken soup is here. The shaman dog selected a hen from the catch, preparing to present it to Longya, but was intercepted by the bone-clad, dog-headed man. Lord Longya prefers cooked food. Take this chicken and prepare it properly. I will lead you to a clay pot. The dog-headed man guided the shaman dog to a nearby bonfire, where a clean clay pot awaited. The shaman dog quickly plucked the feathers from the wild chicken, tossed it into the pot, added water, and soon emerged with a steaming bowl of chicken soup to present to Longya. Longya's dwelling was a grand tent made from animal hides, where he and his subordinates were enjoying a meal, seated upon a throne fashioned from beast bones. Longya towered over others, his imposing frame resembling a small mountain. His body was adorned with the unique fur of dog-headed men, interspersed with patches of golden scales, giving him an unsettling appearance, as if afflicted by a skin ailment. This was a manifestation of his impure dragon bloodline, born of a dragon. He possessed a trace of its lineage, resulting in the scattered distribution of his dragon scales. Longya's golden eyes fixated on the entrance of the tent as the shaman dog entered, proudly bearing the bowl of soup. Chicken soup is here, the shaman dog exclaimed, a sly grin adorning his face as he placed the soup on the table, drawing the attention of all present dog-headed men. The shaman dog swallowed nervously, instinctively licking his lips. The dishes are all served. Why do you not eat, my friends? The gathering of dog-headed men shifted their gazes toward Longya. The former leaders of various tribes, who had submitted to Longya's might and dared not partake in the meal without his command. Longya surveyed the assembly, noting their hesitation, and a satisfied expression crossed his face. He tore a chicken leg from the pot, ready to take a bite, when suddenly he caught an unusual odor wafting from it. Pausing, he brought the chicken leg closer to his nose, recognizing the scent of the red poisonous fruit. His golden eyes turned toward the frail shaman dog, a smirk creeping upon his lips. A traitor, is it? How amusing. The shaman dog trembled under Longya's gaze, instinctively tucking his tail between his legs, fearing he might betray his anxiety. I shall take my leave now, he stammered, attempting to escape, but Longya called out to him, You cannot leave. The shaman dog froze, rooted in place. Rising from his throne, Longya towered at least 2 meters tall. He approached the shaman dog, a mocking expression gracing his face as he circled around him. This gesture intensified the shaman dog's trepidation, causing his teeth to chatter. Longya halted before him, extending the chicken leg. Shaman dog, you have guarded the goblin tribe well. This chicken leg is a reward for your efforts. The shaman dog shuddered, realizing the chicken leg was poisoned. The goblin chief had warned that consuming it would lead to a swift demise, and he had no desire to meet such an end. His tongue flickered rapidly. His breathing grew frantic, and he was paralyzed by fear. His demeanor was so conspicuous that the other dog-headed men began to whisper amongst themselves. Why do you not eat? Is there poison within? Are you afraid? Longya's chilling voice pierced through the murmurs, causing the shaman dog to whimper in terror as he hastily seized the chicken leg and took a small bite. Ah, Lord Longya, you jest. There can be no poison here. This chicken leg is simply exquisite. Eat, almighty Longya, everyone partake. Why do you gaze at me so? The dog witch, drenched in cold sweat, urged the onlookers to consume the chicken. Longya, undeterred, returned to his seat and devoured another chicken leg, prompting his fellow dog-headed kin to extend their claws and tear apart the remaining chicken with fervor. Witnessing their consumption, the dog witch felt exhilarated, envisioning the splendid reward of 10 female dog-headed beings from his superior. I shall not intrude further. I take my leave, he declared, attempting to depart. However, a single remark from Longya made him lose control, causing him to involuntarily wet himself. Dog witch, you are an incompetent sorcerer. unaware that the red poison fruit loses its toxicity when cooked. Terrified, the dog which attempted to flee, but two dog-headed sentinels at the tent's entrance barred his escape. He collided with their muscular chests, rebounding back into his own urine. The assembly of dog-headed beings was taken aback, puzzled by the witch's intentions to harm Longya. Yet now, witnessing his disgrace, they looked on with mockery, eager to see how he would plead for mercy. To their astonishment, the dog which did not beg for clemency. Instead, he slammed his fist onto the ground and cursed, "Ah, damn it. Since everyone is aware, I shall no longer play this charade. I am the illustrious Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of deities, the one and only rightful lord of the magical forest. The lackey of Arthur Louis Romanoff and Qin Shi Huang. The poison in this chicken soup is my doing. Even if it does not kill you, you shan't survive." Before long, the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of deities, the rightful lord of the magical forest. Arthur Louis Romanoff and Qin Shi Huang shall lead his army here. None of you shall live. Aha! The dog which laughed maniacally, leaving the dog-headed crowd exchanging bewildered glances. Was he truly the lackey of so many? Longya beckoned with a finger, and the two sentinels entered, restraining the dog witch. "Take him for interrogation. Extract the information regarding those he named." The sentinels complied, dragging the dog witch from the tent, and soon, anguished cries echoed from outside. Longya sat in his seat, his expression grave. He had not anticipated such formidable foes emerging so suddenly. With names as fearsome as the Goblin King and the enslaver of all races, certainly, they were powerful adversaries demanding respect. Yet, despite enduring torture until midnight and emerging bruised, the dog which remained resolute, exuding an air of defiance. Longya found himself somewhat admiring. What potent elixir had those adversaries administered to instill such unwavering loyalty in the dog witch? Unbeknownst to Longya, the witch was bound by a system, a certified NPC, restricted from acting against Qinwu. However, this was of little consequence, as the dog which had brought many dog-headed beings with him, and Longya doubted that they too would possess such iron wills. Indeed, the sentinels swiftly extracted information regarding the goblin tribe from the other dog-headed beings. Upon learning of a regiment composed of hundreds of goblins that had returned to the original goblin tribe, a dangerous smile spread across his face. It seemed another battle was on the horizon. Yet, not long after, that smile morphed into fury. The meat brought by the dog which had been distributed among the dog-headed tribe, and as most of them preferred raw food, they consumed it immediately, all succumbing to the poison. The most unfortunate were the esteemed members of the tribe, the elite dog-headed warriors, who were the first to receive the tainted meat. Over 100 of them were now writhing on the ground, clutching their bellies, howling in agony, simultaneously experiencing diarrhea and vomiting blood. Chapter 38. Combat 1. Meanwhile, Qinwu, engrossed in research on a new type of crossbow, was startled by the system notification. "Ding! Your companion, dog witch, has been captured by Longya." "What?" Qinwu exclaimed, bewildered. How did this happen? Had the poisoning been exposed? He felt a wave of despair wash over him. This individual was more of a hindrance than a help. The scent emitted from the mixture of red poison fruit and meat was minimal. Even dog-headed beings could not detect it without keen observation, and if they did, they would merely perceive the fragrance of the fruit. Had the dog which disobeyed orders and acted recklessly, the dog-headed tribe would surely be enraged, and a decisive confrontation loomed near. However, Qinwu felt no trepidation. Observing the 5 modified crossbows before him, confidence surged within him. If that is the case, let us engage in battle ahead of schedule and determine who reigns supreme in this forest. At the break of dawn, before the sun had risen, Qinwu commanded the preparation of meals, ensuring all soldiers were well fed. He then led his troops westward, seeking the optimal battlefield. With an abundance of ranged weaponry at his disposal, he required an open terrain for engaging the dog-headed foes. The troops traversed mountains and valleys, swiftly arriving at a colossal banyan tree, which Qinwu immediately recognized as the ideal location. Strangely, this area was barren, save for the immense banyan tree atop a small hill, with not a single blade of grass growing within a mile radius. Leading his forces to the hilltop, Qinwu began to organize their formation beside the great banyan tree. The 5 crossbows were positioned at the highest vantage point, while the goblins fashioned sharpened wooden stakes into caltrops, binding them together with vines. These caltrops were placed on the flanks of the formation, ensuring that the enemy could only advance from the front, allowing him to concentrate his elite forces there to meet the enemy head-on. With preparations complete, Qinwu ascended the peculiar gray-black banyan tree, standing at its pinnacle and gazing towards the dog-headed tribe's direction. He noticed birds taking flight from the distant forest, signaling that the enemy was imminent. Miss Hannah arrived at the base of the banyan tree, calling out to Qinwu. "This tree is peculiar. I sense an ominous magical aura emanating from it." Qinwu shot her an exasperated glance. "For heaven's sake, sister, this is evident to anyone. Look at how dark this tree is, and consider the barren land surrounding it. Do you require profound knowledge to discern this? If you have any insightful remarks, please share them quickly. I am rather occupied. If there's nothing urgent, go tend to Dandan. He may prove useful shortly." Qinwu's tone was terse. He was preparing for a battle against a force 2 or 3 times larger than his own, and a single misstep could lead to total defeat, weighing heavily on him. Miss Hannah huffed in discontent, displeased with Qinwu's demeanor. Qinwu cast another glance at her and called out, "Miss Hannah." She turned, meeting his serious expression. "If I were to lose, you must flee to the human realm and live in obscurity. The world is vast. There will always be a place for you. Do not return to Goblin Fortress. If I perish, the goblins will revert to chaos, smearing themselves with mud to mask their scent from humans." After speaking, Qinwu returned his focus to the distant forest, while Miss Hannah stood frozen, tugging at her garment, her expression fraught with anxiety. Qinwu fixed his gaze on the forest, observing the increasing number of startled birds, drawing ever closer. Finally, after a few minutes, a resounding horn echoed from the forest's edge. "They're here." Qinwu inhaled deeply and shouted to the goblin forces below, "The enemy approaches. Execute the formation as previously arranged." The goblins sprang into action, forming orderly ranks. The front line consisted of Qinwu's 40 system soldiers, along with 8 humans. Clad in heavy horned armor and wielding the finest iron weaponry, their shields raised, a core force of Qinwu's army. Behind these heavily armored infantry were 30 spear-wielding goblins, tasked with seeking opportunities to strike at the enemy's advance through gaps in the formation. On either flank, behind the caltrops, were goblins armed with various polearms, 100 on each side. These goblins were among the earliest followers of Qinwu, having endured several rounds of the 3-to-1 elimination. They now engage in 6 hours of military training daily, feasting on an abundance of orc meat. Remarkably, 3 to 4 dozen goblins have exceeded a height of 1.3 meters, subtly indicating their potential evolution into big goblins. Although they are not system soldiers, these creatures have been trained by Qinwu into competent warriors. Clad in soft armor made from the hide of the horned crocodile, armed with pole weapons and barricades, they are well equipped to defend the flanks. Additionally, there are over 30 goblin archers, led by Gobu, utilizing the crossbows that the big goblins have vacated, serving as the core of their ranged assault. Lastly, 5 modified ballistae have been prepared, with Qinwu developing a unique type of ammunition, details of which will be reserved for later. On the other side, the dog-headed men have also arrived. With the sound of horns blaring, a dense mass of dog-headed warriors emerges from the forest, standing upon barren grounds. Leading them are over 100 large dog-headed men, their heights ranging from 1.6 to 1.8 meters, comparable to the big goblins. With their fur, tusks, and claws, these large dog-headed men possess superior strength compared to the big goblins in their unarmored state. However, given the full-scale war, both sides are equipped with armor and weapons, rendering this innate advantage negligible. The large dog-headed men are armed with stone hammers, stone axes, and makeshift wooden shields, their quality significantly inferior to that of Qinwu's big goblins. Behind them follows a throng of smaller dog-headed men, numbering around 1,000. A chaotic mix of various breeds with a riot of colors, resembling a motley crew. Their behavior reflects their disorganized nature, barking incessantly, occasionally urinating in place, and even squabbling amongst themselves. They are unarmed and appear uncertain of their purpose on the battlefield, perhaps intending to engage using their claws and fangs against the ironclad forces. As the ragtag dog-headed army makes its entrance, a more formidable sight approaches. For towering ogres stride forth from the forest, collectively bearing a massive palanquin, atop which rests a throne fashioned from bones. The imposing Longya sits upon it, glimmering in the sunlight, exuding an aura of regality. His golden eyes survey the goblins on the hillside, narrowing slightly. It irks him that these lowly goblins do not rush recklessly into battle, but instead form a coherent formation, which displeases him greatly. Casting a disdainful glance at the chaotic dog-headed army beneath him, he snorts in frustration, raising an unusually shaped blade of unknown material. He points forward and commands, "Attack." Chapter 39. Battle 2. The sight of the goblins forming ranks evokes memories of Longya's own experiences in the east. where armies also arrange themselves in formation, often demonstrating greater combat effectiveness than their disorganized counterparts. He dispatches the ragtag dog-headed men to test the mettle of this goblin contingent. At his command, the ordinary dog-headed men howl as they advance toward the goblin stronghold, their disarray evident in their chaotic barking, lacking any semblance of organization. From his vantage point in the tree, Qinwu observes the enemy's assault has commenced and shouts down to the goblins below, "Prepare for battle." The enemy approaches. "Hold the line, and I'll reward your achievements when we return." The goblins manning the ballistae spring into action, placing wooden arrows into the grooves and firing them off with urgency. These arrows, lacking iron tips, have merely been sharpened by fire, representing a cost-effective weaponry that Qinwu has crafted in abundance. 5 wooden arrows soar through the air, traversing several hundred meters before striking into the ranks of the advancing dog-headed men. Their formation is dense, and all 5 arrows find their mark, skewering 5 dog-headed men to the ground. The howls of the wounded echo as they struggle, unable to free themselves, causing panic among their comrades who instinctively shy away from them, avoiding any assistance. The goblins swiftly reload, particularly Dang Dang, who squats beside a ballista, deftly adjusting the mechanism as if it were a mere toy, preparing for the next volley. Thus, one ballista fires at a rate of 7 to 8 seconds per shot, while the other 4 take 2 minutes per round. A barrage of thick, long wooden arrows rains down upon the dog-headed ranks, toppling them and producing a cacophony of cries and chaos that accompanies their advance. Qinwu, observing the turmoil among the dog-headed men from the tree, notes that they are nearing a distance of 200 meters. He calls out to Gobu, "Commence the bombardment." Gobu promptly instructs the goblin archers, "Raise your crossbows. Fire." He releases an arrow, and the goblin archers follow suit, launching over 30 bolts into the fray, toppling several dog-headed men. "Reload," Gobu shouts, continuing to fire arrows without pause. The goblins set their feet against the bow arms, using their bodies to draw back the strings, allowing even the smaller goblins to participate in the onslaught. The reloading process is swift, achieving a rate of fire of approximately 12 seconds per shot, resulting in a notable density of firepower that exacerbates the disarray among the dog-headed ranks. Qinwu perceives that the organization among the dog-headed men is rapidly disintegrating. Despite their numbers nearing 1,000, they are nothing more than a haphazard assembly lacking formal training. Leaping down from the tree, he dons his helmet, unsheaths the great sword from his back, and charges to the front lines. "Hold the line. Heavy infantry, charge with me," he bellows, selecting the heavy infantry option on the battlefield control interface. Qinwu surges forward against the dog-headed men, with the armored goblins and humans following closely behind. He recognizes that these dog-headed men are merely scattered fighters. Pushing forward with the ballistae and crossbows has already been their limit. As he approaches the throng of dog-headed men, he begins a whirlwind of destruction with his great sword, cleaving through one dog-headed man with a single stroke, the force of his swing severing another as he withdraws, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. His proficiency with two-handed weapons is palpable, as the 40 system soldiers trailing him charge into the fray, howling and crashing through the dog-headed ranks with shields and axes, toppling dozens of their foes in mere moments. Knight Leo raises his axe, shouting to his fellow human soldiers, "Brothers, we're on the path to glory. We are free from servitude." With a powerful kick, he sends one dog-headed man flying, crashing into the midst of his comrades and knocking several down. Then, standing at an imposing height of 1.9 meters and boasting a muscular build, Knight Leo roars, thrusting his wooden shield forward in a shield bash that sends another dog-headed man sprawling. His axe cleaves through 3 dog-headed men, displaying a grace with the hefty weapon akin to that of a fine sword, clearly indicating his martial prowess. He gazes at Qinwu, who is leading the charge with fervor, wielding his great sword with a ferocity that sends chunks of dog-headed men flying. A silent lament fills his heart, "Alas, my companion does not wield his weapon in this manner." Unaware of the admiration behind him, Qinwu continues to swing his great sword, dispatching dog-headed foes left and right. As notifications chime incessantly in his ears, ding, two-handed weapon proficiency, level 1. Ding, experience gained, 4 ding, two-handed weapon proficiency, level 1. Ding, experience gained, 4, with each onslaught. Qinwu's experience and proficiency surge, prompting uncontrollable laughter as he realizes the wealth of experience lying before him. Covered in blood, yet elated, he resembles a demonic figure in the eyes of the dog-headed men. As Qinwu and the armored goblins swiftly engaged in slaughter, they charged forth, biting and clawing. Yet their full-body armor rendered them impervious to harm, resulting in a chaotic massacre. Ultimately, an anguished cry erupted from one of the dog-headed creatures, prompting a retreat, followed by a chorus of whimpers as the others scampered away in panic. This disorganized troop, despite being tenfold in numbers, crumbled under the onslaught of the enemy's elite forces. Qinwu wiped the blood from his face and commanded the goblins to pursue and eliminate the fleeing foes. With determination, he surged forward, dispatching a dog-headed creature from behind. Seizing the opportunity presented by the enemy's disarray, he aimed to amplify their gains. Qinwu and the heavy infantry relentlessly pursued and dispatched dozens more of the dog-headed creatures, but soon reached a limit. He halted approximately 300 meters from the forest's edge, wary of the elite large dog-headed creatures and 4 ogres lurking there. Knowing that advancing could lead to encirclement, "Stop," he ordered, planting his great sword in the ground, leaning against it to catch his breath. Feeling fatigued from the recent burst of activity while clad in 3 layers of armor. "Return," he commanded, and the weary soldiers retraced their steps, treading over the scattered corpses of the dog-headed beings they had slain. Spitting on the ground, he hoisted his great sword, intending to head back when his gaze was drawn to a pair of fiery eyes fixed upon him. Qinwu turned to see a large dog-headed creature, adorned in golden skin, seated upon a throne of bones, staring intently at him. The 2 ambitious beings, each aspiring to dominate the enchanted forest, locked eyes, recognizing the extraordinary nature of one another. "Ah, my formidable adversary." Dragonfang, rising from the beastly throne, grasped an oddly shaped knife crafted from unknown materials, pointing its tip at Qinwu, seemingly poised to deliver a monologue on destiny. Yet before he could utter a word, Qinwu spat a thick glob toward Dragonfang, adopting a countenance reminiscent of a young ruffian seeking a quarrel. "What are you looking at?" Chapter 40. Battle 3. Although Dragonfang could not comprehend the goblin tongue, the insults required no translation. Visible fury etched across his features as he cursed vehemently. "You wretched goblin! I shall tear your throat, shatter your bones, and annihilate your entire kin." Qinwu, uninterested in the canine-like barking of Dragonfang, merely cleared his ears and turned away, dismissing the noise. Enraged by the goblin's indifference, Dragonfang commanded his large dog-headed subordinates, "Prepare for assault. Eliminate all goblins." With his order given, several leaders from the defeated dog-headed tribes began to regroup their forces, retrieving the scattered dog-headed creatures from various hiding spots to rally beside the large dog-headed leader. Dragonfang surveyed his elite dog-headed army with satisfaction, believing their numbers to vastly outnumber Qinwu's goblins, thus ensuring victory. Upon returning to their formation, Qinwu observed the dog-headed creatures consolidating their ranks and immediately instructed his troops to reassemble for defense. This time, the large dog-headed creatures, the core of their forces, were present, necessitating caution. Qinwu commanded the ballisti, target the ones bearing shields. Once they have advanced halfway, switch to barrel arrows. He instructed the goblin archers to wait until the enemy was within range and to avoid firing at those with shields, instead aiming for the unprotected. 5 ballisti unleashed their barrage upon the large dog-headed creatures. The tremendous force imparted by the wooden arrows proved lethal, often penetrating simple shields and piercing through their bone armor, embedding them into the ground. This caused considerable alarm among the large dog-headed ranks, as unrest rippled through their ranks. However, being the proud warriors they were, they would not easily falter. Yet, what awaited them was an even more terrifying onslaught. After sustaining injuries from 7 or 8 ballista shots, the large dog-headed creatures had traversed halfway when the ballisti began to reload, inserting a cylindrical ammunition into the grooves. These barrel arrows contained 6 arrows nestled within a wooden barrel, constructed from iron tips seized from human arrows. These arrows were thicker and longer than standard arrows, capable of delivering greater kinetic energy, albeit at a reduced range. While the wooden arrows could strike at 900 meters, the barrel arrows had a maximum effective range of around 700 meters, necessitating a closer approach against shielded foes. As the large dog-headed creatures neared approximately 400 meters, Qinwu shouted to the goblin controlling the ballista, "Fire." The 5 ballistae discharged simultaneously, the whooshing sounds resonating as the barrels were propelled with immense force, quickly losing momentum due to structural reasons. Yet, the 6 arrows contained within continued to fly forward. These 30 scatter arrows struck a small area among the shield-bearing large dog-headed creatures, unleashing a cacophony of cries. The arrows, launched from the ballistae, effortlessly pierced through their rudimentary wooden shields, embedding themselves into the bodies of the large dog-headed creatures behind, resulting in over 10 of their number being slain and causing their formation to waver. Dragonfang, stationed at the rear, was taken aback, astonished by the goblin's formidable weaponry. "I cannot allow the enemy to unleash a second volley. We must close the distance," he bellowed to a subordinate dog-headed leader. "Sound the horn." A blaring horn echoed, and the previously unsettled dog-headed creatures momentarily paused, then erupted into a chorus of howls, accelerating their charge in an attempt to break through Li Qinwu's defenses. Li Qinwu, witnessing the surge, shouted, "Hold fast. Steady yourselves. Prepare for the impact." Simultaneously, he accessed the battlefield control panel, selecting heavy infantry and activating the shield wall. The heavy infantry moved closer together, raising their shields. He then called out to the spear-wielding goblins behind the heavy infantry. "Pikes. Extend them. Find the gaps." The spear-wielding goblins thrust their pikes through the openings in the heavy infantry's formation, securing them tightly under their arms. Li Qinwu shouted to Miss Hannah, who was stationed at the rear, within 3 steps. "Water ball technique. Water ball technique." Miss Hannah swiftly made her way to the back of the heavy infantry, raising her staff to chant the incantation. In no time, a water sphere coalesced atop her staff, approximately the size of a water cooler's jug. "Go." Miss Hannah hurled the water sphere onto the ground before the heavy infantry, soaking the earth. She quickly conjured 4 more water spheres, drenching the front line of their position. As she attempted to summon a 5th, the charging large dog-headed creatures had arrived. The creatures, barking ferociously, collided with the heavy infantry's shields. Contrary to expectations, the neatly aligned shields did not falter, for it was the Tier 3 goblin warriors at the forefront, taller, stronger, and more resolute, who held the line firmly against the assault. Following Li Qinwu's commands, a stalemate ensued as both sides pushed against each other. "Barrel spear! Barrel spear! Barrel spear!" Li Qinwu bellowed, seizing a spear from a nearby goblin and thrusting it high above his head, wildly stabbing at the enemy. He did not concern himself with whether he struck a foe, yet the notifications of gaining experience reminded him that his attacks were indeed effective. The goblin archers, in disarray, found themselves unable to find a clear shot amidst the melee. They noticed the dog-headed creatures closing in from the sides, and the goblins employed their various polearms to fend them off. Nevertheless, some dog-headed creatures managed to breach the defenses, grabbing hold of goblins and biting them, while others seized the swinging polearms, wresting them away. In a state of panic, the goblin archers issued commands to their beleaguered crossbow-wielding comrades. "Move to the sides and prepare to shoot." With those words, he dashed to the flank, drew his bow, and nearly face-to-face, shot an arrow into the head of a dog-headed creature. Observing this, other goblin crossbowmen followed suit, pressing their crossbows against the faces of the dog-headed foes and firing. This method ensured nearly 100% accuracy, resulting in an exceptional lethality that stabilized the flanks in conjunction with the long-pole goblins. Chapter 41, Battle 4. "Stab! Stab! Give it your all, stab!" Li Qinwu shouted repeatedly, his roar igniting the nerves of the goblin spear-wielders, prompting them to engage in a mechanical stabbing motion. The training they had undergone proved effective, as the goblin spearmen stood firm, responding to Li Qinwu's commands with the precision of a military drill. Their attacks proved fruitful, with each thrust of the spear eliciting cries of agony from the once menacing dog-headed creatures, leaving a small pile of corpses before the heavy infantry's shield wall. However, it must be said that the dog-headed creatures displayed remarkable bravery. Wielding stone hammers or axes, they relentlessly battered against the shield wall, indifferent to the threat of spears piercing them. The elder goblins were equally fierce, occasionally delivering shield bashes to push the dog-headed foes back, followed by powerful strikes with their axes that often crushed the heads of their adversaries. Amidst the brutal melee, Li Qinwu kept a watchful eye on the battlefield, noting the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, who had completely encircled the front. The dog-headed creatures surged forward, creating a chaotic throng. Most crucially, the water balloons previously thrown by Miss Hannah had rendered the ground exceedingly slippery, causing many dog-headed creatures to stumble and fall. As the dog-headed vanguard struggled to breach the goblin positions, their disorder intensified. Li Qinwu decided it was time to act, discarding his bloodied spear. He opened the battlefield command interface, selected the ogre Dongdong from the separate group using number key 2, in order to charge with F1 F3. Dongdong, who had been lounging by a tree, roared and picked up a massive tree stump, charging directly towards the dog-headed creatures. Li Qinwu adeptly commanded the heavy infantry at the front to disperse, allowing Dongdong a clear path. The dog-headed creatures, believing they had breached the goblin shield wall, rushed forward to engage, only to be met by the roaring Dongdong. Fear coursed through the dog-headed ranks, causing them to turn tail and flee. But the muddy ground they had created became their undoing, as many stumbled and fell in their panic. Dongdong plunged into the chaos among the dog-headed creatures, swinging the tree stump left and right, sending them flying and causing significant casualties in mere moments. The remaining dog-headed creatures, caught off guard, lost what little morale they had left and fled. Some of the larger dog-headed ones, however, bravely charged forward, swinging their weapons at Dongdong's legs. Yet, clad in horned crocodile armor and protected by his tough skin, he remained unscathed by their stone weapons. In fact, the dull impacts merely incited his fury. With a resounding roar, he increased the speed of his strikes, and the massive wooden stump came crashing down, reducing any dog-headed creature that dared to attack him to a pulp. Even a mere brush from the stump sent dog-headed foes spiraling away, leaving them broken and battered. Dongdong single-handedly wreaked havoc on the dog-headed creatures, while Qinwu seized the opportunity to command all his troops to charge, joining the fray with his great sword in a furious assault. The goblins unleashed their full might, causing the dog-headed creatures to break in a panic, some urinating in fear as they fled. Qinwu pursued relentlessly, leaving a trail of corpses on the hillside. However, a sense of regret welled up within him. He could only lead 40 system soldiers into the fray, wary of deploying the other goblin troops. His mistrust of the goblins' discipline made him apprehensive that they might disregard his orders in a frenzy, charging into the enemy's stronghold recklessly. Lacking capable commanders to lead a larger force, he could only pursue the retreating enemy with his 40 soldiers, fearing that a full-scale charge would lead to a swift conclusion to the battle. Afterward, he resolved to cultivate goblin leaders who could command troops independently. With determination, he thrust his sword into the back of a dog-headed creature, earning 24 experience points, and commanded his troops to halt. They had pursued the enemy to within approximately 300 meters of their stronghold, where further advancement posed great danger. Li Xiaoxiao observed the distorted expression on Longya's face from a distance, still maintaining an air of arrogance. "You shall perish within 3 days, huh?" Tue. After delivering his taunts, Qinwu led his troops back, undeterred by Longya's murderous glare. Following 2 rounds of defeat, the morale of the dog-headed creatures had plummeted severely, suffering losses of over 300, with their bodies strewn across the goblin positions and hillside, creating a grim sight. In contrast, the goblins had sustained only minimal casualties, with the few bodies collected by the enemy, leaving the dog-headed creatures feeling utterly disheartened. Not only were the ordinary dog-headed creatures demoralized, but their leaders felt the weight of their losses as well. Though they had chosen to follow Longya, the fallen were their own subordinates. If their younger warriors were wiped out, how could they return to explain to their kin? "Lord Longya, what should we do? Shall we continue the assault? At this rate, all the warriors of the tribe will perish." One dog-headed leader could no longer contain his grievances towards Longya, who coldly shot him a glance, silencing him and sending him retreating in fear. Longya commanded, "Reorganize the troops and prepare for the third offensive." All the dog-headed leaders present began to bark anxiously, clearly dissenting against Longya's orders. Ignoring their unease, Longya plucked a piece of bone from his throne of beast bones and hurled it at the ogre carrying it. The ogre, covered in dust with thick armor, stood over 6 meters tall, towering over Dongdong and appearing even more robust. This was a mature ogre over 200 years old. At the peak of its strength, the mature ogre glanced at Longya, its eyes ablaze with fury. Longya stared back, unflinching before the giant. They maintained eye contact for several tense seconds until the ogre huffed, diverting its gaze and muttering in ogre tongue. The other ogres set down the throne and picked up nearby wooden stakes, forming a line. Longya addressed the other dog-headed leaders. "The testing ends here. I will now deploy the ogres into battle. Your kin will follow closely behind them. Once the ogres break the goblin lines, you will charge forth and tear apart every green-skinned creature." The dog-headed leaders sighed in relief, reassured by the presence of 4 ogres against the single enemy ogre. Believing their advantage would lead to victory, they hurried to rally their kin for the third assault. No one noticed Longya's unease as he gazed at the goblin positions, particularly at Dongdong, who was playing in the mud, filled with confusion. Why would this ogre ally with the goblins? Did it not care for its own offspring? Chapter 42, Victory. Qinwu, upon seeing the enemy deploy 4 ogres, called out to Miss Hannah. "Miss Hannah, ask Dongdong if those 4 are his lumberjacks." After a flurry of inquiries from Miss Hannah, Dongdong immediately perked up with excitement. He asserted that those were his Gugagaga and Gugagagu, yet Jiujiu and Mimi were absent. Contextually, Qinwu discerned that it implied both grandparents and parents were present, while the children were not. Qinwu pondered how to confront these ogres. The goblin archer on the ship crossbow reminded him, "Boss, the enemy has entered range. Should we switch to iron-tipped bolts?" "No, do not fire." Qinwu had not forgotten his mission, to rescue Dongdong's lumberjacks, for if the curse of the earth goddess manifested, he would be destined to become the pirate king. As he observed the 4 approaching ogres, he turned to Miss Hannah and instructed, "Please convey to Dong Dong and his family that Xiao Lulu is benevolent and here to assist them in vanquishing the malevolent, furry foes. Once the vile creatures are defeated, Xiao Lulu shall lead them to find Jojo and Mimi." Miss Hannah relayed the message faithfully, and soon Dong Dong howled towards the 4 ogres, causing them to halt. The following is a transcription of the ogres' exchange. Dong Dong declared, "Father, mother, grandparents, these little green beings are good. They are here to help us fight the bad dogs and will take us to find the dolls afterward." The robust ogre responded, "Child, these little creatures are quite devious. Can you truly trust them?" Dong Dong promptly assured, "Indeed. Hong Hong has declared that we can trust the little green beings. Otherwise, Hong Hong will cause the little green boss to wither away." The mature ogre conferred with the others, ultimately reaching consensus. "Child, Jojo and Mimi are in the clutches of the golden bad dog. We cannot assist the little green one, lest he harm Jojo and Mimi. However, with Hong Hong's endorsement, we cannot strike at the little green one either. Thus, we shall remain stationary and refrain from aiding anyone until the little green one defeats the golden furry creature and rescues Jojo and Mimi." Upon receiving the outcome, Miss Hannah conveyed the news to Qinwu, who rejoiced at the ogre's decision to cease their support for the dog-headed beings, heralding an easier path forward for the impending confrontation. Qinwu bellowed to the surrounding goblins, "Advance from the formation, align into ranks as per our training." The goblins swiftly emerged from their position, arranging themselves into a square formation in front. Heavy infantry formed one square, while the long-haired goblins formed another. 100 long-staff goblins gathered into a square, followed by archers positioned in a row at the rear. This entire sequence was accomplished within 30 seconds. A commendable feat for the era of cold weaponry. As the ranks were established, Qinwu commanded loudly, "Raise your weapons. Forward. Kill. 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 Kill." The goblin phalanx brandished an array of weapons, marching in unison while chanting "Kill." The advancing dog-headed beings were struck with fear. Witnessing the disarray of their ranks contrasted with the disciplined formation and formidable armaments of the opposing side. "Everyone, do not scatter. Advance. Stab. Slash. Kill, kill, kill." Qinwu shouted, his voice uniting all goblins into a cohesive force, instilling in them an unprecedented sense of power. The dog-headed beings sensed their impending doom, particularly as the 4 ogres remained immobile, while their comrades pressed forward, occasionally roaring in defiance. From the rear, Longya, noticing the dog-headed beings attempting to flee, grew furious and pointed his aberrant blade at a nearby dog-headed leader. "You, step forward to stabilize the ranks, or face death." The dog-headed leaders, intimidated by his presence, reluctantly approached the ranks, managing to steady the majority who were inclined to flee. Longya glared at the unmoving ogres, his face marred by murderous intent. A grave oversight had occurred. He had not brought the ogre offspring with him, rendering him incapable of leveraging them as leverage against the ogres. In truth, even the young ogres towered over 2 meters, akin to small giants, making them impossible to restrain. He could only devise a means to imprison them. Furthermore, if he had brought the young ogres along, the adult ogres would not be intimidated but would instead charge at him, intent on obliterating him and rescuing their young. Cursed be it, the goblins possess a means of communication with the ogres. These wretched creatures. Longya felt himself cornered, his previous ease dissipating. On the battlefield, the dog-headed leaders advanced to the front lines, providing a semblance of calm to the fearful dog-headed beings. They exerted all their accumulated prestige to enable the dog-headed troops to engage with the goblin phalanx. As the distance between the 2 armies diminished, a palpable tension enveloped the air. When the soldiers could discern the creases and tufts of hair on their opponents' faces, Qinwu shouted "Kill," and leaped into the midst of the dog-headed horde, wreaking havoc and felling 2 dog-headed beings. The heavy infantry echoed his battle cry, thrusting their shields forward and swinging their axes into the fray, swiftly dispatching numerous dog-headed foes. The spear-wielding goblins clamored loudly, thrusting their long spears forward and piercing the enemy's abdomens. Chaos erupted as both sides clashed. However, the goblins maintained their formation, standing closely together, while the dog-headed beings remained a disarrayed mass. In a stunning turn of events, the goblin forces overwhelmed the dog-headed ranks. Some dog-headed beings seized opportunities to close in on the goblins, attempting to attack with their fangs and claws. But the goblins' hardened scales rendered them impervious to harm. The goblins' assaults were formidable. Their iron weaponry easily cleaved through the dog-headed beings, especially the spears, which delivered a staggering amount of damage, rivaling the heavy infantry in lethality. As the melee continued, the numbers of the dog-headed beings rapidly dwindled, while the goblin forces advanced step by step, leaving behind a trail of fallen foes. Qinwu, drenched in blood, single-handedly dispatched dozens of dog-headed beings, leveling up twice. Though he had no time to allocate his attribute points. Kill, 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 he roared, rallying the goblin troops' morale. Indeed, the goblins, upon hearing his voice, pressed forward with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, after approximately 10 minutes of fierce engagement, the dog-headed beings suffered a 20% loss and could no longer sustain their fight, resulting in a rout. No, do not flee, do not flee, a dog-headed leader shouted in a desperate attempt to maintain order. Qinwu spotted the leader and swiftly dispatched him with a kick, knocking him down before delivering a decisive blow with his great sword, ending the creature's life. After shaking the blood from his blade, Qinwu observed the remnants of the dog-headed army fleeing in disarray, retreating into the forest without a backward glance. He caught sight of Longya, casting him a venomous glare before vanishing into the woods. Chapter 43. Forging iron. With the battle concluded, Qinwu gasped for breath, his sword and armor stained with blood, and fatigue weighing heavily upon him. Yet, he eagerly reviewed the victory statistics. You have achieved victory. Enemies slain, 489, enemies captured, 56. Experience gained, 612, friendly casualties, 5. Loot acquired, grains x 69, stone axes, 35, bone knives, 18, tempered beast hide garments, 80, canine teeth, 60, dinar, 1234. Seeing he had leveled up twice, Qinwu allocated his attribute points to intelligence, while distributing excess proficiency points to engineering. He opened his inventory and discarded items such as beast hides, stone axes, and bone knives, equipping the goblins with whatever meager enhancements these provided to their melee capabilities in the absence of iron weaponry. Qinwu gathered all participating goblins together, recruiting those who were taller than the average goblin and exhibited signs of evolving into greater goblins, filling the vacancies left by the fallen troops and replenishing the ranks to full strength. Among the goblins at the forefront, 1 goblin warrior and 4 greater goblins had perished, facing foes that outnumbered them 2 to 1, resulting in unavoidable casualties. Fortunately, their losses were not in vain. Over half of the 100 or so dog-headed humanoids were slain, a testament to the superiority of the horned crocodile armor and iron weaponry. Among the foremost goblins, had accumulated sufficient experience to be upgraded, and Qinwu promptly elevated them to goblin warriors. After finalizing their attributes, he surveyed the battlefield before him, strewn with corpses. The dog-headed humanoids had suffered grievously, particularly the elite great dog-headed ones, nearly annihilated, a sight that would surely cause Longya considerable sorrow. Yet, Qinwu's own side was not unscathed. While only 5 system soldiers perished, the ordinary goblins sustained over 100 casualties. Despite their horned crocodile armor and iron pole weapons, the frailty of goblin flesh was unavoidable. And amidst the onslaught of the dog-headed foes, some goblins were occasionally dragged from their ranks and killed. Observing the victorious goblins, their faces bore signs of exhaustion and relief. Had they not been the surrounded party, some among them would likely have fled. The pressing question now was whether to strike the fallen adversaries while they were down, or to pursue them further. The dog-headed witch and the ogre pups remained in Longya's possession, and the task from the earth goddess was incomplete. Thus, the dog-headed humanoids must be dealt with. However, Qinwu felt his troops were overly fatigued, and given that this was an ambush, their victory was due to the preset defensive position. Venturing into enemy territory, where the opposition was fully armed, could lead to unpredictable outcomes. For reasons unknown, the dog-headed witch had not been slain by Longya, and the ogre pups were also safe. Otherwise, Longya would have faced the wrath of 5 adult ogres. Therefore, retreating to regroup and develop further before confronting the dog-headed humanoids seemed prudent. Having made his decision, Qinwu commanded the goblins to clear the battlefield and withdraw. As they departed, Gobu, a goblin spear-bearer, inquired, "Boss, with so many dog-headed corpses here, should we turn them all into barbecue?" Qinwu glanced at the 56 captured dog-headed prisoners, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately shook his head. "Relay my orders. Consumption of dog-headed corpses is strictly forbidden. Violators will be dealt with by the warlord." In his mind, Qinwu had already envisioned the foundational structure of a future nation of magical creatures, predominantly populated by goblins, cohabiting with various intelligent magical beings, in which the dog-headed humanoids would undoubtedly have a place. For such a multicultural society to endure, beyond the martial prowess of the predominant race, respect was essential. Since they were not lacking in provisions, it was best not to sow the seeds of division at this nascent stage. Upon returning to the tribe, Qinwu instructed Miss Hannah to heal all injured goblins with her restorative spells. Once the goblins had been treated, he turned his attention to the dog-headed captives. Ensuring they were well fed, he informed them that from this moment forth, they would be regarded as members of the tribe and could earn their fill of meat through diligent work. The intelligence of these dog-headed creatures was only slightly superior to that of the goblins, and some were bewildered by their current predicament. However, once satiated and under the watchful threat of goblin spears, they settled down. After a day's rest, Qinwu promptly organized the tribe's production and construction efforts. He dispatched a portion of the goblins into the forest to seek wood mice and promised rewards for those who succeeded, as increasing the goblin population was of utmost importance. A sufficient number of troops was essential to eradicate the dog-headed tribe. The initial construction project was a livestock pen for storing wood mice, a task easily accomplished as the goblins wove it together with branches. Provided there was enough food, the wood mice would not wander off. The second structure built was a nursery to enhance the survival rate of goblin offspring. 5 ogres participated in the construction. With their immense strength, the goblins felled large trees, and the ogres drove the stumps into the ground with heavy stones, completing the nursery in less than a day. The third structure to be constructed was a blast furnace. During the previous battle, the number of dog-headed humanoids slain by goblin spear-bearers likely exceeded 100. Even the friliest goblin could easily dispatch a dog-headed foe with a well-aimed thrust. In contrast, the lethality of the goblins wielding pole weapons was markedly inferior. Qinwu had noted upon inspecting the battlefield that the number of corpses behind the barricades on either side was barely 50, many having fallen to bow and crossbow fire, underscoring the inefficacy of pole weaponry. To annihilate the dog-headed tribe, Qinwu sought to establish a military composed solely of spear-wielding goblins, necessitating the commencement of iron smelting. He summoned Tai Uk, and with Miss Hannah acting as a translator, they engaged in extensive dialogue, ultimately solidifying a plan for steel production. The first step involved obtaining ore, which was easily accessible. He could send individuals to the caverns where cave spiders thrived, for it was an open mine rich in high-quality ore. Once the materials were retrieved, the ogres would come into play, crushing the iron ore into pieces, the smaller the better. Noticing their efficiency lagging, Qinwu instructed them to find stones the size of a human head, bore holes into them, and create stone hammers. Equipped with effective tools, the ogres' productivity surged, and a substantial quantity of ore was ground into powder, consuming only 3 bags of grain per ton. Next came the charcoal, which would be produced by constructing a clay kiln for slow burning, and once completed, it too would be ground into powder for ease of use in the subsequent smelting process. Following that, they required a reducing agent for the ore, which could be limestone. There was a limestone quarry near Goblin Fortress, so Qinwu dispatched the swiftest goblin archer to procure a large quantity of limestone. He also instructed him to return with at least 300 goblins who had undergone military training and participated in 3 rounds of brutal exercises, as they needed laborers. While awaiting the limestone, Tai Uk brought good news. He had located the materials necessary for constructing the blast furnace, refractory clay. Chapter 44. Iron Smelting 2. Iron smelting requires the construction of a blast furnace. Given Qinwu's current resources, he could build 2 types. One would be a single-use furnace. Hastily fashioned from clay into a cylindrical shape, it would be destroyed after one use, yielding only low-quality pig iron with minimal output. The other type would be a reusable blast furnace capable of smelting large quantities of iron ore at once. The interior would be lined with refractory materials, creating a high-temperature environment with various openings, an air inlet to blow air into the furnace, a slag outlet for waste, and a molten iron outlet for the iron itself. Qinwu aimed to construct the latter. He led his team to a rapidly flowing stream and found a flat area along the bank. He cast an inquiring glance at Tai Uk, who nodded in affirmation that this was the ideal location. With a wave of his hand, Qinwu commanded the work to commence. Immediately, the goblins and ogres sprang into action. The ogres pushed large stones to narrow the river, increasing the water's velocity. They then drove wooden stakes into the turbulent waters to set up a water wheel, connected to a bellows that would pump a significant amount of air into the furnace. The construction of the water wheel consumed 80% of the tribe's labor force, halting other projects, and the new goblin offspring had yet to arrive, which caused Qinwu some concern. Fortunately, Goblin Archer returned, bringing a substantial supply of limestone and 500 goblins, effectively doubling the population of Goblin Fortress. With the addition of these 500 goblins, the construction speed of the water wheel accelerated, and within days, a well-functioning water wheel and automatic bellows were completed. There was no time to waste. Tai Uk began assembling the furnace body using the refractory bricks made from the clay he had discovered, combined with the limestone. Refractory clay was relatively easy to find, as Li Qinwu had read in the Encyclopedia of Transcenders that it contained certain components in excess. If refractory clay was unavailable, quartz could be employed to create refractory bricks. Moreover, the concept of a water wheel for the blast furnace was also gleaned from the Encyclopedia of Transcenders. While these were theoretical insights, their practical application remained uncertain. Thus, he engaged in lengthy discussions with Tai Uk, seeking the validation of this experienced craftsman before proceeding with the project. Li Qinwu and Tai Uk personally constructed the blast furnace, engaging in continuous conversation and improvements throughout the process. Miss Hannah was utterly astonished. It was quite peculiar to witness a goblin and a human collaborating so harmoniously in the midst of such labor. She thought that had it not been for the language barrier, she would have been unceremoniously dismissed long ago. She could not fathom the extraordinary synergy that might arise between a goblin aspiring to establish a formidable empire and a technophile. After the first wave of goblin offspring was born, the blast furnace was finally completed. It stood at a height of 5 meters and a diameter of 15 meters, resembling a cylindrical structure with a bellows attached, which in turn connected to a water wheel. On either side of the furnace stood wooden towers, allowing individuals to stand atop and add iron or powder and coal powder into the furnace. Li Qinwu and Tai Uk ascended the wooden towers, exchanged glances, and commenced the process of feeding materials into the furnace, igniting the first batch of molten iron. They began by inserting branches and wooden sticks, igniting them before swiftly pouring in coal powder, while the bellows connected to the water wheel began to force air into the furnace. The temperature within the furnace rose rapidly, and Tai Uk shouted for the material to be added. Li Qinwu scooped up a handful of powder with a shovel and poured it into the furnace, followed by Tai Uk, who added a measure of limestone powder, and then another portion of coal powder. This process was repeated, layer by layer, until the first layer of materials was thoroughly burnt before adding the second layer, continuing until Tai Uk signaled to stop. The smelting process persisted for nearly 10 hours, spanning from morning until dusk. Both Li Qinwu and Tai Uk were grimy, yet their gaze remained fixated on the furnace. It should be ready, Tai Uk said uncertainly. Primarily due to the new smelting method employed, he was unsure if it would yield successful results on the first attempt. Then let us open the furnace, Li Qinwu replied. Equally uncertain, the two approached the furnace, and Tai Uk used a stick to open the slag outlet, allowing the red-hot slag to flow out. Upon observing the quality of the slag, Tai Uk's face brightened, realizing that success was likely. He ran over to Li Qinwu, holding up 8 fingers. Li Qinwu was elated. An 80% success rate was promising. As the slag was nearly cleared, Tai Uk gestured that they could now open the tap for molten iron. Li Qinwu understood, and through their recent communication, they had developed a rapport strong enough to converse without the need for Miss Hannah's translation. Li Qinwu pried open the iron tap, and the molten iron flowed forth. Upon witnessing this, Tai Uk let out a triumphant howl and leapt into the air. It worked. It worked. Li Qinwu laughed heartily, realizing that the conquest of the entire magical forest began with this first batch of molten iron. He patted Tai Uk on the shoulder and raised a thumb in approval. From this moment on, you and your son shall no longer be slaves. You may choose to enter and exit my tribe freely, reside in the finest homes, don the best garments, and partake in the most exquisite food. Once my tribe flourishes, I shall grant you a piece of land to manage. According to the human kingdom's terminology, you shall be titled Baron Tai Uk. Miss Hannah was momentarily taken aback before she began to stammer through the translation. Freedom, power, and status. This unremarkable blacksmith had thus acquired them, while she, a rare sorceress, remained merely a heartless translation machine. Upon hearing the translation, Tai Uk knelt down with a thud. My lord, as long as you can ensure my son's safety, I shall serve you with all my strength. Li Qinwu was immensely satisfied with his declaration and assisted him to his feet. Tai Uk, your work is not yet complete. Continue. The molten iron still flowed, but it was merely pig iron at this stage, too brittle to be fashioned into weapons, necessitating a reduction in carbon content. In simple terms, high carbon content results in brittle pig iron suitable only for casting, while a moderate carbon content yields steel, a superb material for weaponry. Conversely, too little carbon produces wrought iron, which is too soft and highly malleable. Li Qinwu desired to create spears, requiring steel, thus needing to reduce the carbon content of the molten iron. This task was not difficult for Tai Uk, as he was skilled in blowing air into the molten iron, mixing it, and increasing its contact area with the air. Additionally, the process of folding and forging Repeatedly reheating and hammering was something Tai Oak was familiar with. However, the bellows produced cold air, causing the molten iron to solidify rapidly. They needed to create a reheating duct to blow hot air to facilitate large-scale processing of the pig iron. For now, they had to rely on folding and forging to reduce the carbon content. Fortuitously, the tribe possessed ogres as humanoid power hammers. Li Qinwu fed Dang Dang and his family well before bringing them to the furnace, pointing at the pig iron blocks on the anvil. Come, Dang Dang. Let me introduce you to the Grand Hammer game. There will be rewards if you play well. Chapter 45. Military Training. Dang Dang sat at the edge of the anvil, wielding a large iron hammer that appeared as a toy in his small hands. He began to hammer the iron blocks on the anvil with great enthusiasm. Tai Oak adjusted the iron blocks beside him, allowing Dang Dang to focus solely on the pounding. When Tai Oak deemed it sufficient, he called for a stop and tossed a potato to Dang Dang. The latter joyfully accepted the potato, laughing heartily, celebrating his victory in the game and relishing his reward. The first items created were large hammers and anvils for the ogres, enabling them to forge iron more efficiently. Once the ogres had sufficiently hammered the iron blocks, Tai Oak would cut them into appropriate sizes to fashion spearheads. Li Qinwu designed a small spearhead, lightweight and shorter than a human spear, with a shaft approximately 15 meters long, well suited for the shorter stature of the goblins. Longer spears would hinder their agility. When the first brilliantly polished spear was placed into Li Qinwu's hands, he was filled with excitement. He gathered all the members of the tribe, and amidst their puzzled expressions, he raised the spear high and proclaimed, "This is a day to be remembered. From this day forth, we officially enter the Iron Age. Our productivity will soar, and our soldiers shall be equipped with iron weapons. We have taken another step towards civilization." After his declaration, Li Qinwu allowed everyone to indulge in a feast. All the goblins were engulfed in a sea of joy. Although they were unaware of their leader's exuberance, they were content to be well fed, which sufficed for their happiness. Amidst the cheering crowd, Butler Mond found Miss Hannah and inquired about Li Qinwu's proclamation. Upon hearing the leader's declaration of civilization and gazing at the raised iron spear, his unease transformed into something tangible. This should not be. Goblins were chaotic beings. Why could the goblins here develop in peace? He knotted his fingers, tearing off dead skin until blood flowed. If he could truly establish a monster nation, then the humans would. All goblins were granted a day off to celebrate the Iron Festival. They believed their leader would provide ample food, and the future looked exceedingly bright. However, the following day, Li Qinwu commenced rigorous military drills, plunging the freedom-seeking goblins into a veritable hell. "Stand straight," he bellowed. "Anyone who dares to move will receive 10 lashes. Repeat offenders shall face execution." With a great sword resting on his shoulder and a stick in hand, he patrolled in front of 500 assembled soldiers. The goblins stood in perfect formation, as if cut from tofu, chests out, heads held high, each grasping a wooden stick heavier than a spear. None dared to move. All eyes were glued to the back of the head of the soldier in front of them, standing in military posture like true soldiers. Those who dared to move had already been hanged from the large trees surrounding the tribe, a grim reminder that they started with 6 formations. And over 100 goblins had been mercilessly slain. Li Qinwu felt helpless. Goblins were chaotic beings, and without strict discipline, it was impossible to train them. He realized that among every 10 goblins, there existed a myriad of personalities. Some were dim-witted, some had communication barriers, some were sadists, others were lazy. And the diversity of characters was striking. To train among this group, Li Qinwu could only transform into a ruthless executioner, focusing on a strategy of relentless slaughter. Regardless of any orders given, if they were not corrected after 3 attempts, he would proceed with execution. After all, the first wave of over 300 goblin juveniles had already entered the nursery, and in 15 days, they would reach maturity to replenish their ranks. Fortunately, Li Qinwu's carnage had intimidated the goblins. Of the 600 present, only 100 were slain, leaving the rest capable of understanding human speech. This demonstrated that goblins possess considerable intelligence, albeit stifled by the incompetence of Huangsa. Approaching the formation, Li Qinwu's eyes widened like those of a tiger as he scanned the goblins. All of them shrank back, their pupils contracting, their bodies taut with tension, not daring to make a sound or even blink. Did they not understand why the leader's hands were stained with the remnants of their fallen kin? Li Qinwu surveyed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. In his estimation, this batch of goblins would be ready for battle in 2 months. Coupled with the daily production of 30 spearheads from the blacksmith, the day of the demise of the dog-headed people would soon arrive. Casting aside his staff, Li Qinwu addressed the goblins. "All units, rest for half an hour, dismissed." The goblins responded with a collective shout, and immediately some collapsed. Gasping for breath after standing for an hour, a torment both psychological and physiological for the chaotic goblins. While some had contemplated fleeing the tribe to live as wild goblins. One intrepid hero had been pursued by Qinwu and the dog-headed people for 30 kilometers, only to be brought back to face the punishment of 10 punches from every goblin present. With over 500 participants, each delivering 10 punches, the scene quickly devolved into a fray of chaos and brutality. Subsequently, Qinwu commanded the goblins to urinate on the pulverized remains, which instilled a profound shock within them, fostering a nascent collective consciousness. None wished to end up as mere flesh and waste. Even goblins felt that such humiliation was worse than death, and as a result, occurrences of flight had ceased entirely. The goblins dispersed to rest, and Qinwu summoned Gobu to him. Bring 4 warriors, each responsible for a formation, and train them in spear usage until dinner. Gobu acknowledged the order, and Qinwu commenced his inspection of the tribe. Firstly, he observed the systematic soldiers. These larger goblins undergoing training under the guidance of the knight Leo, who was instructing them on the proper use of shields and axes to enhance their combat effectiveness. Other human soldiers were also engaged in one-on-one teaching sessions, despite the language barrier, employing gestures, drawings, and practical demonstrations, leading to swift improvements in the goblins' combat skills. Next, Qinwu inspected the farmlands, where humans and dog-headed people worked together. One human could effectively manage a plot of land with 10 or more dog-headed companions. It was worth mentioning that Lord Lance and Butler Mungda contributed nothing to the tribe. Once elevated figures, they now found themselves scavenging in the earth. Their fall from grace a stark contrast to their former status. Qinwu approached an elderly farmer for dialogue, having learned some human language, and managed a rudimentary conversation through a combination of speech and drawing. The farmer informed him that the forest land was exceedingly fertile, with a favorable climate allowing for 3 harvests of wheat annually. However, to increase yields, they would require irrigation channels akin to those in Gobu Fortress and deeper plowing of the soil. Qinwu rewarded the farmer with 10 pieces of jerky, promising to send workers to dig the channels. As for the deep plowing, he considered the ogres suitable for the task, equipping them with large picks akin to those of a deep-sea titan to till 10 acres a day without issue. Chapter 46. The Director of Education after his rounds. Qinwu arrived at the nursery, a modest wooden structure, yet well insulated with straw and animal hides, where mature goblins took turns providing water and food. Except for those with congenital disabilities, nearly all the goblins could survive. They were remarkably resilient, akin to the dual-tailed pixies. At that moment, it was feeding time for the goblin juveniles. A goblin named E-Air, leading a group of 10, approached with a large ceramic pot filled with boiled meat mash. Noticing Qinwu, E-Air hurried over with enthusiasm. Boss, Qinwu appraised E-Air and smiled. Well done. You're on your way to becoming a great goblin. E-Air beamed, having performed admirably as the deputy leader, prompting Qinwu to fulfill his promise by gifting him 100 pieces of crocodile jerky. This goblin devoured it all in 10 days. Perhaps due to the meat's magical properties, he began to evolve, currently standing at 15 meters tall, with the potential for further growth. However, consuming so much meat had caused him to gain weight, his belly round and reminiscent of the former leader. Qinwu inquired, "How is the hunting going? Any pressures?" "None," E-Air replied. "The hunting team has crossbows, making it easy to catch prey, with the fish traps by the river. Hunting poses no problem, though we lack sufficient cooks, as they work tirelessly from dawn till dusk. With the population now exceeding 1,100, including 300 juveniles, there were over 500 full-time soldiers, and about 100 humans and dog-headed people managing the fields, while the blacksmith shop had over 100 workers. Those dedicated to hunting and logistics numbered just over 100. E-Air led this group, checking the fish traps in the morning, returning to prepare meals for more than 1,000, hunting again, and then cooking, all while managing the goblin juveniles, leaving him exhausted to the point of developing fatty liver disease. Qinwu patted E-Air on the shoulder, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Oh, my diligent deputy. Your hard work is appreciated. Our tribe is short-handed, but this hardship is temporary. When the next generation of goblins matures, I will allocate more workers to you. Keep up the good work, and life will become sweeter." E-Air shivered, sensing an ominous undertone in the leader's words. He felt compelled to take action, otherwise, he truly might work himself to death. "Boss, if we are short on personnel, we could raid." My hunting team reported encountering other goblin tribes during hunts, sometimes leading to conflicts. However, we have crossbows, so we have always emerged victorious. Qinwu's eyes lit up, eager to inquire, "How many inhabitants do they have? How many great goblins are in their tribe? The numbers vary. Some tribes have about 50, while others boast over 200. As for great goblins, there is usually only one per tribe. Goblins function this way. A tribe typically has only one great goblin leader. If another goblin shows signs of purification, the leader will eliminate them. This is why goblins struggle to develop. Only when a leader evolves to a higher tier will they allow the emergence of great goblins among their ranks, enhancing the tribe's population quality. Qinwu immediately commanded, "Heir, tomorrow, gather some guides for me. I intend to deal with those wild goblins." Qinwu believed that merely training without practical experience was insufficient. He needed to seize any opportunity for combat. Furthermore, he had previously recognized the lack of a capable leader to command a unit, hindering the execution of complex strategies. This time, he could allow his subordinates to lead troops and see if any potential commanders could be cultivated. As Heir resumed his duties, he instructed others to carry food into the nursery, where the goblin juveniles eagerly surrounded him, chattering excitedly. Heir, wielding a wooden spoon, banged on the pot and shouted, "Silence! Get bowls! Form a line." The juveniles, intimidated by the prospective great goblin, fell silent and obediently fetched ceramic bowls. Qinwu meticulously observed the juveniles' activities, seeking to gain a deeper understanding of the goblin race. These juveniles, now 5 days old, had been well fed and were beginning to exhibit mobility. Qinwu noted the impressive lineage of the goblins. Their initial wisdom was remarkably high, as they innately understood goblin language, could speak within 3 days, and possessed a well-formed worldview. Human children require a decade of exploration to attain a rudimentary capacity for survival, while goblins, in merely 5 days, can discern and navigate their interests, exhibiting a remarkable social dynamic that yearns for strength. It sounds impressive, does it not? Astonishingly, within 5 days, they achieve a level akin to that of a 10-year-old human child. Indeed, our goblins are extraordinary. However, the troubling reality is that this lineage of goblin prowess appears to have faltered. Once goblin offspring mature into adults, they cease to inherit the wisdom of their bloodlines, struggling instead to navigate the treacherous depths of the magical forest with the mere capabilities of a 10-year-old. As chaotic beings, goblins are prone to cannibalism, and coupled with the relentless assaults from forest beasts, natural disasters, and starvation, the goblin race finds itself in a state of stagnation. The goblin population has lost its capacity to produce female offspring, resulting in a chaotic inheritance. The goblin god was besieged and slain by the pantheon of deities. Such intriguing events unfold in this world. At that moment, Qinwu pondered deeply. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, yet he remained undeterred. He had established a foundational order, and with military discipline and education, goblins could also be tamed. As his strength grew, unearthing the mysteries of the divine would become a mere formality. While contemplating his next steps, he was suddenly jolted by a goblin scolding a young one, brandishing a small branch from its waist and pulling a queue-jumping goblin child out, delivering a flurry of disciplinary strikes. "Dare to cut in line again? You think you can disregard the rules? Out there, you won't even survive the first round of trials." The little goblin, its rear reddened from the punishment, burst into tears and was subsequently ordered to face the wall at the entrance, forbidden from eating. This scene left Qinwu utterly astonished. The goblin, with its round belly, clad in a shirt made of beast hide, and a grass rope tied around its waist, accentuated its rotundity. One hand rested on its hip, while the other pointed at the wall, as the misbehaving young goblin sobbed in shame. Wasn't this reminiscent of a stern school principal? Qinwu inhaled sharply, observing the goblin's adeptness in educating the young ones, a skill he had not imparted. He suddenly recalled that when the goblin had reported on the wild goblin tribe, it had mentioned numbers like 50 and 100. How had it acquired such mathematical knowledge? Was it an innate understanding, akin to its ability to educate? The punished goblin stood obediently against the wall. From Qinwu's perspective, this creature, once grown, could either exploit the system and face dire consequences, resort to thievery and meet a grim fate, or believe that oppressing other goblins would grant advantages, ultimately leading to its downfall. Yet now, with a few disciplinary strikes, the goblin's dreams of grandeur were shattered, instilling in it the need for order and adherence to rules. Would this enable it to successfully navigate the goblin coming-of-age ceremony designed by Qinwu, enduring 3 hours of military posture? Just as children must be nurtured from a young age, so too must goblins be guided. A diet rich in bamboo shoots and meat during their formative years may well prepare them for the trials ahead. With this realization, Qinwu beckoned the disciplined goblin with a smile, proclaiming, "Oh, my dear brother, you have been promoted. Henceforth, You shall serve as the tribe's vice chief and director of education. The following day, Qinwu gathered all the spears of the tribe and distributed them to a 100-strong goblin unit. He selected 5 individuals from his system soldiers to serve as commanders, Gobu Spear, Gobu Bow, and 3 goblin warriors. He instructed the 5 to take turns leading the goblin unit to attack the wild goblin tribe, promising that the one who captured the most prisoners would earn the title of Invincible General and receive 100 strips of jerky. While the title itself was of little consequence, the jerky was quite enticing, thus fueling the enthusiasm of the 5 goblins. Qinwu permitted the 5 commanders to lead, but the other 4 were to remain silent, observing the first commander. On the first day, the first warrior led the 100 spear-wielding goblins in a surprise attack against a tribe of 300 wild goblins, reasoning that targeting the most populous tribe would yield the greatest number of captives. However, the outcome left him bewildered as they charged towards the wild tribe. Their hunting party spotted them and raised the alarm. The chief of the opposing goblins quickly rallied his followers to resist the invaders, leading to a fierce battle against overwhelming odds. Yet, Qinwu's goblins, equipped with spears and armored with crocodile hide, were unfazed by the enemy's numbers. With thrusts of their spears, they sent wild goblins fleeing in terror, disappearing into the underbrush, leaving no opportunity for capture, leaving the first warrior utterly dumbfounded. After tallying the results, only 22 wild goblins were taken prisoner, though over 100 had been slain. Qinwu sought captives, not corpses. Thus, he could only offer the first warrior a mediocre evaluation. Despite the commander's poor performance, the soldiers had excelled, with the spear-wielders achieving a 1-to-3 kill ratio. Suffering no casualties, Qinwu promoted 20 brave goblins to the ranks of captains and vice-captains, rewarding each with 10 strips of jerky. The captains and vice-captains would lead a team of 8 goblins, effectively serving as junior officers. The remaining goblins who had not participated in the battle felt a stir of ambition. They sensed that a hierarchy was beginning to form, igniting a spark of determination among the more aspirational goblins. On the new day, the spears were assigned to another group of goblins, and the second warrior led them into battle. Unlike the first warrior, who had recklessly charged, the second warrior chose to wait until nightfall to strike. He was among the earliest recruits to Qinwu's system soldiers, having participated in the nocturnal coup. Thus he had acquired skills in night raids. However, not all leaders were as inept as Chief Fat Pig, who failed to post sentries. As the second warrior advanced halfway, they were discovered by the night watch, and the wild goblins scrambled to defend themselves. The ambush thwarted, the second warrior issued a furious command for the spear-wielding goblins to launch a full frontal assault. The battle concluded by midnight, and the second warrior undoubtedly achieved victory. Although the ambush had not gone as planned due to the enemy's alertness, it was still far superior to the first warrior's daytime assault. Many wild goblins were caught off guard while sleeping, and despite the early warning, they were unable to react in time, falling prey to the spear-wielding goblins. After the battle, the second warrior successfully captured over 60 prisoners, tripling the first warrior's count. His performance, while not a resounding success, showcased the progress Qinwu sought. The second warrior had upgraded his tactics based on the first warrior's approach, demonstrating the critical thinking abilities that Qinwu aimed to cultivate. Thus, he rewarded him with 10 strips of jerky, causing the first warrior to feel a pang of regret. When the third warrior prepared to embark, Qinwu convened a brief meeting. Brothers, our soldiers' equipment, organization, and morale are now capable of overwhelming 90% of the forces within the magical forest. Victory is merely a pass. To excel, we must think critically. I want to see your thought processes, your strategies surpassing those of your predecessors. Reflect on how you can improve upon the tactics of those before you. The third warrior, deep in thought, led his troops into the fray. Qinwu's words resonated with him throughout the day, ultimately leading him to choose a nighttime assault, albeit with improved tactics. Upon storming the wild tribe, he instructed his troops to eliminate resistors while capturing the more timid, and he himself charged directly into the heart of the tribe to confront their chief. Without hesitation, he engaged in fierce combat. The goblin warrior possessed attributes exceeding those of the chief by over 10 points, and within 3 exchanges, he had slain the chief with a single axe blow. With the chief's head in hand, he roared at the surrounding wild goblins, "Your leader has been slain. From this day forth, I am your new chief." Upon witnessing the demise of their former leader and the emergence of a new one, the wild goblins remained stagnant, surrendering to the spear-wielding goblins without much attempt to flee. In the aftermath, it was discovered that, aside from the 30 or so goblins who had perished during the initial assault, over 160 wild goblins had been captured. This substantial number of prisoners exceeded the combined total of the previous 2 encounters. Li Qinwu promptly patted the shoulder of warrior number 3, offering him an approving thumbs up. You performed admirably, swiftly vanquishing the enemy leader and instilling fear within the entire tribe. I recognize your strategic thinking and reward you with 10 pieces of jerky. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon you the name Gobuqiang. The bestowed name filled Gobuqiang with delight. His face flushed with joy at the envious gazes of his companions, as a sense of pride began to blossom within him. On the 4th day, it was Gobomo's turn to lead the charge, this goblin being among the earliest to follow Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu still looked after him, positioning him towards the rear, where those further back could absorb the experiences of their predecessors and devise superior tactical arrangements. After much contemplation, Gobomo decided to launch a nighttime assault, opting for a decapitation strategy, but this time he divided his forces. Believing Gobuqiang's tactics to be quite impressive, having captured over 150 goblins, he sought to surpass that by also apprehending a few of the fleeing wild goblins. The solution was simple: encirclement. He dispatched his men to surround the wild tribe, while he himself charged in to slay the wild leader, with the spear-wielding goblins converging from all directions to prevent any escapes. However, execution proved flawed. He divided the spear-wielding goblins into 4 groups to encircle the wild tribe. And while he succeeded in slaying the wild leader, miscommunication and poor coordination among the spear-wielders led to several wild goblins escaping the narrowing perimeter. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. Having aspired to cultivate the ability to divide forces, he was pleasantly surprised to see Gobomo independently execute a bold encirclement strategy. He lauded Gobomo and rewarded him with a day of revelry with the wood rats. When it was Gobiegong's turn, the others regarded him with a mix of amusement and skepticism. They believed that the tactical evolution had reached its pinnacle with Gobomo's strategy, leaving little room for innovation from Gobiegong. Yet, Gobiegong's approach astonished them. He did not embark at night, nor did he attempt encirclement. Instead, he instructed the spear-wielding goblins to remain at a distance while he stealthily approached the wild tribe alone. His solitary endeavor went unnoticed by the wild tribe's hunting parties. And as he drew near, he knocked an arrow and shot the wild leader in the head, amidst the bewildered stares of the wild goblins. Gobiegong leisurely entered the tribe and, with a single axe stroke, severed the leader's head. From this day forth, I am your leader. Who is in favor? Who is against? Gobiegong successfully reclaimed an entire wild tribe, leaving the other 4 goblins astounded, their gazes fixed upon Li Qinwu, awaiting his response. Li Qinwu stroked his chin thoughtfully and addressed the gathering. This exemplifies the supremacy of advanced weaponry over traditional tactics. Observe and learn well. I hereby declare Gobiegong the title of Invincible General and bestow upon him 100 pieces of jerky. The 4 goblins looked at Gobiegong with a mix of envy and admiration, while Gobiegong triumphantly waved his bow. In the ensuing days, 500 spear-wielding soldiers launched assaults on the surrounding wild goblins, honing their combat skills while simultaneously acquiring a substantial labor force. The wild goblins were forcibly integrated into the tribe, enduring rigorous training to cultivate obedience. Li Qinwu dispatched the spear-wielding goblins who had performed commendably in battle to oversee the wild goblins. The initial step was 3 hours of standing at attention, marking the first phase of their assimilation. The spear-wielding goblin captain, armed with a spear, maintained a watchful eye on the formation, swiftly punishing any signs of disorder with a military baton, marking offenders with chalk. Should they transgress thrice, they would be pierced by a spear. Typically, the training for assimilation could be completed in 3 days, yet the tribe faced a labor shortage and aimed to have the wild goblins ready for work within that time frame. From a cohort of 10 wild goblins, generally, 7 to 8 would successfully assimilate, significantly boosting the tribe's population and replenishing the logistics and hunting teams. As the spear-wielding goblins frequently captured wild goblins, their military proficiency escalated rapidly, with 5 commanders becoming adept at leading troops. The blacksmith's forge churned out an increasing number of iron spears, equipping half of the goblins with these formidable weapons. Drawing nearer to the day of reckoning against the dog-headed people, Li Qinwu began seeking out horned crocodiles, aiming to elevate the goblins within his ranks to warriors, thereby enhancing the quality of his forces. Additionally, this endeavor served to procure sustenance. The tribe was currently overpopulated, and agricultural efforts would not yield results for at least a month. The tribe relied on a hunting team of over 100 crossbowmen and the abundance of wild potatoes near the mines to sustain itself. These resources barely supported the tribe, and should they mobilize for war, consumption would double, making it insufficient. Thus, Li Qinwu resolved to personally hunt the horned crocodiles. With the dual benefits of reality and the system generating food, Qinwu's resources for troop deployment rapidly increased. Just as his storeroom filled with a substantial quantity of system-provided meat, a delegation from Longya unexpectedly arrived, accompanied by a severely injured dog-headed shaman. Qinwu welcomed the delegation in his new residence, where a large dog-headed goblin adorned with a necklace of beast teeth bowed before him. Esteemed goblin leader, my leader Longya sends you his regards. We have a profound misunderstanding between us, and as neighbors, we should coexist peacefully. Qinwu cast a glance at the dog-headed shaman, who limped on one leg, his fur patchy and uneven, with all the hair on his head removed and his tail severed. He appeared quite pitiful. Qinwu clicked his tongue, having believed he would never see the dog-headed shaman again, only to find that Longya had spared him. He was unaware that the dog-headed shaman, being an NPC of the system, would not engage in actions harmful to Qinwu, and despite enduring severe punishment, had not succumbed. This display of loyalty greatly impressed Longya, who had never witnessed a magical creature exhibit such fidelity to an individual, leading him to inexplicably retain the shaman. Qinwu pointed at the battered dog-headed shaman. My subordinate has been reduced to this state by your actions. Is this what you call a misunderstanding? The envoy replied calmly, Goblin leader, your subordinate poisoned our tribute meat, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 of our warriors. That we have not executed him is a sign of Longya's extraordinary mercy. Now that Longya has released him, we have shown our sincerity. What is your stance, Goblin leader? Qinwu's eyes widened as he glanced at the pitiful dog-headed shaman, astonished by the potency of the poison that could fell over 100 dog-headed warriors in one fell swoop. Had this poison not succeeded, and Longya brought 200 dog-headed warriors to battle, the outcome would have been uncertain. Sitting upon his bone throne, he felt a surge of relief. The beast bone throne had been left behind by Longya, a trophy he had claimed for himself, though its craftsmanship was rather crude, making it uncomfortable to sit upon. Rising from his throne, Qinwu gestured toward the beast bone seat and addressed the envoy. I acknowledge Longya's goodwill. The magical forest is vast, and we need not engage in mutual aggression. You may return this heap of bones. This is my stance. However, my mage has informed me that the ogres are exceedingly agitated due to their young being imprisoned. I cannot restrain them for long. For lasting peace, the ogre offspring must be returned to reunite with their kin. Yes, Goblin leader, I will convey your sentiments to Longya, the envoy replied, bowing with a beaming expression. Recovering the throne that had not been taken previously could be considered a significant accomplishment on his part. The envoy departed with the beast bone throne and the words of Qinwu. Hannah, responsible for translation, approached Qinwu and inquired, do you truly intend to coexist peacefully with him? Qinwu cast a sidelong glance at the man. Remember this, Miss Hannah, in this world, there exist only two types of goblins, the cunning and deceitful, and the deceitful and cunning. After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon the dog-head shaman, who, upon noticing Qinwu's attention, stammered, unsure of what to say. Qinwu raised his hand, and the dog-head shaman whimpered, closing his eyes in anticipation of punishment. However, Qinwu's hand merely descended gently upon the shaman's bald head, ruffling it softly. Ah, you have suffered, he remarked. Although the shaman's plight was self-inflicted, he had nonetheless fulfilled his mission, vanquishing numerous doghead foes and directly contributing to the subsequent victory in battle. The doghead shaman was taken aback, his face brimming with emotion. Whoa, now the chief has bestowed upon me even more grace, a debt that can never be repaid. Enough of your lamentations. You have been with Longya for quite some time. Tell me, what is the situation there? Qinwu prompted, and the doghead shaman began to relay his account. In summary, after the defeat of Longya, a war mobilization commenced immediately upon their return to the tribe. The physical differences between male and female dogheads were negligible, but the value of females was significantly higher, as they bore young. Thus, they were generally protected within the tribe. However, facing external threats, even the female dogheads were now being mobilized. Furthermore, Longya was integrating more wild doghead tribes, attempting to amass additional troops. The doghead shaman mentioned that upon his release, Longya's tribe had doubled in size, and they were actively training soldiers, equipping them with wooden spears and shields, learning from past mistakes. Qinwu merely scoffed at this. With iron weaponry at his disposal, he had no trouble crushing a Stone Age army. His goblins reproduced swiftly, grew rapidly, and those who disobeyed military orders faced execution. Under such pressure, the soldiers forged from this experience exhibited remarkable organization. Do you think Longya dares to train soldiers like this? Out of 100, if 20 are sufficiently trained, the rest, 40 or more, are slaughtered. Can the dogheads endure such treatment? Li Qinwu laughed heartily, continuing to lead his troops in their conquest of the horned crocodiles, completely disregarding Longya's tactics. After all, once he was fully prepared, he would annihilate Longya. 3 days later, the doghead envoy returned, this time accompanied by a 2-meter-tall ogre cub. Li Qinwu immediately summoned the working ogres, urging them to recognize their kin. Upon seeing the cub, 5 adult ogres cried out Mimi, and embraced it, weeping profusely. Miss Hannah translated, "They say Mimi has finally returned. They shall never be separated again." Li Qinwu nodded, recalling that Dang Dang had previously informed him that the family once lived in a cave, enjoying a carefree existence. Due to a lack of food, all the adult ogres had gone out to hunt, leaving 2 cubs at home, only for them to be captured by Longya, thus gaining control over the ogre family. Li Qinwu addressed the doghead envoy. "There is still 1 ogre cub in your possession. If you genuinely desire peace, you must release it as well." The envoy chuckled awkwardly. The goblin chief, while the leader of Longya also yearns for peace, requires guarantees. He will take care of the other cub, and perhaps in the future, after we achieve lasting peace, the leader of Longya will release the remaining ogre cub. Li Qinwu huffed. He understood the envoy's implication. Should their 2 factions turn hostile in the future, if Li Qinwu dared to deploy the adult ogres in battle, Longya would eliminate the ogre cub. Li Qinwu was unfazed. Even without relying on ogres, he could dismantle Longya's influence solely with regular goblins. He waved his hand, dismissing the doghead envoy, and proceeded to inspect the blacksmith shop by the riverbank. Over the past few days, the shop had produced over 500 iron anchors, equipping all elite goblin troops. Iron Oak inquired about Li Qinwu's next tasks, to which Li Qinwu instructed him to produce 40 iron helmets with visors to enhance the battlefield survivability of goblin warriors. Acknowledging the goblin warriors' lack of ranged attack capabilities, he further directed the production of javelins, enabling the goblin warriors to launch a volley of javelins at enemy infantry during engagements, disrupting their charge formations. Having arranged the new production tasks, Li Qinwu continued to lead his troops in leveling up. The number of system soldiers, goblin warriors, steadily increased until one day, Gobu Gong amassed enough experience to upgrade, becoming the first level 4 soldier in Li Qinwu's ranks. The seasoned goblin archer boasted vitality of 25, control of 30, endurance of 25, cunning of 25, social ability of 10, intelligence of 10, with proficiency in bows, crossbows, and running skills all elevated to 200. Li Qinwu spent 250 dinars to click upgrade, and Gobu Gong's muscles expanded noticeably, particularly in the chest, back, shoulders, and arms, resembling the physique of a seasoned warrior. With excitement, Li Qinwu took Gobu Gong to the fields, eager to test his archery skills. He pointed to a tree 100 meters away. "Shoot at it." Gobu Gong raised his hand and released an arrow, which struck the tree trunk with a swift thud. Li Qinwu marveled, not only at the speed but also at the accuracy. He pointed to a tree 150 meters away, and after a moment of aiming, Gobu Gong loosed another arrow, hitting the target once more. "Splendid. This time, you struck the tree with the red leaves." Li Qinwu exclaimed with delight, immediately increasing the challenge to 200 meters. Gobu Gong took his time aiming carefully, then released an arrow that arched gracefully, landing in the ground before the tree with red leaves. Disappointed, Gobu Gong shook his head. "This bow lacks power. It feels too light and ineffective." Observing Gobu Gong's evident potential, Li Qinwu realized the bow was indeed inadequate. He retrieved a noble bow from the stables and handed it to him. "Try this one." Gobu Gong accepted the noble bow, drew it a few times, and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this bow has much more power." He knocked an arrow, took aim for an extended period, and shot, hitting the red tree 200 meters away. "Excellent. Another hit. Gobu Gong, this bow is now yours." Li Qinwu rejoiced. Having gained an archer capable of precise strikes from 200 meters away, a strategic asset of great significance. After completing the training for the day, all 40 of his system soldiers had reached level 3 goblin warriors, with even one achieving level 4 seasoned archer status. With the spears and other weaponry ready, and 500 goblin spear bearers adequately trained, the time to mobilize was nigh. That evening, Li Qinwu organized a feast, allowing for a lavish spread of food. All members of the tribe rejoiced, indulging in copious amounts of food and drink, with some even running to the beast pens to engage in revelry. Utterly unfazed by the impending battle, achieving military merit not only promised additional food but also elevated one's status, instilling a fervor within everyone. After the feast concluded, Li Qinwu returned to his modest wooden cabin, accompanied by the doghead shaman. He lay on the fur-covered wooden bed, quietly gazing at the rudimentary ceiling. The dog-head shaman stood at the bedside, clutching his staff, and anxiously asked, "Boss, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The fear spell may not inflict physical harm, but it is agonizing." Qinwu urged him, "Hurry up and don't dawdle." Reluctantly, the dog-head shaman began invoking the spell. And soon enough, a cluster of violet-black energy coalesced, which he directed towards Qinwu. The energy surged directly into Qinwu's body, causing his breath to quicken. Yet he resisted the urge to fight it, instead relaxing to accept the power of the fear spell. His consciousness began to dim, and a purple-black mist enveloped his pupils. As he dreamily beheld his greatest fears, it was a vision of a future, many years hence, where he, Qinwu, had unified the monster forest, establishing an empire of monsters. A multitude of trees has been felled, transforming the pristine forest into farmland. Towering ogres wielding pickaxes drag plows like oxen, trailed by goblins brandishing hoes, meticulously cultivating the land and sowing a diverse array of crops. The fields are crisscrossed by canals, laid out with precision akin to that of a professional engineering team. Every 100 meters along the river, a large water wheel diverts the river's flow into the irrigation channels. The crops harvested from the fields are gathered by goblins and loaded onto carts, destined for the rural areas inhabited by intelligent magical creatures, and subsequently forwarded to bustling towns. Countless villages and thousands of towns comprise the empire of magical beings, home to over a dozen distinct intelligent races, including goblins, humans, gnolls, ogres, and other sentient magical beings, all recognized as legitimate citizens of the empire. Though the coexistence of various races occasionally leads to ethnic tensions under Qinwu's policies, the empire continues to thrive. However, one fateful day, a coalition of so-called virtuous and orderly factions launched a collective assault on the empire. Humans from the west, orcs from the south, elves from the north, and dwarves from the east organized nearly 100 crusading legions to besiege the empire from all directions. These legions invaded the empire's territory, slaughtering every magical being they encountered. They ravaged the fields, incinerated villages, and occupied cities, committing acts that only those aligned with chaos and evil would perpetrate, devoid of any remorse simply because they were attacking an empire populated predominantly by intelligent magical beings. They even spared no mercy for their kin who had joined the empire for various reasons. Humans condemned their own kind as heretics and executed them. Elves declared their kin as blasphemers and burned them with magical flames. Orcs tossed their brethren into arenas, and dwarves left theirs to starve in the depths of caves. Faced with such an existential crisis, the supreme ruler of the empire, Qinwu, mobilized for war, assembling nearly 100 legions to commence a defensive campaign. At the onset of the war, the empire's superior weaponry and enlightened military strategies initially granted Qinwu an advantage, with some legions even pushing back towards the human capital. Yet, soon after, deities dispatched their earthly champions, heroes wielding divine artifacts, capable of single-handedly decimating entire legions, resulting in catastrophic losses for the empire's forces. As if this were not enough, various miraculous creatures, long hidden from the world, emerged from their lairs to assault the empire. Each of these towering beings possessed immense destructive capability, impervious even to magical projectiles. Within a year, the front lines were pushed back to the capital of the empire, where millions of its citizens were ruthlessly slaughtered by the Crusaders. Forbidden spells detonated like nuclear bombs across towns, and factories and lands suffered irreparable damage, leaving the empire in a state of near obliteration. In the haunting final scene of this nightmare, Qinwu found himself atop the highest point of the royal capital. His body battered and scarred, his golden armor dented and marred, and his once mighty sword shattered. Before him lay the once thriving royal capital, home to nearly 1 million intelligent magical beings who had cultivated a unique economy, technology, and culture, now a source of pride for the empire. Yet, now foreign troops hunted down its citizens, herding them into corners for mass executions. Towering armored beasts rampaged along highways, akin to bulldozers, demolishing homes, while beneath them lay roads wide enough for 3 such creatures to traverse simultaneously, once hailed as a miraculous engineering feat, stretching over 1,000 kilometers through the empire. The city was dying, and the winds carried the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Qinwu, filled with resentment and hatred, fixated on the tens of thousands of foreign troops wreaking havoc in the royal capital. Ultimately, a golden dragon descended from the skies, hovering before him. Her golden eyes, larger than Qinwu himself, glaring down with mockery. With a fierce breath of dragon fire, Qinwu was obliterated, and the empire was declared fallen. Chapter 50. We goblins need our own colonizers. Li Qinwu awoke in a desperate jolt, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. In his hallucination, the nation faced invasion and annihilation. Citizens were slaughtered en masse, and overwhelming humiliation and resentment surged within him, causing his heart to race to 180 beats per minute. "Boss!" he exclaimed, twisting around with a twisted expression, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, startling the dog-headed shaman into a stumble. "It's just an illusion. No matter what you see, it's all a mirage." Li Qinwu soon realized, closing his eyes and rubbing the corners, and when he opened them again, the bloodlust had dissipated, leaving him thoroughly fatigued. "Dog-headed shaman, is what you witnessed in the fear technique merely an illusion?" The dog-headed shaman, relieved by Li Qinwu's return to normalcy, replied, "Boss, the fear technique I learned is naturally invoked by my devotion to the idol of the cursed dragon. I do not fully comprehend its workings." Li Qinwu acknowledged this, recognizing it as a case of specialization, akin to someone adept at using a smartphone without grasping the underlying technology. To learn more spells, he would need to continue his devotion to the cursed dragon. In contrast, Miss Hannah represented the academic elite, having thoroughly researched the principles of spells, enabling her to progressively study higher-level incantations, even developing spells independently. Noting Li Qinwu's silence, the dog-headed shaman added, "The sister of the cursed dragon is the dragon of fables. Perhaps their spell constructs are interconnected?" Li Qinwu waved him off, suggesting he take a rest, and gazed at the humble ceiling, murmuring to himself, "Is there a commonality between fear techniques and prophetic arts?" The following morning, 6 formations gathered at the center of the tribe, comprising Li Qinwu's system soldiers outfitted in horned crocodile heavy armor, iron masks, iron axes, throwing spears, and wooden shields. Following them were 5 goblin spear squads equipped with horned crocodile light armor, hard horned crocodile helmets, and short spears, led by 5 system soldiers as commanders. The troops stood in formation, their military discipline honed over 2 months of training, transforming them into soldiers. Li Qinwu surveyed the ranks, noting the silence. The goblins did not even flinch, their gazes fixated on the nape of the neck of the one in front of them. He felt immense satisfaction and bellowed, "Warriors, your efforts, the sweat you have shed, the blood you have spilled, will be rewarded today. From this day forth, we have formed an army. We are the Retribution Army." His proclamation was met with a resounding chorus from the 6 formations. "Retribution Army! Retribution Army! Retribution Army!" Over 600 voices harmoniously soared into the sky. Li Qinwu raised his hand, and silence fell abruptly, as if a mute button had been pressed. "Remember, warriors, the ethos of the Retribution Army: punish the enemy. Punish the beasts, punish the gods. Anyone who stands before you, even a deity, is to be slain. Kill, kill, kill." The crowd roared, an aura of ferocity filling the air. Li Qinwu drew his longsword from his back. "Warriors, though the realm of magical creatures is vast, it cannot accommodate 2 large-scale intelligent races. For the safety of our surroundings, I shall lead the charge against the Knoll tribe. Fellow warriors, whether for the future of our tribe or your own destinies, fight valiantly." He pointed his sword towards the Knoll tribe. "All troops advance. Achieve military merit. Attain nobility." With a unified shout, the formations began their march, as the tribe's hunting party and young goblins bid them farewell. The hunting goblins gazed at the spear-wielding goblins with envy, admiring their superior equipment and the opportunity for military rewards. The young goblins were captivated by the sight of Li Qinwu commanding the army, imprinting his image in their minds, igniting their admiration for strength. Besides the primary population of goblins, humans, ogres, and gnolls joined in the send-off. The ogres wished for the return of their little green kin, howling blessings in their tongue. The dog-headed beings perceived themselves as formidable, harboring no sense of wrongdoing in their impending assault on the dog-headed tribe. At this juncture, there was no notion of national awakening. They were inclined to fight simply because they could, reassured by the prospect of a full meal among the goblins. Amidst the throng, Steward Mengda concealed himself behind the crowd, his expression grave. Li Qinwu and his retinue exhibited pronounced social tendencies, employing various methods to transform the goblins into controllable individuals capable of contributing to society. Given the goblins' remarkable reproductive capacity, should they flourish, they might well become a catastrophe more terrifying than the dark dragon itself. Observing Li Qinwu lead his troops further away, Mengda cautiously approached young Masterlands. Young Masterlands, intrigued, found the momentum of Li Qinwu's forces impressive, comparable to the professional soldiers in the royal capital. However, he felt indifferent, as he intended to wield a hoe for tilling the land. In recent days, he had been laboring daily, trading his lavish silk garments for coarse work attire. resulting in a more robust and sun-kissed appearance. Just as he had taken a few steps toward his field, Steward Mungda sidled up to him. "Young master, we must flee." Young Master Lands nearly stumbled into the irrigation ditch, his heart racing as he glanced around to ensure their solitude before sighing in relief. He regarded Steward Mungda with a serious gaze. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Previously, a goblin fled, only to be pursued 30 miles by the chief and the dog-headed beings. "Are you seeking death?" Steward Mungda explained. "Young master, the troops have been dispatched, and who knows how long they will be gone. The only one left behind is a goblin with but one ear, incapable of understanding the dog-headed tongue, and thus cooperation will be futile. Furthermore, I have discovered that if we apply mud to our bodies, the dog-headed beings cannot detect our scent." Young Masterlands shook his head. "Even if you evade detection, the journey to the human kingdom spans at least 40 days. What will you eat? What will you drink? What will you do if you encounter magical beasts?" Young Masterlands enumerated the challenges, causing Steward Mungda's brow to furrow deeply. "Why do you display such pessimism? Are you not willing to seize this precious opportunity to escape?" Steward Mungda interrupted his lamentations. "Young master, speak honestly, do you not wish to leave?" Young Master Lands fell silent, offering no response, merely letting out a resigned sigh. Steward Mungda could hardly believe his ears. "Young master, what of returning to the kingdom? Ever since my father participated in the rebellion, we have been stripped of our right to exist within human society. Moreover, I am weary of the deceit and treachery among the nobility. It is exhausting to navigate such complexities. Here, I can labor, reap rewards, nourish myself, and continue working. How simple that is." He lifted his hoe, gesturing toward the verdant fields. Moreover, previously someone inquired of the chief regarding land ownership. He stated that all cultivated land would belong to the collective, yet individuals could possess usage rights for 60 years. How many can live for 60 years? Is this not tantamount to ownership? Steward Mungda gazed at Young Master Lands, a chill settling in his heart, for he discerned a yearning for life reflected in Young Master Lands' eyes. Young Master Lands' stance left Steward Mungda incredulous. A former human noble, now content as a peasant under the command of a goblin warlord, having found an internal sanctuary. "Young master," Steward Mungda lamented, "do you not realize that the goblin chief poses a great threat? Goblins have always been chaotic and disordered. Once they reach a certain threshold, they self-destruct. Scholars have found that the strongest wild goblin tribes number merely 400, yet here, the population exceeds 1,000 without internal strife or fragmentation. That goblin warlord can currently muster 500 professional soldiers, and in the future, he could rally 5,000 or even 50,000. Young master, do you comprehend the calamity that the goblin's mastery of order poses to this world? We must return to the human realm, alert the kingdom's leaders, and urge them to dispatch an expeditionary force to eradicate this goblin warlord." Young Master Lands furrowed his brow in silence, causing Steward Mungda to become increasingly agitated. He wished to bring others along. Miss Hannah and Knight Leo had already departed, and the only person he could think of was Young Master Lands. After a prolonged silence, Young Master Lands turned his back to the land, digging while he spoke. "It matters not. I truly care little for the rise or fall of the kingdom. I only desire a peaceful existence. To put it bluntly, my entire family was murdered by the kingdom, and I harbor a grudge against it. The goblins, on the other hand, have no animosity toward me. We have lost few lives at their hands. Moreover, as the chief stated, this is the forest of monsters, and we are the invaders. It is only natural for them to subjugate us. So be it, Steward Mungda, cease your urging. I will not accompany you, nor will I betray you. If you wish to leave, you must do so alone." Steward Mungda staggered back a few steps, taken aback by Young Master Lands' apparent descent into despair. Could he truly be left to escape alone? Could he navigate such a long journey back to the human kingdom? He recalled Qinwu's endeavors, building water wheels, excavating irrigation channels, cultivating land, constructing blast furnaces for iron smelting, training troops, managing the chaotic goblins with remarkable order. This goblin warlord must be eradicated at once, even if he must go alone. For the future of humanity, Steward Mungda resolved to venture westward alone, his gaze resolute, as if he were embarking on a grand quest. Meanwhile, Qinwu led his troops into the territory controlled by the dog-headed beings. Initially, they needed to pass through the gray-black banyan trees, but he opted to have the goblin shaman guide them on a longer route. The previous battle had left a multitude of corpses behind. He had only taken the fallen goblins with him, leaving hundreds of dog-headed corpses to rot, fearing that the remains might breed disease. After nearly half a day's travel, the troops arrived at the dog-headed hunting grounds, where Qinwu noticed signs of dog-headed activity in the forest ahead. Those were the sentinels assigned by Longya to monitor the goblin tribe. Upon spotting the goblin's large-scale incursion, the sentinels immediately turned to flee, intent on alerting others. However, the air was pierced by the sound of arrows, and the fleeing dog-headed sentinels fell to the ground. Goblin Gong held a noble bow, eliminating every sentinel within his line of sight, though several managed to escape. "Boss, there are too many trees in the forest. I missed a few sentinels just now, and they got away." Qinwu wore an unconcerned expression. "No matter, I never expected to eliminate all the sentinels. Whatever we can kill is sufficient. Just ensure they do not get close to Scout." The troops advanced along the narrow hunting path, flanked by primordial forests, allowing only one person to traverse at a time. Soon, the goblin shaman leading the way suddenly halted, raising his head high and sniffing the air. "Boss, there is a strong odor ahead. I recall a small dog-headed tribe around the next bend, numbering no more than 100. Qinwu unsheathed his sword, issuing the command to engage. The goblins swiftly drew their weapons, moving forward in a rapid and organized assault. Within a few hundred meters, an open space appeared ahead along the hunting path, featuring several beast-skin tents and caves inhabited by dog-headed beings. The goblins, initially poised to earn military merit with their spears, were taken aback to find only a handful of elderly dog-headed beings, some of whom were so aged that their fur had nearly vanished, seemingly on the brink of natural death. This left the goblins in disbelief. Could slaying such decrepit beings possibly count as military merit? The elderly dog-headed beings, upon witnessing the goblins charge into their tribe, exhibited no fear, instead lying on the ground and exposing their bellies, inviting the goblins to end their lives. They were far too old, having sensed the goblins' approach from a distance, yet lacking the strength to flee. With the younger generation of dog-headed beings having departed with their young, these elders could only remain and await their demise. This was the grim reality of the forest of monsters, where the frail and elderly were ruthlessly abandoned. Jabumio weighed the axe in his hand and asked, "Boss, what should we do? Should we kill them?" Qinwu, observing that these old dog-headed men posed no real threat, waved his hand dismissively. "Put away your weapons. Slaying these old dogs does not count as military merit." Everyone began to prepare food and set up camp for the night, ready to continue the assault and face the enemy come morning. The goblins, disheartened, sheathed their weapons and followed orders to set up the clay pots and light fires for cooking. Miss Hannah, glancing at the feeble dog-headed men, felt a pang of compassion and approached Qinwu. "What do you intend to do with them?" Qinwu stared intently at the bubbling clay pot, tossing in dried meat and vegetables. "What else is there to do? Ignore them. My goal is to dismantle the Longya regime and assume control over the dog-headed men, not to engage in genocide. In the future nation I envision, there will undoubtedly be a place for the dog-headed people. For the sake of harmonious coexistence, it is prudent to restrain our aggression in the early stages of war. Slaughtering harmless old dogs does not align with my interests." Miss Hannah hesitated, wanting to say something, but Qinwu shot her a glance. "The troops have provisions for only 15 days. If you want to care for them, you will need to use your own rations. Once those are gone, you will have to fend for yourself. The notion of charity does not exist here. If you wish to aid outsiders, it must come at your own expense. If you truly give your rations to help, I will commend you and ensure you dine alongside Qingxin at future feasts." Although Miss Hannah was indeed kind-hearted, she was not foolish. How many could her provisions truly save? Ultimately, it was up to Qinwu, the leader of the troops, to make the decisions. After some thought, she formed a plan. "Great leader, to ensure a race's complete submission, mere military force is insufficient. You must also extend favors to them. Only then can your tribe enjoy lasting peace." Qinwu chuckled, appreciating her use of honorifics. This woman, after all, was a candidate for the marriage system in the cavalry, and her words held a kernel of truth, prompting him to give her due consideration. He boisterously commanded the troops, "Save the pot water for the old dogs. I am indeed benevolent." Chapter 52. The outbreak of war. Early the next morning, the troops continued their march. Qinwu encountered numerous abandoned villages, remnants left behind by the dog-headed men, with only the old and frail remaining. Throughout their journey, the troops faced no disturbances. Qinwu understood that this was a deliberate tactic by Longya, consolidating forces for a decisive confrontation with him. As predicted, on the third day of marching, the troops reached the heart of the dog-headed men's territory. From a distance, the dog-headed shaman emitted warnings, proclaiming the presence of a potent scent and a vast congregation of dog-headed men ahead. Qinwu promptly ordered his troops to prepare for battle. He organized them, lining them up, leading them out of the forest and into an open area. Before them lay the core village of the dog-headed men, with numerous animal skin tents and pits coming into view, revealing a throng of over 2,000 dog-headed beings. The dog-headed men, already aware of the goblins' approach, had gathered at the village's perimeter, barking threateningly, creating a cacophony that was both irritating and unsettling. Sir Lao rushed to Li Qinwu's side, his voice tinged with urgency. "My lord, their numbers are 4 times ours. It would be wise to retreat and strategize." Li Qinwu did not even glance at him, intently observing the chaotic assembly of dog-headed men with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Sir Lao, ready your men for battle. Today is a fortuitous day. I intend to inscribe in future textbooks that on September 12th, 4352 of the era of the gods, the punishment army, under my command, vanquished the Lanya regime, solidifying our empire's dominance in the enchanted forest." Sir Lao, filled with apprehension, could not fathom the source of Li Qinwu's confidence given their overwhelming numerical disadvantage. He was unaware that Li Qinwu's assurance stemmed from the technological superiority of iron weaponry and the formidable organizational structure forged through extensive training and tactical drills. The fact that Lanya could muster 2,000 men on his own territory appeared impressive, but in reality, he lacked the capability to effectively command such a large force or to lead them into a direct confrontation with Li Qinwu. The disorganized rabble, incapable of forming ranks or coordinating their attacks, would be no match for Li Qinwu's well-structured and armed troops. Emerging from the ranks, Li Qinwu called out to the dog-headed men across the field, "I know many of you are here against your will. You do not wish to be my enemies, but rather to live peacefully in your own hunting grounds. You have been coerced by Lanya. I offer you a chance. Withdraw from the battlefield, and I shall eliminate Lanya. You need not continue living under his tyranny." He added silently to himself, "You will, however, live under my dominion." Miss Hannah translated his words in real time, leading to a slight stir among the dog-headed men, whose already low morale began to falter further. Many of these dog-headed beings were females, forcibly brought to the front lines by Lanya, igniting dissatisfaction among various tribal leaders. Having heard Li Qinwu's words, many of the small leaders began to waver in their resolve. Enough! Just as the dog-headed men were about to take action, a thunderous voice erupted from the rear. A dozen larger dog-headed men arrived, bearing a throne made of beast bones. With Lanya seated upon it, his gaze fixed menacingly on Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu thought to himself how Lanya seemed to have an obsession with this bone throne, even bringing it to battle as if it were a prized possession. Lanya lifted his grotesque blade and pointed it at Li Qinwu. "Foolish creatures! Do you truly believe that this goblin is one of your kin? Would you rather trust his words than mine? If we do not unite to vanquish him now, you will fall to the hands of foreign oppressors. Do you think those foreign leaders will treat you better than I do?" His words quelled the dog-headed men's unrest significantly. Indeed, while Lanya was vile, he was still of their kind, whereas the goblin was an outsider. Seeing that morale had stabilized, Lanya waved his grotesque sword. "Charge! Slay these invaders! Everyone advance! Crush them!" Fearing that Li Qinwu might sway their hearts with further words, he commanded an all-out attack. This time, he did not engage in any so-called probing tactics. He unleashed his troops in a full-on assault, relying on sheer numbers and the chaotic flailing of fists to overpower his adversary. The reality was that he had no other choice. His strategic options were limited due to the dismal organization of his forces. Out of over 2,000 men, he could effectively command fewer than 500. To maximize the advantage of their numbers, he could only wait for the enemy to approach, launching an indiscriminate charge to determine the outcome of the battle, an unfortunate but necessary tactic. In contrast, Li Qinwu was able to mobilize 500 to 600 men and march 3 days to Lanyu's doorstep to initiate an attack, a significant victory in itself. Li Qinwu, alongside Miss Hannah, retreated to the rear and shouted, "Warriors, for the safety of our tribe, the evil Lanya regime must be eradicated. This is the battle of the punishment army. Victory shall be ours. Raise your spears and punish the enemies. Kill 3 and earn the rank of deputy captain. Kill 5 and attain the rank of squad leader. Kill 10 and be promoted to deputy company leader." He proclaimed, "Warriors, merit awaits. Titles of nobility await us. Kill, kill, kill." Li Qinwu's rallying cry elevated the troops' morale by threefold. The goblins, with their eyes blazing red, stood tall with their spears, chanting in unison, "Kill." The chorus of battle cries resonated, overwhelming the 2,000 dog-headed men. With their spears raised, the charge of the dog-headed men slowed. They grew fearful. In that moment of hesitation, their assault's lethality diminished significantly. The dog-headed men did not crash into the goblin phalanx as anticipated. Instead, the mass of over 2,000 advanced sluggishly, pushing their front lines into the range of the goblin spears, resulting in many being pierced through before they could engage. As blood was spilled, both sides became frenzied, and the clash ensued. However, the overarching scenario remained that the spear-wielding goblins effectively thrust their weapons into the dog-headed men, toppling them with precision. Reflecting on the canine-headed creatures, although armed with wooden spears and shields, some of them, in a fit of panic, discarded their weapons while fleeing or, in the heat of battle, displayed ignorance in wielding their arms, instinctively resorting to clawing and biting at the goblins. This army, composed entirely of untamed monsters, faced disastrous consequences on the battlefield. They charged towards the spear-wielding goblin phalanx, inflicting minimal casualties on the goblins while transforming themselves into mere corpses. In Chapter 53, titled The Great Armored Beast, Qinwu designed spears measuring a remarkable 15 meters in length. An impressive size for goblins standing around 1 meter tall. Any longer would render them unwieldy. Such spears could not form a Macedonian-style phalanx and were intended for close combat. Nevertheless, Qinwu trained the goblins to coordinate effectively with these short spears. During encounters, 3 rows of goblins, each comprising 33 individuals, would be organized. The front line was tasked with thrusting their spears to slay foes, while if a particularly fierce enemy breached their line, the second row of spear-wielding goblins would promptly retaliate to eliminate the intruder, ensuring the phalanx remained intact. This tactical cooperation proved advantageous. Indeed, some canine-headed creatures recklessly charged through the defenses, tackling the spear-wielding goblins with their sharp teeth and claws. However, before they could inflict harm upon the goblins clad in horned crocodile armor, the rear rank of spear goblins would counterattack, striking with precision to dispatch the assailant, thus swiftly filling the gap in their formation. In essence, this was an army forged through extreme military discipline, and compared to the raucous canine-headed foes, the spear goblins harbored a greater fear of violating military law, leading to their exceptionally valiant performance. 500 to 600 goblins seemed to rally as if propelling 2,000 forward in their relentless assault. From a distance, Lanya observed his forces disintegrate like snowflakes, his expression contorting in despair. He had once believed himself formidable enough to muster an army of over 2,000. Yet he was taken aback by the enemy's newfound strength, greater numbers, and superior equipment. How had that accursed goblin achieved such feats? Was it possible that he truly could not prevail against them? Determined, Lanya resolved to employ his ultimate tactic, shouting to a unique large canine-headed creature beside him, "It is time. Unleash that thing." The creature, stripped of its fur, revealed a skin adorned with bizarre runes. Upon hearing Lanya's command, it hesitated, expressing concern. "Chief, our forces are intertwined with the enemy. With my current magical prowess, I cannot guarantee control over that entity. It may harm our own." Lanya shot a fierce glare at the creature. "Hurry. If we lose this battle, we shall all be enslaved by goblins. They will slaughter your males for sustenance and enslave your females. Do you wish for this fate?" The rune-inscribed canine-headed creature fell silent for a few moments before turning to sprint back towards the tribe. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly. Kill, kill, kill. At the rear of the phalanx, Qinwu felt invigorated as he watched the canine-headed creatures being decimated by the spear goblins, experiencing the thrill of effectively managing F2A. He hardly needed to direct them. Mere observation brought victory. However, Lanya was no ordinary leader. He was a formidable tyrant capable of unifying the canine-headed beings. And he would not simply await his doom. The tremors intensified, and Qinwu sensed something amiss. He gazed into the depths of the canine-headed tribe and, to his astonishment, beheld a terrifying behemoth trampling its way towards them, having crushed tents in its path. What in the world? Qinwu was taken aback. This creature was a dark gray, draped in thick skin, towering at 7 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, its bulk comparable to that of 2 adult ogres. It possessed 6 legs, each as stout as a tree, and its massive head bore a formidable horn with 4 eyes, resembling a rhinoceros. Qinwu yanked the equally stunned dog shaman close. "What in the name of all that is holy is this? This is a great armored beast," the dog shaman stammered. "That creature can control the great armored beast. He must have sold his soul to the cursed dragon." The dog shaman muttered anxiously, but Qinwu could not decipher his words and, in a fit of frustration, gave him a swift reprimand. "That thing is coming closer. Speak something useful." The dog shaman quickly regained his composure. "Boss, during my time in the canine-headed tribe, I encountered another follower of the cursed dragon who specialized in infusing his soul into animal bodies to control them through soul manipulation. However, this individual could only control a giant bear. He could not possibly govern such a colossal creature unless he had found a rare item to sacrifice to the cursed dragon or vowed eternal servitude to the dragon post-mortem. Otherwise, his spells would remain ineffectual. Qinwu pressed urgently. Is there any way to prevent it from approaching? Can your fear spell drive that beast into a frenzy? As he spoke, the great armored beast drew ever nearer, now entangled with his troops and rendering escape impossible. Should the beast close in, the casualties could be catastrophic. No, boss, the fear spell can only strike the great armored beast, but the controlling soul is an external one, thus the spell cannot affect it. Qinwu grasped the crux of the matter. Then, we simply need to eliminate the spellcaster, severing the external soul. The dog shaman nodded eagerly. Yes, master. If we kill the sorcerer controlling the great armored beast, it will revert to its primal state and at least not charge directly at us. He pointed towards the beast's back, where a wooden tower was perched, manned by about 10 canine-headed creatures, seemingly guarding something. Boss, I am certain the spellcaster is there. Even if he has offered his soul to the cursed dragon and upgraded his spells, controlling such a massive beast from a distance is unfeasible. He must be atop that wooden tower, closely bonded to the great armored beast to minimize the strain of controlling it. Qinwu exhaled in relief. At least there was now a clear path to resolving the issue. However, gazing at the beast's immense thighs and towering height of over 7 meters, he pondered how he might ascend. Dealing with the 10 or so canine-headed guards was not the issue. The challenge lay in climbing the moving behemoth, which could easily turn him into pulp if he was careless. As he contemplated, Qinwu caught sight of the nearby ballistae, due to the lack of open space. They had remained unused. An idea sparked in his mind, and he called out to the goblin warriors in reserve. Come, carry 5 ballistae with me. The goblin warriors rushed over, pairing up to lift the ballistae while Qinwu led the way, retreating into the forest and then maneuvering towards the side of the canine-headed tribe. The forest was dense with towering trees and shrubs, making progress difficult for the warriors transporting the ballistae. Fortunately, the great armored beast was not particularly swift, pausing intermittently, moving a few steps before halting again. Resembling a high-ping warrior, Qinwu suspected a struggle for control between the great armored beast and the external soul. Seizing the opportunity, he maneuvered his forces to the side. This is the spot. Set up the ballista. The group quickly erected the ballistae, loading them with iron-tipped arrows, specifically fashioned by the iron orcs for piercing armor, designed to penetrate deeper than modified spears. With everything prepared, Qinwu pointed at the exposed side of the great armored beast. Aim for its flank. The ballistae took aim at the target and fired. 5 enormous bolts shot forth, striking the beast's side, with metal tips embedding themselves over 20 centimeters deep, yet achieving little more than that, a mere superficial wound. In Chapter 54, titled Longya's Retreat and the Victory of Battle, the great armored beast did not bellow in agony. In fact, it exhibited no reaction whatsoever, as if nothing had occurred. Qinwu realized that the external soul's control over the beast's body was incomplete. Otherwise, it would have experienced pain. You lack the ability to perceive pain, and consequently, you cannot exert precise control over your physical form. For further details, refer to EVA. The crossbow bolts did not inflict harm upon the colossal armored beast. Yet they successfully served as a bridge, allowing the soldiers below to ascend to the creature's back by climbing the bolts embedded in its abdomen. Qinwu unsheathed his great sword. Brothers, follow me, he urged, leading all the goblin warriors into the fray. Some goblin warriors were apprehensive, for their adversary was a fearsome beast. Qinwu shouted, whoever can climb up and slay the foes upon the giant will earn the rank of squad leader. Although he could use the system to forcefully draw the soldiers closer, such an approach would diminish their initiative. To execute the intricate tactic of climbing up and eliminating the sorcerer, they needed to act of their own volition. Upon hearing his command, the goblin warriors sprang into action. As certified level 3 soldiers, their intelligence had reached a level comparable to that of adult humans. Having served under Qinwu for an extended period, they harbored ambitions of rising in rank, and the esteemed position of squad leader was what they coveted most. The goblins' avaricious nature ignited. They fought fiercely for power. Approximately 40 goblin warriors charged forward with fervor, and the swiftest among them reached the base of the giant beast, leaping up to grasp a crossbow bolt in an attempt to scale the creature. On the back of the giant beast, a large dog-headed man in the wooden tower detected the climber and raised a boulder to strike down. The stone landed squarely on the goblin warrior's head. Despite his iron helmet, the impact left him dazed, and he emitted a shrill scream as he fell, crushed under the beast's foot, transforming him into goblin paste. Qinwu yelled, throw spears. Eliminate them. The goblin warriors brandished their javelins and hurled them at the back of the giant beast, landing a few strikes upon the 3 large dog-headed men, rapidly suppressing the 10 or so adversaries. The goblins resumed their ascent. In the distance, Lanya observed the unfolding scene with growing anxiety. He could not allow the goblins to reach the top. He leaped from his throne of beast bones, rallying over 30 dog-headed men as he charged toward Qinwu. Upon seeing the approaching enemy, Qinwu also led half of his troops to intercept. Lanya's 20 dog-headed men were his elite guard, exceptionally robust, and when they clashed with the goblin warriors, it was a near stalemate. Qinwu confronted Lanya, raising his hand to deliver a swift strike, but Lanya parried with his unusual large blade. Qinwu retreated, then lunged forward to thrust at Lanya's face, who narrowly dodged. As Qinwu crouched low to execute a sweeping kick, Lanya leapt aside. Just as Lanya aimed to capitalize on Qinwu's crouched position to reclaim the initiative, Qinwu had anticipated this move. He scooped up some loose earth and flung it into Lanya's face. Startled, Lanya stumbled back, closing his eyes and creating distance. Enraged, he roared at Qinwu. Such despicable tactics. Not worthy of a warrior. I challenge you to an honorable duel. Qinwu casually cleared his ears and called out. Within 3 meters, the translator, Miss Hannah, appeared beside him. Without waiting for inquiry, she translated. He says you are not a man and wishes to duel. Amused, Qinwu reached behind him to retrieve a finely strung crossbow. Tell him I accept the duel. Upon seeing the weapon concealed behind his back, Miss Hannah instinctively leaned back. Her eyes filled with sympathy for the unfortunate Lanya, so naive and earnest, unaware of the cunning nature of the goblins. Miss Hannah translated. And upon hearing that Qinwu accepted the honor duel, Lanya howled and charged forward, brandishing his unusual large blade. Previously caught off guard by the goblins, he would not repeat that mistake. Die! Lanya surged forward, aiming to cleave Qinwu in 2, but Qinwu stood his ground, neither dodging nor raising his sword in defense. Something is amiss. Why is he smiling? No matter, perish. Lanya reached Qinwu and raised his blade to strike. But in that moment, Qinwu drew his crossbow from behind and shot a bolt directly into Lanya's chest at point-blank range. Lanya let out a howl of disbelief, staring incredulously at the bolt embedded in his chest, half of it protruding from his body. You! Lanya roared in fury, but Qinwu had already evaded. He reached back to grab another crossbow from the supply and shot again at Lanya's chest. Lanya, in a panic, rolled aside to evade the shot. But Qinwu seized the opportunity to slash down with his sword, severing Lanya's tail. Oh whoa! Lanya yelped. But he had no time to mourn his lost appendage as another sword thrust followed. He rolled aside once more to avoid the strike. Determined to pursue, Qinwu advanced, only to be met by a large dog-headed man who struck him in the chest with a stone axe, causing him to stagger back a few steps. Taking advantage of Qinwu's momentary instability, the dog-headed man swung his stone axe again and again, yet each blow struck against Qinwu's heavy armor without causing harm. Regaining his balance swiftly, Qinwu charged forward, knocking the dog-headed man back, and then delivered a horizontal sweep of his great sword, toppling his foe. With the obstruction dealt with, Qinwu was ready to pursue and eliminate Lanya, but the brief delay had allowed Lanya to be swiftly carried away by 2 dog-headed men, while others bravely obstructed Qinwu's path. Cursing his misfortune, Qinwu engaged with several goblin warriors and dog-headed men, swiftly dispatching them. As he surveyed the battlefield, Lanya had vanished, forcing Qinwu to refocus on the colossal armored beast. With distractions removed, the goblin warriors concentrated on their ascent. Another goblin warrior found the perfect angle and leaped, grasping a crossbow bolt, performing a pull-up while hooking his feet onto another bolt, successfully securing his position on the beast's abdomen. The dog-headed man atop the giant beast noticed him and risked reaching out to hurl a stone downward. The goblin warriors below immediately threw their spears for cover, yet the dog-headed man, struck by a javelin, still hurled the boulder down. The stone struck the shoulder of the goblin warrior clinging to the giant beast's side, causing him to grunt in pain, yet he clung tightly and did not fall. Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief but quickly noticed another dog-headed man raising a stone. He hastily retrieved a crossbow and shot, striking the dog-headed man, who shrieked as he fell into the wooden tower, the stone left unthrown. The goblin warrior seized the opportunity to climb higher, and when a dog-headed man attempted to stab him with a wooden spear, he deftly grabbed the spear and pulled the assailant down. After a brief struggle, the goblin warrior found an opportunity to leap upward, landing directly on the back of the giant beast and into the wooden tower. At this point, Qinwu lost sight of the events unfolding above and could only hope for the warrior's success. Sounds of dog-headed men screaming echoed from within the tower. And the giant beast, initially charging toward the battlefield, abruptly halted, standing still as the purple-black mist dissipated from its large eyes, revealing its original black and white pupils. Momentarily stunned, it let out a thunderous roar before turning and fleeing, crashing through everything in its path like a bulldozer as it retreated into the dog-headed men's encampment. The goblin warrior atop the beast quickly scrambled out of the wooden tower and, timing it right, jumped down, landing within a beast-hide tent. The giant beast vanished into the forest, prompting Qinwu to rush toward the tent, eager to ensure the safety of his valiant comrade. Fortunately, the tent cushioned the fall, and the goblin warrior emerged unscathed. Before Qinwu could approach, he removed his helmet, revealing a silly grin, and proudly displayed a hairless dog-headed man's head he held aloft. Hee, boss, I have achieved a great feat. I want to become the company commander as well, Qinwu exclaimed, slapping the goblin warrior heavily on the shoulder. Well done. What is your name? From this moment forth, you shall be the first company commander of the punishment army to be promoted for your merits. The goblin warrior's expression froze. Boss, don't you remember me? I am Hao Kai, the name you gave me. Qinwu was taken aback, scrutinizing the goblin warrior before him. Indeed, he bore a resemblance to Hao Kai. The name was given so casually that Qinwu had forgotten it, especially since Hao Kai had not stood out much, leading to his eventual obscurity. He never expected that today Hao Kai would have accomplished such a significant achievement. In truth, Hao Kai had been holding back his ambitions. All the original companions who started this venture with the boss had become company commanders. As a veteran, and one who had even been bestowed a name by the boss, he felt compelled to earn the title of commander himself. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock among the original brothers. Although Qinwu felt embarrassed for forgetting the name of a hero, the battle was not yet over. The horde of goblins was entangled with the spear-wielding soldiers, and there was no time to waste. Qinwu intended to command the goblin warriors to join the fray and swiftly conclude the battle. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of the golden tail left by Longya, and an idea sparked in his mind. He rushed over, grasped Longya's tail, and elevated it high above his head with a branch. Within 3 meters, Qinwu shouted, and Miss Hannah, who had been on the periphery, jolted as if electrified and hurried to his side. Shout with me, Longya is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed, Qinwu commanded loudly. Upon seeing the golden tail, Miss Hannah understood his intent and immediately cast a spell, shouting in the goblin tongue, Longya is dead. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Her voice, amplified by magic, reverberated across half the battlefield. The morale of the goblins, already low due to the mounting casualties, plummeted further upon hearing that their leader had perished. They exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. Qinwu and Miss Hannah advanced toward the front line, with her continuously urging surrender. Qinwu held the golden tail aloft, striving to ensure every goblin could see it. The goblins were bewildered. Only Longya possessed such exquisite golden fur in their tribe, and the loss of a tail represented a profound humiliation. In goblin tradition, a challenger must sever the tail of the old leader to claim the right to lead. Longya's failure to protect his tail was tantamount to a loss of masculinity in their customs, leading to a complete collapse of their morale. A rout ensued, with some of the more peripheral goblins fleeing into the forest. Those before the spear-wielding goblins could not escape. They could only discard their weapons and lie on the ground, exposing their bellies. This was the goblin way of surrender. Qinwu ordered the spear-wielding goblins to encircle the surrendered goblins, marking the battle's inevitable victory. He then heard the system's notification. You have achieved victory. Enemies slain, 56. Enemies captured, 760. Experience gained, 130. Friendly casualties, 2. Loot acquired, grains x5. Stone axe. Dinars gained, 340. The spoils were paltry, but there was little to be done. The primary fighting force was the spear-wielding goblins, not recognized by the system, while the elite system troops were held in reserve, which proved invaluable against the giant armored beast. However, this also meant that Qinwu's involvement in the battle was minimal. Otherwise, the experience gained could have elevated him several levels. Qinwu closed the system panel and commanded Miss Hannah. Within 3 meters, go count the casualties and report back to me. Heal any wounded with healing spells. Miss Hannah swiftly got to work. While Qinwu had few capable of counting among his ranks, she was truly being worked like a horse. Goblin spear. Come report. Qinwu called out to the goblin group, and a bloodied goblin spear hurried over, having fought alongside his unit and looking utterly exhausted. Separate the captured goblins by gender, males, females, and the big goblins. Tie up the big goblins and the female goblins securely. The others can be disregarded for now. If they flee, it matters not. Li Qinwu's forces were too few to manage the overwhelming number of goblin captives, so he focused on controlling the most valuable big goblins and female goblins. Believing that securing these key individuals would prevent the others from scattering, Goblin Spear acknowledged and promptly executed the order. Li Qinwu then summoned Goblin Bao. Immediately take 30 warriors and the Goblin Shaman to pursue Longya. He has been struck by my crossbow bolt, with the tip coated in red poison. He cannot have gone far. Goblin Bao complied and led his men in pursuit of Longya's fleeing form. Having arranged everything, Li Qinwu took a deep breath, surveying the battlefield littered with goblin corpses, and laughed heartily. From this day forth, no organized armed force will remain in the monster forest. This signifies an unstoppable rise. However, his laughter abruptly ceased, and his expression turned grave as he recalled the visions of a fallen kingdom and the golden dragon that had dealt him a fatal blow. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 55. Cleaning the battlefield. Li Qinwu accessed his personal panel. The recent battle had seen him slay several big goblins. And with the battle's conclusion, he leveled up to level 20, earning a point in attributes. He allocated the attribute point to intelligence, raising it to 5. His mind felt remarkably clearer, allowing him to contemplate more complex matters, with enhanced learning and memory capabilities, rendering his previous dullness akin to that of a deer. Just as he reveled in this newfound elevation, Miss Hannah approached him, clearing her throat to report on the battlefield casualties. Your troops suffered 68 fatalities, 32 serious injuries, while 3 of Sir Leo's knights fell in battle, with minor injuries unrecorded. You have slain 32 big goblins and 712 regular goblins. Li Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. His forces had sustained fewer than 100 casualties while dispatching 7 times that number of enemies. His efforts had not been in vain. Seeing the corners of Li Qinwu's mouth lift, Miss Hannah noted his delight and cautioned, you should check on your soldiers. They are quite restless and eager to see what rewards you will bestow upon them. Having vanquished over 700 foes, according to Li Qinwu's pre-battle promises, he could promote over 200 to deputy commanders and around 100 to squad leaders. He welcomed this prospect, as he would soon expand his forces, needing officers for the new units, ideally drawn from these meritorious individuals. However, such matters could wait until they returned to the tribe. The immediate concern was how to manage, or rather, how to exploit the goblins. Though victory had been achieved in direct combat, the challenge of governance lay ahead. Mismanagement could trigger racial tensions, leading to true headaches in maintaining order. Currently, while his goblin population was minimal, how many wild goblins roamed the forest? 2,000, 3,000, or perhaps 4 or 5,000. These scattered goblins posed little threat, but Li Qinwu desired their genuine submission, envisioning them as his core populace, capable of mobilization for construction or conscription. Contemplating deeply, perhaps the recently acquired intelligence attribute was at play. He quickly devised a solution. He observed the captured goblins, now divided into 3 groups. One of over 40 big goblins, another of more than 200 female goblins, and the last comprising 400 male goblins. Unable to handle so many captives, he considered releasing the least valuable males. This approach would not only bestow a favor upon them, but also reduce management costs and allow them to return and spread word of his authority, solidifying his rule. Acting on impulse, Li Qinwu brought Miss Hannah to the male dog-headed people and proclaimed loudly, listen to me. The malevolent Longya regime has been vanquished, and you are now liberated. From this moment forth, you are all subjects of me, the Goblin King, the enslaver of myriad races, the scourge of the world, the annihilator of deities, the sole rightful master of the magical forest, and the progeny of Arthur Louis Romanoff and Qin Shi Huang. I, in my greatness, have decided to grant you clemency and allow you to return. The male dog-headed people, upon hearing the translation, were filled with excitement. For the goblins' iron spears had instilled great fear in them, and the prospect of returning safely to the hunting grounds was indeed a relief. Li Qinwu allowed them a moment to absorb this information before continuing. I have triumphed in war and conquered this land. Everything here belongs to me, including all the game. If you wish to reside in my hunting grounds, you must continue to pay tribute to me. You have 1 month to inform your clan leaders to come to my tribe, where I shall allocate the hunting grounds. Should anyone dare to neglect this summons, beware of not receiving your share. With that, he commanded the goblins to sheath their spears and release the male dog-headed people. Watching the panicked retreat of the dog-headed folk, Li Qinwu felt a twinge of sympathy. They were indeed a valuable labor force, capable of cultivating vast tracts of land if utilized properly. However, his ambition was to forge a modernized nation of monsters, one that required the organic amalgamation of various races. Slavery would not allow the subjects to exercise their agency, and the limitations of a slave state were inherently low. Alas, Li Qinwu sighed and ordered his troops to pillage the dog-headed people's tribe. Here, in the heart of Longya territory, thousands of dog-headed people resided, yet this primitive tribe yielded little in the way of proper provisions or valuable items. However, the abundance of animal skin tents proved to be quite precious. At present, the Goblin tribe possessed few wooden huts, with many goblins sleeping directly on the ground. These tents would at least provide them with shelter from the elements. The troops lingered in place for a day, primarily because the goblin archer, who had gone out to hunt Longya, had yet to return. Li Qinwu grew somewhat anxious and contemplated sending someone to search for him. But the system indicated that the goblin archer's life status was stable, suggesting he had not encountered any danger, so he refrained from dispatching a search party. After waiting another day, Li Qinwu began to suspect something was amiss when the goblin archer finally returned with his warriors. A look of guilt marred his features as he approached Li Qinwu alongside the dog witch. "Boss, it is my incompetence. I failed to pursue Longya, and he escaped." The dog witch immediately knelt and whimpered. "Boss, it is all my fault. My injured leg hindered the others. Woof woof," he cried while attempting to cling to Li Qinwu's leg, which made Li Qinwu feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to pull away. "Stop with the theatrics and explain the situation in detail." The two began to recount their tale in a flurry of words. The dog witch, with his keen sense of smell, had tracked the scent of Longya's blood eastward. However, due to his leg injury inflicted during his captivity, he could not keep up the pace. The others required his guidance, forcing them to slow down. During the pursuit, the dog witch noticed that Longya's scent had split into 3 distinct trails, diverging in different directions. The goblin archer deduced that Longya and his 2 personal guards had separated, the latter 2 smeared with Longya's blood, thus confusing the dog witch's sense of smell. The goblin archer ordered the troops to split into 3 groups and pursue the general directions indicated, agreeing to reconvene after a day if they failed to catch up, while he and the dog witch would continue their chase eastward. The outcome was predictable. None of the 3 groups managed to catch anything. Li Qinwu sighed in resignation. Having severed one of Longya's tails and shot him with a poison bolt from the Red Venom Kingdom, it was astonishing that he had not succumbed to the poison. Perhaps it was due to his draconic lineage, or perhaps fate was simply on his side. Noticing the dejected expressions on the faces of his 2 subordinates, he offered words of consolation. "You both did your best. If you could not catch him, then so be it. Return to the ranks. We shall prepare to head back to the tribe." Relieved that their leader had not punished them, the 2 exhaled deeply. They were genuinely fearful that Li Qinwu might execute them, given his propensity for brutal justice. Little did they know, Li Qinwu was also in a predicament to foster development. The goblins needed to adopt social behaviors, yet their innate tendencies leaned towards savagery, exhibiting antisocial traits. Li Qinwu could only resort to extreme measures to assist the goblins in their transition. Li Qinwu harbored entirely different attitudes toward the goblins before and after their transformation. The goblins prior to their reformation were, in his eyes, mere creatures, expendable and easily disposed of. However, the transformed goblins earned his recognition as beings capable of making mistakes. Individuals who could be educated and cultivated. The goblin archer and his companions had no need to fear making errors. As long as they did not actively seek their own demise, Li Qinwu was quite forgiving. He instructed the goblin archer to take the others to eat and rest, for they would soon set off back to the tribe. Suddenly, the dog witch exclaimed, "Boss, although I did not find Longya, I discovered where he hid the ogre cubs." Chapter 56. The blessing of the earth goddess. Upon hearing that the ogre cubs had been located, Li Qinwu rejoiced, for this meant he had fulfilled the task bestowed upon him by the earth goddess. He promptly directed the dog witch to lead the way, and they arrived at a certain cave, its entrance blocked by stones, leaving only a small vent at the top. The dog witch pointed towards the cave, saying, while tracking Longya, "I detected a strong stench emanating from here, similar to that of the ogres in our tribe. I suspected that Longya had hidden the ogre cubs within." Li Qinwu approached the cave entrance and indeed discerned a potent odor reminiscent of adult ogres. He felt a sense of relief that the entrance was obstructed by stones. Longya, in his flight, would not have been able to kill the ogre cubs. With a wave of his hand, he instructed the goblins to remove the stones. Once the entrance was cleared, a single ogre cub, approximately 25 meters in height, lay on the ground before them. Li Qinwu was taken aback by the sight. The cub was emaciated, resembling nothing more than a skeletal figure, its large head contrasting sharply with its frail body, akin to a lollipop. "Drag him out," Li Qinwu ordered, and the goblins pulled the cub from the cave. The creature could barely stand, and it seemed that if something was not done soon, it would perish from starvation. Li Qinwu quickly retrieved some monster meat from the warehouse and began to feed the ogre cub. The cub, upon catching the scent of the meat, eagerly began to chew. In no time, the cub devoured a portion of meat that would suffice for nearly 100 goblins, visibly filling out its gaunt frame. Once its energy was replenished, the ogre cub sat on the ground, gazing curiously at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu reached out to pat the cub's bald head, which the creature did not resist, instead breaking into a silly grin. He then summoned Miss Hannah to translate for this endearing creature, informing it that its parents and grandparents were with him and that it should follow him back to reunite with its family. Upon hearing the translation, the ogre cub joyfully danced about, standing on its own and obediently trailing behind Li Qinwu. Observing the cub occasionally gnawing on its fingers and scratching its rear, Li Qinwu noted that it bore no psychological scars from its captivity, thinking to himself that this child had an admirable spirit. With matters settled, Li Qinwu led the troops back, and a few days later, they returned to the goblin tribe. Li Qinwu returned in triumph, bringing back a plethora of animal skin tents and female dog-headed people, which plunged the remaining goblins into a sea of joy. The goblins mused that while the wooden huts were satisfactory, the furry dog-headed people also seemed appealing, and they considered taking the opportunity to experiment. Li Qinwu issued a command for all goblins to rest for 2 days. After that, they would hold a funeral for the fallen goblins and bestow military honors. Once the gathering dispersed, Li Qinwu took the ogre cub to the riverside blacksmith shop to meet its family. As the blacksmith, Dedang, was hammering away, he noticed Xiao Lulu returning with a chirp. With a loud cry, he rushed over to embrace the ogre cub and howled with joy. The other ogres, upon witnessing this, gathered around, their howls resonating throughout the smithy, signaling the reunion of their scattered family. Li Qinwu, standing aside, chuckled with delight as he heard the system notification. Ding! You have completed the task of the Earth Goddess, successfully rescuing the ogre family. Experience points increased by 1,000, all attributes raised by 5, affinity with earth elements, natural goodwill from ogres, and proficiency in the ogre language. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from Li Qinwu's body as he felt himself grow taller, his muscles expanding significantly, reaching nearly 3 nuwa in strength. A surge of power filled him, and his overall strength might even be 7 nuwa or perhaps 6 nuwa. Overjoyed, Li Qinwu clenched his fists, confident that his formidable grip could easily crush a human hand. He compared his height with Miss Hannah, who stood at 1.7 meters. Now, he towered over her by a head, estimating his height to be around 2 meters, akin to Longya. Moreover, Li Qinwu sensed a peculiar affinity with the earth as a continuous flow of strength surged from the ground into his body. He realized this was a manifestation of the Earth Goddess's blessing. He felt incredibly powerful, capable of running 100 kilometers without fatigue. In addition to the enhancement of his physical abilities, his mind became clearer, and his proficiency in the ogre language allowed him to comprehend the nonsensical shouts of Dedang's family and their gestures. He could now communicate with the ogres without the need for Miss Hannah's magical translations. His attributes now stood at Vitality 22, Control 5, Endurance 5, Cunning 5, Social 5. Intelligence 10. Immersed in joy, Li Qinwu noticed Tai Oku cautiously approaching for work guidance. My lord, the battle has concluded. Shall we continue producing spearheads? Li Qinwu composed himself and replied, we will have ample time for long-term development. The production of spears can be temporarily set aside. Let us focus on agricultural tools, hoes, axes, sickles, and saws to boost their output. He gestured towards the exuberant ogres, instructing them to forge picks suitable for their size, enabling them to perform deep soil cultivation. Li Qinwu realized that the current lack of heavy machinery rendered the ogres, with their immense strength, as advanced productive forces. Their colossal might rivaled that of machines. And with the blessing of the Earth Goddess, their endurance seemed limitless. Provided the right tools were developed, they could engage in extensive deep plowing, doubling the crop yield of the tilled land. Given the difficulty of manual deep plowing, effectively utilizing the ogres would ensure a steady food supply, allowing him to initiate a recruitment surge. Tai Oku nodded in understanding. As you wish, my lord. I shall craft tools suitable for the ogres. Do you have any further instructions? Indeed, the tribe requires more steel. I need you to build more smelting furnaces, more water wheels, and more bellows. I also need you to train more talents, imparting all the knowledge you possess to them. For every skilled blacksmith you teach, you shall earn a mark in the merit ledger. Do you understand, Tai Oku? Tai Oku immediately bowed deeply. Rest assured, my lord, I shall keep nothing to myself. As long as you provide protection for me and my son, I will serve you wholeheartedly. Li Qinwu was pleased with his declaration and urged him to continue working. After Tai Oku departed, Yi Air approached cautiously, his demeanor shifty and anxious, as if he had committed an indiscretion. Li Qinwu inquired, "My executive deputy, do you have something to report?" Yi Air trembled slightly and knelt, exclaiming, "Boss, while you were away fighting, a human escaped. I sent someone to pursue, but they could not be caught." Chapter 57. The funeral. Li Qinwu's expression turned icy at the news of Butler Mengda's escape. Especially given that he fled as a slave, the situation was dire and deeply unsettling. "What happened? Speak clearly," Yi Air stammered as he recounted the events. Shortly after Li Qinwu led the team away, Butler Mengda had fled, managing to procure some food and steel scraps for crafting a crocodile armor, along with an axe. Having made these preparations, he initiated his escape, running westward along the river. With Li Qinwu away at war, the responsibility of managing the tribe fell entirely on Yi Air's shoulders. He had to oversee the hunting teams, ensure the blacksmiths were productive, and devote considerable time to managing the nursery, where goblin cubs could easily harm each other if left unattended. In short, Yi Air was overwhelmed, visibly thinning, and had even ceased gathering his favorite cassava. The day after Li Qinwu's departure, while conducting a routine headcount of the human farmers, Yi Air suddenly realized one was missing. He immediately inquired, but due to his lack of proficiency in the common human tongue, he could not communicate with the farmers to ascertain who had escaped. Faced with no other options, he ordered the hunting team to abandon their current tasks and pursue the fugitive. Initially, he considered bringing the kobolds along, but was hindered by his inability to speak their language, rendering communication impossible. Thus, the hunting team set off alone. Fortunately, the goblin hunting team was well versed in tracking techniques from their frequent hunts in the forest. They followed the traces left by Butler Mengda westward. Ultimately, they found an abandoned axe and a large amount of wood shavings by the riverbank, but thereafter lost all traces. Yi Air concluded his report, lowering his gaze. Unable to meet Li Qinwu's eyes, Li Qinwu mused that Butler Mengda was quite a determined individual, despite appearing to be in his 50s. He had managed to venture alone into the monster-infested forest. Moreover, the old man had planned meticulously, realizing he could not outrun the hunting team. He had stolen an axe to craft a simple raft and utilized the crocodile armor scraps to shield himself from riverbank attacks, allowing him to drift downstream toward the human world. Although it was uncertain whether he would survive the journey back to the human realm, one could not deny his cunning and precise timing. If he had been present, with Miss Hannah as a translator, effective communication among the various races would have been possible, and he would not have fled. Li Qinwu patted Yi Air on the shoulder, encouraging him to rise. "This is not your fault. You have done well. Arrange for the crafting of 100 coffins and take a day to rest. I will handle the subsequent matters." Relieved, Yi Air straightened and departed. Turning to Miss Hannah, Li Qinwu observed her pale countenance. She understood his unspoken thoughts. While Butler Mengda's escape might have been liberating for him, it left those who remained in a precarious position. This decisive goblin was surprisingly enlightened towards humans. Aside from the initial difficulties that led to a few human soldiers being slain, there had been no further transgressions. However, with Butler Mengda's flight, could this fragile peace endure? Lost in her thoughts, Miss Hannah was startled by Li Qinwu's cold voice calling her. "Miss Hannah, summon young Masterlands." A chill ran through her. Indeed, young Masterlands would surely be aware of Butler Mengda's escape. She opened her mouth to say something, but was silenced by Li Qinwu's icy gaze, and reluctantly went to fetch young Masterlands. When she returned, not only did she bring young Masterlands, but also summon Knight Leo. Li Qinwu cast a glance at Knight Leo, who shrugged with a hint of reluctance, as if to say this was his former superior, and he couldn't ignore the trouble. Li Qinwu turned his attention to young Master Lands, who had undergone a significant transformation during this time. His face had darkened considerably, and his physique had become robust, shedding the appearance of a noble young man for that of a seasoned farmer. Li Qinwu, observing his demeanor, felt the simmering anger within him dissipate significantly. This fellow had not caused any disturbances since joining his ranks, dedicating himself to agriculture, seemingly acclimatized to this lifestyle, thus serving as a model of reformation. It was evident that Steward Mengda would have informed him of the impending escape, urging him to flee alongside, yet his presence here now indicated a clear stance. How this matter would unfold, however, depended on the forthcoming inquiries. "Do you have anything to say to me?" Li Qinwu relinquished the floor for him to formulate his response. Young Master Lancy slowly knelt upon the ground, his expression remarkably serene. "My lord, I am the son of a noble from the kingdom of Sarsos. My family's fief lies in proximity to the kingdom. I am among the elite of the elite. The borders of the kingdom of Sarsos abut the forest of monsters. Given your current trajectory of development, it will not be long before you encounter the kingdom. You must comprehend the political, military, and cultural intricacies of the kingdom, as well as the composition of its various families. Knowledge that only one schooled in noble education from a young age, like myself, can impart. Upon finishing his exposition, he fell silent. Qinwu's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing these words. Young Master Lancy was indeed a clever individual, refraining from any evasive arguments and directly articulating his worth, which undeniably captivated Qinwu's interest. The human kingdom posed a potential future adversary. Understanding their tactical designs would prove advantageous. The forest of monsters was wild and untamed, making it nearly impossible to locate another core noble from the human realm. Thus, the value of young Master Lancy standing before him was exceedingly precious. As he pondered, Miss Hannah continuously gestured towards Knight Leo, whose lips twitched in response. He understood her insinuation. She was urging him to intercede on behalf of young Master Lancy. Recalling his previous commendable service under young Master Lancy's father, and recognizing the kindness shown to him by Lancy, he sighed deeply and pleaded with Qinwu, "My lord, I am willing to forego my military accolades for this battle. I implore you to spare young Master Lancy's life." Qinwu turned his gaze towards Knight Leo, inquiring, "Are you certain this is worth it?" Knight Leo nodded resignedly. "After all, young Master Lancy is my lord. I cannot bear to witness his demise." However, he crouched down to meet young Master Lancy's gaze directly. "Young Master, after this, we shall owe each other nothing. I hope to dissolve our lord-vassal relationship, if that is agreeable." In young Master Lancy's eyes, there was a blend of bitterness, helplessness, resignation, and a glimmer of hope for the future. "Knight Leo, your family has contributed to your current plight, and yet you are willing to do so much for me. I am profoundly grateful. From this moment forth, you are a free man. I hope you will continue to look after me, Uncle Leo." They exchanged a knowing glance and smiled before turning their attention back to Qinwu. In truth, even had Knight Leo not relinquished his military accolades, Qinwu would not have executed young Master Lancy. This simply provided a pathway for resolution. He spoke, "In that case, I hereby pardon young Master Lancy for his failure to report, and Knight Leo, your military achievements in this operation are hereby annulled. If you can accept this, you may disperse." The individuals bowed respectfully to Qinwu and departed in different directions. Exhausted from managing the tribe's affairs, Qinwu returned to his luxurious wooden abode, removed his armor and weapons, indulged in a soothing hot bath, and reclined upon his fur-covered bed to rest. As he drifted into slumber, his mind raced with thoughts regarding the issues revealed by Steward Mungda's escape. The tribe currently comprised goblins, dog-headed men, humans, and ogres, resulting in 4 distinct languages, with the ogres communicating through gestures as well. Effective communication among tribe members was virtually impossible. At present, as the tribe was still small, Miss Hannah served as a translator, allowing for some semblance of operation. Yet, envisioning a future where the tribe's population swelled to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, underscored the urgent need for a universal written language. Qinwu murmured, contemplating the development of a new script based on Goblin language, which all tribe members would need to learn. However, the complexity of creating characters was daunting, certainly beyond his current capabilities, thus he had to temporarily set this idea aside. He began to ponder another pressing issue, the lack of managerial talent within the tribe. With his departure, the entire burden of leadership would rest upon Eir's shoulders. Fortunately, his dear deputy leader had a knack for mathematics. Otherwise, the tribe would descend into chaos. Yet, he could not overburden Eir. After only a few days away, he returned to find Eir visibly weakened. If he were to manage the tribe any longer, it might lead to his untimely demise. Qinwu conceived a rapid solution for cultivating managerial talent. He could identify goblins who exhibited a tendency towards evolving into great goblins from among those who had earned merit, teaching them mathematics, and transitioning them from military roles to lead hunting or farming teams. Those who performed admirably could even be promoted to deputy leaders. This approach would not only nurture managerial talent, but also reward those who had contributed, a win-win situation. As for whether the goblins could fulfill management roles, Qinwu was confident. The intelligence of great goblins was comparable to that of humans, and through the rigors of military discipline and warfare, they had become increasingly rational. While he could not create characters at present, he could utilize existing numerals. Arabic numerals were simple and comprehensible, and perhaps he could even teach them basic arithmetic operations. With knowledge of mathematics, managing simple affairs would pose no issue. Lost in thought, Qinwu's consciousness began to wane. and just before succumbing to sleep, he chuckled to himself, pondering the absurdity of teaching goblins mathematics. Surely, he was the only one in all realms to undertake such an endeavor. 2 days later, on a small hillside in the northwest of the goblin tribe, 5 spear-wielding goblins stood in formation, clad in scaled leather armor and gripping their polished spears, resembling statues. Behind them was a goblin hunting party, arranged in groups of 30, and further back stood a bewildered assembly of goblin infants, dog-headed men, humans, and ogres. All eyes were fixed upon the hilltop, where over 100 graves had been dug, surrounded by wooden coffins containing the remains of fallen goblin soldiers. The goblins were puzzled. They did not comprehend why their leader insisted on bringing back the bodies of their comrades and going to such lengths to construct wooden boxes for burial. However, regardless of their confusion, they followed their leader's orders. In contrast to the myriad of magical creatures uncertain of Qinwu's intentions, humans were acutely aware of the situation. Was this not merely the burial of fallen soldiers? They had witnessed such scenes in their homeland, typically presided over by a high priest of the god of light, with citizens offering flowers and warriors being laid to rest with great honor. Yet here stood the goblins. Would magical creatures also pay homage to their deceased? Despite the plethora of questions swirling in their minds, the humans maintained a facade of solemnity, standing at the back and refraining from speaking. Qinwu stood before the assembly, dressed impeccably and bearing a grave countenance. He surveyed the crowd, then called out in a resonant voice, "Warriors, you stand here with minds unawakened and thoughts clouded, unable to grasp the concepts of nation and ethnicity, bewildered by the actions I undertake. But fret not. As time progresses, culture evolves, and knowledge accumulates. You will awaken to a sense of national and ethnic identity. You will come to understand why we are here today, dedicating time to bury these valiant warriors." As he spoke, he allowed the crowd to absorb his words. The goblin formation stirred slightly, their brows furrowed, expressions anxious, as if something within them was awakening. A nascent emotion taking root. As beings of chaos, goblins instinctively resisted such feelings, yet it was futile. In the days to come, Qinwu would guide them through various social activities, nurturing these sentiments until they permeated their wild minds, ushering the entire goblin race into civilized society. With Qinwu's command to proceed with the burials, the goblins took up their tools and diligently interred the coffins, laboring for over an hour, resulting in the creation of more than 100 mounds atop the hill. Qinwu placed a wooden sign at the forefront of the burial site, upon which was inscribed, in the common language of humans, the following words: 70 goblin warriors and 3 human soldiers rest here, having perished in a conflict during the era of the ignorant tribe wars, making significant contributions to local security and the future prosperity of their tribes. On October 1st, in the year 4352 of the Age of the Gods, Qinwu placed a white rose before the wooden plaque, bowing his head in silent reverence. The goblins, too, entered a state of mourning, their minds wandering yet their actions dutifully performed. At the rear of the group, Knight Leo and Miss Hannah stood together, and upon hearing Miss Hannah's translation, Knight Leo's face lit up with admiration. It became clear to me why that old man from Mond would exert every effort to reclaim the human world. This individual before me is tirelessly striving to elevate the wild goblin tribes towards statehood, and I believe he will succeed within a decade. Miss Hannah nodded in agreement, as this extraordinary goblin continually reshaped her worldview. Suddenly, Miss Hannah recalled a matter. Previously, Qinwu had approached her to engrave certain words on the plaque in the common tongue, including the names of the 3 fallen human soldiers. She inquired of Knight Leo, "Your 3 soldiers' names are inscribed on the tombstone. What are your thoughts on this?" Knight Leo crossed his arms, silently observing Qinwu, who was bowing his head in mourning. After a prolonged silence without a response, Miss Hannah refrained from pursuing the matter further. Knight Leo's emotions were tumultuous. While he felt comforted that his soldiers had received recognition posthumously, the acknowledgement came from goblins. Was this an honor or a disgrace? He found himself perplexed by this peculiar goblin warlord. Chapter 58, The Hero. Once the mourning concluded, Qinwu commenced the bestowal of ranks, primarily awarding 1 company commander, 30 squad leaders, and 100 deputy leaders. As this was a collective operation, military achievements were distributed evenly among all, yet the allocation of individual recognition prompted discussion. Qinwu opted to allow the company commanders to select the most valiant warriors, granting them priority in receiving ranks, while others would receive a collective merit that could be rewarded later. To address concerns of fairness, substantial material rewards were offered to those who did not receive ranks, providing each with 50 pieces of jerky, in addition to permitting them to indulge with the wood rats for 3 days. Li Qinwu declared that they could exchange the jerky for assistance from the dog-headed people. He had consulted the dog wizard, who assured him that as long as there was ample meat, the dog-headed people would be willing to help the goblins reproduce, as their moral framework was far less complicated than that of humans. This revelation eased Li Qinwu's concerns. The lack of a moral compass among the monsters could indeed facilitate the fusion of their races. Upon completing the rank bestowals, the goblins erupted with excitement. Those elevated to ranks felt a sense of superiority, strutting about with pride, while those without ranks found solace in their material rewards. Li Qinwu commanded a 3-day celebration, after which they would commence significant construction. The goblins, clutching their rewards of jerky, hurried off to seek the female dog-headed people. Li Qinwu cast one last glance at the multitude of grave mounds before turning away. He had intentionally juxtaposed the funeral with the bestowal of ranks, hoping to cultivate a sense of honor among the goblins. Given their emotionally detached nature, instilling a sense of honor was a formidable challenge. Yet, a military without honor harbored no future. Li Qinwu aspired for the goblins to associate the fallen with the rewards, creating an illusion that death equated to honor. Future funerals would become increasingly elaborate and grand, instilling in the goblins a sense that their sacrifices were worthwhile. During the 3 days of revelry, nearly all female members of the tribe became pregnant, heralding an impending population explosion. The spear-wielding goblins had no time to savor the frenzy, as Li Qinwu promptly dispatched them to the forests for hunting. With the tribe's population exceeding 1,500, the impending birth of more goblin offspring would elevate the number of mouths to feed beyond 2,000, instilling a sense of urgency within Li Qinwu. He needed to deploy numerous hunting teams to capture prey and transitioned the fishing tribe into an agricultural community before the resources in the forests dwindled. The era of significant construction had begun. Trees were felled, and stumps were excavated from the ground. The ogres wielded pickaxes resembling deep-sea titans, forming a line as they plunged their tools into the earth, extracting half a meter of soil. Following behind were goblins and dog-headed people, meticulously tilling the land and planting wheat, potatoes, or vegetables. The primal forest was succumbing, as cultivated land spread like an insidious virus. A crude yellow dirt road was constructed alongside the farmland, and to accommodate the farmers, Li Qinwu built a village for 100 individuals at regular intervals, envisioning a network of such villages spanning the empire from north to south. In addition to agricultural development, the scale of the blacksmith's forge was expanded, with iron ore erecting the second water wheel, the second large bellows, and the second blast furnace. The forge was upgraded to a steel workshop, staffed by 50 skilled goblin blacksmiths capable of crafting all necessary tools and weapons, alongside 100 apprentice blacksmiths who could produce simple rough shapes. With nearly 1 blacksmith for every 10 goblins, the availability of iron goods surged within the tribe. After over a month of construction, the once chaotic goblin settlement transformed into a cluster of wooden houses, as the original primitive forest gave way to vast tracts of farmland, and the tribe's usable population soared to 2,000. Sustaining such a large populace imposed a considerable burden, yet the earlier decision to release the dog-headed people bore fruit. Leaders from various tribes of dog-headed people approached, kneeling before Li Qinwu to pledge their allegiance and request hunting rights. Li Qinwu generously allowed them to retain their current hunting grounds, requiring them to surrender 30% of their catch. The tribe leaders expressed their gratitude for his benevolence. Following this, dog-headed individuals began delivering meat to the goblin tribe daily as tax, replenishing the tribe's food supplies to a secure level. The burgeoning population provided Li Qinwu with a wealth of labor, enabling him to concurrently undertake multiple projects. He established a rudimentary school, mandating that goblins with ranks attend. The curriculum was simple, focusing on recognizing 10 Arabic numerals and basic arithmetic. Nothing further was required. Currently, the goblin tribe lacked written language. Yet mastering mathematics would usher their administrative system into a new era. As for the instructor, it was, of course, a singular ear, this self-taught mathematical prodigy. Li Qinwu verbally imparted a teaching plan to him, encouraging him to educate the goblins, employing a method of motivation that rewarded learning with meat or the chance to find cassava, while those who struggled faced severe consequences. Presently, the graduation rate seemed promising, with at least 90% of students successfully completing their studies. Furthermore, Li Qinwu envisioned constructing a wall to enclose the core residential area of the tribe. In this age of cold weaponry, fortifications were essential. He also sought to establish the tribe as a town recognized by the system through the construction of this wall. This would allow him to conceal system soldiers within the town and manage the territory via the system interface, significantly enhancing convenience. However, he believed that if he were to undertake such a project, it should be executed flawlessly. Wooden walls felt insufficient. He resolved to construct stone walls instead. To build the stone walls, he needed to quarry stones, which were abundantly found in the mountains, though the adhesive was a challenge to procure. Fortunately, the construction of a lime kiln at Goblin Fortress enabled the use of lime for wall construction. Qinwu promptly organized the tribe's tasks and set out with his troops toward Goblin Fortress. 3 days later, he traversed mountains and rivers to reach Goblin Fortress, which had not changed significantly since his departure, save for an increased population and expanded farmland. Qinwu shook his head, realizing that without a firm grasp of the overarching direction, the goblins lacked initiative. Under his leadership, the Goblin tribe was nearing the formation of a small town. Yet Goblin Fortress remained unchanged, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Qinwu led his men into the castle, where Gabuda, the goblin in charge, welcomed him. "Boss." Qinwu acknowledged with a nod. "Report on the situation at Gabu Fortress." Gabuda scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed about how to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of hesitation, he began, "The population of Gabu Fortress is quite substantial." He gestured broadly to indicate the size. "The new land we have cultivated is extensive, and the crops harvested by humans have filled our granaries with a considerable amount of grain. In addition, we have ample meat from hunting and fishing, enough to make an overwhelming quantity of jerky." Qinwu felt overwhelmed by the information and quickly instructed him to cease. "Gather your subordinates. I will send someone to take stock." His system soldiers were educated in mathematics and could count. After a busy half-day, Gabuda returned with a report. "Boss, there are currently 400 adult goblins in Gabu Fortress, including 200 larger goblins. The food and jerky in the warehouse should suffice for 1,000 individuals for 2 months. And we have enough land for 500-person villages to cultivate." Qinwu nodded, realizing that such a food surplus could facilitate significant endeavors. He opened the system management page, clicked on the town, and then the warehouse. The stockpiled resources included 53 axes, 53 hoes, 889 grains, 264 meats, 105 fish, and 1,050 bags of lime. The iron tools were limited, likely due to the depletion of iron ore brought by humans. The blacksmith in reality had only forged 53 tools. Hence the system reflected only that number. The lime was abundant, nearly 2,000 bags when combined with what he had in reality. After assessing the inventory, Qinwu immediately issued an order to Gabuda. "I want you to allocate half the population to construct a paved road from Gabu Fortress to the tribe." Gabuda nodded but raised a question. "Boss, what is a paved road?" Qinwu took him to the lime kiln, collected some lime, and then went to the riverbank to gather sand and gravel, mixing them in proportion with water to create a mixture for leveling the ground. "I want you to build a road wide enough for 10 large goblins to walk side by side. Rest assured, I will remain here for a considerable time to teach you. Feel free to ask me any questions." Qinwu was apprehensive that the goblins might misconstruct the road. He desired a smooth and direct path to the tribe, not one riddled with potholes. For many days thereafter, Qinwu stayed at Gabu Fortress, instructing the goblins on how to build with cement. He had never worked with lime or constructed roads before, but having observed others, he managed to piece together a rudimentary approach. Throughout this process, he crafted numerous tools, including a large stone roller for compacting the ground, wooden tools for mud mixing, and basic measuring instruments to ensure the road was level. Clumsily yet determinedly, the goblins began to pave the road. To expedite the construction, Qinwu made a return trip to the tribe, transporting over 1,000 bags of cement back to Gabu Fortress and forming a construction team to work from both ends. Once this road was completed, the Goblin tribe's iron tools could be transported to Gabu Fortress, and the lime from Gabu Fortress could be sent to the tribe. After another month of work, with both teams becoming proficient, Qinwu delegated the road construction to Gabuda, allowing him to focus on planning the tribe's future. That evening, as Qinwu lay on his bed, relaxed, the dog shaman Wu raised his staff, looking uneasy. "Boss, is this really necessary? The fear spell is quite painful. Don't you feel discomfort?" The dog shaman couldn't comprehend why such a competent leader would become addicted to fear spells. For others, a single encounter could instill a lifetime of fear, yet the boss repeatedly sought to experience it. Was the boss harboring a peculiar inclination? Qinwu shot him a fierce glare. "You know nothing. I suspect the fear spell has the ability to foresee the future. I need to guard against potential calamities. Now, hurry and cast it, or I shall unleash my wrath upon you." The dog shaman whimpered and reluctantly began his incantation. A purple-black energy coalesced at the tip of the staff, which he thrust forward, directing the energy into Qinwu's body. Qinwu offered no resistance. allowing himself to relax and absorb the energy. The purple-black mist enveloped his eyes, and once again, he beheld the terrifying illusion that haunted him. However, this time it was not the distant vision of a fallen nation. The environment had transformed. He saw vast farmlands, water wheels, and villages, but they appeared less advanced than before, resembling a near future. Particularly striking were the glimpses of the unfinished paved road he had championed. He deduced that the future he was witnessing lay within the next year. Within the illusion, Qinwu observed a village of 100 near Qinwu fortress, where goblins returned from tilling the land, collapsing onto wooden beds to rest, awaiting their communal meal. They presumed their day would unfold peacefully, but suddenly, a massive fireball struck the village, exploding and demolishing a wooden structure. More fireballs rained down like artillery shells, igniting the village in flames. Countless goblins perished in the inferno, and those who survived fled their homes, bewildered and unaware of the unfolding chaos. As the surviving goblins stood in shock, suddenly, a barrage of arrows shot in from outside the village, accurately piercing the heads of the goblins. Four oddly dressed individuals charged into the village, unleashing a massacre. These intruders, clad in full-plate armor with enormous shields, could obliterate goblins with a single charge, while another, donning a wizard's hat and wielding a staff, could conjure fireballs after a brief incantation. Lastly, there were elven archers adorned in leather armor, their long ears and striking features marking them as deadly adversaries. Each of their strikes was lethal and precise, and within 5 minutes, they had decimated the entire goblin village. Among them, the most striking was a young man with short brown hair, clad in half armor, wielding an ornate longsword, perpetually smiling like a warm sun. Though not particularly tall, appearing to be in his late teens, his sword bore intricate designs. The guard shaped like a goddess with outstretched arms. With a casual sweep of his sword, he effortlessly cleaved a beam as thick as a man's waist in two. After slaughtering the goblins in the village, this apparent leader pointed his sword towards Qinwu Fortress, and the quartet charged towards it. In less than half an hour, Qinwu Fortress was engulfed in flames. Following the paved road, they continued their rampage, eliminating every village in their path. Within a day, this peculiar group of humans reached the goblin tribe. Qinwu, leading a fully replenished contingent of 5 goblin squads, initiated a charge, but the 4 invaders proved overwhelmingly powerful, swiftly routing the spear-wielding goblins. Ultimately, Qinwu, accompanied by 40 system soldiers, engaged the 4 in battle, managing to severely wound the shield-bearer and lightly injure the elven archer. However, he was ultimately struck down by the sunlit young man's arrow, severing him in two. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Qinwu saw the mage embrace the sunlit young man, using powerful lightning to crush his hand, speaking in reverence. Qinwu, frequently conversing with Miss Hannah in the common tongue, recognized the mage's words. Wow, the hero has become even stronger. Chapter 59, The Hero? Qinwu awoke with a start, leaping from his bed, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks into the air, as if possessed. The dog shaman, startled, retreated to a corner, clutching his head and trembling. After a moment of frenzy, Qinwu ceased his outburst, gasping for breath. This vision was different. It seemed to depict events within the year, showcasing a 4-member hero team boldly venturing into the monster forest, entirely eradicating the newly established monster regime he had built. The terrifying prowess of the 4 individuals caused Qinwu's heart rate to soar to an alarming 180. He could not forget how his troops had melted away like snowflakes when they charged forward. In the end, even with his fearless system soldiers by his side, he merely managed to injure the burly man wielding the door-sized shield, before being cleaved in two by the hero's sword. A profound sense of resentment surged within him. He could not allow such a fate to befall him. Qinwu pushed open the door, inhaling deeply, his chest swelling like a bellows. Within 3 meters, he roared, his voice nearly materializing into tangible sound waves, reverberating through the goblin tribe. After a moment, Miss Hannah, disheveled and bearing dark circles under her eyes, rushed to Qinwu's side. "What is it?" she exclaimed, her teeth clenched. What madness had this goblin unleashed now? She felt like his secretary, perpetually on call. Her sleep disrupted in the dead of night, her hormones threatening to spiral out of control. Ignoring her disgruntled demeanor, Qinwu hurriedly inquired, "Have you seen 4 individuals in the human kingdom? One is a burly man with a door-sized shield, another a powerful thunder mage, a third a proud elven archer with modest assets, and the last a sunny, short-haired gentleman. Could they be the hero team blessed by the goddess of life?" Before Qinwu could finish, Miss Hannah interjected, "The short-haired sunny gentleman you mentioned is named Leon. the 375th blessed of the goddess of life, the divine representative among mortals. Known as the hero, not only is Prince Leon immensely powerful, but he also embodies the virtues of knighthood, earning the admiration of all four human kingdoms. His companions are equally noble. I once caught a glimpse of Prince Leon from afar in the royal capital. He is truly dashing. Miss Hannah gushed, her hands covering her face, hearts floating above her head. But Li Qinwu's expression darkened further. It seemed the visions he had witnessed in the illusion were indeed real, as they reflected reality with startling accuracy. If that were the case, then the destruction of his forces by the hero team and his own demise at their hands were plausible scenarios. Gripping his great sword tightly, Li Qinwu pushed past the smitten Miss Hannah and stepped outside, grounding himself before a wooden beam. Miss Hannah, annoyed by his shove, muttered, "What are you doing?" Planning to tear down the house. Taking a deep breath, Li Qinwu slowly raised his great sword, channeling his energy to its peak. With a fierce shout, he swung the blade, cleaving the beam in two with a single stroke. The wooden structure, deprived of its support, caused the ceramic tiles above to tumble down with a cacophony. Miss Hannah hurriedly fled the wooden house, her foot stamping in frustration. "What on earth are you doing?" Li Qinwu sheathed his sword and cast a sidelong glance at her. "Miss Hannah, cease your infatuation. The prince you admire is accompanied by a formidable thunder mage. Not only can she summon lightning, but she can also cast fireballs in rapid succession, and she does not reek. You no longer stand a chance." Instantly, Miss Hannah fell into a slump, muttering about how thunder was merely a deformity and fireball spells lacked technical merit, spewing nonsensical complaints that were unintelligible to others. Li Qinwu paid her no mind and retreated into the wooden house. He had seen the hero Leon sever the beam with a single stroke in his vision. He could achieve such a feat too, but it required him to stabilize his stance, gather strength, and swing the sword with precision. Yet, Leon did it effortlessly. How terrifying must his strength be? Moreover, the three companions of the hero were equally formidable. How could he contend with four individuals who had obliterated his forces? Damn it! Was he to abandon this place and flee? The hero, blessed by the divine, was too powerful, and he lacked the confidence to confront them. The tribe did not possess such extraordinary combat capabilities, and the thought of relocating his base was unbearable. Besides, who knew if the hero team had tracking capabilities? They could very well be on their way to him. After all, Goblin society was structured uniformly across the globe, with knowledge and power concentrated in the hands of the chief. The hero team would surely seek to eliminate the leader before resolving their mission. What to do? What to do? What on earth could he do? Li Qinwu was in a frenzied state, pacing back and forth in the house until fatigue overwhelmed him, and he collapsed onto the bed, slipping into a deep slumber. In truth, given his current physical condition, he could go days without sleep, but after experiencing a fear-inducing spell, his nerves had weakened tremendously, causing him to involuntarily fall asleep. In his dreams, Li Qinwu recalled a segment from a Bilibili video he often watched in his previous life. Encyclopedia of Transmigration, where a particular phrase was venerated as scripture by many transmigrators. Marksmanship is also a path. Trajectory is also a way. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, add a pinch of sugar, and voila, Big Ivan. Chapter 60. The hero approaches. To the west of the monster forest lies the realm of humanity. It is said that in ancient times, when the gods still walked among mortals, the world was neatly divided into several independent continents, each owned by a deity who fashioned various creatures in their likeness. However, for reasons unknown, the gods could no longer tread the earth, and the races they had created began to develop in a savage manner. As time passed and geography shifted, the continental plates merged, leading to the intermingling of various races and the eruption of wars. Among them, the human race withstood the onslaught of foreign invaders, engaging in civil strife, merging and splitting until now, resulting in a situation where 4 human kingdoms jointly govern the southwestern continent. The kingdom of Seisos shares a lengthy border with the monster forest, where magical elements are abundant, nurturing powerful beasts that occasionally invade human lands, causing significant casualties. To fend off these monstrous incursions, the kingdom erected numerous castles and walls along the border. These military fortifications posed considerable challenges for the steward Mond, who had fled here. At this moment, Mond resembled a beggar, his clothes tattered, his body marred with wounds, and he appeared to have aged 30 years. Yet, he had finally arrived, back in the human realm. He located a secret passage known only to the nobility, crossed the border, and reached the heartland of the kingdom of Seisos. Driven by the belief that he must expose Li Qinwu to the world, he spent several months cautiously making his way westward, carefully concealing himself. As a rebel, He had to tread lightly. Only by reaching the royal capital and finding acquaintances could he relay the goblin situation to the upper echelons of the kingdom and garner attention. Through sheer determination, he reached the royal capital, ultimately finding himself at the doorstep of a noble acquaintance. However, he did not even get to see the person before being seized by the guards and swiftly put on trial, facing execution by fire. Mond was bound to a cross in the public square of the royal capital, with flammable materials piled beneath him. A green-robed official bellowed to the passing citizens. "Behold this pitiful stray dog, guilty of treason. He should have been sentenced to a gruesome execution, but the benevolent king had spared him, exiling him to the monster forest. Yet, he dared to defy the law and sneak back into the kingdom. This despicable wretch deserves to be cleansed by fire, both body and soul. Burn him." The official's shouts drew the attention of the citizens, who began to point at Mond on the pyre. "Who is this person?" someone inquired. "Isn't this some country bumpkin?" "This fellow is the steward of the Kosovo family, the very family that supported the prince in his treacherous bid for power." "Huh, why would the prince betray us? Isn't he the only heir to the throne? The throne will eventually be his. Why would he resort to treachery? Are you serious? You don't know this? His Majesty, blessed by the goddess of life, is now 110 years old, while the prince is nearing 80. Do you understand?" "Oh, I see." A murmur spread through the crowd. And before long, someone picked up a stone and hurled it at Mond. The rest quickly followed suit, eager to witness bloodshed. The steward of Mondstadt was subjected to a barrage of insults and violence, his heart filled with profound indignation. He shouted at the crowd about the looming threat of the goblins, yet none believed his words. Overcome with rage and despair, he struggled against the bindings that held him to the pyre, bellowing, "You ignorant fools, you have no idea of his power. That being has brought order to the chaotic goblins. He is establishing systems, regulating their behavior, cultivating the land, and constructing infrastructure, training a professional army. With their breeding rate, within 3 years they could become a blight upon the empire, and you will all be enslaved by the goblins. We must act swiftly. Kill that being, quickly." His voice was a ragged cry, akin to rusty blades scraping against one another, piercing to the ears of all present. The square had gathered nearly 10,000 citizens. Momentarily stunned by his outburst, silence enveloped the area, only to be shattered by raucous laughter. Goblins, even in the human realm, could be seen in the more primitive forests, easily dispatched by a farmer wielding a pitchfork. They were an annoyance, easily exterminated, hardly a threat to the kingdom. An official standing by the pyre chuckled, shaking his head as he commanded the soldiers, "Execute." The soldiers, brandishing torches, were about to cast them onto the pile of wood when a vibrant, youthful voice rang out across the square, halting everyone in their tracks. Wait. This voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality, compelling all to cease their actions, including the soldiers poised to ignite the flames. The crowd instinctively parted, allowing 4 individuals, radiating an aura of importance, to stride forth. The official's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing them, a servile smile gracing his face. "Your Highness Leon, may I inquire what instructions you have?" Indeed, the newcomers were none other than the valiant adventurers seen in Li Qinwu's visions. The warm-hearted Leon stepped forward, locking eyes with the seemingly deranged steward. The official explained, "Your Highness, this man is a traitor to the kingdom, having returned from exile unlawfully. We are here to execute him in accordance with the law." The official feared that the noble Leon might intervene, as adventurers typically refrained from meddling in mundane affairs, yet one could never predict the actions of such powerful beings. Leon discerned the underlying implications in the official's words and replied, "Esteemed sir, I am merely intrigued by the special goblin mentioned by the prisoner. May I pose a few queries?" The official exhaled in relief, stepping aside to grant him permission to inquire. Leon approached the steward. Gazing into his eyes with a gentle tone, he asked, "Sir, you claim that this special goblin could pose a significant threat to the kingdom. What sets him apart? Is he exceptionally powerful, perhaps blessed by a dark deity?" As the steward's gaze met Leon's clear and intelligent eyes, his mind began to clear. "No, he is not extraordinarily powerful, but he has instilled order among the goblins, which is far more terrifying than individual strength. Do you comprehend my meaning?" The steward feared that the one willing to listen might lack the intellectual capacity to grasp his warning, thus rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, the adventurer was evidently astute enough to understand. "I see," Leon replied gravely. "If farmers, with sufficient training and discipline, can stand against knights, so too can the goblins. Should a rational leader arise to govern their kind with order, the goblins could indeed become a dire threat to the kingdom." His expression was serious, and the steward felt a sense of relief. At last, Someone acknowledged the gravity of the situation. However, the official could not suppress his laughter. Ha! Your Highness Leon, do not heed the ramblings of this madman. Goblins are merely a horde of diminutive beings, easily vanquished by 10 soldiers. What threat could they possibly pose? This lunatic simply cannot endure the chaos of the magical forest and seeks an excuse to return to the kingdom. Upon hearing this, the steward erupted with fury, spitting in the official's face. You arrogant fool! You surely inherited your position from your deceased father. The kingdom is in decline because of imbeciles like you. The official, infuriated by the spit and the insult, seized the torch from the soldier's hand and hurled it onto the pile of wood, igniting a blaze that swiftly engulfed the steward, who emitted piercing cries of agony. Leon, wishing to intervene, felt a heavy hand on his shoulder from the burly shield-bearer behind him. Do not move. Regardless of his treachery, it is a fact, and we cannot interfere with the execution of secular law. A flicker of indecision crossed Leon's eyes as he slowly lowered his hand. The steward's cries diminished, and before he was entirely consumed by flames, he continued to plead, begging for the destruction of that goblin. The inferno ultimately claimed the steward's life, and Leon's expression grew somber as he contemplated the incident for a long moment. Suddenly, he gestured with his crimson cloak to his 3 companions, declaring, "Prepare yourselves. We must hasten to the magical forest." Meanwhile, Qinwu, who had caught the attention of the adventurers, was diligently preparing for battle. He had paused the labor-intensive task of hardening the road surface to expand his army. The troop size was directly increased to 1,000, comprising 10 companies. With such a formidable force, he could dominate the magical forest, yet this did not provide him with even a moment's peace. The adventurer team was too powerful. Confronting the goblins was akin to a mere game, a simple slaughter. To contend with the adventurers, he needed to elevate the quality of his troops. Qinwu aimed to upgrade his system soldiers to level 4, leading them into the wilderness for experience. However, the experience required for level 3 soldiers to ascend to level 4 was substantial. After several days of grinding, only the earliest goblin spear wielder had amassed sufficient experience to become a seasoned goblin warrior. Progress was too slow and the gains too meager. An idea struck Qinwu. Why not upgrade all his non-system spear-wielding goblins into great goblins? By recruiting spear-wielding goblins into his ranks and taking them into the wild for 2 to 3 days, they could level up into great goblins. After their upgrade, he could expel them from the army and recruit new spear-wielding goblins. Repeating this process, 1,000 spear-wielding goblins could transform into 1,000 great goblins. With this plan in mind, Qinwu began recruiting spear-wielding goblins to hunt monsters. Whenever a spear-wielding goblin leveled up into a great goblin, he would promptly remove them from the roster and recruit a new ordinary spear-wielding goblin. After several consecutive days, the tribe boasted over 200 great goblins. However, this was far from adequate. The ultimate solution to confront the adventurers lay in gunpowder. While leading his troops in search of monsters, he also scouted the surrounding resources, hoping to uncover sulfur and saltpeter. In his previous life, he had perused the Encyclopedia of Crossers multiple times, where the processes of purifying materials and producing black powder were thoroughly detailed. The phrase 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal was merely a saying. The encyclopedia provided more precise ratios. With so many hands at his disposal, he could conduct numerous experiments, and as long as he could find sulfur and saltpeter, he was confident in his ability to produce black powder. Fortune favored the diligent. During one of their expeditions, while pursuing a pack of over 30 magical wolves, Qinwu discovered a volcano, which yielded a wealth of sulfur. Elated, he immediately relocated 200 goblins from his tribe to establish a gathering point and began extracting sulfur. Now that sulfur was secured and charcoal could be produced on his own, only saltpeter remained elusive. This substance could be scraped from the walls of latrines. Where white crystalline formations would form, those were saltpeter. However, this method produced a meager quantity, insufficient for substantial black powder production. Qinwu contemplated how to engage with the adventurers. He needed at least several hundred kilograms of black powder, or he would have no leverage at all. The mere scraping of nitrate from the toilet, yielding only a kilogram of black powder, is a cause for gratitude, yet it remains utterly insufficient. In order to engage in mass production of black powder, one must seek out saltpeter. Saltpeter appears loose and pale yellow, and when tasted, it possesses a bitter flavor. Prior to the advent of advanced chemical industry, humanity primarily relied on the extraction of saltpeter. Qinwu promptly assigned tasks to the hunting team, instructing them to search for saltpeter. The first to find it would be awarded the title of Supreme Invincible General, along with 100 strips of jerky and as many wood mice as they desired. Thus, the goblins of the hunting team set off, armed with shovels, frantically digging and tasting the soil like deranged individuals. A few goblins even requested permission from Qinwu to venture far beyond the tribe, equipped with ample provisions for exploration over 100 kilometers away. They discovered numerous formidable monster gathering spots, suspected coal and copper mines, and other minerals, yet saltpeter remained elusive. This predicament left Qinwu distressed. During this time, he had crafted numerous rudimentary tools to refine the nitrates scraped from the toilet walls using ash, successfully producing half a kilogram of black powder, which he fashioned into an explosive. The test explosion yielded remarkable success. When wrapped in steel balls and iron sheets, it could easily kill enemies within a range of 1.020 meters. However, the lethality radius was still too low. He doubted that the brave squad would be vanquished by such a feeble firecracker. At the very least, he required explosives weighing over 10 or 20 kilograms, capable of continuous detonation, to have a chance of defeating the enemy. Thus, the question returned, where could saltpeter be found? Qinwu's anxiety intensified as he urged the hunting team to explore even farther regions. Simultaneously, he put the plan for relocation on the agenda. There was no choice but to flee, as preserving one's life was paramount. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him in an unexpected manner, leading him to acquire a substantial amount of saltpeter through an unusual encounter. One day, upon returning from a hunt, Qinwu took a rest at a goblin village of 100, located at the forest's edge. He dismissed the 30 goblins who had been promoted to big goblins from his squad, instructing them to report back to their original teams. He then spent his dinars to recruit 30 spear-wielding goblins, planning to continue venturing into the wild. However, before he could set off, wild creatures approached him. A group of dog-headed men rushed out of the forest, carrying meat suspended from branches, sent by the dog-headed tribe as an offering. Yet these dog-headed men appeared quite peculiar. They seemed frantic and hurried, as if something were pursuing them through the woods. The leading dog-headed man, upon spotting Qinwu in the village, threw down the meat and hastily knelt before him, howling. Qinwu scratched his chin, puzzled by the dog-headed language he could not comprehend. He could not understand their barks and decided to send someone to fetch the dog shaman or Miss Hannah. However, before the two interpreters could arrive, several staggering figures emerged from the edge of the village forest. Everyone turned to gaze at those figures, skeletal frames, deep eye sockets, and eerie blue ghostly flames, swaying as if they might collapse at any moment. Goodness! Skeleton soldiers. Qinwu hastily unsheathed his great sword, and the system prompted him that he had entered combat mode, categorizing the newcomers as enemies. Qinwu raised an eyebrow and commanded the newly recruited 30 spear-wielding goblins, charge. Eliminate them. The spear-wielding goblins surged forward, thrusting their spears at the skeleton soldiers. However, the spear, being a piercing weapon, dealt little damage to the skeletons, with some spearheads merely passing through their ribcages. Yet, the sheer number of spear-wielding goblins allowed several of them to easily pin the skeleton soldiers to the ground, who flailed and struggled. The goblins exchanged glances, pondering how to destroy these skeletal figures. Noticing something resembling soul fire within the skull of the skeleton soldiers, Qinwu commanded, crush their skulls with stones. The spear-wielding goblins complied, fetching large stones to smash the skeletons' heads. After a series of crisp cracking sounds, all the skeleton soldiers fell silent. A victory notification resounded in Qinwu's mind as he glanced at the spoils. 3 grains, 3 weathered bone powder, and 1 high-density bone powder. He scratched his head, pondering the utility of bone powder. Was it for fertilizing crops? While he mused, Miss Hannah and the dog shaman arrived. Upon seeing the skeletal remains on the ground, Miss Hannah exclaimed, "By the light of the divine, we've stirred the undead." She advanced and easily shattered the bones with her staff, exhaling in relief and patting her chest. Thank goodness, thank goodness. These are low-level undead, likely naturally occurring. Qinwu inquired, Miss Hannah, do these undead hold any significance? She explained, undead, in essence, arise when a living being dies, and its corpse becomes reanimated due to magical corruption, often taking the form of bones, as the rigid skeleton can store considerable magical energy. In natural conditions, certain unique terrains accumulate substantial magical energy, resulting in the creation of undead when animals perish in such locations. However, due to the limited magical accumulation in natural settings, these undead are typically weak. Qinwu found this intriguing. It sounded akin to farming low-level monsters for experience. Miss Hannah continued, there is also a method for artificially creating undead, which results in far more powerful beings. The magical energy infused into the bones during this process can be several times, even dozens of times, greater than naturally formed undead. Malevolent necromancers delight in such practices, quietly raising an army of undead to pose a significant threat to kingdoms. Thus, they must be swiftly eradicated. As Miss Hannah elaborated, a faint rustling echoed from the forest, and another 10 skeleton soldiers emerged. "Wait, there are more!" Miss Hannah exclaimed, somewhat startled. Qinwu waved his hand, and the spear-wielding goblins charged forward, knocking the skeleton soldiers to the ground with their spear shafts and subsequently crushing their skulls with stones. Miss Hannah approached to inspect the skeletons, her expression filled with confusion. "Something feels off. Why are there so many?" Under normal circumstances, the magical energy in naturally occurring terrains is limited, and the number of undead produced should not exceed single digits. This abundance is unusual. Qinwu turned to the dog-headed men who had brought meat and instructed Miss Hannah. The skeleton soldiers must have followed them, asked them what happened. Miss Hannah promptly began translating. After a prolonged exchange of barks, she appeared astonished. "They said they came to deliver meat and passed by the battlefield where the goblins fought last time. All the corpses left behind have transformed into skeletons and chase after any living beings they see." Qinwu recalled the site of his initial battle with Longya, marked by that peculiar black-gray tree. That area was indeed strange. The black tree had rendered the surrounding land barren, and both the dog shaman and Miss Hannah had mentioned the ominous aura it exuded. Could these skeleton soldiers have originated from there? He immediately commanded the captains at his side, "Gather all troops. We shall investigate the black tree." Chapter 62. I cannot help but ask. The troops quickly assembled, with 1,000 spear-wielding goblins marching boldly toward the black tree. Emerging from the lush forest, they stepped onto the barren ground, where they immediately spotted several hundred aimless skeleton soldiers wandering near the black tree. Do-do-da, do-do-da. For some inexplicable reason, the sound of an electric guitar echoed in Qinwu's ears. Upon seeing the living beings at the forest's edge, the skeleton soldiers rushed forward, brandishing their bony appendages. Qinwu commanded, "Charge. Break their legs, but do not damage their skulls." He aimed to train his troops and did not wish for non-system soldiers to partake in the kills. As long as the skeleton skulls remained intact, they would not perish. They merely needed to be incapacitated, allowing the system soldiers to deliver the final blows for experience gain. With nearly 400 skeleton soldiers charging towards them, the sight was indeed intimidating. However, Qinwu commanded 1,000 goblins, all equipped with armor and wielding iron weapons. The goblins advanced, delivering resounding blows to the skeletons, whose brittle bones shattered, causing them to crawl helplessly on the ground. Once all the skeleton soldiers were incapacitated, Qinwu instructed 30 system soldiers to step forward and finish them off. He decreed that each could only crush the skulls of 10 skeleton soldiers, which would be sufficient for them to level up into big goblins. The goblins brandished their axes, creating a cacophony of sounds as they swiftly dispatched 10 skeletal warriors. Observing the over 100 remaining skeletons on the ground, Qinwu contemplated whether he should attempt to funnel all this experience into a level 4 soldier, hoping to elevate them to level 5. He glanced at the only 2 level 4 troops in his army, a seasoned goblin spearman and a skilled goblin archer. Which one should he choose for the upgrade? As his gaze swept across the faces of his troops, it finally settled on the goblin archer. This archer, being a ranged unit, possessed the highest DPS during leveling, and as a long-standing level 4 soldier, he had the capacity to absorb the most experience. The recently promoted goblin spearman would likely not suffice, but perhaps the goblin archer was on the cusp of an upgrade. Qinwu commanded, "Goblin archer, you advance and eliminate those skeletal warriors." The goblin archer borrowed an axe and began to shatter the skulls of the skeletons with resounding cracks echoing around them. After he obliterated the last skeletal warrior, Qinwu received the system's victory notification. He glanced at the spoils: 120 grains, 71 weathered bone powder, 42 high-density bone powder, and 3 magical bone powder. A quick examination of the loot filled him with excitement as he opened the soldier interface, revealing a plethora of upgrade options. Every goblin could be elevated to level 2. Most thrilling of all was the upgrade icon that had illuminated above the lone archer's head. At last, finally, he could upgrade. Tears welled in Qinwu's eyes. After so many days, he would finally possess a level 5 soldier. Without hesitation, he clicked the upgrade button, fixating his gaze on the goblin archer. The goblin archer's pupils widened as he felt a surge of power flood into his body, his height slightly increasing. And while his physique remained largely unchanged, his body density noticeably intensified. Li Qinwu accessed the soldier management interface to examine the Goblin Archer's attributes. Goblin Sniper, Vitality 28, Control 30, Endurance 28, Cunning 20, Social 10, Intelligence 15, with proficiency in bows and crossbows, and running skills all at 350. Li Qinwu gasped in astonishment. A proficiency of 350 in archery and crossbow skills. In the game of Knight and Slash, that meant he was a sniper. Moreover, the Goblin Archer's intelligence had reached 15 points. No wonder his gaze had become so profound. The Goblin Archer savored the changes in his body and suddenly knelt before Li Qinwu. Boss, we respect you. He recognized the source of his transformation and immediately pledged his loyalty to Li Qinwu. Why were his eyes suddenly misty? Was it tears? No. It was the brilliance of his leader that was too blinding. The Goblin Archer instinctively lowered his head to wipe away the corners of his eyes. But upon looking at the ground, he murmured, "Yellow soil?" He ran his fingers through it, finding it remarkably soft, and after tasting a bit, he discovered it was bitter. Li Qinwu patted the Goblin Archer's shoulder and began to deliver a motivational speech, his charisma skill at level 1. Miss Hannah approached with a serious expression, pointing at a large black-gray tree. "You must destroy it immediately. That is a netherworld tree." Li Qinwu was puzzled. "What is a netherworld tree?" Miss Hannah explained solemnly. "Scholars believe our world can be divided into 3 realms. The reality we currently inhabit, the divine realm where the gods reside, and the netherworld, where the souls of the deceased go. These realms are separated by barriers that only souls can cross. Matter cannot interact. However, there are cracks in these barriers. And the netherworld tree is a plant born from the fissures between the netherworld and the real world. It emits a territorial aura that pollutes the surrounding soil, transforming it into barren land. If left unchecked, this barren land will expand, and increasingly powerful undead creatures will emerge from it." Her expression was grave, clearly indicating the danger posed by the netherworld tree. Li Qinwu felt elated. The netherworld tree would spawn undead. This was a monster spawn point. For days, he had led his troops in the wilderness, nearly exhausting himself as the local prey dwindled, and now, a monster spawn point had appeared. Though he was thrilled, he noticed Miss Hannah's serious demeanor and realized the importance of explaining the situation, especially since she was one of his few capable subordinates. Just as he was about to speak, the Goblin Archer, still kneeling and playing with the mud, tugged at his tunic and showed him a handful of loose yellow earth. "Boss, is this the saltpeter you wanted us to find?" Li Qinwu was taken aback, recalling his curiosity about why the Goblin Archer had been so focused on the ground. Had he made a discovery? He examined the yellow earth closely. It resembled saltpeter. Its loose form and characteristics matched those of saltpeter. He dipped his finger into it and tasted it, finding it bitter. Indeed, it was saltpeter. He suddenly surveyed the surrounding land, and to his astonishment, within a 1-kilometer radius of the netherworld tree, the soil was entirely composed of loose yellow earth. An overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged through him like electricity, nearly lifting him off his feet. Miss Hannah, noticing Li Qinwu's strange behavior, scolded him. "Hey, are you even listening to me? The netherworld tree must be destroyed. Otherwise, the barren land will keep spreading, and the netherworld's aura will spawn even more powerful undead. Let me burn it down with a series of fireballs. I can cast a series of fireballs too," she declared proudly, puffing out her chest. In truth, casting a series of fireballs was quite challenging. But the goblins had mentioned that a powerful fire mage beside Prince Leon could do so. Inspired by competition, Miss Hannah had stayed up late to practice, managing to learn the technique, albeit with a lower power than the single fireball spell. "Let me show you the fruits of my labor." She raised her staff, preparing to cast the spell, but Li Qinwu's eyes widened as he jumped in front of her, pointing a large spell at her nose. "You think you're going to harm my tree? Stay away from my dear tree. It simply stands there quietly. What has it done to deserve your vile attacks? Just because it is black? Do you discriminate against black? You vile creature." Miss Hannah stood there, dumbfounded, as the force of Li Qinwu's words nearly knocked her into the ground. Chapter 63. Mass production of black powder. Li Qinwu confirmed that the soil surrounding the netherworld tree was indeed saltpeter and immediately conducted further tests. He had a campfire lit to obtain high-temperature redwood charcoal, then tossed the saltpeter onto the charcoal. The high-quality saltpeter crackled and popped upon contact with the hot coals, indicating a high concentration of potassium nitrate. The results were promising. A handful of saltpeter thrown into the fire produced continuous explosions, confirming a very high potassium nitrate content. This also explained why there was no vegetation around the netherworld tree. Saltpeter could serve as fertilizer, and a high-quality one at that. However, when the concentration of potassium nitrate was too high, it became toxic to plants, which was why the area was barren. With the test concluded, Li Qinwu gazed at the netherworld tree with admiration. While others might see it as an embodiment of death, to him, it was a natural industrial treasure bestowed upon him. He even contemplated how to cultivate several offspring with the tree. Li Qinwu had resolved that once he dealt with the hero squad, he would expend a significant amount of manpower to construct a wall around the netherworld tree to protect it. Furthermore, it is essential to delve into the methods of enhancing the probability of the Mingjia Shu spawning skeleton soldiers. This entity serves as a monster spawn point, and if utilized effectively, it could eliminate the arduous task of hunting in the wild. While pondering this, Li Qinwu noticed the skeletons scattered on the ground and was struck with an idea. He commanded the goblins to gather the skeletons and dispose of them around the Mingjia Shu. In the future, any bones acquired during hunting should not be carelessly discarded, but instead accumulated in this designated area. The goblins promptly obeyed his orders, collecting the skeletal remains and placing them around the Mingjia Shu. Although Li Qinwu had yet to fully comprehend the spawning mechanism of the Mingjia Shu, he reasoned that skeleton soldiers must originate from actual bones. Therefore, he believed that amassing a substantial quantity of bones around the Mingjia Shu would likely enhance the spawning chances of skeleton soldiers. Once the goblins completed the task of piling the skeletons, Li Qinwu accessed the writing and hacking system and scattered all the bone powder he had previously collected over the skeleton heap. After completing this, he relocated 200 goblins to the site to facilitate the extraction of saltpeter. Additionally, he instructed the ogre clan to encircle the Mingjia Shu with large wooden stakes, constructing a rudimentary prison to contain the spawned skeleton soldiers, awaiting Li Qinwu's arrival with his troops to harvest them. With matters concerning the Mingjia Shu temporarily settled, Li Qinwu returned to the goblin tribe with several tons of saltpeter. He immediately commenced the preparation of black powder, starting with 3 small factories situated away from the tribe, primarily dedicated to processing and refining the 3 essential raw materials. Following this, he established a synthesis workshop for the final amalgamation of black powder. Given the inherent dangers associated with this substance, which could easily lead to explosions, the black powder factory was constructed using the sturdiest concrete available. Furthermore, each workstation was restricted to synthesizing no more than 500 grams of black powder, with thick concrete walls separating each station to minimize the risk of chain reactions in the event of an explosion, ensuring that only the operator would face the consequences. The workers assigned to synthesis were selected from among the larger goblins, whose intelligence was comparable to that of ordinary humans, making them more reliable than standard goblins, albeit only marginally so. To enhance the yield and avoid unnecessary incidents, Li Qinwu enforced strict adherence to operational protocols among the workers, threatening severe consequences for any deviations. To this end, he resided in the black powder factory for over a month, vigilantly overseeing the workers as if he were a strict instructor, instilling a heightened sense of awareness in them. The moment he appeared behind them, they would break into a sweat, and the processes were executed with unwavering precision. After nearly a month of rigorous safety training, instilling safety procedures into the very muscle memory of the larger goblins, Li Qinwu finally felt a semblance of reassurance. The factory began to steadily produce black powder, but Li Qinwu sought to increase its potency through granulation. The Encyclopedia of Traversers suggested a method involving the addition of starch. Li Qinwu had a stone mill crafted to dehusk and grind wheat obtained from monster drops into flour, repeating this process until it reached a fine consistency. The flour was then mixed with water to form a dough, similar to that used for dumpling skins, which was kneaded in water until the liquid became a starchy slurry. After extracting the dough, it was set aside for a day, allowing the starch to settle. The supernatant was discarded, leaving behind the starch, which was then sun-dried. Li Qinwu decided to sift and grind the starch to remove larger particles, obtaining a fine starch powder. The starch mixed with water transformed into a slurry, which was then gradually incorporated into the black powder, resulting in a cohesive dough. Using molds, this dough was compressed into cakes to increase density, naturally air-dried, crushed, and sifted, ultimately yielding a relatively uniform granulated black powder that not only enhanced its potency, but also possessed a degree of moisture resistance. After an additional half-month of relentless effort, Li Qinwu finally secured a stable and substantial source of explosive material, mastering the creation of a weapon of immense destructive capability. However, a new challenge emerged: how to effectively harness the power of black powder. The most straightforward and intuitive method was undoubtedly the creation of explosive charges. To maximize the destructive potential of black powder, it needed to be compacted and detonated within a confined space, such as by bundling it into explosive packages. However, the magical beast forest was a tropical rainforest, characterized by high humidity, which posed a risk of dampness affecting the explosive packages, rendering them ineffective when the heroes arrived. Therefore, Qinwu opted for explosive barrels. He instructed Tai Oku to fabricate a cylindrical iron mold, akin to that of a water bottle, which would serve as the main structure of the explosive barrel, weighing 3 kilograms and capable of containing 10 kilograms of black powder. Once the explosive barrels were produced, Qinwu commanded the workers to apply a black paint to both the interior and exterior of the barrels, aimed at dissipating static electricity and enhancing safety. This black paint was derived from a type of tree he had encountered while foraging, processed by boiling and filtering the bark, producing a substance reminiscent of lacquer. However, the foul odor emitted by this concoction rendered the painted surface dull and unappealing, unsuitable for furniture, but fortunately, aesthetics were irrelevant for explosive barrels. The barrels were filled with black powder, compacted, and fitted with a cotton wick soaked in potassium nitrate. The openings were sealed with concrete and coated with another layer of black paint for moisture resistance, resulting in an explosive barrel that resembled an oversized water bottle. Accompanied by his system troops, Qinwu ventured into the depths of the mountains, placing the explosive barrels among a cluster of large trees and igniting the wick. Minutes later, as the wick reached the black powder, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the forest, startling birds within a 3-mile radius into flight. The goblins accompanying Qinwu were so frightened that they screeched in terror, desperate to find a place to hide. Had they not been system troops, they would have fled long ago. Silence! Qinwu bellowed, and the goblins fell silent. He approached the blast site to assess the damage. The area was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, revealing a pit approximately half a meter deep, with the nearest tree shattered and others within 10 meters affected. If such an explosive were to be used against goblins, the lethal radius would be at least 20 meters, but its effectiveness against heroes remained uncertain. Qinwu reasoned that for the heroes, the explosive would need to be detonated at close range, estimating a lethal radius of approximately 5 meters. He was concerned that, due to the heroes' formidable prowess in illusions, detonating from a distance might only result in a cloud of dust in their faces. With a sigh of relief, Qinwu acknowledged that he now possessed the means to confront the heroes. However, a new dilemma arose: how to deliver the explosive barrels within 5 meters of the heroes. Chapter 64. Smoothbore matchlock guns. When contemplating how to launch the explosive barrels, Qinwu's first thought was a trebuchet. However, this contraption lacked the necessary power, given that the explosive barrels weighed 13 kilograms. What about an advanced design of a catapult? While a catapult could indeed provide sufficient force, its size would make it too cumbersome and slow to evade the rapid reactions of the hero squad, who would undoubtedly dodge any incoming projectiles. Similarly, employing ogres for the task posed challenges. While they possessed immense strength, they lacked the agility of a catapult. Moreover, their large fingers would struggle to ignite the explosive barrels effectively. Even if a goblin ignited the fuse and handed it to an ogre, the issue of fuse length arose. If the fuse were too long, the hero squad could escape. If it were too short, the ogre's clumsiness could result in the explosive barrel detonating prematurely in their hands. Could a landmine be a viable solution? While theoretically feasible, predicting the movement patterns of the hero squad proved impossible, rendering this tactic ineffective as well. After much contemplation and finding no satisfactory solution, Qinwu decided to temporarily abandon the idea of delivering explosive barrels and instead focus on developing alternative methods of using black powder. Naturally, one of the most prominent alternatives was the creation of firearms. Smoothbore matchlock guns, with their low technical difficulty, could yield significant power if produced consistently and with high-quality materials. Coincidentally, the Encyclopedia of Traversers had detailed the manufacturing process of firearms, and as someone deeply fascinated by weaponry, Qinwu could practically recite the steps to produce smoothbore matchlock guns. As Qinwu envisioned himself commanding a battalion of musketmen, unleashing unparalleled firepower to crush the rival factions of this era, he found himself lost in reverie. Unable to contain his excitement, he hurried into the steelworks to find Tai Oak, articulating his ambitious plans for a new weapon. The two engaged in meticulous discussions for nearly 3 days, sketching numerous blueprints while refining their manufacturing tools. The tools were quite simple, and thus, I shall refrain from excessive elaboration. Overall, the production of smoothbore muskets was remarkably straightforward, entirely feasible with the current manufacturing conditions. Having previously encountered images of smoothbore firearms, Qinwu noted that their barrels were not circular but hexagonal, a hallmark of forged barrels. While producing smoothbore muskets was relatively easy, maintaining quality control posed a significant challenge. Manual production often resulted in inconsistent bore sizes, and the ammunition could not be standardized. If the bullets were too large, they would not fit, while those too small would fail to create an adequate seal, allowing the projectile to lose kinetic energy and thus diminish its lethality. Therefore, Qinwu was determined to invest considerable effort into quality control. Fortunately, having come from a future where tomatoes reigned supreme, he possessed numerous strategies for ensuring quality. For instance, he planned to determine the exact amount of steel required for each barrel in advance, ensuring precise measurements. After establishing the musket's caliber, he would fabricate a cylindrical iron tube, heat it until red hot, and encase it in steel. This process would ensure uniformity in bore size. Furthermore, many transmigrators employed the practice of assigning each worker to a specific component, thereby enhancing their proficiency in crafting individual parts and increasing the overall yield of finished products. The theory was sound, yet the only obstacle remaining before scaling production was finalizing the musket design. While others would undoubtedly require extensive time for experimentation and exploration, Qinwu was fortunate. Muskets had long been obsolete in his time, allowing him to draw directly from historical data. He settled on a caliber of 20 millimeters. Recognizing that black powder lacked substantial force, to enhance its lethality, a larger caliber was essential. The barrel length was also crucial, enabling the projectile to absorb sufficient kinetic energy, which he determined to be 1,100 millimeters, thus making the overall length of the musket 1,300 millimeters, including the stock. With such an elongated weapon, complemented by a bayonet of 20 to 30 centimeters, it resembled a formidable spear. With preparations complete, the forging commenced. The clang of iron resonated throughout the smithy. Thanks to the ogre's strength, shaping the steel proved effortless. Within half a day, a somewhat rough yet robust smoothbore matchlock musket was born. At the testing grounds, Qinwu measured out a spoonful of gunpowder, poured it into the muzzle, compacted it with a ramrod, and inserted the projectile, compressing it once more. He filled the ignition chamber with black powder, ignited the match cord, and secured the musket to a wooden frame, aiming at a large tree 50 meters away. The trigger was connected to a string, and from a safe distance, Qinwu pulled it. The spark from the match cord ignited the chamber, resulting in a sharp crack as the musket fired, sending a powerful recoil that toppled the wooden frame, enveloping the area in thick white smoke, leaving a mark on the distant tree. It worked. Tai Oak shouted in excitement as he rushed to examine the musket closely. There was no explosion. It truly had the capacity to launch iron balls, an impressive feat. Tai Oak, exhilarated, had initially doubted Qinwu's vision of crafting a weapon capable of harnessing immense power accessible to ordinary individuals. However, witnessing its successful creation transformed his perception of the potential power of steel. Perhaps the smith's mundane status could be elevated due to this weapon. Enthralled, he caressed the hexagonal barrel, oblivious to Qinwu, who was watching him with eyes filled with deadly intent. Qinwu slowly drew the dagger from his waist, his mind racing to the fleeing steward of Mond, suspecting that this so-called heroic crisis was orchestrated by him. Those not of his kin would undoubtedly harbor ill intentions. Given the advanced nature of this weapon, Tai Oak, who was involved in its creation, would surely be privy to its secrets. If he were to harbor treachery and return to the human realm, Qinwu's eyes narrowed into slits, the dagger poised to be fully unsheathed. The murderous intent emanating from his gaze was akin to a coiled serpent ready to strike. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting Tai Oak, who remained engrossed in his exploration of the musket, he continued to extol its virtues. Rest assured, with the ogre's strength, coupled with the 150 goblin workers in the factory, producing 50 to 60 of these muskets daily will be a breeze, he proclaimed, his eyes fixated on the musket, seemingly blind to the world around him. Qinwu halted the motion of unsheathing his dagger. If he wished to reign supreme, to establish a diverse empire that encompassed myriad races, how could he lack the capacity for benevolence? Today, he contemplated killing Tai Oak for the fear of potential leaks regarding the musket. Tomorrow, might he not consider eliminating Miss Hannah for some unforeseen development? What about the day after, when a new dark sorcery emerged from the research of Doggo? It became clear to him that strengthening management and providing incentives for talented individuals was the true path to sustained growth. With a determined resolve, he sheathed his dagger and approached Tai Oak with a smile, clapping him on the shoulder. Tai Oak, the upcoming mass production will be entrusted to you. Remember, quality control is paramount. Do not skimp on materials. Ensure that standardized projectiles fit every musket. Work diligently, and life will become ever sweeter. Of course, my lord. It shall be done, Tai Oak eagerly assured him. Qinwu silently resolved to station a squad of goblins to monitor Tai Oak. Should he attempt to flee, he would face dire consequences. With that, he departed to attend to other matters. As Tai Oak watched Li Qinwu disappear into the distance, he slumped to the ground, exhausted. For a moment, he genuinely believed he was on the brink of death. The palpable murderous intent from Li Qinwu had pierced through him, making him acutely aware of how fragile life could be. I must become more valuable, Tai Oak murmured to himself, rising from the ground. Disregarding the fatigue from days of sleepless research, and rushed back to the steelworks to forge ahead with renewed fervor. Chapter 65. The Mutiny After a Night of Rest. Li Qinwu sought out Tai Oak once more. The musket design was finalized, but the faithful companion, the bayonet, remained uncertain. This seemingly minor blade, however, posed a significant challenge for Tai Oak. Li Qinwu envisioned a bayonet approximately 30 centimeters long, designed to fit over the barrel, and sketched a design reminiscent of the socket bayonet popular in the 18th century. Upon reviewing the blueprints, Tai Oak shook his head vigorously. No, it's too long and too slender. Forcing it could lead to breakage, and the circular collar at the end of the bayonet is also quite difficult to fabricate. He presented a sword to Li Qinwu. My lord, see this sword? Its length is achievable due to the blade's width, which provides the necessary strength. Your desired bayonet is too thin. The sword's blade measured around 70 centimeters and weighed 25 kilograms, with the widest part of the blade being approximately 5 centimeters. Li Qinwu understood immediately. The sword's length was feasible because of its substantial thickness, while the bayonet, being merely a slender iron rod, could not be produced with current smelting technology. With a sigh, Li Qinwu decided not to press the issue further. He recalled a news story about a great nation that resorted to using a single-function bayonet due to its inability to manufacture a qualified one. The triangular shape provided stability, ensuring that the prismatic bayonet had greater structural integrity than a flat iron blade, yet it was limited in functionality, unable to perform slashing or slicing actions. Nor could it serve as a utility knife, an unfortunate compromise. Li Qinwu conceded, if a long bayonet is unfeasible, let us create a shorter one. If the collar is difficult to process, we can make it thicker instead. Since the materials are lacking, we will compensate with structure, at least granting the musketeers some close combat capability. We can upgrade to longer, superior bayonets when alchemical technology advances. The two engaged in prolonged discussions, sketching and revising the design until they finally settled on a bayonet with a blade length of approximately 15 centimeters, affixed with a robust collar at the end. Tai Oak hammered the bayonet into shape, and after tempering, it was fitted onto the musket. With a 1.3-meter musket and a 15-centimeter bayonet, the overall length reached 1.4 meters, which was somewhat inadequate for close combat. Li Qinwu examined the musket from every angle, clicking his tongue in contemplation. It was better than nothing, strong in construction, thus resolving the issue of availability. He commanded Tai Oak to expedite production. The steel mill commenced its relentless production, with the blast furnace continuously pouring molten iron. 5 adult ogres hammered away at the gun barrels like human-powered hammers, creating a cacophony of sound. On the first day, due to inexperience, only 4 firearms were produced, and 2 were deemed defective by Li Qinwu. By the second day, 8 firearms emerged, though 3 were again classified as substandard. However, the workers' skills improved, and Li Qinwu rewarded them with material incentives, a meal of monster meat paired with wood rat delicacies. This significantly boosted their morale, and by the third day, production surged to 15 firearms, with only 1 being defective. For an extended period, the workers matured in their craft, accelerating the rate of firearm production until it stabilized at around 20 per day. While this output was considerable, Li Qinwu felt it insufficient to equip a 1,000-strong army. Estimating a 2-month wait, he could not afford such a delay, uncertain of when the hero squad would arrive. He recalled the Goblin fortress, certified by the system, where crafting a single weapon would double production capacity for firearms. That night, Li Qinwu relocated the blacksmith factory to the Goblin fortress, leaving only 50 Goblin blacksmiths to continue producing molten iron. 5 days later, the workers and a plethora of raw materials arrived, swiftly resuming production. When the Iron Orc informed Li Qinwu that the first firearm had been completed, he eagerly accessed the management page of the riding and slashing town, discovering a firearm listed in the warehouse. Name: sturdy matchlock smoothbore gun, weight 45 kilograms, weapon type crossbow, damage 300, piercing ammunition, flight speed 230 meters per second, effective range 150 to 250 meters, evaluation: a matchlock smoothbore gun constructed with exceptionally solid materials, featuring a barrel length of 1 meters that provides considerable accuracy and lethality, commonly employed for shots within 100 meters, with remarkable efficacy in close-range engagements. The bayonet is relatively short, leaving much to be desired in melee capabilities. Li Qinwu was elated, realizing that with the doubled production capacity, he could fully arm his 1,000-man contingent within a month. He contemplated establishing a gunpowder factory in the Goblin fortress to similarly benefit from a production boost, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Knowing that such an endeavor would require significant manpower, and with the threat of the hero squad looming, time was of the essence. Days passed, and with the increasing stockpile of firearms and gunpowder, live-fire training for the troops was scheduled. In a barren field, a scarecrow stood, while a line of goblin marksmen aimed their firearms at it. Qinwu raised his sword and commanded, "Ready, fire." The ranks of goblin marksmen discharged their weapons in unison, a cloud of white smoke obscuring the visibility of the scarecrow. He ordered again, "Fix bayonets." The goblins unsheathed their short bayonets and affixed them to their firearms. "Charge! Kill!" With a resounding shout, Qinwu urged the goblins forward to skewer the scarecrow. New weaponry necessitated new training methodologies, demanding greater discipline and obedience from the troops to harness the true potential of the firearms. Especially during coordinated volleys, the training proved fraught with challenges. The goblin marksmen, unfamiliar with their weapons, often fired prematurely, causing a chain reaction among their ranks. Such behavior on the battlefield could lead to missed opportunities for optimal strikes and potential defeat. To instill discipline in the goblin marksmen, Qinwu resorted to strict measures, breaking 10 military sticks, each captain responsible for 10, before achieving a semblance of order in their volley exercises. After 3 more rounds of coordinated fire, he noted the dimming sky and commanded, "Everyone, return to camp. Clean your firearms. Captains, ensure thorough inspections. Those who fail to clean properly will forfeit dinner." Dismissed. The goblins marched back to their barracks in an orderly manner under the guidance of their captains. At this moment, a goblin named Gobu approached Qinwu. "Boss, I've noticed a problem. With 100 soldiers in a line, the furthest ones are over 200 meters away, and they can't hear the orders from the captains. Commands to advance or retreat are often delayed, especially after several rounds of firing when the soldiers experience ringing in their ears, making them less responsive." Qinwu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze filled with admiration for Gobu. Indeed, a being with an intelligence of 15 stood out amongst the other goblins, capable of identifying and articulating issues. "Excellent, Gobu. Maintain your keen observations and critical thinking. I have already anticipated your concerns and instructed Iron Orc to develop a military whistle system. I will distribute whistles to all captains. Henceforth, our training focus will shift to the whistle commands." Gobu's face lit up with admiration. The boss's foresight surpassed his own. The two engaged in light conversation about training the marksmen to maximize their combat effectiveness. During their discussion, Gobu raised a concern. "Boss, don't you think the training intensity has been excessively high lately? The soldiers seem overwhelmed and restless. I fear that if this continues, something may go awry." Qinwu paused momentarily, then shook his head. "A formidable enemy approaches. We must strengthen ourselves without delay. If the soldiers are struggling, we shall enhance their rations. Endure this phase, and we can ease the training intensity thereafter." Uncertain of when the hero squad would arrive, Qinwu felt a constant weight of pressure, driving the goblin marksmen to undergo grueling training. They were required to train for 12 hours daily, whether firing their weapons or preparing to do so. When the firearms became too hot, they stood at attention, running and doing push-ups. Once they cooled, they resumed firing. The training regimen was so rigorous that even Rambo would succumb to exhaustion. The hero squad was overwhelmingly powerful, treating goblins as if they were mere vegetables. Rigorous training was essential to enhance their chances of survival. Gobu had no further objections. Recognizing the constraints of military discipline, he believed that significant issues were unlikely to arise, and returned to inspect the soldiers' progress on cleaning their firearms. However, it was not long before Qinwu encountered the repercussions of his impatience. One morning at 6:30, before dawn had broken, Qinwu stood at the barracks entrance, blowing on an iron whistle. The sound prompted the goblin marksmen to spring from their beds, swiftly donning their gear and grasping their polished firearms, rushing out to form ranks before Qinwu. They quickly reported their numbers, and after completion, the captains would announce, "All present for Company X." Gatherings were incentivized with rewards and penalties. The first company to assemble received a larger share of monster meat for breakfast, while the last would have to run an extra lap for morning exercises. The first to complete their formation that day was Gobu's company, and upon confirming their readiness, Qinwu nodded in acknowledgement, causing Gobu to beam with pride, knowing he would enjoy a more substantial breakfast. Goblin marksmen streamed out of the barracks at varying speeds, captains reporting their company's readiness with urgency. Meanwhile, in the 8th Company's barracks, the captain, a 3rd-level goblin warrior, bellowed at his soldiers to rise. He roughly yanked the animal hides off a drowsy soldier, pulling him from slumber. "Get up, you lazy lot. Do you want me to kick you with my horned alligator skin shoes?" The goblins scrambled to their feet, hastily donning their clothing. However, one bald goblin remained motionless in bed, soundly asleep. "Get up, you sloth." The captain rushed over, yanking the blanket away and delivering several swift slaps. Unexpectedly, the bald goblin erupted in fury, akin to a severely irritable sleeper, roaring and delivering a punch to the captain's chest. "Get lost, you lazy brute. I'm exhausted. All I want is to sleep." This outburst left the other goblins in the 8th Company frozen in shock, their faces reflecting sheer dismay. Goblin are inherently chaotic beings, yearning for disorder and freedom. Being bound by military law is tormenting for them, and with the current intensity of training, compounded by consecutive days of fatigue, the goblins are overwhelmed with despair. The squad leader, struck by a punch, wore a look of disbelief that quickly morphed into fury. He charged at the bald goblin, pummeling him while hurling insults. "Do you wish for death? Get up and train immediately, or face military punishment." Qinwu's military regulations, though developed to a degree, remain relatively lenient, divided into 3 tiers. The lowest involves breaking bones with a baton, the middle results in execution, and the highest entails a severe punishment of 3 lashes followed by execution. Generally, the mere threat of military law silences any goblin's rebellion. Yet the bald goblin, driven mad by relentless training, screamed, "I would rather die now than be worn out to death." In a frenzy, he lunged at the 8th squad leader. The 8th squad leader, a tier 3 goblin warrior, far surpassed the bald goblin in strength, swiftly subduing him while cursing. "You've gone too far." 3 lashes followed by execution. "I will petition the chief for that." This proclamation was the last straw for the other goblins, whose nerves snapped in unison. They exchanged glances, confirming the despair reflected in each other's eyes, which quickly transformed into hatred and madness. In a cacophony, they charged at the 8th squad leader, raining blows upon him. Before he could even react, he was overwhelmed by dozens of fists and feet, collapsing to the ground, unable to utter a word. The bald goblin struggled to extricate himself from the throng, his expression contorted with madness. He dashed to his bunk, grasping his firearm, and with a speed surpassing his training, loaded it with gunpowder and shot, igniting the fuse with a match. He pushed through the frenzied crowd, aimed the gun at the 8th squad leader's chest, and without a second thought, pulled the trigger. The gunshot shattered the stillness of dawn, sending a chill of alarm through the ranks. Despite military law preventing the musketeers from whispering, their eyes darted about, eager to understand what transpired. Upon hearing the shot, Qinwu's expression darkened as a red system notification appeared in his peripheral vision. "Musketeer Goblin has slain a goblin warrior." "What the hell? A mutiny. All troops, heed my command. Surround barracks number 8. Qinwu immediately commanded, and the musketeer goblins swiftly dispersed, forming a tight circle around barracks number 8. The 8th squad soldiers, having succumbed to madness, stared at the lifeless body of their squad leader, realization dawning upon them. All they could think was, "We are doomed." Outside the barracks, their former comrades aimed their firearms at them, and despair settled deep within their hearts. The exhilaration of the earlier chaos was now replaced by profound regret. As they stood paralyzed, unsure of what to do next, Qinwu's voice rang out from outside. 8th squad soldiers, heed my command. Lay down all weapons. Exit the barracks and form ranks. A commotion erupted within the barracks, soldiers hurling insults at one another, yet none dared to step outside. Qinwu issued a firm order. "Light the fuses. Raise your guns. Aim." Upon hearing the command, the 8th squad soldiers realized they were about to be shot, and they scrambled out of the barracks in a panic, unarmed and forming ranks as usual. Qinwu signaled to the goblin spear, who led his soldiers to swiftly subdue the 8th squad soldiers with their firearms. Upon entering the barracks, Qinwu immediately spotted a corpse on the ground, a gaping hole in its chest, an effect only achievable by a firearm's discharge. He crouched down and squeezed the body, which felt limp and bore multiple fractures, having suffered a beating prior to being shot. This sudden mutiny was a consequence of the military's failure to align ideological education with training. Emerging from the barracks with a grim demeanor, Qinwu confronted the 8th squad soldiers, whose hearts raced under his piercing gaze. He considered ordering the immediate execution of the 8th squad soldiers, regardless of the circumstances, for killing an officer meant certain death. However, he suddenly remembered the pile of 13-kilogram explosive barrels stored in the depot. He had not yet devised a plan to deliver them within 5 meters of the heroes. But perhaps he had found a solution: the goblin meat bomb. Goblins are fast, agile, and capable of locating targets on their own. A group charging together would surely reach the hero's squad to detonate, right? As for their fear of death, that was no concern. They could be recruited as system soldiers, compelled by battlefield command to charge into danger. Qinwu's murderous intent slightly subsided. Since they could be of use, not all would face execution. However, they had dared to kill an officer and must be punished to prevent others from following suit. He bellowed, 8th Squad. All team leaders and deputy leaders, step forward. The 10 team leaders and 10 deputy leaders of the 8th Squad lined up in front of the formation. Qinwu then commanded, 8th Squad. On the count of 3, report your numbers. Begin. Upon hearing this, the goblins trembled in fear, realizing what it meant. 3 lashes followed by execution. The counting began slowly, filled with dread. As all goblins prayed their number would not be called. Once the counting concluded, Qinwu shouted, those who called out too, step forward. With a collective gasp, 13 goblins collapsed to the ground, knowing they were now targets for the 3 lashes followed by execution. Qinwu motioned for the other squad's musketeer goblins to seize the ones who had called out too. Qinwu had all the officers and those marked for execution from the 8th Squad brought to the shooting range, binding them to the straw dummies used in target practice. He pointed his sword at the bound figures. Soldiers, these individuals are traitors. These despicable beings have slain their commander, which is wrong, unacceptable. Now is the time for them to pay the price. First Squad, form a firing line. The first squad of musketeer goblins, under the command of the Goblin Spear, rapidly assembled. Raise your guns. 100 soldiers lifted their firearms, aiming at the 8th Squad warriors. Fire. A cacophony of gunfire erupted, the white mist enveloping the scene. 100 rounds of 20mm projectiles struck the 40 condemned targets, obliterating their bodies before they could even utter a cry of pain, leaving them lifeless. The first squad soldiers were left in shock, having never shot a living target during their extensive training, now witnessing the devastating power of their weapons. Once the first squad finished firing, the second, third, and fourth squads followed suit, continuing the execution. Qinwu mandated that every soldier participate in the execution of the traitorous soldiers, ensuring they understood the consequences of mutiny. With the execution concluded, nearly 1,000 large-caliber rounds had left the range pocked and ruined, rendering the corpses unrecognizable. No need for a burial, as they could simply be used as fertilizer. The soldiers reconstructed the shooting range, preparing for today's training while Qinwu contemplated the events. This mutiny served as a wake-up call. An army devoid of soul cannot endure. A well-known adage claims that goblins are emotionally detached creatures, lacking a sense of honor, contribution, or foresight. Qinwu had warned the troops about the threat posed by the hero's squad, yet even with knowledge of this danger, the soldiers revolted due to the arduous training. An army lacking spirit and honor cannot endure. Even with terrorizing military laws in place, soldiers cannot muster the initiative, capping the army's potential. Honor. How can one cultivate a sense of honor in the emotionally detached goblins? This task proves to be exceedingly arduous. Qinwu feels as though he might unravel. The predecessors who traversed this realm seemed to lack a guiding philosophy. Primarily, there are few who embody the goblin spirit, and those who do are typically invincible warriors who have merely appropriated the aesthetics of various beautiful races, leaving no guidance on how to nurture a goblin army. Frantically scratching his head, Qinwu pondered an alternative approach. If instilling a sense of honor in the goblins is currently unfeasible, why not first cultivate their sense of humiliation? There is a saying that goes, knowing shame can lead to courage. Perhaps this method could yield remarkable results for the goblins. Immediately, Qinwu assembled his troops, securing a coffin to honor the fallen 8th Squad leader, allowing the soldiers to carry their slain leader to the Martyrs' Mountain, a site designated for the burial of goblin warriors who have perished in battle. He instructed the other squads of goblins to stand in formation and observe as the 8th Squad soldiers dug a grave with their bare hands, interring the leader they had slain. Upon completion of the burial, he commanded them to kneel before the grave in repentance. He brandished the 8th Squad's banner, waving it high to draw everyone's attention. This banner was rather simple, even rudimentary, a rectangular piece of burlap emblazoned with black-painted Arabic numerals representing the various squad designations. Qinwu bellowed, "This is a disgraceful act of treachery. The soldiers of the 8th Squad have mercilessly slain their own leader. They have cast aside their honor. Since they have abandoned their leader, the 8th Squad has lost its significance. I hereby declare the dissolution of the 8th Squad. From this moment forth, there shall be no more 8th Squad. The soldiers of the 8th Squad shall be deemed criminals." With that, he ignited the 8th Squad's banner, reducing it to ashes. The goblins stood in silence, watching their military standard consumed by flames. As he surveyed their expressions, Qinwu noted that some goblins appeared grave, their brows furrowed in deep thought, which filled him with a sense of hope. Even if only 1% of them were moved by the dissolution of their designation, it would be a significant triumph. Ideas possessed the power to propagate, with proper guidance. Other soldiers would also come to feel the fear and shame associated with the loss of their designation. Once this sense of humiliation is firmly established within the ranks, a sense of honor will inevitably follow. With a sense of honor, the army will gradually develop a collective spirit. Training continued with unwavering intensity. Unaffected by the recent act of betrayal, Qinwu was resolute in his belief that the situation for the goblins would not improve due to a grassroots rebellion. Any signs of insubordination must be met with decisive suppression. Allowing the goblins to become accustomed to expressing their demands through violence would yield catastrophic consequences in the future. Yet, the problem persisted. Qinwu recognized the necessity for change. While the training intensity could not be reduced, improvements could be made elsewhere. He established the position of deputy squad leader beneath the squad leader, assigning system soldiers to fill this role. The deputy squad leader's responsibilities included assisting the squad leader in commanding troops during wartime and listening to the soldiers' concerns during peacetime. This recent mutiny revealed to Qinwu that goblins possess a desire to express themselves. However, the management system he had designed was rather crude, with communication from superiors to subordinates limited to military orders and the threat of force. He resolved to create a channel for subordinates to voice their thoughts to their superiors. Qinwu gathered the deputy squad leaders for a 3-day training session, imparting phrases related to military honor, military shame, and the theory of courageous threats. Although the deputy squad leaders themselves struggled to comprehend the significance of these phrases, their understanding was not paramount. Qinwu required them to mechanically recite these phrases to the soldiers, implanting these concepts into the minds of the goblins as though they were indelible marks of ideology. It mattered not that the soldiers did not grasp the meaning. What was essential was that they were aware of its existence. He urged the deputy squad leaders to actively listen to the soldiers' concerns. Engaging in heartfelt conversations between goblin officers and soldiers proved somewhat challenging, as these creatures were primarily preoccupied with basic instincts. Nevertheless, Qinwu provided direct behavioral guidance to the squad leaders. If a soldier approached a deputy squad leader for a conversation, the deputy squad leader's task was to clear his mind, feign attentiveness, and once the soldier had finished speaking, pat him on the shoulder and take him out for a meal, ultimately dismissing the matter. More detailed guidance was unattainable. The current state of understanding among the populace was still rudimentary. Thus, a rough framework was to be established. Whether or not this would yield results was secondary. What mattered was that Qinwu would lay one brick upon another, with the cultivation of the goblins' sense of humiliation being one brick, and the cultivation of their sense of honor another. Layer upon layer, these bricks would eventually construct a nation. With personnel matters addressed, Qinwu also augmented the soldiers' material rewards. He developed a hearty stew made from the blood and entrails of magical beasts, simmered with vegetables. This dish proved to be as enticing to the goblins as pork stew is to humans. Qinwu began incorporating this goblin delicacy into their dinners to enhance their training enthusiasm. He also enlisted a few humans skilled in brewing to create beverages from wheat and potatoes, providing these drinks free of charge on the soldiers' days off to help alleviate the mental fatigue of the firearm-wielding goblins. These measures significantly bolstered the morale of the firearm-wielding goblins. Had they all been Qinwu's system soldiers, he would have observed their morale rising from a precarious yellow state of approximately 40 to a stable green state of 70. With internal issues resolved, training resumed with renewed vigor. Day by day, the firearm-wielding goblins engaged in rigorous drills, their proficiency with firearms and coordination steadily improving. Occasionally, under the command of the military whistle, the firearm-wielding goblins would execute a synchronized volley, prompting Qinwu to envision elite lobster soldiers before him. Meanwhile, the disgraced soldiers of the dissolved 8th Squad were not idle. These individuals, who should have faced execution, were subjected to special training. They engaged in running and sprinting, repeating these exercises incessantly. Practices involving firearms, physical conditioning, and standing at attention were abolished. Each day, the disgraced soldiers were required to bind iron barrels to their chests and run. To protect their knees, training was limited to 2 hours per day, with the remainder of the time allocated for rest and relaxation. Qinwu even arranged for individuals to massage the lower limbs of these disgraced soldiers, facilitating the rapid release of lactic acid to ensure they could continue training the following day. The disgraced soldiers reveled in their newfound freedom, transitioning from 12 hours of training per day to just 2. Was this paradise? They frolicked with joy, running past the training grounds and casting smug glances at the firearm-wielding goblins, delighting in the notion that these warriors must surely envy their situation. However, the disgraced soldiers remained blissfully unaware of the true purpose of the iron barrels they wore. Nor did they notice the firearm-wielding goblins regarding them with the stares typically reserved for the deceased. As time passed, Qinwu led his troops through several rigorous training exercises, running from Goblin Fortress to the Goblin Tribe and back again. This not only trained the officers in troop coordination, but also allowed them to eliminate the newly spawned skeleton soldiers near the Tree of the Underworld, thereby upgrading the goblins to greater goblins. Now, with 9 companies and a total of 900 goblins transformed into greater goblins, Qinwu possessed a formidable armed force. This achievement instilled in him both pride and concern. After months of intense training, the goblins had begun to recognize the status of the firearm as an equalizer. Qinwu feared the day when one of these brash creatures might utter, "I reckon I could take down the boss with a single shot," before turning their weapon upon him. Fearing for his safety, he hastily sought to acquire bulletproof armor and helmets from the Iron Orcs. The Iron Orcs informed him that to withstand the firepower of firearms, the thickness of the armor would need to be increased, but such modifications would result in considerable weight. Qinwu understood this, as he had designed the firearms to be exceedingly robust, capable of penetrating the plate armor of contemporary humans with ease. Fortunately, when quality fell short, quantity could compensate. Qinwu believed that with his current physique, donning armor weighing 40 to 50 kilograms posed no challenge whatsoever. A complete set of armor typically weighs around 25 kilograms, with a thickness of 1 to 2 millimeters. Thus, armor weighing 50 kilograms, designed to protect merely the chest and head, could consist of a helmet and breastplate with a thickness potentially reaching 10 millimeters. Such thickness should adequately defend against firearm projectiles, wouldn't it? Tai Oak first tested a 10mm thick iron plate with a firearm, ultimately concluding that it could withstand gunfire from 70 meters away, barely meeting Qinwu's requirements. Qinwu then requested Tai Oak to take his measurements and expedite the crafting of a plate armor helmet. Beyond enhancing his own defense, he also aspired to design a weapon for the officers, enabling them to eliminate any traitorous soldiers at a moment's notice. The incident with the 8th Company commander weighed heavily on Qinwu's mind, should the goblins ever decide to rebel and suddenly turn their firearms upon him. A simultaneous volley from hundreds of guns would be insurmountable, even for a divine being. Qinwu contemplated a hand cannon approximately 60 centimeters in length and 40 millimeters in caliber, intended to launch a multitude of small steel balls. When soldiers were lined up, this device could easily take down 4 or 5 soldiers in a single sweep. If both the 1st and 2nd Company commanders fired together, they could instantaneously eliminate 10 soldiers inclined towards treachery, effectively instilling fear in the remaining troops. This hand cannon would significantly enhance the unit's close-range firepower. Qinwu communicated his ideas to Tai Oak, urging him to develop and manufacture the short-barreled hand cannon. Once he had arranged for the production of the new weapon, night fell. Qinwu, who had only slept once every 3 days, seized the opportunity to forge iron in the darkness. Over the past few days, he had frequented the blacksmith shop, crafting many of the firearm components himself, which had elevated his forging proficiency to 52, unlocking a second forging skill choice. The 2 options were, 1. Steel processing. 2. A tribute bestowal. The first option allowed him to forge steel, making the acquisition of this material easier. However, since the blacksmith shop could already mass-produce it, he found it unnecessary. The second option, however, was remarkable, enabling him to imbue forged items with attributes akin to enchanting. Without hesitation, he selected the second option. Eager to test its effects, he immediately began forging. He envisioned crafting a great sword for himself, as he had previously given his last sword to Knight Leo. With his enhanced physical capabilities, he could wield a heavier sword and aimed to forge a 2-handed greatsword weighing between 10 to 12 kilograms. He placed the heated material on the anvil and tossed a potato towards Dang Dang. Dang Dang devoured the potato as if it were a sunflower seed and then swung the heavy hammer. Thanks to the humanoid forging hammer, the steel ingot quickly took shape. Qinwu proceeded with quenching and sharpening, and a massive sword, measuring 1 meter and 60 centimeters, materialized in his hands. Name: exaggerated weight, 2-handed sword weight, 115 kilograms swing speed, 75 swing damage, 130 stab speed, 71 stab damage, 63 length, 16 attribute, sharpness 10 description. If this is a sword, it is indeed excessively large. Upon realizing it possessed a unique attribute, Qinwu hurried outside, found a beam large enough to be embraced by a person, assumed a horse stance, and swung the sword with force, cleaving the beam in two. Remarkably, the effort required to sever the beam this time was significantly less than before. With this formidable weapon, he felt the gap in strength between him and the hero had narrowed. Li Qinwu twirled the sword joyfully. Akin to a child who had just received a cherished toy, he also contemplated more advanced applications for imbuing attributes onto forged items. If he were to create a lathe in the future and wished to manufacture a cutting tool, ordinary steel might not meet the required strength. However, if he could bestow attributes upon the cutting tool, would it then qualify? This idea thrilled him. The potential for riding into the age of steam seemed within reach. However, he resolved to address the crisis posed by the hero first. He prepared the steel ingot to forge additional weapons, confident he had ample time before the morning training whistle blew. After all, he could go 3 days and nights without feeling fatigued. Li Qinwu heated a piece of steel, placed it on the anvil, and threw another potato to Dang Dang, who charged up again. Each 100 swings of the hammer consumed only 1 potato. The sound of clanging reverberated through the blacksmith's shop, and after a considerable time, Li Qinwu completed the weapon he envisioned. It was a unique gun barrel, 2 meters long, with reinforced walls, the single barrel weighing a colossal 20 kilograms. Li Qinwu pondered if he could increase the material density, sacrificing maneuverability to create a smoothbore sniper rifle version. The chamber of this barrel was exceptionally large, capable of holding 3 times the amount of propellant compared to a conventional firearm, and its thickness was designed to prevent bursting. Once the barrel was complete, he required no further manual labor on the other components. He could simply take parts from other workers to assemble. Before long, Li Qinwu had pieced together various components, resulting in an extraordinarily long firearm measuring 2 meters and 30 centimeters, which even boasted enhanced attributes. Name: Reinforced Gun Barrel Heavy Flintlock Smoothbore Rifle Weight, 24 kilograms. Weapon Type: Crossbow. Damage: 725 Piercing Projectile Velocity, 570 meters per second. Effective range: 300 to 600 meters. Attribute: Precision 10. Evaluation: This is a cannon. This is a cannon. This is a cannon. Excited by the precision attribute, Li Qinwu felt his heart race with joy. The idea of creating such a lengthy barrel had initially aimed to produce a sniper rifle, but discovering the precision attribute was an unexpected stroke of luck. At that moment, it was time for morning military training. Li Qinwu carried the rifle to the barracks and blew the whistle. All soldiers rushed from their quarters to form ranks. Li Qinwu commanded loudly. All company leaders, lead your units in orderly training. Gobu Gong, step forward and follow me. Gobu Gong eagerly left the ranks, trailing behind Li Qinwu. His eyes glued to the massive rifle slung over Li Qinwu's shoulder, his cheeks flushed with excitement, as if he had found his true love. Upon reaching the shooting range, Li Qinwu handed the rifle to Gobu Gong and pointed to a scarecrow target 300 meters away. Can you see that target? Fire a shot and see if you can hit it. Gobu Gong, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together, crouched down, and began to aim at the distant target. The rifle, being too long and heavy, had a bipod to support it, allowing Gobu Gong to aim more comfortably. After concentrating for a while, he realized that the scarecrow, at 300 meters, appeared no larger than a grain of rice. Nevertheless, as a level 5 goblin sniper with a crossbow proficiency of 350, he had no trouble discerning the target at that distance. He pulled the trigger, the flint struck the chamber, gunfire erupted, and white smoke billowed forth. Gobu Gong let out a cry, clutching his shoulder in agony. Li Qinwu rushed over to assist him, and Gobu Gong exclaimed, "It hurts. It hurts too much. If I fire a few more shots, my bones will break." Li Qinwu realized this was untenable. The recoil was too severe, preventing Gobu Gong from training effectively. "All right, go find Tai Oak to craft a piece of iron shoulder armor, attaching the stock to it. That should help mitigate the recoil." Gobu Gong understood, and Li Qinwu turned his gaze back to the target. With his keen eyesight and focused attention, he could still see clearly. The enhancements from the riding and hacking system were comprehensive. Suddenly, the scarecrow's right arm vanished. "Wow, you hit it on the first shot. Impressive." Li Qinwu patted Gobu Gong on the shoulder, causing him to wince in pain. "No, boss. I aimed for the scarecrow's chest, but the shot veered left." Li Qinwu's expression grew serious as he gazed intently into Gobu Gong's eyes. "Gobu Gong, you are now one of the smartest goblins. I want you to understand that if we cannot overcome the hero crisis, we will all perish, losing everything we have now." He gestured towards Gobu Fortress, then pointed to the military camp, the land, and the water wheel by the river. Gobu Gong's expression turned solemn. "Boss, why does the hero wish to eradicate us?" Gobu Gong raised a question, Although he had heard the same rhetoric from Li Qinwu directed at the deputy company commander. What kind of heroes would burn down their homes, destroy their crops, and slaughter their kin? Yet, these propaganda phrases did not elucidate the reasons behind such actions. Li Qinwu turned his back, gazing towards the western horizon. Goblin. This world is inhabited by myriad races, but resources are finite. To survive, each race must seize more resources. And the most effective means of doing so is to eliminate the opposition, rendering them incapable of claiming those resources. Goblin pondered this deeply. Boss, our conflict with the Longya is essentially a struggle for resources. Li Qinwu nodded, affirming that the forest of demonic beasts could only have one ruler, indeed qualifying as a resource contention. Our progress has instilled fear in the heroes. They perceive us as future rivals for resources, potential enemies of humanity. To safeguard human interests, heroes would not hesitate to extinguish us. They do not care whether we pose a genuine threat, nor do they concern themselves with whether the slain are adult goblins or their younglings. They are indifferent to our suffering. With a mere flick of their sword, they could reduce you to mere flesh, all while basking in the praise of human females, laughing triumphantly. He defined such behavior as anti-intelligent biologicalism, with heroes being anti-intelligent biological molecules, and their companions forming an anti-intelligent biological coalition. Gobling's anger surged as Li Qinwu's words sank in, culminating in an explosive shout. His eyes bloodshot. Hero! Damn him! Kill him! Li Qinwu's voice echoed softly. But the hero is immensely powerful, as are his companions. They are fearfully strong. Goblin shouted in fury. We possess firearms. We have 9 battalions. We even have ogres. Li Qinwu shook his head. The hero is indeed formidable. So very formidable. Even I, with the entirety of our tribe, cannot guarantee his defeat. Goblin felt lost. In his view, the boss was the most powerful and astute being, absolutely invincible. How could the hero, whom even Li Qinwu could not assure of conquering, be so formidable? Seeing that he had sufficiently suppressed Gobling's enthusiasm, Li Qinwu patted his shoulder and gazed directly into his eyes. Goblin, defeating the hero is not an impossibility, but I require your complete cooperation. Initially bewildered, Gobling's expression morphed into one of determination. Boss, what must I do? Li Qinwu lifted a lengthy firearm from the ground and pressed it against Gobling's chest. Goblin, I need you to master long-range shooting as swiftly as possible. When the hero's squad arrives, I will send someone to engage him in battle. And your task is to keep your distance from the battlefield, seeking an appropriate location and opportune moment to take down a man with short brown hair. He is the hero. Remember, the hero is extraordinarily strong. Until you are 100% certain of your aim, you must not fire, even if all 9 battalions perish. Even if I am slain by the hero, you must wait. Before you are confident in your shot, do not ignite the fuse. Do not aim the barrel at the hero, do not meet his gaze directly, clear your mind, and ideally, do not harbor thoughts of killing him. He is very alert. The moment you contemplate harming him, he may react. Having witnessed numerous works from other worlds in his previous life, Li Qinwu knew that heroes often possessed a heightened sixth sense. Merely glancing at them could draw their attention, let alone aiming a firearm at them. By conveying all this to Goblin, he aimed to instill the utmost seriousness into him, and seeing Gobling's solemn expression confirmed his success. The kingdom of Sasso, bordering the forest of demonic beasts, houses a town called Beloya, a large settlement with a population of 150,000 and 10,000 professional soldiers, serving as the easternmost stronghold of Sasso. Given the abundant wild produce from the forest of demonic beasts, the bodies of magical beasts serve as valuable magical materials, leading to a flourishing adventurers guild in Sasso. At this moment, the hero Leon and his companions entered the adventurers guild, causing a stir along the way. Adventurers gazed at Leon with admiration, repeatedly calling out, "Your Highness Leon." The hero Leon smiled warmly, politely nodding to the crowd. He made his way directly to the reception desk of the Adventurers Guild, placing 2 gold coins before the receptionist. "Beautiful lady, I require a map of the forest of demonic beasts. Might there be any in stock?" "Ah, Your Highness Leon." The receptionist gasped, astonished to encounter the hero renowned across 4 nations at the border, momentarily lost for words. Leon merely smiled, but his companion, the great lightning mage, was less than pleased. "Hey, Lord Leon is mine. You no longer have a chance." She clung to Leon's arm, engaging in a mechanical motion of friction. "Ah, my apologies." The receptionist realized her rudeness and hurriedly apologized. Leon smiled gently, patting the great lightning mage's shoulder. "All right, Julie, let us not be rude." He offered the receptionist an apologetic expression. "Miss, the map?" "Ah, Of course, please wait a moment. The receptionist rose and retreated to a back room, soon returning with a parchment map, laying it before Leon. Leon glanced over it, inquiring, "Miss, do you know the location of the Kosovo family's exile? Which route did they take?" The receptionist, unsure why the hero asked this, nevertheless traced a circle on the map with her finger. The Kosovo family's exile is located here. In a desolate area, adventurers typically do not hunt there, as it is too deep within the forest of demonic beasts and perilous, with no clear path. Her finger followed the river marked as the Holy River. They likely traveled east along the Holy River. During the dry season, parts of the riverbank become exposed, making the route considerably easier. Leon pondered over the map for a moment, folded it away, and thanked the receptionist before leading his companions out of the Adventurers Guild. The four swiftly exited the town, locating the Holy River, and began their run towards the forest of demonic beasts. Chapter 68. First Blood. The hero squad advanced eastward, their pace several times faster than that of the most adept goblin hunting team. Young Master Lance's group had lost half their members by the time they reached the exile site, while the hero squad remained cheerful and lively, as if on an outing. As night fell, the hero squad camped by the riverbank. A massive shield-bearer shouldered a large burden, opening it to reveal tents and cooking utensils. The elf began to set up the tents while the shield-bearer gathered firewood, holding a pot, and calling out to the great lightning mage. "Hey, Julie, lend a hand." Julie leaned her head against the hero's shoulder, not turning her gaze, and effortlessly conjured a fireball spell, igniting the woodpile. The shield-bearer began to whistle as he started cooking. The hero and the female mage gazed at the river, where the full moon hung high, its reflection casting a mesmerizing scene across the vast river surface. "Oh, Your Highness Leon," Julie began to feel flustered, leaning closer to the hero. "Let us marry, Your Highness Leon, and have 100 babies." Gazing at the hero's handsome face, she couldn't help but drool. Leon smiled gently. "I apologize, Julie, but my heart belongs solely to the goddess." Julie gritted her teeth, feeling the sting of competition. How bitter. "Yet, Your Highness Leon is so handsome. Even if my rival is the goddess, I shall not give up." Leon chuckled, rather than aspiring to romance. They were already the most important partners to one another, and that sufficed. Suddenly, the hero spotted a colossal figure in the distance on the river, exclaiming, "Look, it is the Lord of the Holy River." The others, busy with their tasks, all turned to gaze at the river, gasping in awe. It was a creature whose exposed body measured over 100 meters. Were it not for Leon's extraordinary strength, one might have mistaken it for an island. "Humph. It looks like a giant loach," remarked the elven maiden, approaching the river with her arms crossed, her tone haughty. Leon quickly gestured for silence. "Wendini, we must not act rudely. The Lord of the Sacred River is a legendary creature, and many people who rely on the river for their livelihood pray to it, believing that sighting it brings good fortune." The elf named Wendy and I let out a huff, but remained silent thereafter. The group gazed at the large fish for a while, before the mighty man with the shield reminded them, "All right, everyone, it's time to eat." They gathered around the pot, and when Leon took a sip of the soup, he instantly felt rejuvenated. "Maxie, your soup tastes delightful no matter how many times I have it," he remarked. Maxie, the burly shield-bearer, chuckled heartily and served a bowl of soup to everyone. In the following days, the brave team traveled during the day and rested at night, completing in 10 days a journey that had taken Lord Lance and his companions over a month. Along the way, they discovered numerous items, human corpses, abandoned tools, and the remains of horses. The brave team occasionally paused to give the deceased their due respects. Leon, the hero, wore a solemn expression as he stood before a mound, beneath which lay 5 individuals who had perished during their exile. Wendy and I approached and laid a flower at the grave, her face devoid of emotion. "Do not worry for them. At least their suffering was minimal before death. You should pray for those captured by goblins. They are truly living a fate worse than death." Disturbing images flooded Leon's mind, causing his hands to clench tightly. "I shall expel all filth and corruption, regardless of how those enslaved by goblins have been transformed. I will bring them home." Wendy and I thought to herself that they were traitors and he could not bring them back, but she refrained from voicing her thoughts. The team pressed on, and around noon, they arrived in a peculiar forest area, where they discovered numerous signs of upright creatures' activities. After careful examination, Wendy and I confirmed that the traces were indeed those of goblins, along with dog-headed creatures. "Dog-headed beings?" Leon inquired, puzzled. Wendy and I nodded, stating, "Indeed, they are dog-headed creatures. It appears they are acting in concert with the goblins, likely hunting together." Leon's expression darkened. Goblins are notoriously insular, and for dog-headed creatures to join a goblin tribe, there are only 2 possibilities: being consumed or birthing goblin offspring. The evidence indicated that goblins were exploiting the acute sense of smell of dog-headed creatures for hunting. A dangerous alliance between these monstrous beings. After a short while, they made another discovery, a white concrete monument embedded in the ground, with a portion above the surface inscribed in the common tongue, "Warning. You are entering the territory of the alliance of intelligent beings. Armed individuals carrying armor, swords, bows, or staves are prohibited. Otherwise, it will be considered provocation, and the alliance will hold your faction accountable." Above this text was a circular emblem featuring 4 stars. This emblem was the prototype of the national flag designed by Qinwu, with the stars representing goblins, ogres, dog-headed creatures, and humans, all recognized members of the alliance of intelligent beings. The alliance was Qinwu's banner to the outside world, a grand assembly where anything could be included. In the future, should any intelligent race gain Qinwu's recognition, a new star could simply be added to the circle. Is this the declaration of nationhood for monsters? Julie mused as she studied the monument, before bursting into laughter. How amusing. Ha ha. She leaped behind the monument, then back out again, repeating the act. Oh, I've jumped in again. Look at me, I'm back out. Come on, hit me, you fools. Look, I'm holding a forbidden staff. The Mage Guild is behind me. How will you goblins hold the Mage Guild accountable? As she playfully hopped around, an unexpected event occurred. A crossbow bolt shot from the forest towards her. Watch out. The burly shield-bearer dashed in front of Julie, and the bolt struck his breastplate without leaving a mark. The 4 immediately assumed combat positions, drawing their weapons. The shield-bearer raised his shield, while the others took cover behind him. Upon observing the source of the attack, they saw over 30 goblin archers and a dog-headed creature glaring menacingly at them. The leading goblin shouted, "This is the territory of the alliance of intelligent beings. You, large female, have entered our domain with a prohibited staff. This is a crime. Surrender immediately." The goblins spoke in their tongue, which the brave team could not comprehend, having not anticipated communication from goblins and failing to activate the translation magic beforehand. Just as they were curious about what the goblin was saying and began to activate the translation magic, the goblin finished its proclamation. "How dare you ambush me, Zinni?" Julie's temper flared as she saw the goblin and, without a second thought, raised her staff to cast a fireball. Her fireball was far more potent than Miss Hannah's. Upon striking the goblin hunting group, it erupted with the force of a 75mm mountain cannon, scattering goblins in all directions amidst their anguished cries. But that was not all. Following the initial fireball, 3 more fireballs followed suit, creating a chain of explosions and flames among the goblin hunting party, decimating them by more than half. The surviving goblins, terrified, dropped their bows and fled. "Wow, let's chase them down, kill, kill, kill," Julie shouted excitedly, pursuing them, with the others following suit. Leon glanced back at the monument before joining the chase. The goblins stood no chance against the brave team. Even in the forest, the team relentlessly pursued them, unleashing a barrage of fireballs and arrows, swiftly reducing the goblin hunting party to mere single digits. As the last goblin faced its demise, it retrieved a ceramic cylinder from its cloak, ignited the fuse at the end, and pointed the head towards the sky. Pew! Bang! A small firework soared into the sky before bursting open. Leon swiftly severed the last goblin's head with his sword. He looked up, observing the white smoke left by the fireworks in the sky, perplexed by their purpose and whether they were magical, as there were no signs of magic fluctuations. Just as he contemplated asking Julie, a series of explosions echoed in the distant sky, one after another, consecutively. Leon murmured, "They know we are coming." In front of Goblin Fortress, goblin musketeers training with their rifles all looked up simultaneously at the fireworks in the distant forest. Qinwu's expression hardened as he bellowed to his soldiers, "Enemy attack. Assume battle positions according to training. Commanders, keep your troops in check. Any who dare to leave their positions will face immediate execution." He placed a whistle in his mouth and began to blow sharply. The goblin musketeers quickly transitioned from training mode, grabbing their weapons and forming ranks in front of Goblin Fortress. The goblin musketeers were remarkably swift, with 50 in a row, filling the area before the fortress in orderly lines, as if measured with a ruler, having practiced this countless times without any extraneous movements. New paper cartridges, sealed with moisture-proof paint, were extracted by the sergeants from wooden boxes. This ammunition, which combined gunpowder and projectiles, was highly convenient for loading. Soldiers simply needed to tear open the cartridge, pour the black powder, paper, and projectile into their guns. The only drawback was that Qinwu's paper mill could not produce oil paper, rendering the cartridges susceptible to moisture. Hence, the bullets issued to soldiers must be fired within 2 days, or the chances of ignition would significantly decrease. The goblin musketeers were fervently preparing while the brave team arrived. A dozen goblin hunting teams dashed from the forest in a panic, racing towards the fortress like madmen. They barely covered a few steps before a volley of arrows struck their necks, followed by a barrage of fireballs that turned their bodies to ashes. The brave team burst forth from the forest, momentarily taken aback by the expanse of farmland before them. They had expected to see a settlement ravaged by goblins. Yet what lay ahead were neatly divided square plots of vibrant green crops, flourishing more splendidly than some lords' estates. Look over there. Wendini pointed towards Gabobeo, where the firearm goblins stood in neat formation, their eyes fixated on a few individuals. The group felt a jolt of shock. The sheer number of goblins gathered was unprecedented. How formidable must their leader be? It had been nearly a century since such a large goblin tribe had appeared. Mekexi raised his shield and stepped forward. The weapons they wielded were unfamiliar to him. Everyone, gather behind the shield. Your Highness Long, what shall we do next? Should we charge in and eliminate them? Oh, my fireball spell is itching to be unleashed. Julie waved her staff, eager to make an impact, confident that her fireball could obliterate 10 or more of the lined-up goblins. Luong also wished to spur his companions into a fervent assault against the enemy, but the goblins were already making their move. Qinwu dispatched a recruited criminal, unarmed, who carried a flag of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings towards the heroes. As he approached, Wendini knocked an arrow, ready to shoot, but was restrained by the hero. Listen to what he has to say. All four present could cast spells, albeit with varying focuses, and they activated their translation magic to discern the message from the seemingly diplomatic goblin. The criminal halted over 30 meters away from the heroes, recalling Qinwu's instructions, and shouted, "Armed individuals ahead. You have trespassed into the territory of the Alliance of Intelligent Beings and have cruelly slain our citizens. I hereby issue you a final ultimatum. Surrender your weapons and accept punishment, or we shall resort to force." The expressions of the four were peculiar. They had traversed the continent for so long, exterminating countless goblin nests, yet this was the first time a goblin had delivered an ultimatum. They could not help but chuckle. But Luong remained somber, his mindset shifting. How did a simple goblin extermination mission evoke feelings of guilt for invading another's land? Julie, known for her fiery temper, burst into laughter before raising her staff to unleash an instant fireball, reducing the goblin envoy to a pile of flesh and bone. How amusing. These goblins are truly entertaining. A group of goblins playing at being lords of the kingdom, and they even have formations. I can hardly wait to capture their king. After her laughter, she dashed into the fields, charging towards Gabobeo, needing to close the distance to unleash the full power of her fireball. The others followed her lead, unwilling to let their companion venture alone. However, Julie's speed was unmatched, and without much burden, Mekexi, the shield-wielding warrior, could not catch up in time to provide cover. Qinwu on the wall observed the enemy's rapid advance, noting that the foremost figure was the mage, a threat second only to the hero. He was elated. He ordered the goblin spearmen, "Prepare to fire." The goblin spearmen, whistling in a rhythmic pattern, instilled a sense of urgency in the trench soldiers, who adjusted their flintlocks. Aiming at the leading female human, Qinwu coldly observed the approaching thunderclouds, silently calculating the distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. At around 150 meters, the thundercloud halted, beginning to cast a spell. Qinwu thought it was a perfect opportunity and shouted, "Fire!" The goblin spearmen fired a shot into the air, and all the firearm goblins simultaneously discharged their weapons, unleashing nearly 1,000 projectiles towards Julie. As Luong ran, he felt a sense of impending doom and shouted, "Julie, get down." Unfortunately, it was too late. Only Luong was blessed by the goddess of life with heightened instincts. The others were merely enhanced mortals, unable to sense the impending threat. In the instant the guns fired, Julie's barrage of fireballs had just completed its casting, a series of flames erupting from her staff. Proud of her destruction, she was met with a hail of bullets. The steel projectiles engulfed her beautiful form, the immense force reducing her to a gruesome mixture of flesh and bone, blood mist swirling in the air. Chapter 69. The Death of One More Julie. Luong felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. His companion, the powerful mage who admired him, had vanished before his eyes, leaving only a puddle of remains and tattered robes, the only intact piece being her grand purple mage's hat. Luong, what should we do? Continue the attack or retreat for now? Luong. Mekexi attempted to rouse Luong, urging him to give orders, but Luong, merely a 16 or 17-year-old youth, had never encountered such a situation having relied on the goddess's blessing for a smooth journey. Now, his companion and budding romantic interest had been reduced to mere remnants, leaving Luang's mind in disarray. While he was lost in thought, the trained firearm goblins remained undeterred. Before Julie's demise, she had cast 4 fireballs. 2 had landed before the line of firearm goblins, causing explosions, while 2 struck within their ranks, killing or injuring around 20. The few goblins with broken limbs wailed. Yet the firearm goblins showed no fear, hardly sparing a glance at the fallen. They had been forged by Qinwu's training. The loss of such numbers was trivial. Merely a drop in the bucket, a scare tactic. They swiftly prepared their weapons, blowing away remnants, retrieving leather powder pouches from around their necks, igniting the powder, and sealing the chamber. They extracted paper cartridges, tearing open the powder bags with their teeth, and stuffing the entire cartridge into the barrels, compressing it with ramrods before lighting the fuses, readying their guns for the next command. The entire process took about 25 seconds, and Qinwu deemed this speed inadequate. If they were equipped with flintlock rifles, they could save a couple of seconds. If they used breech loading, that would save even more time. "Lei Gong, we are ready." The goblin spearman raised his pistol, having just completed his own loading, setting a standard for the soldiers. Qinwu glanced at the distant heroes. Initially fearful of the mage's fireballs, they had arranged their infantry in lines. Now that the mage had fallen, they were less concerned about a significant loss and could adopt a more concentrated, sustained 3-tier firing formation. Qinwu commanded, "Change formation to 3-tiered firing, once ready. Maintain continuous fire to suppress the enemy. Open the gates and unleash the suicide squad." The goblin spearmen whistled a distinctive tune, signaling the troops to reconfigure into 3 ranks. Once the formation was established, the first rank of firearm goblins raised their weapons and fired, passing the guns to the next ranks, creating an unrelenting barrage of fire. The heroes, still in a daze, proved that even a renowned hero among the 4 human nations was merely a youth, lacking maturity and relying solely on the goddess's protection. Although he had been victorious thus far, he faltered in the face of extreme situations. At that moment, the firearm goblins completed their reloading and formation change while he remained lost in thought. Thankfully, Makexi, the reliable shield bearer, rushed to Luang's side, raising his shield to protect him from the impending onslaught. The elf Wendini also took refuge behind the 2. Just as they finalized their defense, a torrent of bullets erupted. Makexi braced himself, muscles tense against the shield as dozens of projectiles struck, shattering against it, sparks flying, accompanied by a cacophony of metallic distortion, leaving numerous dents on the shield. Makexi felt as though a monstrous bear had collided with him. The barrage of large-caliber bullets nearly forced his shield from his grasp. He had no choice but to plant the shield into the ground, using his entire body to brace against it. After making adjustments, the 3-shot firearm goblins swiftly launched the 2nd and 3rd rounds, causing the shields to crackle incessantly under the relentless firepower, rendering the 3 companions unable to lift their heads. In that moment, Leon, the brave warrior, snapped back to reality from his emotional reverie, filled with friendship and bonds. His eyes blazed red with a desire for vengeance for his comrades, yet reason urged him to retreat and regroup. He immediately shouted, "Maxi, we must withdraw to the forest." The goblins wielded peculiar weapons, necessitating time for contemplation. "Stay behind me, and let us retreat slowly," Maxi called out, raising his shield and stepping backward. Bullets continuously struck his shield, making his retreat agonizingly slow, but at this rate, they would still manage to escape. However, the incessant gunfire abruptly ceased. An unexpected silence enveloping the scene. Hiding behind the shield, Leon felt a sudden pang of dread. Something terrifying was approaching. What could it be? When Leon peeked around the edge of the shield, he saw 5 large goblins had somehow flanked them from the side. Another 5 emerged from the opposite direction, effectively sandwiching them. These formidable goblins possessed extraordinarily developed leg muscles, moving with the swiftness of an athlete across the uneven farmland. They bore no weapons, but donned beast-skin tunics, which secured a dark cylindrical object to their chests. "Run! Quick, run!" Leon warned his 2 companions, although he had no idea what that black canister was. His instincts screamed alarm. The other 2 trusted Leon implicitly, having relied on his intuition in many past adventures, and without hesitation, they began to flee. Leon and Wendini were swift, dodging and retreating into the forest, but Maxi was hindered by his heavy armor and the massive shield capable of withstanding multiple rounds of gunfire. The burden was evident. As Leon and Wendini entered the forest, they glanced back to see Maxi still running in the field, reluctant to abandon his shield, and thus moving slowly. Behind Maxi, 10 explosive goblins charged towards him like a whirlwind, rapidly closing the distance. Cover me. Leon drew his sword, chanting a spell, unleashing a beam of magical sword light that cleaved one explosive goblin in half. Wendini readied her bow, her arrows finding their marks with deadly precision, each one taking down an explosive goblin. Nonetheless, the explosive goblins, having undergone specialized training, sprinted with the speed of Olympic hurdles, narrowing the gap between them and Maxi at a terrifying pace. Leon and Wendini fought valiantly, eliminating goblin after goblin until only one remained. The last explosive goblin proved cunning, positioning itself directly behind Maxi to shield itself from incoming attacks. Maxi! Leon cried out in despair, unaware of the impending danger. Maxi instinctively turned around and locked eyes with the explosive goblin, whose face contorted with fear. Yet, it pressed on, determined to keep pace with Maxi. The distance was sufficient now. The goblin, following a procedure rehearsed hundreds of times, thrust a bottle capped with a burning fuse towards Maxi's water bottle. Boom! A violent explosion engulfed the surroundings, shrouding Maxi in thick smoke, while the massive door shield was catapulted skyward, crashing back down like a gravestone. Clinging to the shield's handle were two robust arms clad in gauntlets. Chapter 70. The final charge. As the smoke cleared, a broken body lay upon the ground. To Li Qinwu's astonishment, the shield-wielding brute was still alive. The explosive goblins were his system soldiers, and he would receive notifications upon their kills, akin to the notifications in Mount Blade 2. However, there was none now, indicating that the adversary still breathed. Li Qinwu was stunned by the resilience of the shield-bearer. Yet now, with limbs shattered and no longer a threat, he shifted his focus to how to deal with the warrior. At this moment, the warrior and the elven maiden had retreated into the forest, contemplating the pros and cons of sending troops to encircle them. Deploying explosive goblins in the dense vegetation of the forest would vastly increase the likelihood of them detonating close to the warrior. With 40 explosive goblins at his command, Li Qinwu was about to send them all forth when suddenly, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and he felt a prickling sensation, as though someone were waving a needle before him. Not good. A chill ran down Li Qinwu's spine, and he leapt to the side. Just as he crouched down, an arrow zipped past the spot where he had been standing, embedding itself in the wooden wall behind him. Rising, he turned to see a fist-sized hole in the wall. From the forest's edge to Goblin Fort, a distance of 12 to 1,300 meters, that arrow had possessed the power of a sniper rifle. Li Qinwu glanced toward the forest's edge, where the warrior and elven maiden stood, their eyes fixed on him with palpable hatred. Wendini had just charged her bow and fired a sniper arrow, but the goblin leader was too alert, and she missed. Frustrated, Wendini stomped her foot and refrained from firing a second arrow. She slung the bow across her back, knelt, spread her arms to embrace the sky, and began chanting a lengthy incantation. Li Qinwu sniffed the air. He detected moisture, a hint of humidity. As Wendini finished her chant, to his astonishment, it began to rain in Goblin Fort. The rain fell swiftly and heavily, drenching the goblin formation within mere seconds, and soaking their gunpowder in fuses. Li Qinwu's expression shifted. Damn it! Truly, the warrior was formidable. Just by observing their use of firearms a few times, they grasped the operational principles of these devices, an astute observation. This was disastrous. His most formidable weapon had been rendered ineffective. How could he possibly contend with the warrior now? After using her spell, Wendini felt weakened, nearly collapsing. But Leon caught her and helped her up. Wendini's face was weary, her beautiful eyes gazing at the young man, whose once handsome face was now marred by pain and vengeance. I'm sorry, Leon. I can do no more, she lamented. The recent spell had utterly drained her, and now even drawing her bow felt strenuous. Leon gently assisted Wendini to her feet, offering her a bittersweet smile. I apologize, Wendini. I have led us into danger. I will avenge us. Leave the rest to me. Wendini nodded, staggering back into the forest, knowing she was no longer a combatant and would only hinder Leon. After Wendini's retreat, Leon, the brave warrior, drew his sword, exuding an aura of formidable power, his cold gaze fixed on Li Qinwu atop Goblin Fort. Li Qinwu, from a distance, met Leon's gaze, narrowing his eyes as he coldly commanded, "Do you think we will not fight without firearms? Pass my orders, fix bayonets." With a series of sharp military signals, the firearm goblins drew their bayonets and affixed them to their gun muzzles. Li Qinwu issued further commands: 2nd and 3rd companies. 1st wave, charge. 4th and 5th companies. 2nd wave, charge. 6th and 7th companies. 3rd wave, charge. 9th and 10th companies. 4th wave, charge. The 1st company will remain to oversee. Those who turn to flee shall be mercilessly slain. With that, he turned his gaze towards Goblin Spear, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Goblin spear. I will grant you 3 seasoned warriors. You will flank the forest and bring me the head of that elven maiden, or you shall take your own life. Jabuman felt a chill run through him and immediately offered a salute. I vow to fulfill the mission. He led 3 seasoned warriors out of the city from the rear, taking a wide detour to enter the forest from the flank, stealthily approaching the woods behind the Yongzha. Just moments ago, Qinwu had observed clearly that the female elf, after casting her spell, nearly fainted. A weather-controlling incantation undoubtedly drained significant energy. He doubted that this woman could shoot such a powerful arrow again. Since she dared to invade his territory, she would pay with her life. At this moment, the Yongzha Ling entered a berserk state, his face filled with murderous intent as he advanced, his pace quickening with each step until he was sprinting. Simultaneously, a distinctive military whistle sounded from the ranks of the gun-wielding Jebulin. Chirp, 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 chirp. Attack. This was the charge command. The second and third companies of gun-wielding Jebulin surged forward with their bayonets, emitting a piercing battle cry as they charged towards the Yongzha. Facing the onslaught of 200 Jebulin, Ling snorted coldly, increasing his speed. The moment the two sides clashed, Ling casually swung his sword, a flash of light slicing the frontmost company commander in half. The third company commander howled as he charged in, raising his axe for a downward strike, only for Ling to intercept with a single sword stroke. Cleaving the axe as if it were mere tofu, and without the slightest restraint, he reduced the third company commander to a bloody pulp. As the two forces collided, Ling was not overwhelmed by the 200 attackers. He resembled a humanoid tank, effortlessly dispatching Jebulin into a bloody mess with each swing of his sword. With precise left and right slashes, his sword, sharp as a razor, felled over 10 Jebulin in an instant, clearing a small space around him. One Jebulin, howling, lunged at him with a bayonet, but Ling swiftly severed the gun in two with a single stroke, then decapitated the Jebulin with a second strike. 3 more bayonets lunged from behind, but with a swift motion, Ling unleashed a wave of sword light, dispatching the 3 attackers. He fought like a god of war, hacking and slicing as the cries of 200 Jebulin filled the air. Amidst the carnage, his armor became stained with crimson, only to be washed clean by the sun's rain, and then resoiled anew. After nearly 10 minutes of relentless slaughter, fewer than 100 Jebulin remained, terrified and discarding their firearms as they fled in disarray. Ling, panting heavily, looked at the retreating Jebulin with a triumphant smile. This was how Jebulin ought to behave, slaughtered and then fleeing, mere rabble. Yet, he failed to grasp the significance of a fleeing army that had only lost 50. However, he was soon stunned by the next move of the Jebulin. The panicked Jebulin did not return to their ranks, but instead were met by another group of Jebulin wielding firearms, their bayonets plunging into the fleeing soldiers' bellies, killing them on the spot. Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. These deserters were ones he had deliberately let escape, based on previous experiences of exterminating Jebulin nests. A single fleeing Jebulin would typically trigger a mass retreat. Once the rabble fled, he could conserve his strength to pursue the special Jebulin leader. However, all his plans crumbled as the gun-wielding Jebulin slaughtered the fleeing soldiers, preventing any collapse in morale, with the remaining Jebulin holding their ground firmly. Qinwu's voice rang out from the city walls. Second wave. Kill the Yongzha. Earn the title of general. The deserters must die. The soldiers of the 4th and 5th companies raised their bayonets, and, under the shrill sound of the military whistle, charged towards the Yongzha. Just as Ling finished dispatching one wave of enemies and caught his breath, the second wave of foes was upon him, leaving him no time to regain his composure as he quickly raised his sword to meet them. The clash resumed, bodies flying and screams echoing. Yet Ling adapted his combat style, employing more energy-efficient methods to slay his enemies, such as thrusts and swift kills. This time, Qinwu did not wait for the second wave's morale to deplete before sending in the third wave. With fresh forces joining the fray, the Jebulin fought with renewed vigor, launching wave after wave of attacks, draining Ling's stamina. Breathing heavily, Ling felt as exhausted as an old ox that had plowed 10 acres. The corpses around him forming a small hillock, yet the relentless barrage of bayonets continued unabated. He could no longer evade all attacks, relying on his superior armor to absorb some of the blows, focusing solely on protecting his face and the back of his head. Bayonets thrust from the left and rifle but struck from the right, causing Ling to stagger. He swung his sword with all his might, severing the neck of one Jebulin, blood spraying across his face, momentarily blinding him. In the brief moment of wiping his eyes, he felt a sharp impact on the back of his knee, causing him to grunt and kneel. Instantly, a searing pain shot through his skull as he narrowly dodged a rifle, but crashing onto his shoulder plate. Seizing the firearm with one hand, he swung it fiercely, the butt striking the original owner's head with a resounding crack, splattering brain matter everywhere. Just as he dealt with the threat behind him, a company commander charged at him with an axe raised high. Company commanders were either Gebulan warriors or seasoned fighters, and their strength was formidable. Ling raised his sword to block, but the blade was forced down by the sheer power of the strike. Exhausted to his limits, Ling was filled with shock. Why? Why were these Gebulans so fearless? Why could they not be scattered? With a great effort, Ling pushed back against the axe, and as the commander swung again, he thrust his sword into the commander's mouth, ending him. Ling attempted to rise, but the gun-wielding Gebulan had succeeded in bringing him to his knees, thwarting his intentions. One Gebulan shouted as it clung to his waist, trying to pin him down. Ling retaliated with a swift elbow strike, crushing the Gebulan's nose and killing him instantly. The Gebulan, blinded by bloodlust, surged forward to pin Ling down. Chaos ensued as they grabbed his hands, legs, and waist. Ling struggled to break free, screaming as he was pressed to the ground. And Gebulan piled onto him, forming a mountain of bodies. Qinwu on the city wall felt a surge of joy. It was done. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy in the air. With a thunderous boom, the pile of bodies pinning Ling exploded, sending bodies spiraling into the air. Ling emitted a roar that shook the heavens, rising from the heap as the gathered magical energy surged into his body like a torrent. A pair of pristine wings unfurled from his back, and his sword became even sharper. Die! All Gebulan shall perish. Ling raised his hand and unleashed 10 waves of sword light, slaying 10 Gebulan. He compressed his body like a coiled spring, then charged into the midst of the Gebulan, cutting them down at will. The goddess pendant hanging from his chest cracked and turned to dust, his most cherished possession, fueling his rage. The wails of the Gebulan echoed once more throughout the battlefield, their lives melting away like snowflakes. Qinwu's expression darkened further. The damned Yongxia had entered a second phase, sprouting 2 pairs of wings, seemingly faster than before. This was unbearable. The Gebulan surrounding Ling quickly diminished to single digits. Even the fleeing Gebulan were caught and slain. It appeared this man was truly in a frenzy. Qinwu glanced at the 3 companies below the city wall, 300 men, and wondered if they could withstand the Yongxia. Qinwu noticed Ling casting fierce glares in his direction, as if to say, "I will kill you." He pounded his fist against the parapet, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. "You wish to kill me? Let us see whose blade is swifter." Knowing that this man had locked onto him, escape was futile. Thus, he resolved to embrace fate and engage in a final battle. Qinwu drew the great sword from his back and leaped down from the not-so-high city wall. He approached the soldiers of the 3rd company, gazing into their eyes. Fear was etched on their faces. They were terrified. In the distance, the brave were ruthlessly slaughtering, surrounded by corpses. Rather than being champions of the goddess of life, they resembled chosen ones of the god of terror. The soldiers of the 3 companies were in turmoil, yearning to flee, yet in the next moment, they heard the unmistakable sound of the military horn. A short blast followed by a long one, the charge signal. Instinctively, all the goblins raised their bayonets and charged toward the rampaging heroes. Their eyes were filled with dread, yet they still screamed and surged forward. Instinct urged them to retreat, but the relentless training, the officers' wrath, the military clubs, and the harsh discipline compelled them to defy their biological instincts and charge toward death. Chapter 71, Untitled. Soldiers, risk everything and slay this despicable invader. Destroy this vile, anti-intelligent creature and defend our homeland. Qinwu hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder, shouting as he charged, followed by his 300 soldiers who echoed his battle cry. Among the goblins, 13 were system soldiers, stationed in Goblin Fort and certified by the system. This gave Qinwu the courage to initiate the final charge. Even if 200 fled, at least 100 would stand with him against the hero. Fortunately, goblins are social creatures, and once the charge began, they were all swept up in it. The collective strength was immense. Though they were terrified, none chose to flee. Transformed into his white-winged form, Leon, blessed by the goddess of life, had his translation magic activated automatically. He understood Qinwu's declaration of charge and was left in utter disbelief. What nonsense is this? I am the invader? The goblins are defending their homeland? Have I become an anti-intelligent creature? It felt absurd, yet upon reflection, his actions did seem akin to invading another's land. The monster forest, in the eyes of human secular values, belonged to the monsters, and they had established a nation there. Was that not justified? Was his current behavior still righteous? As Leon observed the charging goblins, their faces were filled with terror, yet they brandished their weapons and charged. resembling human soldiers valiantly defending their homeland against an invincible demon race. Leon found himself momentarily dazed, questioning the righteousness of his actions. Qinwu closed the distance and raised his great sword to strike down fiercely. Leon quickly regained his composure and raised his sword to block, believing he could easily deflect the blow and then cleave Qinwu in two. However, he was taken aback by the extraordinary weight and power behind Qinwu's sword, causing him to stumble back several steps. Gasping, Leon realized this goblin was surprisingly strong. Without allowing him to steady himself, Qinwu charged again, striking at Leon's waist. Leon barely had time to react before he was sent flying, though he managed to avoid falling by flapping his pristine wings. Staring incredulously at Qinwu, he could hardly fathom how he, blessed by the goddess of life, could be struck down so easily. Qinwu, too, felt the impact. Those two strikes felt like hitting an anvil, numbing his hands and causing his bones to ache. The armor of the hero dented where he had struck, but Qinwu sensed something was amiss. This was an exceptionally light armor, unlike his own, which was a hefty 10 millimeters thick. Yet, how could such a lightweight material withstand the force of his heavy sword? It must be made of special materials. Normally, Qinwu would think of countless industrial applications for new materials, but now he had to refocus and continue his assault on the hero. Just as he prepared to charge again, the hero steadied himself and unleashed a blade of light, forcing Qinwu to dodge into the mud. Where he had been standing moments before a ravine was cut into the ground. Qinwu struggled to rise, but the relentless rain had turned the fields to muck, making it nearly impossible for him to regain his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Leon charged forward, intent on finishing off Qinwu, but the gunner goblins surrounded him, temporarily trapping him in a melee with the lesser soldiers. With two swift strikes, he felled a fierce squad leader. But as he attempted to break free from the encirclement to find Qinwu, waves of goblins surged toward him, attacking with their bayonets like a storm. Damn invader! Die! Die! You wretched scoundrel, trying to take our hard-won land. In his heart, Leon cursed. What the hell does stealing the wood rat even mean? He gathered magic into his sword, causing it to glow brightly, and unleashed a powerful blade of light, slaughtering the 7 or 8 goblins before him. The slain goblins cried out in agony, collapsing into lifeless forms, yet the remaining goblins, particularly the system soldiers, were undeterred, trampling the bodies of their fallen comrades as they pressed the attack. Leon unleashed 3 more powerful blades of light, killing over 20 goblins in quick succession. This fearsome display of magic was taxing, causing his once pristine wings to dull and leaving him gasping for breath, fatigue creeping in. The goblin's onslaught was relentless, akin to waves crashing against him. No matter how fiercely he pushed back, they surged forward as if compelled by some natural law. Panic set in for Leon. Why? Why were these goblins so ferocious? What could account for this? Goblins, by nature, should be easily subdued by any farmer. So why did these goblins appear as formidable as seasoned human soldiers? Suddenly, Leon recalled the words of Steward Mond in the capital square before he was burned alive. You must kill that guy as soon as possible. He is imposing order on the goblins, cultivating land, building infrastructure, and training a professional army. If he is allowed to continue, he will undoubtedly establish a monster nation, posing a grave threat to humanity. In that moment, Leon fully grasped the meaning behind Mond's words. He had to kill that goblin. He must kill him. Leon resolved that this was not just for humanity's future, but also due to an unsettling feeling deep within him. Despite his comrades perishing at the hands of these goblins, why did he feel a sense of guilt for invading their territory? He needed to eliminate that unique goblin. This would all come to an end. But where was that unique goblin? Leon cleaved through several goblins in front of him, scanning for Qinwu's figure. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting from behind and instinctively swung his sword in that direction. Qinwu had braced himself against the blade of light, grunting in pain, yet resolutely lifted his great sword to deliver a devastating strike. Leon's eyes widened in fear, but it was too late. Qinwu's sword descended toward his wings. Leon let out a piercing scream as his magical wings were severed, causing a violent backlash of chaotic magic that threatened to tear his mind apart. Clutching his head, he unleashed several more blades of light, slaying the goblins before him, while some leaped out of the encirclement, collapsing in the muddy ground to retch. Qinwu watched as the wings slowly dissipated on the ground. He had been curious whether the hero's wings were a physical entity or a magical creation, and now, seeing them fade away, it was clear they were indeed magical. Though he did not understand their purpose, it was evident that the hero could not stand upright any longer. These wings must have been crucial, and the hero had surely sustained severe damage. Leon had indeed suffered a grave blow. Those wings had been a gift from the goddess of life, enhancing his powers after the pendant shattered. The wings acted like a vacuum, drawing in ambient magic to replenish his strength, allowing him to unleash the costly sword strikes more rapidly. However, this entity was severed by Qinwu, and his magical recovery level reverted to normal, rendering him unable to recklessly wield the sword light. Qinwu caressed the armor on his chest, where a terrifying gash appeared. He crushed the two wings beneath his foot, spat out a mouthful of blood-tainted saliva, and charged forward with his great sword, followed closely by the other goblins. Leon, filled with rage, struck his head in frustration. The magic backlash left him dizzy and nearly unable to stand. The goblins surged forward once more, and in desperation, he retrieved a glass vial containing a blood-red potion from within his armor. He swallowed the entire potion, biting through the glass tube. With a muffled grunt, Leon felt the crimson flood his vision, his body trembling violently as he steadied himself, coldly regarding Qinwu. "You actually possess a third face," Qinwu roared in anger, rushing forward to deliver a strike. Then, to his astonishment, Leon's speed surged several-fold, his movements producing afterimages as he slashed with his sword, cleaving Qinwu's already exaggeratedly large sword in two. In an instant, Leon unleashed another strike towards Qinwu with blinding speed. Qinwu's pupils contracted to pinpricks, instinctively retreating and raising his left hand to block, only to have his left arm and gauntlet severed. Before the pain could register in his brain, Leon delivered a powerful kick to his chest armor, sending him flying over 10 meters into the mud. After this onslaught, Leon coughed up blood, his momentum waning by more than threefold. The remaining goblins rushed in to engage him, yet his sword strikes grew alarmingly slow, having just consumed a potent drug. He entered a weakened state, but still managed to slay the goblins with their anguished cries. Qinwu, having been sent sprawling, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he realized his misfortune. His chest armor was completely crushed, and several ribs were broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and staggered in an attempt to rise, but found it utterly impossible. After struggling in vain for some time, he glanced at his left hand, which had vanished entirely, leaving behind a neatly severed stump, gushing blood. In desperation, Qinwu plunged the severed end into the mud, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. As he tried to rise, he noticed the remaining goblins fleeing in panic, their morale shattered, vanishing into the forest, leaving only a handful of system goblins still battling Leon. Leon swayed, covered in blood, resembling a gravely wounded man on the brink of death. Yet he still stood with his sword raised. The last few system goblins charged simultaneously, and Leon struck left and right, cutting them down as they collapsed into the mud. The final gunner goblin lunged at Leon with a bayonet, but Leon tilted his head just in time to evade the blow, though his dwindling strength slowed his reaction, resulting in the loss of his ear. With a pained scream, Leon clutched his ear and retaliated with a sword strike, slaying the last gunner goblin. Thus, the armed forces painstakingly nurtured by Qinwu were utterly annihilated. The battlefield fell silent, and Leon stood amidst the rain, gasping for breath. Having consumed the potent drug, his eyes were blood-red, devoid of color perception. The world around him appeared in shades of black and white, a side effect of the drug, irreversible. In this monochromatic view, he beheld a rainbow appear in the distant sky, as if a goddess were celebrating his victory. The great goddess of life sheltered him, and Leon the Brave triumphed once more over the evil monstrosities. The rain ceased, the air became exceptionally pure, yet the pungent scent of blood lingered obstinately. Leon gazed at Qinwu, sprawled in the muddy water, his teeth clenched in sudden anger, unable to fathom how a mere goblin had pushed him to such depths. He staggered toward Qinwu, who struggled to rise, but the force of the kick had shattered his ribs, and with one arm lost, the mud beneath him rendered any attempt futile. Leon approached Qinwu, placing a foot upon his chest armor. From this elevated position, he looked down at Qinwu, the tip of his sword pressing against his throat. "Beast, is the kingdom's game enjoyable?" With a sword pressed against his throat, Qinwu ceased his attempts to rise. Looking into Leon's blood-red eyes, he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "The rain has stopped," he said. Leon frowned. This was not the response he sought. He desired to hear the goblin's pitiful pleas for mercy. "What do you mean?" he asked, his voice dripping with disdain. Qinwu chuckled, coughing up a few more mouthfuls of blood, his expression suddenly shifting to one of madness. "What I mean, my lord, is that the times have changed." In his intact right hand, a hand cannon suddenly materialized, its muzzle aimed directly at the brave warrior's head. Leon felt his heart seize as if gripped by the claws of a dragon, a wave of impending danger crashing over him. Li Qinwu pulled the trigger, and in a flash of lightning, Leon's expression morphed into one of terror as he raised his left hand to shield his face, but it was far too late. Steel pellets and iron shrapnel obliterated his visage. With a deafening report, Leon stumbled back 2 steps before collapsing into the mud. His head remained intact, but his face was riddled with numerous openings. An eerie silence enveloped the air, pierced only by Li Qinwu's labored breaths. Is he dead? Has he finally perished? Li Qinwu mused, his taut body relaxing as a wave of exhaustion washed over him. He felt so weary, yearning for sleep. Just as he was about to fully relax, his heart tightened suddenly. Something was amiss. The warrior was not dead. The cavalry system had not displayed a kill notification. A chill ran down Li Qinwu's spine. And in the next moment, the warrior emerged as if clawing his way back from the depths of hell, his battered body rising from the muck. He was drenched in sludge and blood, fragments of unknown entrails clinging to the seams of his armor. His once handsome face had transformed into that of a demon. His facial muscles shredded by the steel pellets, the entire left cheek torn away, exposing his jawbone. His eyes had been obliterated as well, leaving him blind. Oh! Leon screamed, clutching his mangled face. The loss of sight plunged him into a state of extreme panic. Following an initial shock, Li Qinwu's facial muscles contorted in fury. Damn it! Are you impossible to kill? Do you so desperately cling to life? Li Qinwu roared, a surge of strength swelling within his battered body as he pushed himself up from the muddy ground. He swiftly accessed the inventory, retrieving a hand cannon. He raised the weapon to fire at Leon, but it felt unbearably heavy in his grasp. He could only elevate the cannon with his bleeding left arm, forcing it into position while both hands struggled to aim at Leon's head. Though Leon was blind, his sixth sense remained intact. Sensing the impending threat, he ducked his head, bracing against the attack with his sturdy back armor. Li Qinwu pulled the trigger, and with a thunderous boom, steel pellets fired forth, striking Leon's back and igniting showers of sparks. Leon let out a cry, stumbling several paces forward. The tremendous recoil sent the hand cannon flying from Li Qinwu's grasp, but he paid it no mind, retrieving a second hand cannon from his inventory and aiming it at Leon's back. Yet, before he could fire, Leon flung his sword, the spinning blade shattering the hand cannon while also severing Li Qinwu's right hand. Li Qinwu gasped in pain, several fingers and parts of the cannon plunging into the mud. Had he lost all capacity to attack? His eyes narrowed like a venomous serpent, fixated on Leon's back. This man had annihilated his army, the foundation of his dominion. To destroy my foundation is to invite ruin. Leon sensed Li Qinwu's gaze, the palpable intent to kill sending shivers down his spine. With a terrified scream, he stumbled toward the forest's edge, fear coursing through him. He was afraid. In a realm of exalted reputation among the 4 nations, the valiant hero Lion, blessed by the goddess of life, found himself gripped by fear. He sought to flee, prompting Li Qinwu to pursue him without hesitation. Their footsteps squelched in the mud, a cacophony of sounds echoing with each slip and fall as their stamina dwindled. Breathing heavily, their gasps were akin to the wheezing of a bellows, and the pounding of their hearts resonated like drums. One ran while the other chased, as if neither could escape their fate. Ultimately, Li Qinwu caught up with Lion, delivering a powerful blow to the back of Lion's head with his severed right hand, transforming it into a grotesque mixture of flesh and bone. Surprisingly, Lion's head seemed impervious to the strike, merely eliciting a muffled grunt. Exhausted, Li Qinwu bent over, panting, yet he pressed on, resembling a weary zombie. As he drew closer to Lion once more, intent on another punch, Lion swiftly turned, causing Li Qinwu to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a dagger embedded within him, piercing through his armor with ease. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Li Qinwu's eyes reddened with fury. He lunged forward, grasping Lion's head, and bit down fiercely on his ear. Lion screamed in agony, withdrawing the dagger only to stab it repeatedly into Li Qinwu's abdomen. Yet, Li Qinwu paid no heed to the wounds, clinging tenaciously to Lion's ear and tearing at it with ferocity. Lion, realizing that his attacks were futile, attempted to stab Li Qinwu elsewhere, but Li Qinwu skillfully secured Lion under his arm, rendering the dagger-wielding hand utterly helpless. The two struggled fiercely, Lion attempting to push Li Qinwu away, but the latter's grip was like iron, tightly wound around Lion's waist. In the midst of their struggle, Lion managed to strike Li Qinwu's eye with his shoulder, leaving it bloodied and bruised. Eventually, as Lion's last vestiges of strength evaporated, they stood face to face, locked in an embrace within the mud. Why? Why can you endure this much? Lion cried out, his voice heavy with despair. Li Qinwu released Lion's ear, preparing to respond, but his remaining eye caught sight of a flicker of light on a small hill 400 meters away. Lion, sensing an ominous premonition of death, sought to escape. However, Li Qinwu lowered his body, burying his face into Lion's chest, holding him firmly in place, unable to move. Let me go? Let me go? Lion screamed in terror, but Li Qinwu, fortified by the blessings of the earth goddess, felt a surge of strength coursing through him, enabling him to restrain the frenzied Lion. Release me! Release me! Lion shouted wildly, elbowing Li Qinwu in the back. The impact caused Li Qinwu to cough up blood, yet he maintained his grip on Lion. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoed, followed by a gunshot. Lion froze, his body going limp as a bullet pierced through his back armor, rapidly draining his life force. Had Li Qinwu not held him, he would have collapsed into the mud, as blood and foam bubbled from Lion's lips. Li Qinwu leaned closer, whispering in a voice laced with malice, "Lion, the hero, the kingdom's game is truly exhilarating. Remember, I am the Goblin King, the enslaver of all races, the scourge of the world, the destroyer of deities, the sole rightful ruler of the monster forest, Arthur Louis Romanoff Qin Shi Huang. When you meet the goddess of life, send her my regards. One day, I will slay all her priests, burn down every temple, obliterate all records of her existence, and make the world forget her, erasing her from this realm." With that, Li Qinwu felt his strength wane, collapsing into the mud while still clutching Lion. As darkness threatened to envelop him, he glimpsed Gobu Gong rushing towards him, wielding an oversized flintlock. Li Qinwu thought it peculiar that Gobu Gong had waited until the last moment to fire, yet he silently commended him. Gobu Gong called out, but Li Qinwu lacked the strength to respond. Instead, Gobu Gong discarded the firearm and dashed out of sight, seemingly seeking help. Not long after, Gobu Javelin approached, adorned with several arrows and carrying the severed head of the elf Wendini. Upon seeing Li Qinwu in dire straits, he tossed the head into the muddy water and hurried off to summon assistance. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Miss Hannah appeared before him, gazing down with a mixture of shock and complexity in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 72. A New Beginning in the Kingdom of Sassos. The capital housed the grand temple of the goddess of life. This magnificent marble structure featured a colossal statue of the goddess, flanked by other deities within her pantheon, alongside 375 statues of past heroes. These statues were meticulously polished daily by the priests, ensuring not a speck of dust marred their surfaces. However, today, as a priest was tending to the statue of the 375th hero Lion, cracks began to appear upon its surface. The duty priest, noticing this anomaly, hurriedly summoned the high priest. The high priest, an elderly man with snow-white hair, was assisted by several young acolytes as he approached the statue, only to find the cracks had spread extensively. His murky eyes widened in shock as he reached out to touch the statue, which shattered into countless pieces with a resounding crack. The high priest, eyes rolling back, fell backward, caught by the startled acolytes behind him. Gasping for breath, he wailed, "The hero Lion has fallen." His voice resonated through the temple's dome, spreading the news throughout the upper echelons of the kingdom of Sassos, inciting a profound tremor. With the representative of the divine dead, the balance of power among the four nations was disrupted, prompting a flurry of military mobilizations among the already discordant nations. A heated atmosphere permeated the air as ambitious individuals sought to capitalize on the turmoil, igniting a tempest that would sweep across the continent. For the moment, however, this storm had yet to reach the monster forest. Li Qinwu's consciousness gradually resurfaced from the abyss of darkness. He instinctively attempted to move his body, yet found himself unable to even open his eyelids. After struggling for some time, he recognized he was in a state of paralysis, likely due to his body's need to recover, and thus refrained from pushing himself. Uncertain of his whereabouts, he felt the softness of animal hides beneath him and warmth seeping into his body from outside, granting him a sense of security. His thoughts wandered as he recalled the climactic moment of battle, reflecting on how the hero had been pierced by Gobu Gong's shot. Li Qinwu mused on the difficulty of slaying such a formidable opponent. As he pondered the hero, an unexpected notification appeared in his mind, resembling the significant event pop-up from the game Mount Blade 2, Bannerlord, which only occurred during major changes in the world. The first notification read, "You have slain the earthly representative of the goddess of life. Your relationship with the goddess of life is now 100. Your relationship with the Church of Life is 100. Your relationship with the Kingdom of Sassos is minus 100. And your relationship with the royal family and nobility of Sassos is 100. Li Qinwu found himself intrigued. pondering how the death of a single hero could provoke such a strong reaction from so many. After all, it was unlikely that the hero, with his extraordinary capacity to annihilate armies, maintained favorable relations with the upper echelons of the kingdom of Sassos. Qinwu, with unwavering determination, would never permit an infantry regiment to roam freely within his borders. The prowess of a hero closely aligns with that of an infantry regiment, and it appears to be beyond the jurisdiction of the kingdom. Thus, what exactly is the true nature of a hero? What is the relationship between secular power, heroes, and deities? Qinwu clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that his understanding of this world remains woefully inadequate, prompting a need for enhanced information gathering in the future. He directed his consciousness to click on the notification, and immediately another window appeared. The news of the hero's demise wafted through the ears of the adults like a breeze, signaling the brewing of war. The four human nations are on the brink of civil strife. The southern beastmen are poised to invade the Sassos kingdom. The golden dragon emerges from its lair, soaring across the sea towards the dwarven mountains, and the demon race is advancing southward to wage war against the elven empire. My lord, it is time to partake in the great contest of heroes. Qinwu smiled, finding the situation intriguing, indeed very captivating. The death of a mere hero has the potential to spark a world war. Chaos is welcome. In chaos, he sees an opportunity to seize the moment. Qinwu cheerfully clicked the notification, and yet another window popped up. The god of war has taken notice of your actions. He is a deity with no allegiance, merely seeking to witness the spectacle of battle. Whether in solitary combat or amidst grand armies, he casts his gaze upon all, and you, my lord, fulfill two of his desires simultaneously. The god of war extends an invitation to you to become his follower, bringing forth greater conflict. Will you accept or decline? The sudden attention from the divine entity heightened Qinwu's vigilance. He scrutinized the notification and discovered that accepting the role of the god of war's follower would yield substantial attributes: vitality 20, control 20, endurance 20, cunning 10, social 10, intelligence 10. He nearly succumbed to the temptation to accept, for such an influx of attributes would double his power. He surmised that the hero's vitality attribute should hover around 35. If he were to agree, he could potentially overpower the hero. Yet, regrettably, Qinwu opted to decline. War is merely a means to an end. He cannot indulge a deity by frequently resorting to such measures, lest his own power diminishes amidst the turmoil of constant conflict. A regime that serves war is destined to be transient and tragic. Upon his refusal, the system presented another prompt. The god of war, incensed by your rejection, has diminished his favor to 10. However, he believes you will still bring forth greater conflict. Thus, he continues to observe you, now with a favor of 5. Vitality 3, control 3, endurance 3, cunning 2, social 2, intelligence 1. Qinwu felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Remarkably, even in refusal, he received attributes. This seemingly sadistic deity possesses a sense of fairness. Utilizing him as a tool seems appealing, and he may even permit some citizens to worship the god of war. Qinwu opened his personal attribute panel. To his astonishment, he had leveled up twice, having merely engaged in a skirmish with the hero's party. He had not even dealt the final blow, yet he gained significant experience. He allocated his attributes to intelligence and focused his specialization points on spellcasting. Subsequently, he accessed the two-handed weapon skill, noting that his proficiency had risen to 82. After exchanging a few blows with the hero, he had gained such substantial proficiency with two-handed weapons. This reflects the mechanics of the original game. Forging high-quality weapons at the blacksmiths would significantly enhance forging proficiency. In this alternate world, heroes are akin to celestial entities. Striking them a few times is a normal means of gaining proficiency. Among the two optional skills, Qinwu chose Strength and Health. Strength increases soldier vitality by 1 point, maximum of 5. Health grants 50 life points to both the individual and the army. Additionally, there was another skill choice. Crossbow proficiency stood at 54, having gained over 20 proficiency merely by firing at the hero. Qinwu selected the skilled crossbowman, enhancing the proficiency of his troops' crossbows and loading speed. The firearm had been recognized by the game mechanics as a crossbow, making this choice sensible. With a running proficiency of 67, he selected United Front, which mitigates the movement speed penalties of large formations, as a larger force tends to slow down. This skill would significantly improve mobility. With reconnaissance proficiency at 43, he chose Night Stalker, which increases troop movement speed at night. Tactical proficiency at 25 led him to select Loose Formation, enhancing the damage dealt by archers against enemies. With commanding proficiency at 72, he opted for Combat Tips and Fortified Defense, increasing experience gain for leading troops and the chance of capturing recruits. Management proficiency at 37 prompted him to choose simplified military governance, reducing the dinar expenditure of basic troops. After this allocation, Qinwu's overall combat capability surged. He then navigated to the family page, discovering that his family level had ascended to level 2. In the context of the game, family level advancement relies on reputation, which is accrued through battle outcomes and special events. Elevating family level increases troop capacity. Level 1 permits 25 troops. Currently, Qinwu's troop count stands at a base of 201, with an additional 25 from skills chosen, totaling 80 soldiers. With such a substantial force, Qinwu felt immense satisfaction. The system's troops, under his complete control, would greatly benefit his governance over the tribe. He then opened the warehouse, curious to see if any equipment had dropped. Initially, he held little hope, as the game's drop rate mechanics dictate that a sufficient number of defeated enemies are required for valuable loot. With only 4 members in the hero's party, he expected little more than a few bags of grain. However, upon seeing the items lying in the warehouse, his eyes widened in excitement. Werewolf Serum, upon consumption, removes negative statuses within 10 seconds, drastically enhancing strength temporarily, but subsequently leads to rapid loss of stamina. After consumption, there is a chance of lycanthropy, resulting in excessive body hair, liver and kidney failure, and diminished sensory perception. Mithril Chestplate, a chestplate forged from mithril, a precious metal only dwarves and mages can craft. Chapter of Heroes. Only those recognized as brave can become heroes. Note, all races, ethnicities, and regimes with a significant population will produce heroes. The worldview and actions of heroes will uphold the interests of their respective races, ethnicities, and regimes. A hero is the embodiment of the collective spirit of their people. Only individuals who are deeply intertwined with collective interests will be acknowledged by the chapter of heroes. We goblins need our own hero, Qinwu exclaimed, startling Miss Hannah, who was casting healing magic by the bedside. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances. Neither had anticipated his sudden awakening after 7 days of slumber. Miss Hannah cleared her throat and directed the green energy from her staff toward Qinwu. Instantly, he felt an immensely comforting energy enter his body, coursing through his limbs and healing his wounds. Qinwu blinked, his vision restored, and as he raised his hand, he found his previously lost hands had returned. Astonishing. Miss Hannah, your healing magic is remarkable. It can even regrow severed limbs. Miss Hannah rubbed her eyes, appearing quite fatigued. It is not regrowth, it is reattachment. Look closely at your arm. The scar from the severance remains. Upon closer inspection, Qinwu indeed noticed a faint scar on his arm. But my eyeball was slightly ruptured, and yet a single healing spell restored it. That is still quite impressive, replied Qinwu. The two fell into silence, at a loss for conversation, given their differing races. Miss Hannah stood up. I shall go summon your subordinates. As Qinwu watched her approach the door, he called out to her. Miss Hannah, thank you. She paused momentarily before stepping outside. Qinwu pondered her motivations. She could have easily let him perish, yet she chose to save him. He wondered if her concern stemmed from the fear that without him, the goblins would run amok. Not entirely. It is not merely matters of love and affection that compel her actions, but rather a more intricate array of motivations, possibly including considerations of what you, my friend, might be capable of achieving. A few minutes later, the goblin spear, goblin bow, E.G. air, goblin da, dog wu, and Tai Oko entered the room. Boss, dog wu howled, immediately kneeling beside the bed. Boss, you have been asleep for 7 days. The dog-headed tribe has somehow heard of your slumber and has refused to pay us tribute. Qinwu narrowed his eyes, an ominous glint radiating from them. It matters not. Previously, we were pressed for time, but now, we have ample opportunity to deal with the dog-headed tribe. Previously, due to the heroic crisis and the insufficient goblin population to control the hunting grounds of the dog-headed people, Qinwu's relationship with the dog-headed tribe had been tenuous at best. This precarious relationship was exceedingly dangerous. What Qinwu sought was complete dominion, and it was time to decisively eliminate the dog-headed tribe. He turned to Tai Oko. Tai Oko, I will provide you with new blueprints. I require you to manufacture a new firearm. Qinwu needed to upgrade his weaponry. A singular rain spell had rendered all the firearms in his army useless, which was unacceptable. He required weapons capable of operating in all weather conditions. Under the current circumstances, the only feasible upgrade was to transform the matchlock muskets into breech-loading flintlock rifles. He had a relatively mature model in mind that he could replicate directly. As you wish. My lord, Tai Oko replied, bowing with utmost respect in his eyes. The fact that they had engaged in a battle where 1,000 men faced off against a hero, culminating in a duel that resulted in the hero's demise, had earned Li Qinwu his unwavering respect. He felt honored to serve such a formidable individual. Li Qinwu then turned to Goblin Spear. Goblin Spear. How many soldiers do we have left? The Goblin Spear's eyelids twitched, and a shadow of sorrow crossed his features. Boss, there are none left. Only I and Goblin Bao remain. Li Qinwu fell silent. What of Goblin Chong? What of the supplies? What of the squad leaders? Goblin Spear's face contorted. Boss, they are all gone. They have all perished. Li Qinwu's brows furrowed deeply, and his fists clenched tightly before he finally let out a long sigh. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Alliance's strength. Have the bodies of our fallen soldiers collected and laid to rest on Martyr's Mountain. Goblinda, prepare concrete. I wish to erect a statue on Martyr's Mountain to commemorate this invasion war that nearly led to our annihilation, so that future generations may remember the fallen warriors of the 10th Punitive Brigade. A week later, Li Qinwu regained his health and reintegrated the Goblin hunting team into his forces, restoring the structure of the 10th Punitive Brigade. The new recruits received the bloodied brigade flag on Martyr's Mountain, pledging allegiance before the statue of the fallen. Standing before the 10th Brigade, Li Qinwu glanced back at a statue towering over 10 meters, composed of numerous individuals. The base of the statue was formed from the bodies of Goblin musketeers, piled into a small mountain, upon which lay the hero Leon, who was being forcefully restrained by the surrounding musketeer goblins amidst the heap of corpses. The expression of hero Leon was one of twisted anguish, struggling fiercely like a beast that could break free at any moment, wreaking havoc. Yet the musketeer goblins surged forward from all sides, subduing this beast with great force. At the base of the statue, a temporary inscription in the common tongue read, on April 6, 4353, blessed by the goddess of life. Hero Leon and his band of 4 non-intelligent beings invaded the alliance of intelligent beings, only to be eradicated by the 10th Punitive Brigade at Goblin Fortress. In this battle, the 10th Punitive Brigade nearly faced total annihilation, with 812 soldiers falling in combat. Li Qinwu scanned the text, contemplating the urgent need to create a written language, as having human script on his monument felt quite disconcerting. Chapter 73. Sword in the excrement. After the new 10th Punitive Brigade inherited the banner of the previous generation, they immediately commenced training. The new brigade performed admirably, as they had been promoted from the hunting team and possessed some foundational skills. Li Qinwu divided the troops between Goblin Spear and Goblin Bao, assigning them to lead the training. At this moment, both had reached the pinnacle of level 5. One as a Goblin warrior and the other as a Goblin sniper, with intelligence levels reaching 15 points, enabling them to fully comprehend Li Qinwu's military policies and regulations. Li Qinwu's trust in these two stemmed from their witnessing the fall of the old Punitive Brigade. Their eyes bore the unshakable sorrow and resentment of their fallen comrades. They had developed a sense of honor and shame. Understanding the essence of a military force, Li Qinwu was confident that entrusting them with the army would yield no issues. Li Qinwu focused his efforts on the development of new weaponry, the breech-loading flintlock rifle. Flint was a common mineral, known for its hardness, which, when combined with a fire striker, could easily ignite. During their search for sulfur and nitrate, the goblins had discovered what appeared to be flint, but at that time, the production focus was not on this material, and Li Qinwu had merely had them mark the location on a rudimentary map. Now that time permitted, he personally explored the site and confirmed that the goblins had indeed uncovered high-quality flint. Li Qinwu relocated 200 goblins to the flint mine, establishing a village to develop the resource. With the flint secured, he began researching the breech-loading flintlock rifle. The previous incident where an elf had used magic to summon rain had rendered all firearms inoperative, which infuriated Li Qinwu. Had the troops been able to utilize firearms at that time, he was certain that they could have achieved victory with minimal losses. However, prior to the advent of needle guns and fixed ammunition, firearms had no effective means to combat adverse weather. The flintlock rifle's flint ignition could only withstand light rain, and if the firing mechanism was wrapped in oiled cloth, it could fire once before resorting to melee combat. The steel mill contained a room designated solely for Li Qinwu's use, where he could access drawing tools and various components. At this moment, he held a charcoal pencil, sketching and drafting plans for the new breech-loading flintlock rifle, opting to replicate the 1819 model of the Hall flintlock rifle. This was the world's first widely equipped breech-loading flintlock rifle, with a loading principle similar to that of a howitzer. The loading speed of this rifle was significantly faster than that of its muzzle-loading counterpart, allowing for shooting without the need to adjust the match cord, achieving a peak firing rate of up to 9 rounds per minute. Infantry formations could fire without the fear of igniting black powder accidents from open flames, enabling a more concentrated formation. In summary, the ignition mechanism was far more advanced, offering numerous advantages. However, this breech-loading rifle was not without its drawbacks, as its gas tightness was lacking. Due to the gaps between the chamber and barrel, a substantial amount of gas would escape during firing, resulting in lower effective range and power compared to muzzle-loading rifles. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. If the power was insufficient, the powder charge could be adjusted accordingly, increasing the amount of black powder loaded for each shot. Once Qinwu completed the blueprints, he handed them to Tai Oku for sample research, then began to tally the spoils of war. First was the big thunder roasted chicken mage. This individual had been reduced to mere fragments by nearly 1,000 muskets, and the most valuable item on her person, her staff, had been reduced to rubble. Qinwu presented the remnants to Miss Hannah to ascertain if any value remained. Miss Hannah shook her head repeatedly, stating that the spell patterns within were irreparably damaged and suggesting it be used for firewood. However, there was still a discovery. Among the remains, several high-purity magical crystal cores were found. Miss Hannah explained that these magical crystal cores were artificially synthesized, containing vast amounts of pure magical energy. A mage could absorb the magical energy from the crystal cores through skin contact, replenishing their own consumption. Qinwu inquired about the origin of these crystal cores. Miss Hannah revealed that they were synthesized by the Magic Guild, though she was unaware of the specifics of their production. This item was a crucial commodity for the Magic Guild, and only they possessed the ability to synthesize such cores worldwide. At that moment, Qinwu's heart sank. What were magical crystal cores? They were energy storage devices. He vividly recalled how, during the initial illusion, the monster empire was obliterated by devastating nuclear-like attacks. Could spells with nuclear bomb-like destructive power truly originate from the magical energy stored within the human body? With external energy storage, however, such a scenario became plausible. In this world, humanity has grasped technology akin to nuclear weapons. Qinwu resolved to elucidate the manufacturing process of the magical crystal core, a strategic technology that must be mastered at the earliest opportunity. The cavalry system did not disappoint, as one of the selectable skills encompassed this very technology. Details to be discussed later. The remaining spoils included a battered large shield, crafted from an unremarkable thick steel plate, devoid of any special metal, rendering it practically worthless. Qinwu instructed his subordinates to construct a wooden box to store it securely, envisioning its potential future exhibition in a museum. Next, he unearthed a wooden magical bow adorned with numerous magical inscriptions, which empowered the user to channel these runes, enhancing the accuracy and potency of the arrows. An ultimate strike could propel an arrow straight to a kilometer away, its might comparable to that of a high-caliber sniper rifle. This bow was entrusted to Goblin Bow. As employing a firearm would squander the bow's damage per second, it was a fitting choice for him. Subsequently, Qinwu retrieved the chapter of the hero from the cavalry warehouse. This item, palm-sized and resembling a shield, bore a likeness to the knight's promotion item from the Emblem of Flames. Qinwu greatly admired the prowess exhibited by heroes, yearning to acquire the power described within the text. However, after extensive study, even dripping his own blood onto the manuscript, it remained unresponsive. He surmised that either he had not gained the chapter's recognition or that his influence was insufficient to meet the criteria demanded by the chapter, which might pertain to a species, ethnicity, or regime. Although regrettable, he had no choice but to store the chapter of the hero away. After securing the chapter, Qinwu began to examine the mithril armor. To his astonishment, the armor was thinner than expected, resembling the thickness of a fingernail. Yet it was as resilient as materials undergoing strong interactions, weighing less than 2 kilograms, a veritable marvel of material science. Qinwu was profoundly astonished and tossed a gauntlet into the furnace, attempting to melt it down. However, he failed. With his current technology, he could not even heat the mithril to a red glow. He speculated that it required magical forging or extreme temperatures. Regardless of the method, he was incapable of achieving it, and thus, the armor would have to be stored for future opportunities to forge mithril into liquid form. Such exceptional heat and pressure-resistant material should not be wasted on industrial endeavors. Finally, Qinwu opened a box to gaze upon the hero's sword. This blade, entirely white, was inscribed with numerous magical symbols, and its hilt was adorned with a statue of a goddess, exquisitely crafted. When he attempted to lift the sword, he found it astonishingly heavy, resisting his grasp. He sensed an awareness within the sword, vehemently opposing him. The magical inscriptions flickered, seemingly absorbing the ambient magical energy. rendering it increasingly weighty. Undeterred, Qinwu exerted all his strength to lift the sword, managing to elevate it slightly off the ground. Yet, it felt akin to wielding a slab of iron, so cumbersome that one might wonder if it was intended for battle or mere exercise. He discarded the sword onto the ground, grimacing as he shook his arms. Resolute, he attempted multiple times to raise the sword, but found it an exhausting endeavor. During his respite, he sensed the sword's consciousness mocking him. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Qinwu acknowledged the multitude of production plans he needed to execute. Having no time to wrestle with a mere sword, he glared at the blade resting on the ground and coldly declared, "I know you can understand my words. I offer you one final chance. Serve me, and your name shall echo across the world with my great army." Upon uttering these words, he felt an inaudible laughter emanating from the sword. "I am the pure sword bestowed upon humanity by the goddess of life. Every one of my previous masters has been a champion of the goddess. Only those of great sanctity can wield me, and you are but a filthy, lowly goblin." Qinwu fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter, first lightly, then wholeheartedly, culminating in maniacal glee. After his laughter subsided, he regarded the sword with derision. "You are merely an object, a tool for others to command. What gives you such arrogance? A hero? His corpse has been discarded beneath the tree of the underworld, destined to become a skeleton soldier, slain by my hand again and again. And you? You think yourself so noble? Allow me to show you what true filth is." Qinwu grasped the sword and exited the steel factory, dragging it towards the restroom. The exertion was immense, causing him to sweat profusely. As he passed the blacksmith's workshop, he spotted the ogre Dang Dang laboring over a heavy iron slab, and an idea sparked within him. He found a length of iron chain and secured it to the sword's hilt, then called out to Dang Dang, "Dang Dang, come help me." The simple-minded ogre dropped his hammer and approached Qinwu. He handed the chain to Dang Dang, instructing him, "Here, take this and follow me." Dang Dang grasped the chain with his fingers and effortlessly lifted the sword, following Qinwu towards the restroom. The steel factory's restroom resembled a rural outdoor latrine, hastily constructed due to production constraints, and exuded an overwhelming stench. The foul odor was detectable from a distance, and the sword sensed the impending doom, erupting in a cacophony of fear. "No, you filthy ogre, put me down. In the name of the pure sword bestowed by the goddess of life, I command you." "No." Dang Dang looked around, puzzled. Who's talking? He assumed he had misheard and continued to follow Qinwu towards the restroom. The sword's fear intensified, its magical inscriptions glowing brighter, and its weight increased. But this was trivial for the ogre, who continued striding forward. "You cannot do this. You filthy goblin. I am a celestial sword. Stop." Qinwu ignored the sword's desperate cries, glancing into the pit and noting its rich saturation, a veritable golden mine. He nodded in satisfaction, his face twisting into a wicked grin, the corners of his mouth stretching to his ears. "No matter what your name was before, from this day forth, everyone shall remember you by the name I bestow upon you. Shit sword." The sword trembled in fear. "Please, grant me another chance." Qinwu shouted at Dang Dang. "Dang Dang, throw it in." Dang Dang casually tossed the chain into the pit, then resumed picking his nose. The once pure sword, bestowed by the heavens and wielded by 375 previous heroes, plummeted into the filth with a tragic wail. The splatter of excrement filled the air, and while the pure sword was no more, the shit sword was born. Chapter 74. Text. Having completed the epic masterpiece, Shit Sword, Qinwu returned to his luxurious 120 square meter wooden cottage, contemplating the future of the monster nation and solidifying his developmental strategy. He named his nation the Alliance of Intelligent Beings, symbolized by a flag featuring a circle enveloped by stars, each representing a sapient race. The alliance would welcome various intelligent species from the continent as citizens, forming a multi-ethnic, multiracial state. To maintain stability, Qinwu would ensure that goblins comprised 60 of the population and 80 of the military. Given the reproductive capacity of goblins, this was easily achievable. The foundational administrative unit of the alliance would be the 100-person village, controlling land, farming, and taxation. Each village would have a village chief and deputy chief, along with leaders and deputies of production teams overseeing agricultural operations, with wartime management structures seamlessly transitioning into military command systems. Qinwu sat at his desk, diligently using the finest ink to inscribe upon parchment. The paper produced by the paper mill he oversaw was inadequate. Such a critical national policy deserved to be documented on parchment. Dipping his quill into the ink pot, he meticulously crafted the future of the alliance. However, Qinwu faced a conundrum. The internal demand of the alliance, or more precisely, the economic issues at hand. What were the needs of the magical beings? For humans, the desires were straightforward: sustenance, land, shelter, comfortable clothing, luxuries, and the pursuit of personal achievements through positions of power. Yet, what constituted the desires of the magical beings? Upon careful reflection, Qinwu discerned that there was a partial overlap between the needs of humans and those of magical beings. For instance, food, shelter, and warm clothing were indeed sought after by goblins, dog-headed people, and ogres. He categorized these as fundamental needs, essential for all races to address and the foundation for their integration. However, once the basic needs were met, disagreements arose concerning higher-level desires and self-actualization. Humanity's higher needs are well understood. The contemplation and allocation of resources to fulfill these desires formed the backbone of human society. Thus, the pressing question emerged: what were the higher needs of the magical beings? What did self-actualization mean for them? Without clarity on this matter, the alliance of intelligent beings would merely be a hollow construct. As snowflakes cascaded down, Qinwu, in a moment of frustration, left his room and ventured outside. He casually approached a farming goblin and inquired, "Esteemed young one, if given the chance to realize your dreams, what would you wish to pursue?" The farming goblin, initially startled, soon bristled with excitement at the thought of being recognized for his diligent efforts in agriculture. "Boss, I want to farm," he exclaimed. "Enough. Have you finished your work in the fields?" Qinwu retorted. "If not, get back to it. Spending your time daydreaming will only lead you astray. You would be better off tending to more acres." The goblin, dejected, scampered away. Qinwu then approached several other goblins, only to receive identical responses regarding their dreams. Growing increasingly exasperated, he sought out the dog-headed shaman, asking him about his aspirations. The shaman's eyes gleamed mischievously as he replied, boss. My dream is to find 10 differently colored female dog-headed people and, well, you know." Incensed, Qinwu kicked the shaman into the nearby waterway, expecting a more profound ambition, only to discover his dreams were disappointingly simplistic. Next, Qinwu visited the blacksmith shop to inquire about the dreams of the ogres. However, upon seeing Dang Dang, the ogre, engaged in both forging and nose-picking, he hesitated. Perhaps it was best not to ask. Yet he pressed on, tossing a potato to Dang Dang and inquiring, "What is your dream?" Dang Dang casually cracked the potato like a seed, using his enormous pinky to excavate a treasure from his nostril, tossing it onto the beam above to dry out. "What is a dream?" he asked. Qinwu explained, "It is something you yearn to do but currently cannot." Dong Dong's mind appeared to drift into a deep contemplation, his eyes glazing over as if the mysteries of the universe were unfolding before him. "I just want to find a good partner for Jujuyumi when they grow up." Qinwu was taken aback by the ogre's surprisingly normal response, yet upon reflection, it still revolved around procreation. He resigned himself to the realization that inheritance and reproduction were indeed the primary needs within the current tribes. Until enlightenment dawned, the internal demands and self-actualization of the magical beings would remain suppressed. His inquiries resembled a journalist asking, "Are you happy?" Returning to his study, he resumed his position at the desk, grasping his pen. He realized that the magical beings did possess higher needs. It was merely that their fundamental requirements had yet to be fulfilled. Without satisfying these basics, higher aspirations could not emerge. He feared that without such needs, the alliance's future would develop in a flawed manner. However, once resources were plentiful, higher needs would naturally surface. The physiological foundations of magical beings differed. Thus their higher needs would also vary. At that point, Qinwu would adjust policies and economic strategies accordingly. With renewed determination, he recorded his thoughts in a common tongue, shifting to a new sheet to explore another pressing issue: how to define the citizenship of the alliance. For humans, the moment a baby is born, they are considered citizens. This approach is logical, as human infants lack destructive capabilities and gradually integrate into society as they mature. But what of the magical beings? Take goblins, for instance. They are born capable of harming their own mothers, and if left together, would immediately resort to cannibalism. Once they reach adulthood, goblins exhibit a degree of social behavior, gravitating towards stronger figures within their ranks. However, this social structure is chaotic and unmanageable, lacking in progress and narrow-mindedness. Given their unstable psyche, coupled with tendencies toward violence and destruction, introducing such beings en masse into society would create an unbreakable alliance of chaos. Fortunately, Qinwu conceived a plan. The status of citizenship within the alliance would be contingent upon examination. For goblins, he envisioned creating a completely isolated facility dedicated to childcare. Goblin infants would not be recognized as citizens, but rather as prospective citizens. They would undergo education, military training, and character development before being assessed, and, if deemed suitable for the development of the alliance, granted citizenship. They would then be assigned to military units, hunting parties, or other productive organizations. Other magical beings would require similar evaluations, as their offspring differ significantly from human infants. They possess destructive potential from birth and must be strictly guided and restrained. This brings us to the realm of education. Qinwu's approach to educating the goblins had proven somewhat crude, employing a method of 3 strikes and you're out, which was effective but unsustainable due to high attrition rates. This method should not be overused, but rather reserved for extreme circumstances. He recognized the need for a more compassionate educational approach to provide more goblin infants with opportunities to integrate into society. To this end, Qinwu crafted a 3-step educational methodology. The first stage would encompass the first 15 days of a goblin's life, during which their physicality remains fragile. The focus would be on instilling discipline, such as queuing for meals and learning Arabic numerals, with the potential to introduce literacy later on. This initial phase would plant the seeds of collective obedience and mathematical understanding within the goblin's psyche. After 15 days, as their bodies began to mature, they would be introduced to rigorous military training and obedience drills. Physical punishment, reprimands, and exhausting exercises would be part of their daily regimen. The second stage would last 1 month, and upon successful completion, they would have undergone a preliminary transition away from their primal instincts. The first 2 phases would be designed to avoid casualties, emphasizing education. However, the third stage would be significantly more demanding. This phase would entail full militarization over a 3-month period, incorporating extensive drills, discipline training, close combat weaponry, and firearms training as standard practice. Naturally, some goblins would struggle to keep up. Those failing to meet the physical requirements would receive 3 warnings from their instructors. After 3 warnings, they would be dismissed from the program. If a group of goblins were to rebel or flee, the ultimate solution of 3 strikes and you're out would be implemented. Qinwu hoped to minimize the occurrence of such events. Thus, instructors in the first 2 stages would issue repeated warnings to ensure compliance as they entered the 3rd stage. Qinwu found himself in a challenging situation. A society inevitably evolves towards civilization, and if the goblins wish to integrate into civilized society, they must endure rigorous training. Otherwise, society would be overrun with vagrants, thieves, murderers, and other nefarious characters. After enduring the hardships of the 3rd stage, the goblins would attain citizenship, no longer existing as beings whose lives could be arbitrarily extinguished, except for transgressions against the law or military code. Qinwu rolled up the parchment and summoned the heir, imparting to him the 3-step education method for practical application. He then called for Miss Hannah, inquiring, "Miss Hannah, my subjects are in need of written language. What recommendations do you have?" For long-term development, literacy is essential, yet Qinwu found himself at a loss and required the insights of the linguist, Miss Hannah. After some contemplation, she responded, "I suggest directly studying an established writing system, as this is the swiftest and most effective approach." Qinwu narrowed his eyes, sensing a growing danger in his gaze directed at Miss Hannah. "Oh, what do you propose, Miss Hannah?" She answered without hesitation. "That would undoubtedly be the common tongue of humanity. Humans are one of the 4 ancient races, and their language has developed over 4 millennia, making it extraordinarily advanced. Furthermore, the magical script used in human spells is derived from the common tongue. Mastering it would provide a foundation in magic." Miss Hannah spoke passionately, pride evident on her face. Yet Qinwu regarded her with a profound expression. "Have you not already mastered the common tongue? Why not promote it directly?" Miss Hannah blinked innocently at him. Qinwu observed her in silence, and a palpable tension enveloped the room. Gradually, Miss Hannah sensed something was amiss. Why was this goblin regarding her with such a perilous gaze? Noticing her growing unease, Qinwu waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Hannah, I am fatigued. You may take your leave." Internally, she thought, has he really grown tired after only a brief conversation? As she turned to exit, her hand brushed against the door, and she suddenly understood, breaking into a cold sweat. She turned back mechanically, her voice trembling. "I didn't mean it that way." Qinwu exhaled heavily. "It's fine. You may go. I need to rest." Trembling, Miss Hannah retreated, leaving Qinwu alone in the room where the atmosphere had become quite tense. Seated in his chair, Qinwu wore a grim expression. Written language serves as the cultural vessel of a people and a manifestation of their spirit. A nation without its own script is akin to a tree without roots, easily toppled by the wind. In this magical world, Various scripts may derive from bloodlines and possess the ability to communicate with the magical forces of nature. Lacking a unique writing system is akin to a dog witch, capable of casting spells yet devoid of understanding. Such truths should not escape the notice of Miss Hannah, a scholar. Was it deliberate or an oversight? Qinwu murmured to himself. If Miss Hannah's actions were intentional, guiding him toward the propagation of the common tongue, she would indeed be in a precarious position. Conversely, if it were unintentional, the danger remained. It signified that he could no longer rely on her advice, as she seemed oblivious to the potential ramifications of her words. Qinwu, not being omniscient, could not foresee all the harm that might arise. Should he heed Miss Hannah's suggestions in formulating national policy, it could lead to a grave error. Alas, it is truly unwise to deliberate without kin. His head throbbed with frustration. He required knowledgeable and broad-minded advisors. Yet his own people were akin to infants, while outsiders might harbor ulterior motives. Just then, a knock echoed on his door. Enter. The door creaked open, and Miss Hannah's head peeked through. Qinwu was taken aback. Why had she returned? Did she have more to discuss? She cautiously revealed herself, saying, If you wish to create a script, you might consider exploring archaeology. During my studies at the academy, my mentor researched some tablets from a millennium ago, believed to contain the writings from the era before the Goblin deity's demise. Setting aside the explanation regarding the three-step education method and the attainment of citizenship, I wish to clarify that it was previously inadequately detailed. Some readers feel it unjust that goblins, as the principal race, bear the brunt of combat and casualties within the alliance of intelligent beings, while goblin offspring must endure the harsh three-step education method to gain citizenship, attributed solely to their inherent chaos and potential danger. In contrast, humans, perceived as more controllable, are granted citizenship at birth, which may seem inequitable. In truth, I find joy in the fact that readers are thoughtfully contemplating the rationality of policies within a monster nation. To clarify, the three-step education method is exclusively applicable to goblins due to their chaotic nature. They must undergo re-education to become stable members of society. Other races such as kobolds, ogres, and humans, with their physiological differences, will receive varied educational approaches, as the three-step method is not a universal standard. Furthermore, this method is not an act of cruel exploitation, but rather a form of welfare, a manifestation of favoritism towards the main character. The alliance of intelligent beings will undoubtedly be a nation of order. Chaotic goblins entering society will face death only for legal transgressions. The tiered three-step education method will enhance their survival capabilities within an orderly society. Moreover, the most severe penalties, including execution, will diminish as productivity increases, allowing the protagonist to allocate more resources to education, transforming common practices into rare ones until they vanish entirely. I have even conceived a plot where all goblins undergo transformation into higher beings. The three-step education method, however, cannot reform all extreme goblins. Thus, the protagonist initiates a plan to elevate all goblins, for the higher goblins exhibit intelligence akin to that of adult humans, significantly increasing their chances of societal integration. Thus, the three-step education method greatly enhances the strength and capabilities of goblins, functioning similarly to compulsory education, with initial benefits accruing solely to goblins. Do you still perceive the protagonist as biased towards outsiders? Additionally, consider that human infants, due to their stability, are granted citizenship at birth. Is this not an excessive favoritism towards humanity? I can only assert that in my vision, there is no bias against humans. Without it, they would struggle to survive within the alliance of intelligent beings. Humans require at least 14 years to develop the ability to sustain themselves independently, while goblins have already achieved military honors and held positions of authority after a decade of labor. As humans continue to grow, goblins are amassing wealth from their battles and production. Brothers, we should contemplate what policies to implement to prevent humans from becoming a minority within the alliance of intelligent beings. Furthermore, I ponder how to educate dragon hatchlings should the dragons join us in the future. Many dragons are powerful, greedy, and exceedingly selfish, which would introduce both military strength and instability into the alliance. I have devised several plots involving betrayal that I am eager to explore. In conclusion, it is challenging for an author to write about unfamiliar concepts. I have yet to encounter a work that thoroughly details the workings of a monster nation. If any of you have sharp questions or intriguing ideas, please share them, for I am eager to learn. Chapter 75, Cave Spider Fire. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire erupted as the gun-wielding goblins stationed atop the city walls shot down the skeletal soldiers near the Yomi tree. During this period, The forces under Li Qinwu had amassed a considerable number of animal bones, which they piled into a mountain of bones beside the Yomi tree. Every day, the skeletal soldiers are reconstituted under the influence of the Mingjie Shu, igniting the soul fire as they crawl out from Bone Mountain. Li Qinwu, having led his men to repeatedly engage with the skeletal soldiers, has upgraded the new 10 goblins entirely into great goblins, thus gaining some insights into the Mingjie Shu. Firstly, the greater the number of bones surrounding the Mingjie Shu, the more skeletal soldiers will emerge. Secondly, the bone powder produced by the riding slash system serves as an adhesive. When bones are synthesized into skeletal soldiers, the more bone powder involved, the more numerous and advanced the skeletal soldiers that are produced. Thirdly, skeletal soldiers that crawl out from the bone piles have a 50% chance of emerging as upright humanoid skeletal soldiers, a 30% chance as quadrupedal beast-like skeletal soldiers, and a 10% chance of being a confusing amalgamation of bones, which appears large enough to form a skeletal giant. However, it was eliminated before it could materialize. There is also a 10% chance of emerging as a deformity. Currently, no flying skeletal soldiers have been observed, leaving the reason, whether due to a lack of flying animal corpses or another cause, unknown. Fourthly, the more powerful an individual was in life, the mightier the skeletal soldier that arises from their remains placed near the Mingjie Shu. For instance, the corpse of a hero might yield a level 5 soldier, complete with a bone shield and bone knife, who could leap over obstacles with ease. Fortunately, Li Qinwu was present at that moment and ordered a volley of attacks to reduce it to smithereens. Fifthly, the corpses of powerful individuals that are repeatedly resurrected weaken with each revival. It is speculated that the magical energy within their bodies condenses into soul fire, which, when extinguished, expends a substantial amount of magical energy. In the case of the hero, the first resurrection yielded a level 5 soldier, the second a level 4 soldier, and the third only a level 2 soldier. Eventually, they would blend indistinguishably with other bones, resulting in utter annihilation. Sixthly, the items dropped by the skeletal soldiers include grains, weathered bone powder, high-density bone powder, and magical bone powder, the latter of which appears jade-like. Li Qinwu collected this substance, anticipating its future utility. Seventhly, a steady stream of skeletal soldiers continues to crawl from the bone piles daily. Li Qinwu conducts a mass extermination once a week, typically eliminating 600 to 700 skeletal soldiers at a time. This situation poses significant danger due to their overwhelming numbers, which could lead to casualties if they were to escape. Therefore, Li Qinwu plans to construct a stone wall approximately 10 meters high and 2 meters wide, centered around the Mingjie Shu, at a distance of 500 meters. Soldiers will then stand atop the wall to level up. Other areas will be used for extracting niter, and any excavated spaces will be filled with ordinary soil, which will inevitably become tainted with the aura of the Mingjie Shu after about a month. As gunfire echoed in the air, Li Qinwu received the battle report in his mind. Without glancing at it, he opened the soldier page and upgraded all the great goblins to goblin archers, with 6 of them becoming senior goblin archers. He scattered ordinary bone powder into the wooden barricade and stored the grains in the warehouse, preparing to return. The new Punishment Army's 10th squad is shaping up well, and the new flintlock rifles are being gradually integrated into the troops. Once the flintlocks fully replace the matchlocks, Li Qinwu will launch an offensive against the Doghead tribe. However, the course of events does not always unfold as anticipated. Upon returning to Iron City, which is essentially the Goblin tribe, Li Qinwu intends to develop it into an industrial zone, aptly naming it Iron City, just as he was about to order a disbandment for rest. Tai Oka rushed in with trepidation. "Sir, this is bad. The mining team has been attacked by cave spiders. The casualties are severe. Calm down. What happened?" Li Qinwu observed that Tai Oka was nearly paralyzed with fear and urged him to calm down before explaining. After regaining his breath, Tai Oka recounted the events. The iron mine was actually the lair of cave spiders, vast and abundant in high-quality iron ore exposed on the surface. Normally, the goblins would collect the ore without approaching the entrance to the cave spider's lair, maintaining a fragile peace. However, Li Qinwu had been incessantly discussing expansion and industrialization, using terms like 10,000 tons of steel furnaces that Tai Oka could hardly comprehend, compelling him to personally inspect the mineral reserves. This inspection inevitably led them closer to the mine's core. As Tai Oka and his men approached the mountain, they unwittingly triggered the cave spider's alarm from several hundred meters away, prompting a swarm of spiders, each the size of a small car, to surge forth and pursue them. The mining team suffered heavy losses, while Tai Oka, due to his long limbs, managed to escape, but over 20 mining goblins perished. Li Qinwu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was evident that the cave spiders must be dealt with. After all, surface minerals are limited, and once depleted, further extraction must delve deeper. To develop the alliance, industrialization is essential, and the conflict with the cave spiders is irreconcilable. Moreover, with the cave spiders so close to Iron City, should they ever decide to hunt there, the casualties would be catastrophic. Li Qinwu summoned Gobu Yin and Gobu Gong, inquiring about the troops' training and their readiness for actual combat. They exchanged glances before Gobu Yin replied, "Yes, Chief, they possess at least 70% of the strength of the former 10th Squad." The slow training progress stemmed from Li Qinwu's prohibition against executing soldiers without his approval for such actions. Li Qinwu nodded. 70% was sufficient. Half of these troops were equipped with breech-loading flintlocks, boasting rapid firing rates, making them capable of handling the cave spiders effectively. Li Qinwu commanded, "Gobu Yin, Gobu Gong, assemble the troops and deploy to the mine. Inform the soldiers that those who distinguish themselves in this battle will be promoted to the ranks of captain and vice-captain." The Punishment Army's 10th Squad quickly gathered, led by Li Qinwu, towards the mine. The land surrounding the mine was fertile. Previously, it had been blanketed with potatoes, which had now been entirely harvested and replaced with thriving beets. Li Qinwu gazed at the mountain's summit, where numerous massive openings were visible, occasionally spotting one or two cave spiders moving about. He recalled reports from the hunting team, who had discovered a vast cave system over 10 kilometers away, where cave spiders were occasionally seen emerging to hunt, suggesting the existence of an extensive underground cavern. This revelation complicates the task of eradicating the cave spiders, as the troops will need to descend into the caverns for a thorough extermination, which may result in casualties. Nevertheless, for the safety of the surrounding areas, the cave spiders must be dealt with immediately. Li Qinwu ordered, "Front crouch, rear stand, form ranks." He arranged the troops for battle, utilizing the flintlocks to significantly enhance their firing speed. They adopted a one crouch, one stand formation to increase their firepower density. The goblins swiftly moved to complete the formation as Li Qinwu's voice rang out, "I need a brave soldier to run to the mountaintop and lure the enemy down. Who will go?" The goblins exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Gobu Yin stepped on the foot of a nearby soldier, who looked up in confusion. Gobu Yin signaled with his eyes, and the soldier instantly understood. This was an opportunity for glory. He shouted, "Chief, Gobu Pao is going." Gobu Yin kicked the soldier down, muttering, "Of course he can go, but the chief clearly intends to give the chance to the lower-ranking soldiers." "Why should I go?" Gobu Yin shouted, "Chief, the first soldier of the first squad, Gobu Pao, will go. He runs the fastest." The soldier named Gobu Pao realized the honor was his to claim and shouted again, "Chief, I'm going." Li Qinwu chuckled. He had witnessed their little interaction. "Are you certain? Being caught by a spider is a death sentence. They are not slow." Gobu Pao stood at attention and saluted. "Chief, my name was given to me by everyone." Li Qinwu laughed heartily. "Very well, Gobu Pao. Let me see how fast you can run. Complete the task, and I will grant you the rank of captain." Gobu Pao trembled with excitement, while Gobu Yin once again kicked him. "Take off your armor. What are you waiting for?" Gobu Pao exclaimed and quickly removed his armor, discarding his flintlock as he stealthily approached the mountain. The goblins watched him ascend, their hearts heavy with regret. They felt as if they had missed a golden opportunity. Gobu Ran ascended the mountain step by step, his pace notably slow, as if he were conserving his stamina. As he drew closer to the summit, approximately 500 meters above, the cave spiders that loitered at the peak ceased their movements and began to fixate on him. Gobu Ran advanced another 50 meters, picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it forward. This act utterly incensed the cave spiders, which lowered their heads and raised their rear ends, adopting a menacing attack posture, their 8 legs thumping rhythmically against the ground. The cave spiders, immense in size, comparable to small automobiles and gray in color, created vibrations that transmitted through the earth, prompting a swarm of over 30 cave spiders to emerge from their lair, their numbers overwhelming. The sight terrified Gobu Ran, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder, and with a cry, he fled at remarkable speed down the mountain. Akin to flight, the cave spiders, undeterred, pursued him with swift, shadowy movements of their legs, closing the distance rapidly. "Raise your weapons," shouted Li Qinwu, and the fire gun-wielding goblins complied, aiming their firearms. Although the cave spiders moved quickly, Gobu Ran was not slow either. At this rate, he would reach the safety of the group just as the cave spiders entered firing range, allowing Li Qinwu to order a barrage that could eliminate the threat. However, an unexpected event unfolded. In his haste, Gobu Ran failed to notice a rock beneath his feet, and as he stepped on it, he twisted his ankle. With a sharp cry, he fell, tumbling down the slope for over 10 meters and landing at the edge of a beet field, incapacitated and unable to rise. The goblins gasped in horror. Behind Gobu lurked 30 cave spiders, their long legs poised to strike with lethal precision. It seemed certain doom awaited him. In that moment of despair, they witnessed their captain, Gobu, springing into action, moving with the swiftness of a cheetah, ascending the slope even faster than Gobu ran, all while fully armored. Gobu dashed through the beet piles, earning the title of Beet Destroyer. Charging fearlessly towards the cave spiders, he reached Gobu's side, lifted him effortlessly, and slung him over his shoulder before sprinting downhill. The goblins, who had often felt the captain's wrath, were stirred by his selfless act of bravery in the face of danger, rushing headlong into the swarm of cave spiders. While Gobu carried the hefty goblin, even though Gobu was a level 5 goblin warrior, the burden slowed his pace significantly. The cave spiders, enraged by the audacity of an invader attempting to escape their territory, quickened their pursuit. Though they did not roar, their speed surged, their legs drumming against the ground with an imposing sound. One particularly swift cave spider broke away from the pack, gaining ground and closing the distance to Gobu and his burden to a mere 10 body lengths. The goblins' hearts raced, and some could not help but shout for them to run faster, while others aimed their firearms at the cave spider but hesitated to fire. Military regulations strictly forbade firing without orders during combat, a rule emphasized repeatedly, instilling fear of disobedience in the ranks, even if they were permitted to shoot. The distance of over 300 meters rendered their aim futile, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. As they braced themselves for the gruesome sight of their captain and Gobu being torn apart, a sudden command from Qinwu pierced through the tension. All units, lower your weapons. Bewildered, the goblins questioned the timing of this order. However, the command was absolute, ingrained in them through rigorous training. As they complied, a sudden gunshot rang out, startling the goblins. They turned to see Gobu, who had detached from the formation, propping his 2-meter-long firearm against a stone and firing a shot. Glancing back, they saw the cave spider that had been pursuing Gobu vanish, its head obliterated, green ichor splattering everywhere. So the order to lower their weapons was to prevent them from misfiring upon hearing the gunshot. Seizing the opportunity, Gobu accelerated. Carrying Gobu back towards the group. Breathless, he dropped Gobu at Qinwu's feet and collapsed onto the ground. Qinwu regarded Gobu with appreciation, tossing him a flask filled with the essence of a crocodile's stomach, then addressed the wounded Gobu. You, boy, need to pay more attention when fleeing. You nearly brought disaster upon yourself. At this rate, you could endanger the entire squad. Gobu, crestfallen, listened as Qinwu continued. For now, I shall appoint you as a deputy squad leader, under Gobu's guidance. Prove your worth, and you shall be promoted. Elation surged within Gobu, feeling that his peril had been worth it. The other goblins, too, were stirred with excitement. Being a deputy squad leader was an impressive rank, overseeing 5 teams of 50, a figure they revered. As they contemplated ways to earn merit, Qinwu's voice rang out again. Raise your weapons. The goblins snapped back to focus, lifting their firearms just as the cave spiders drew within 150 meters. Qinwu waited a few moments until the creatures encroached to within 100 meters before issuing his command. Fire. A thunderous volley erupted, white smoke billowing into the air. The 30-plus cave spiders were met with devastating firepower, a barrage of bullets sweeping through their ranks, with nearly every spider struck down. Gaping wounds erupted on their bodies, green ichor spraying in all directions. Those hit on their legs suffered catastrophic injuries. Half of the cave spiders collapsed, while the remainder writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Such colossal creatures, in the face of gunfire, faced a fate of equality with all living beings. The firegun goblins quickly reloaded, the breech-loading firearms operating with remarkable speed, completing the task in under 10 seconds. Qinwu commanded them to fire at will, and the sound of gunfire filled the air as the goblins engaged in target practice, dispatching the remaining cave spiders with each shot. They, like the old punitive military unit, were astounded by the power of their weapons. To witness such massive beasts fall so easily before their might was a revelation of immense strength. Soon, more cave spiders emerged from the summit, but their numbers had diminished significantly, swiftly dispatched by the goblins' gunfire. After half an hour, no more spiders emerged from the cave. Qinwu, intent on exploring the depths, approached the cave entrance. However, there were too many openings at the summit, and he feared that if his troops entered one, cave spiders might surge from others, resulting in a catastrophic ambush. He ordered the ogre clan to come forth and seal all visible entrances with wooden stakes, leaving only the largest cave open. This primary cave stood over 10 meters high and was wide enough for 3 large vehicles to pass side by side, indicating it was not a natural formation. As Qinwu examined the cave walls closely, he discerned clear signs of excavation and, recalling the spider's legs, deduced that they had expanded the cave themselves. Picking up a piece of ore from the ground, he recognized it as high-quality iron ore, a product of his time spent in the blacksmith's workshop. Gazing into the seemingly bottomless cavern, his heart raced with excitement. This was a trove of premium iron ore, already prepared for extraction. Drawing his sword, he swung it towards the cave. "Brothers, the malevolent cave spiders have met their demise. To arms, let us eradicate them."